Welcome to the Don Lemon Show, everyone. We're still here. In a minute, I'm going to bring you my conversation with Elon Musk, the one that everyone is talking about. But first, let me tell you a bit about the show. Contrary to what you might have heard, we weren't canceled by X. Yes, after months of begging me, wooing me to offer some exclusive content on his platform, Elon Musk decided to scrap the deal. But our plan is, and always has been, to release this show everywhere, on YouTube, on Spotify, on iHeart Radio, just about any place you stream content. Now for my conversation with Elon. As with all my interviews, no restrictions, no ground rules, nothing off limits or out of bounds. That is until the interview ended. So what went wrong? I don't know. But my hope is that you learned something about both Elon and me, two people who come from completely different vantage points on almost every single issue. And I challenge you, Elon, to watch the whole interview and tell the world why this isn't what you claim you want on X. Thank you for inviting us here.
You're welcome.
Tesla headquarters. I'm surprised at how big it is. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's about 3 times the size of the Pentagon.
Yeah.
And we built it in 16 months. It's the fastest construction project in the United States since World War II.
So I'm here, as you know, I'm on the platform because you say you're a free speech absolutist, right? And there are no conditions.
Yeah. Free speech is as much as possible within the bounds of the law.
Yeah. So the reason I'm saying that is because there are no conditions on this interview. You said that, we'll speak to you for an hour. I don't like sound bites, so I welcome that. So let's get into it. So we're here in Austin. South by Southwest is going on. We're at the Tesla headquarters. You are in the process of moving SpaceX here, I understand?
No. SpaceX has a massive facility in South Texas where we build and launch Starship. And then we have in Bastrop near Austin, we are about to start production at a Starlink, a large Starlink factory for Starlink terminals. But we're not shutting down any facilities in California.
Listen, we are here as part of a launch of a news interview show that is going to be on X.com. It's coming as a media industry, as you know, is going through a whole lot of changes. Yeah. X has also been affected by that. Where do you see X.com's role in the future of news and journalism, Elon?
Well, I think I see the X as it's already the #1 source of news in the world. So it is the #1 way that people actually are informed about any kind of news, meaning real-time events, is on the X platform, formerly Twitter. There's nothing even close for real-time news. So we also want to expand upon that, and we have done so with long-form content. So instead of just doing what used to be called tweets, you can now do long-form posts. You can post an entire essay. In fact, you can now post an entire book to the platform. You can do long-form video content, so you can do up to 4-hour video segments. We really want news in whatever form it is, or information, I should say, in whatever form it is, to be available on our platform, whether it's short, long, text, pictures, video, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and some of the stuff that we do, long-form video, interview shows, what have you. Yeah. You reached out over the summer and you said, it would be great to have Maddo, Don Lemon, others on the left put on this platform. You'll receive full support. The digital town square is for all. What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean that we want to make sure that there are a wide variety of viewpoints, that it's we obviously have, for example, Tucker Carlson, who most people will view as being on the right, that's quite a prominent name on the right. We want to have prominent names on the left as well to provide different points of view, as well as centrists. Just basically a wide range of viewpoints on the platform, so users can hear different opinions. They can hear, what's your point of view, what's Tucker's point of view, and people can make their own decision about what they believe.
You didn't mean that I'm on the left? Did you think that?
I thought you were on the left, but yeah. I don't know. Well, let's just say, I don't know what the left is or the right is, frankly, these days, because things can be quite polarized. But my impression was that you're more likely to be described as on the left than the right. My sense is you're sort of center left. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, Did you ever watch me on CNN, or did you watch?
I saw not. I saw segments.
Yeah.
But CNN is generally considered left.
Yeah. Why do you say that?
Why do I say CNN is generally considered left? I think if you look at any sort of media survey of what is on the left or right, I think they would say, like, for example, Fox is on the right and CNN is on the left.
Yeah. So that's what is it?
Am I missing something here?
Okay. Are you missing something? I don't know. I think that when I read that, I said, like many of my critics or detractors, they never really watched me on CNN. They just saw the clips of me either on social media or maybe on Fox News or in conservative media, where it's sort of where I've become a character or a caricature of what I actually am, and it's taken out of context.
Sure. Well, how would you describe yourself?
I would describe myself as someone who is, I am independent in my thinking, and I vote for people based on the issues and how I feel about it, not necessarily because of political leaning of some sort.
Well, I agree with that approach. I think that's generally how people should take things, which is, I mean, there are a whole sort of set of issues which are sort of somewhat arbitrarily bucketed into right or left. But I think most citizens would think that they would agree with some things on the left, but not everything, or they agree on some things on the right, but not everything. So that's what I think most people feel, I guess.
How much longer, and maybe the answer is forever, how much longer are we going to have to call it the formerly known as Twitter? I mean, even Prince went back to Prince instead of, is it always going to be X?
It's definitely always going to be X.
So X is going through some changes. As I said, a lot of media companies are going through some changes. You're in charge of an incredible platform, Elon. How do you feel that's going?
I think it's going pretty well so far. We're seeing record usage. We've added a tremendous amount of functionality. I mentioned that it used to be that you could only do short, text and maybe a picture or something like that, short video. But now you can do long form text, long form video. We've added audio video calling, so you can not just do text DMs, you can do audio video calling. We've improved the algorithm, I think, significantly, and made the system faster and better, and that's reflected in the increased usage.
So let's talk about that, because you said you wanted all points of view, right? It's a digital town square for all.
Yeah.
It's the platform has kind of picked up where some conservative media has left off. That moving to the right, increasingly becoming part of a conservative dialogue, and sometimes even conspiracy theories, right? There was an article recently written about you saying that you, Donald Trump, and X were the most important people or places or whatever icons when it comes to the MAGA movement. Do you agree with that? How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, there are nonsense articles written all the time, and I certainly wouldn't agree with that one. I put it in the nonsense category. So the objective fact of the matter, in my opinion, was that old Twitter was fundamentally a tool of the far left. And that was really, I think, a lot of it was due to being located in San Francisco, Berkeley. And so it wanted to essentially project the SF Berkeley political dogma worldwide.
You think it was far left?
Yes, I do.
I actually got off the platform because I would get so much hate tweets when it was called in, so much hate tweets and just guff from right-wing conspiracy theorists being called everything from, fag to
Sure. It's the internet,
everything.
If people will do, I've been called every name times 1,000.
Yeah. Do you agree that it's right now, and that even it's moved into sort of MAGA land, conspiracy theory?
I certainly don't think it's right. The old school Twitter suspended and suppressed accounts that you'd call on the right 10 times more than they did accounts on the left. And even when they did suspend an account on the left, it was because of arguments between two people on the left. The political donations of old Twitter were 99% Democrat. Does that sound left-wing or right-wing to you?
The Twitter donations?
Yes. When they look at donations from a company, if a company donates literally 99% of all donations are to Democrats, does that strike you as a left-leaning or a right-leaning
company?
Oh,
you mean the company donated? I understand what you're saying.
What I'm trying to tell you is that Twitter employees, people at Twitter, their political donations were 99%, literally 99%, to Democrats. That's obviously an extremely left-leaning group.
My question to leading into this is about MAGA. You, and speaking of MAGA, you recently met with Donald Trump in Florida. What did you guys talk about?
I was at a dinner. I was not dinner. I was at a breakfast at a friend's place, and Donald Trump came by. That's it.
So you didn't go there to meet him?
No, I went to a friend of mine's house, and it said Donald Trump's coming by for breakfast. Is that just so you know? Like, okay, fine.
What did you discuss?
I don't. Let's just say he did most of the talking.
What did you say?
The normal things he says. There was nothing particularly groundbreaking or new, but he, President Trump likes to talk, and so he talked. I don't recall him saying anything that he hasn't said publicly, and that was it. It was just a breakfast.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Did he ask you for a donation?
No.
He didn't.
No.
You said you're not going to donate to any candidate.
That's correct.
Why not?
I think while I'll voice my opinion, I think I don't want to put a thumb on the scale monetarily that is, significant.
Are you going to loan him money to help pay his bills?
No,
Not at all. Pay his legal bills.
I'm not paying his legal bills in any way, shape, or form.
And he did not ask you for money.
And he did not ask me for money.
Are you going to? So you're not going to endorse a candidate?
I may, in the final stretch, endorse a candidate, but I don't know yet. I want to make a considered decision before the election, and if I do decide to endorse a candidate, then I will explain exactly why.
Are you leaning towards anyone?
No.
You're not leaning towards anyone. Because you've been
Let me say I'm leaning away from Biden.
You're leaning.
I've made no secret of that.
Are you concerned about losing your security clearance if Biden is reelected? Does that have anything to do with it?
No.
You are leaning away from Biden, but you're not going to endorse anyone. It seems like an endorsement of President Trump because there are only two people who are running now. Nikki Haley is out.
I mean, a lot could
Biden's
happen
opponent is
between now and the election, so we'll see who, in the final analysis, are the choices for president. And at that point, I may or may not endorse one of the candidates. If I do, I will provide a very detailed explanation of why I am endorsing one or the other.
At that point, might you contribute or donate?
I think it's unlikely.
So you have been posting up a storm, as you always do in the past couple weeks, about the redesign of the Tesla Roadster coming at the end of this year. Are there any kind of updates that you can talk about to expect from your flagship EV? I mean, Tesla stock is down in the last 6 months. What's next for the company?
The stocks go up and down, but what really matters is, are we making and delivering great products? The Tesla products are outstanding. Last year, the Tesla Model Y was the best-selling car of any kind in the world. So it was about 1.2 million units. It was the best-selling car despite being, I think, around 50% more expensive than the next best-selling vehicle of any kind, not just electric. So I think that's a testament to the incredible work of the Tesla team.
Yeah.
And we launched the Cybertruck. Obviously, that's being very well received. We have, I think, over 1 million orders for the Cybertruck. So it's a really special product. I think the Cybertruck is one of those products that comes along really once in several years, maybe once a decade. A Cybertruck is a once-a-decade product. It is so special, and I think it's our best product.
But everyone improves over time. I mean, Apple, I thought my phone was here, but Apple, the phone got better over time. I'm sure your cars will get better over time. You have been tweeting about the updates in the Roadsters. There's something that we should expect?
Sure. You did mention the Roadster. So, look, I don't want to give away, much more than what I've said publicly, except that the Roadster will be a collaboration between SpaceX and Tesla. So, you can expect some rockety stuff there.
A flying car?
Maybe. It's not out of the question.
Go on.
No, I gotta reserve the cool stuff for the, when we actually unveil it. But it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna have some rocket technology in it. I think the only way to do something that's cooler than the Cybertruck is to combine SpaceX and Tesla technology to create something that's not even really a car.
Then what would it be?
Something that's never existed before.
I'm getting Jetsons vibes.
Totally Jetsons vibes. The ones may not be aware, like some things that I have said publicly is that it'll do 0 to 60 in under 1 second. So that's by far faster than any sports car that exists. And that's not even the most exciting thing about it.
Does it have wings?
No, it does not have big wings, because big wings would be unwieldy on the road.
Does it have propellers?
It does not have propellers.
Okay. It has wheels.
It does have wheels.
Okay.
Roadster 20 questions.
Does it have a steering wheel?
Not exactly.
What is it?
It'll have a drive-by-wire yoke, essentially, kind of like the way aircraft or modern jets are controlled.
And do you think it's the way of the future that everyone will follow your lead on this?
I don't think anyone will ever make anything like the Roadster that we're going to make.
Let's talk now about SpaceX, Tesla. You got a lot of lawsuits. You've got X.com. You got a lot going on. How do you relax?
Well, I relax. I spend time with my kids, my friends, and I, make somewhat of a nerd technologist. So I like playing video games. So I'll play video games with friends online.
Which one?
Lately I've been playing Diablo, but I've played almost all the games over the years. A long time ago, I was like semi-pro good at Quake. This is really dating me because we're talking about like 25 years ago.
I don't know video games. I just know that my great nephew loves Fortnite and some other stuff. He's always with the headphones and doing the thing. So that helps you relax, right? So
yeah. And the nice thing is if you've got friends in different cities and they're playing the same game, you can both go online at the same time and play the game together, even though you're in different cities.
Listen, I'm not asking you anything that anyone else hasn't asked you about your controversial stuff that you tweet. You post a lot of controversial stuff. Is that considered blowing off steam?
Well, I guess I do enjoy using the platform. I mean, I do call the X platform the PvP, or player versus player platform. So in video games, there's player versus like environment, where you're not playing against other people, and then there's PvP, which is like hardcore. You're actually playing against other people, and
but that's blowing off steam for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is to some degree, not always. I mean, obviously I use it for to post jokes, to post sometimes trivia, sometimes things that are of great importance.
So you do a lot of it at night, like late at night. So when you're doing this, are you sober when you do it?
Almost always, yes.
Under the influence of anything?
No, I don't drink. I don't really. No.
So you got no drink, no smoke, no nothing. I mean, you smoke pot with Rogan.
I had one puff.
Yeah.
I think anyone who smokes pot can tell I don't know how to smoke pot.
But you've admitted that you have a ketamine prescription.
Yeah.
What's that for?
Well, I mean, it's pretty private to ask somebody about a medical prescription, But I think it's something I'd say, like, there are times when I have sort of I don't know, like a negative chemical state in my brain, like depression, I guess, or like depression that's not linked to any negative news, and then ketamine is helpful for getting one out of a negative frame of mind.
Well, listen,
so in fact, I generally, obviously I'm not a doctor, but I would say if someone has depression issues, they should consider talking to their doctor about ketamine instead of SSRIs.
Listen, I think that ketamine and drug therapy is increasingly becoming more in the mainstream.
Yeah.
Do you think you're doing it under a doctor's care, right?
Yeah. Literally a prescription from an actual, a real doctor, not like,
Yeah. But do you feel like you ever abuse it?
I don't think so. If you use too much ketamine, you can't really get work done. So I have a lot of work. So I'm typically putting in 16-hour days. That's normal for me. And it's rare for me to even take off a weekend day. So I don't really have a situation where I can be not mentally acute for an extended period of time. Like I can't really get wasted because I can't get my work done.
So how often do you take it?
Well, it'd be like a small amount once every other week or something like that.
But there's not on the bottle where it says take this dose this many times a week or whatever. If it's under a doctor's
dose, and there are several weeks will go by where I don't use it.
You don't use it.
Yeah, I think like I said, I think what I find ketamine is if you literally a chemical state in your brain that you can't just think yourself out of, then ketamine is helpful for getting you out of a depressive mind state.
You suffer from depression, or you have a depressive mind state? And I asked you as someone who has suffered from depression.
I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that I have a case of extended depression. It's just once in a while I get into a negative sort of chemical mind state. Once in a while, it's not a common thing, but once in a while it does happen.
Where do you think that comes from?
I think it's just genetic, basically.
You think it's just genetic history?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, some people are just wired to be happy all the time. Some are unfortunately wired to be sad a lot of the time. And in my case, I'm generally pretty positive and optimistic. But once in a while, I don't know what happens. There's some, like I said, I think it's just chemical tides in your brain. Once in a while, it's like a brain storm.
Yeah. Do you ever worry that this may get in the way of your government contracts and clearances, and also and Wall Street as well?
Well, from a standpoint of Wall Street, what matters is execution. Are you building value for investors? Tesla is worth about as much as the rest of the car industry combined, from nothing. So that's pretty good. As I mentioned, we had the best-selling car on Earth last year. So from an investor standpoint, if there is something I'm taking, I should keep taking it.
Have you talk about your ketamine use and depression? Have you also have said, and
the reason I should say the reason I mentioned the ketamine prescription on the X platform was because I thought maybe this is something that could help other people. That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah. Can we talk about the great replacement theory now? Some of the things that you post, the great replacement theory, you claim that Democrats, President Biden's immigration plan to open up the border, you said that the president is getting, and Democrats are doing it to get more votes. But undocumented immigrants cannot vote in federal elections, so how is that possible?
Right. Well, you're conflating two things. One is great replacement theory. The other is, which I don't subscribe to that. I'm simply saying that there is an incentive here. If legal immigrants, which I think have a very strong bias to, at least everything I've read, it's a very strong bias to vote Democrat. The more that come into the country, the more they're likely to vote in that direction. But it is, in my view, a simple incentive to increase voters, Democrat voters. And yeah, so the question is how. So there's a few ways that this works. One is that when the census is done, the census is based on all people in an area, whether they are citizens or not. So if there are a concentration of people who came here illegally in a particular state or in a particular state, that state will actually then get an increased number of House seats. So the House seat apportionment is proportionate to the number of people, not the number of citizens. So the illegals overwhelmingly go to places like California and New York, and if you just look at the math, if you look at the apportionment with and without illegals, I believe California would lose. I believe the blue state, there would be a net loss of blue states of approximately 20 seats in the House. This also applies to the Electoral College. So you say, like, well, this also applies to electing the president, because the electoral votes are also done by apportionment the same way that House seats are done.
But the reason, Elon, the Electoral College is in place is to balance that, is so that doesn't happen. So what you're saying about it is the exact opposite of the reason why the Electoral College is there. The Electoral College at this point, in our history, gives people who are in smaller states and red states much more of an influence over our elections than people who are in blue states, and the majority of the people in this country. That's what the Electoral College does. It actually does the exact opposite of what you're saying. It protects people who are in smaller states and protects people who are in red states.
Well,
the red states, because they tend to be smaller and less populous.
I think that statement is what you said is true, but what I said is also true, which is that if, as is the case, a disproportionate number of legal immigrants go to blue states, they amplify the effect of a blue state vote. And the math, as I understand it, you can research this obviously very easily on there. It's pretty straightforward to research this. But my understanding is that there would be that the Democrats would lose approximately 20 seats in the House if illegals were not counted in the census, and that's also 20 less electoral votes for president. So the illegals absolutely do affect the who controls the House and who controls the presidency. It does not affect the Senate.
Yeah. In blue states, you're talking about. I
Yes.
don't believe that your information on that is right. So listen, let's talk more about the Great Replacement, because the first time that you posted on X about this Jewish conspiracy, you ended up
I
apologizing.
didn't call it a conspiracy. I just said that there's a simple matter of incentives. You don't need a conspiracy when you have basic incentives. In my view, there's a basic incentive that is fundamental that for the Democrat Party to foster and usher in a large number of illegals. Yeah. And you don't need a conspiracy in that case, because you have a very basic incentive. You could say I'm wrong about that incentive, but that's my view. I'm not buying into some great replacement theory. I'm simply saying there appears to be a very clear incentive for Democrats to maximize the number of illegals because it helps them win elections.
I'm talking about the Great Replacement theory is also part of a Jewish conspiracy theory. And when you did the tweet, or you responded to the tweet about that, you ended up apologizing, and which I think is, it's good that you ended up apologizing. You went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Right? So you said you learned your lesson. What did you learn?
I said I learned my lesson.
You said you learned your lesson when you apologized, and you said you went to Auschwitz. You saw what.
No, I was already aware of these things, and the nature of my comment that really inflamed people. What I was trying to say, and I did very quickly clarify. This is what I'm saying: is that a number of prominent Jewish philanthropists fund groups that they should really take a closer look at funding, because some of the groups they fund, I think, are anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Do you understand the connection between the two? There's a connection between, you said Democrats, the Great Replacement theory, but when it comes to the actual Great Replacement theory, originally it was started about Jewish people, as you said, flooding in the country, and then now people are using it for Democrats, saying the same thing about Democrats, flooding.
In my view, it's a simple matter of incentives.
Yeah.
I actually don't see an incentive for Jewish people to want to get legal immigration. I don't think there is such an incentive.
Yeah. The Great Replacement theory is a neo-Nazi trope. It's in the neo-Nazi manifesto. It's in the Turner Diaries. It's referenced by the Buffalo mass shooter in his manifesto, where 10 people, black people, were murdered in Buffalo. There's the actual title of the Christchurch shooters manifesto. 51 people in the Muslim mosque were murdered. 23 people murdered in El Paso by a shooter who used the same language that you use in that manifesto when you say Hispanic invasion. Is that not?
I didn't say an Hispanic invasion.
And you quoted a tweet that called it a Hispanic invasion.
If I quote something, it doesn't mean I agree with everything in it. It's just something that I think this is something worth people should consider.
Why would you quote something that you didn't believe in?
Because anything I quote is going to have a whole range of statements. Doesn't mean I agree with everything in it.
Do you think if you moderated yourself more, if there was better content moderation on the platform, that you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the great replacement theory as it relates to
don't have to
Democrats,
answer these questions.
the great replacement theory as it relates to Jewish people? Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So you don't think, do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble or you wouldn't be criticized for these things?
I'm
or that
criticized
there was-
constantly. I could care less.
You don't care?
No, I don't
Why
care.
not?
I don't think people should care what the media thinks about them. They're terrible judges of character.
Even someone who has one of the biggest social media and biggest information platforms in the world, you don't care? You don't think that you have any X.com or you have any responsibility to the truth or moderating the platform?
You're conflating the truth with the media, and I think the media is not truthful.
Well, not with just the media. I mean, just the truth in general.
I care about the truth very much. That's why we have, for example, community notes on the X system, where in order for a community note to surface and provide corrective information about what somebody posts, and my posts are equally subject to this. I've been community noted many times. In order for a community note to surface, people who have historically disagreed must agree in order for a community note to surface. And all of the code for community notes is open source. All of the data is open source, so you can completely recreate it from scratch. The way to build trust is transparency.
I have noticed community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think community notes are helpful. I think any type of content moderation, I do think that's helpful. You recently called content moderation, though, a digital chastity belt. Do you think that you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and we have a responsibility to be transparent about when things are shown, why they're shown. That's why we open source our algorithm. I think once you start going beyond the law, now you're putting your thumb on the scale. And we don't want to put our thumb on the scale.
It doesn't concern you that hate speech has gone. Research shows that it's gone up on the platform since you took over. That's not concerning to you?
I believe that is false. In fact, the research that I've seen says it went down.
The study from the Institute of Strategic Dialogue found that anti-Semitic tweets doubled from June 22 to February 2023. One study reported that as many as 86% of the posts reported for hateful content remained up after being reported. Hate speech on the platform is up.
So what they will typically do is they will count the number of posts, but not count the number of views. So what matters is, was that post given high visibility, or what did like one person see it? And if you look at the number of views of how many times was hate content viewed on our platform, it is down substantially.
Yeah. Well, that's not what the study shows. And you said you like transparency. I'm going to show you this. And
Don, you can get a study that will tell you whatever you want.
But these are just a handful of extremely. You look at those anti-Semitic and racist tropes and tweets, and as of this morning, they're still on X. And from your own content policy, these posts should have been deleted. So why haven't they been deleted? Why are they still there? Did you?
We delete things if they are illegal.
But these have been up there for a while.
Are they illegal?
They're not illegal, but they're hateful, and they can lead to violence. As I just read to you, the shooters, in all of these mass shootings, attributed social media to radicalizing.
So Don, you love censorship, is what you're saying?
No, I don't love censorship.
Then why are you asking?
I believe in moderation, but I don't believe in
censorship. Moderation is a propaganda word for censorship.
But don't you think free speech is one thing, right? Or not,
Look, if something's illegal, we're going to take it down. If it's not illegal, then we're putting our thumb on the scale and we're being censors.
You're putting your thumb on the scale for moderating hate speech? I mean, you don't put out child pornography. That's not...
It's illegal.
Some people would say that's considered censorship. I'm just saying, you...
No, I literally, Don, I literally said, if something is legal, okay, we will obviously remove it.
Okay.
But if it is not legal, the laws in this country are put forward by the citizens. We're a democracy. If those laws are put in place by the people, we adhere to those laws.
Okay,
And we adhere to the
agree.
laws of others. If you go beyond the law, you're actually going beyond the will of the people.
Okay, agreed with the law. But if you are doing something that promotes hate and violence and ultimately leads to killing, you don't feel you have any responsibility not to do that? When the people who are doing it admittedly are saying
there's articles all the time that lead to violence and killing. Don't they? Shouldn't they? It's like you're applying a differential standard to.
But that would never be in mainstream media. These types of images, that type of language, those things would never be. We'd never, when I was in mainstream media, we'd never promote things that would be anti-Semitic. We would never promote things that would.
Anti-Semitic either.
Did you not see those?
You said promote. If content is on the platform, that doesn't mean we promote it.
But that wouldn't be on a platform for mainstream media at all.
No, but you can think of that. That's because the mainstream media has like, whatever, 20 articles a day. We have 500 million posts today.
Okay,
500
understood.
million.
Does it bother you? How do you feel about that when you see it?
I obviously disagree with that. I think it's not good at all. It's terrible.
But you don't want to get rid of it on the platform, or at least moderate it.
The rules. What you're suggesting is censorship that goes beyond the law. And what I'm saying is that we, I guess, have a disagreement, because I do not believe in censorship that goes beyond the law, and you do. We have a difference of opinion in that regard.
I understand that, but these are your own rules on your own platform. These go against the rules on your platform. That's why I'm asking you. If you said, listen, we allow everything, but that's not what your content rules say. And that's why I'm asking you, why are they still there? Your own content policy. That's why I'm asking you that, not because...
Which part of our content policy says that we should delete these things?
Your content policy talks about hate speech.
Yes, we don't promote hate speech.
And so you don't consider that hate speech?
I guess you're not understanding what I'm saying. There's if there's you can find, like, you can sign up right now and do 100 things that are hateful, but if nobody reads it, it doesn't matter. So you can think of X as being, it's much like the internet. It's not some tiny publication with like 20 articles a day. It's 500 million.
But everyone has the opportunity to read it, Elon.
And everyone has the opportunity to read the internet. Are you suggesting we should shut down the internet?
No, but you don't own the internet. I'm asking you about you and your responsibility on your platform. And so I see how you feel now. You don't agree. We don't agree on this.
Yes, you want censorship and I don't.
No, I don't want censorship at all.
Yes, you do.
No, I want responsibility.
You desperately want censorship.
No, if I want a censorship...
You want censorship so bad you can taste it.
No, that's not true. It's not true. I think that there's right and wrong. And I think that,
you want censorship.
and I think that when you have a platform that's as big as yours and as powerful as yours and as influential as yours, and you are a person of consequence to the world with what you do, that there is a certain responsibility that goes along with what you have on your platform and what you put out to the world. And I think that's important. You don't see that responsibility?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and if people want the law changed, they should talk to their elected representative and get the law changed, and then we will adhere to the law.
Okay.
But if you want us to go beyond the law, that is us deciding to be censors. And I'm against censorship. I'm in favor of freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And freedom of speech only is relevant when people you don't like say things you don't like. Otherwise, it has no meaning.
But I do think that there should be guardrails. And I believe in free speech as much as you. I would fight. I don't disagree. I don't agree with a lot of what you put out on social media, but I will fight for your right to be able to say it.
Great.
Yeah. Okay, so listen, let's talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, all right? That's been a target of yours lately on X. There was a repost of Ben Shapiro that you claim that DEI is killing people. Specifically, you point to medicine. You claim that DEI programs are putting people at risk. Do you really believe this to be true, and what evidence do you have to support it?
What I was referring to there was that if we lower the standards for doctors, so that they, if the test for a doctor is lowered, then the probability of them making a mistake and killing someone is obviously going to be higher.
Wait, say that again. I'm not sure I understand what you said. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yes, if if the standards for passing medical exams and becoming a doctor, or especially something like a surgeon, if the standards are lowered, then the probability that the surgeon will make a mistake is higher. They're making mistakes in their exam. They may make mistakes with people, and that may result in people dying.
What evidence do you have, though, that they're lowering the standards? There's no evidence of that.
I believe there is.
There's no evidence of that, Elon. What is the evidence?
I believe they have literally lowered the standards at Duke University, and that is what the article was referring to.
There's no evidence
saying they
of
have
that.
not lowered the standards?
There's no evidence about lowering standards, and I think that there is...
I believe that is a false statement you're making.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I think
the interesting thing is, when this is posted on the X platform, there will be a whole bunch of things that rebut what you said and what I said.
Correct.
And so people can then make their own decision based on the replies and the rebuttals and the community notes.
I think that's fair. But I do think that on this particular topic, I do think that you and Ben Shapiro are reaching in about this, because there was what Ben posted said that he gave instances of people who were deliberately harming people. Nowhere in the thread does Ben suggest at all, I should say, that anyone is being killed as a result of DEI. That's purely speculative. There's research on DEI and medicine, and there's no evidence that standards are being lowered, that DEI is affecting medicine. Actually, only 5% of doctors are black, and a small percent.
Yeah, well, I think you'll find that when this is posted to the X platform, that people will reply to it with evidence.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Okay. So, but that's my whole thing about moderation. Maybe you're wrong, but you'll put it out there. You don't know if it's right. Do you think that your responsibility to make sure something is right before you, the person who owns it, Elon Musk, who's a huge figure in the world, that you should know that it's true, that there are people at X who can get research for you before you put something out there like that? That's not necessarily true, even in other examples.
If I say something that is inaccurate, I'm immediately corrected on the platform. That's the advantage of a real-time system like X. So there will be immediately in the replies people correcting me. There will be a community note that will correct me, which is attached to the actual post itself.
Do you think as many people read
Yes.
You think as many people read that as it reads your tweet?
Yes, in fact, and if there's a community note that happens later where somebody didn't see, but they replied to that or interacted with that post, we will notify them that there is now a community note correcting that post.
Mm-hmm. Just so you...
Whereas if you consider the conventional media, that doesn't happen. Conventional media makes false statements all the time and nobody ever hears the correction.
When I was in conventional media, I can only speak for myself. If I got something wrong, or if someone got something wrong on the platform that I was on, it was corrected, and we made sure that it was corrected. Now, I can't speak for anyone else.
I don't think that's a universal situation.
Okay. So I just want the research. So when you talk, do you believe that people are dying because medical standards, DEI is causing medical standards to be lowered? Do you actually believe people are dying because of that?
I believe that if we lower the standards for what it takes to become a doctor.
But you're saying if we lower the standards, but do you believe people are dying because the standards are being lowered?
I don't think that is yet an issue, but it could become an issue.
Okay. But the actual evidence in history shows the exact opposite. If you look at how minorities are treated by the medical system, most doctors now are white. And there are lots of mistakes in medicine. So you're saying that white doctors have bad medical care? I'm trying to understand your logic here when it comes to DEI, because there's no actual evidence of what you're saying.
No, I said, so if the standards, like let's say, I think that particular thing was referring to surgeons. Let's say a surgeon is asked to, a surgeon in training is asked to do a series of operations under the supervision of a senior surgeon, and they get a bunch of those operations wrong. If that happens, and yet they are still approved to be a surgeon, the probability that someone will die, I think, at some point is high.
Okay, I understand that, but that's a hypothetical. That doesn't mean it's happening.
I didn't say it's happening.
You didn't say it was happening.
I said it will. I said if we lower standards, people will die.
But why respond to something or put something out there that has not happened, Because I could say,
Because I don't want it to happen. I think we don't want to lower standards.
okay, if you look at the history of the medical industry, especially when it comes to Black Americans, it shows the exact opposite. If you look at the Tuskegee experiment and on, only 5% of doctors in America are Black. All of them are white. So are you saying that if the majority of doctors are white, are you saying that and there are still these inequities, right? And there's still mistakes. Are you blaming DEI for that?
No, I'm very basically saying that if we lower standards for what it takes to become a board-certified surgeon or, an oncologist or something where the kind of disease we're talking about, if you make a mistake, causes someone to die, then more people will die than if we don't lower the standards. Therefore, we should not lower the standards.
But why do you think they're lowering the standards for minority doctors or women doctors or?
That's what that's what that article suggested. Yes, at Duke University.
Okay. The evidence that I have shows that that's not true.
Okay.
So listen, after the door blew off this mid-flight in this Alaskan Airlines flight, do you remember that? You responded to a post claiming that the average HBCU grad was less intelligent than the average airline pilot, and stated that it will take an airplane crashing and killing hundreds of people for them to change this crazy policy of DIE. I don't know if did you misspell it on purpose, which it should be DEI. Do you believe that women and minority pilots are inherently less intelligent and less skilled than white male pilots?
No, I'm just saying that we should not lower the standards for them.
Okay. But there's no evidence that standards are being lowered when it comes to the airline industry.
You've repeatedly said that there's no evidence that standards are being lowered, and watch the replies showing all the evidence that it is.
Replies, though, on social media or on Twitter are not necessarily fact and evidence.
No,
that's people's
they
opinion.
will cite
all
in the replies to this. You will see how often the information is cited, showing that indeed there are significant cases where standards are lowered.
And I do hope that happens. I do hope that happens, and I look forward to it. And as you said, if you're wrong, then you're wrong, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm glad we're having this conversation, debating. This is what we should be doing, debating the issue. So
right.
If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and then they'll be proven in the thing, and you as well. But I just want to tell you that pilot that you talked about, in fact, was a woman pilot, landed the plane safely despite the major malfunction with the equipment. Boeing has taken responsibility for that incident, saying that it was caused by a faulty door panel. So I'm not sure what that had to do with lowering the standards for pilots when it was a faulty.
No, it's not lowering standards for pilots. It's the incentive structure. I believe at Boeing changed to include DEI as a fundamental executive incentive. But in my view, it should be purely about passenger safety.
Okay, but do you understand how by saying just that standards are being lowered, that you're implying that they're being lowered because people are less skilled and less intelligent, and you're talking about people of color and or women?
Look, I'm saying we should not lower standards.
But you don't?
That's it.
I think everyone can agree that you shouldn't lower standards.
Right.
But you're implying that they're lowering standards because of people of color or women, because someone is not a white male. You're saying that they're less skilled and less intelligent. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying that they are.
Then why would they be lowering the standards?
I don't know. Why are they lowering the standards?
Just so you know, 5% of pilots are female, 4% are black. So you're talking about this widespread takeover of minorities and women when that's not actually true.
I'm not saying there's a widespread takeover.
Well, you're saying that the standards are being lowered because of certain people. And you don't believe in DEI, right? Do you not believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I think we should be treat people according to their skills and their integrity, and that's it.
Do you know that studies show?
Studies show.
Yeah. Well, we can look them up. So your reaction to studies show, and I understand, right? Because I always like to point to an exact study, right?
Sure.
Something that is factual. It's the same thing when you talk about, well, let's see what the replies are on Twitter or on X.
Yeah, so
I feel the same way about that. But this is what studies have shown, and people will reply and they'll say that companies with more diversity in their leadership teams have reported higher innovation, race than those with lower diversity or low diversity, and they're better companies and they make more money. This whole idea about DEI, if you go woke or whatever, you go broke, that's not necessarily true. People with diverse leadership teams and diverse workers make more money and more innovative.
Like I said, my view is that the only basis for promoting somebody should be their skills, talents, and their integrity, and that's it.
I want to ask you about, there's a federal government, EEOC, they are also currently involved in a lawsuit against Tesla that alleges that there's a history of widespread racial harassment against black Tesla employees, as well as a pattern of retaliation for speaking out. What do you say to that?
I don't believe that is true. I think we've got a very good, like if you walk around the Tesla Fremont plant, I think it's a very good atmosphere. In fact, I practically lived there for 3 years trying to make the production work.
Were you aware, if you lived there, were you aware of such behavior?
I never saw it.
So you're saying that this is not true, it's not happening?
Well, I mean, there's over 20,000 people. So you say, like, if there's over 20,000 people in one building, well, is everyone going to behave perfectly? No. Did I see any situations that I thought were improper? I did not.
Let's talk about trans rights and the woke mind virus, because you've talked about that a lot. You're right about that a lot on the thing. You have been deeply outspoken about the issue of trans rights. You posted trans rights. You posted that pronouns in bio mean the woke mind virus ate your brain. Do you know what the term woke actually means?
It's come to mean a lot of things.
But what originally it was meant to mean? It's just being aware of inequities in society and being aware of facts and history.
Yeah, I think it's come to be. I think being aware of inequities in society is fine, of course, but trying to blame everything trying to make everything a race issue is, I think, divisive and corrosive to society.
Even as it relates to trans issues, which is what I'm.
Yeah, race or gender or whatever.
You think that society blames everything on racism now?
It blames a lot of things on it, and yeah.
You think that's unfair?
Yeah.
Why?
I think we should not make this a constant subject. I think we need to move on. I think we just treat people like people.
You don't agree that this country was founded on racism and founded on slavery and in many ways inequities? That still continue on to this day?
I think every country at that time, and I think even today, was extremely racist. Every country. And obviously slavery was present in about half of this country. And was not present in the North. There was racism for sure, but I think we want to look to the future rather than the past, and instead of engaging in constant rehashing of the past, because in fact, if you look at history, if you study history broadly, everyone was a slave. Everyone.
Yes. Well, not everyone was a slave.
No, everyone was a slave.
Okay, but
we are all descended from slaves.
Yeah. Well,
all of us.
Yeah.
It's just a question of when. Was it more recent or less recent? That's it.
Right.
But what future do we want? Is this something we want to make a part of our constant dialogue forever, or do we want to say, like, let's just move on and treat everyone, according to just who they are as an individual?
I agree with you with that. That's the ideal. But what the evidence shows is that that's not what's actually in practice.
I think we're doing better than anywhere else.
That's true. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean a lot to a whole lot of people who aren't able to take advantage of the opportunities that you were able to take advantage of, simply because the color of your skin.
What advantages did my color of my skin give me?
Well, there's an ease that you have in society that many people of color don't. You were able to come to this country voluntarily. There are many people who were not able to come to the country voluntarily. There are people who came here as
very difficult
slaves.
for me to come here.
And there is a legacy of slavery that still continues on. There's a legacy of racism that still continues on in this country. That's undeniable.
Well, if we keep talking about it nonstop, it will never go away. If we keep making that the central thing, it will never go away.
Why do you believe that?
I think I'm just making a simple statement of fact. So I think we want to get away from making everything a race or a gender or whatever issue, and just treat people like individuals.
Do you have any desire to understand what many people of color and even trans people, how they feel about this country and how they're treated in this country? If they say and they believe that they are treated a certain way in this country, why don't you believe them?
You cannot have a situation where someone is a self-described victim, and they just get to be that because that's how they feel.
I think that does happen in some cases, but not all cases. And I think that not understanding the history of the country, I think, is a real shame. Look,
We should understand the history of the country and other countries.
I've had incredible opportunities as a person of color.
Right.
But I've also
You're doing very well.
But I've also been discriminated against, and I know that I have. And I know that that's real. And for someone to say that that isn't happening, I should just move forward and not think about that and ignore the past is insulting.
I'm not saying it. Don, you keep putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying it's
I didn't say that you said it.
I'm saying that we want to. We as a country should move beyond questions of race and gender, and we should treat people like individuals and base our opinions on them on the, their character and their skills.
I don't think that anyone will disagree with that.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is that that's not happening and is not equal for everyone. That those opportunities don't happen for everyone. And I am a living example that they don't. I know that they don't because I live it.
You've been incredibly successful.
I have been,
And
in spite of it all. But I know what I know. I've experienced what I've experienced. You haven't done that. And I cannot, I don't know what it's like to be from South Africa. I don't know what it's like to be a white man. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to be a Latino person. I don't know that. So I wouldn't speak for them and just say, you need to move on. That's not for me to say. I believe that it would be great if the country could live up to that ideal. You think that everyone has the same opportunities in America, regardless of their background and ethnicity. Do you agree?
No, I don't think everyone has the same opportunities.
Okay. So when you talk about, let's talk about trans rights. When you decided to talk about the trans rights movement, you said that it was a woke mind virus. Why do you believe the trans rights movement is a woke mind virus? What do you mean by woke mind virus?
Woke mind virus is when you stop caring about people's skills and their integrity, and you start focusing instead on gender and race and other things that are different from that. I think the woke mind virus is fundamentally racist, fundamentally sexist, and fundamentally evil.
Okay.
And we've got a little bit more time, so
yeah.
you choose your question.
Okay, so okay, thank you for that. But I would appreciate you answering these. I think it's important that we're doing this. I think it's important to the world to hear this, especially what's going on in our country. The reason I ask you, listen, there are a whole lot of things that people maybe have questions about when it comes to transgender people. Even people who are part of the LGBTQ plus community have questions about that. But if you are a free speech absolutist, right? And that is part of the First Amendment. Also, the freedom of expression falls under that First Amendment as well. So why can't people choose to identify with the gender that they feel comfortable with, or use a pronoun? Isn't that part of freedom of expression?
I guess no. They can ask others to do whatever they feel. They can ask others to do anything. It's a different question whether they mandate that others do that thing.
Okay. Let's talk more about free speech and for advertisers, right? Because all this controversy, I believe, as you know, has made X less appealing to advertisers. About half of them have left the platform. You call advertisers that left X.com. You said they were oppressors. You've even gone as far as saying it publicly that they can go F themselves or go fuck themselves.
If they're going to force censorship on the company before advertising, then obviously I find that unacceptable.
You find it unacceptable. Why is that not a form of free speech? They are free to advertise where they want. They're not beholden to, they're not obligated to advertise on X.com.
Right.
So how is that not free speech?
That's, whereas the other platforms will censor on behalf of advertisers, the X platform will not.
Okay. So, but you think you don't think it's okay for them not to advertise with or have their content or their advertisement next to something that is anti-Semitic or
that is a different question. You can absolutely choose where next to which content do you want your advertising to appear. Absolutely, of course, and we have I think very good ad placement controls in this regard.
Yeah. So you said if they kill the company, it's them, but doesn't the buck stop with you? I mean, you're
John, I have to say, choose your question carefully. There's 5 minutes left.
Okay, but so
is this the question you want to ask?
The same question is you said that they are killing the company, but you're the head of the company. The buck doesn't stop with you?
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment. And I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
So I have to listen, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to get you or anything. I was just surprised that you would blame other people for killing the company. I mean, when you say the buck stops with the President of the United States, regardless of what happens, right? So why would that question upset you? You seem upset by it, are you?
I think you.
And I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing the questions, I think, is not cogent.
It's not what?
Not cogent.
Cogent.
Yes.
Go ahead.
If given a choice where an advertiser is saying you have to censor all this content on the platform, irrespective of where their advertising appears, then our answer will be look, you can choose where you want your advertising, what you want your advertising to appear next to, but you can't insist on censorship of the entire platform. And if you insist on censorship of the entire platform, even where your advertising doesn't appear, then obviously we will not want them as an advertiser.
So what would you say to advertisers who have left the platform or who are considering coming back or not coming back? What would you like to say to them?
Well, first of all, almost all of our advertisers are coming back to the platform. So it's a very short list of advertisers who are not coming back to the platform. And our advertising revenue is rising rapidly. And our subscription revenue is rising rapidly. And I feel very optimistic about the future of the X platform.
Okay. Listen, honestly, I'm not meaning to offend you. You're an intense person. Where does that intensity come from?
I was born that way. And I had a tough childhood.
You did?
So, yeah.
How so?
Right, Walter Isaacson goes into it in the book, and we only have a couple minutes left, so
all right,
too long to describe. So the 1 or 2 questions I can do, and then we'll have to call it.
Okay, again, I don't mean to upset you. Why are you just...
No, I have a whole room full of people waiting to meet with me.
Okay.
So we're just going over time.
Okay, all right, I understand that. So when you talk about, you said you were born that way. Is that, did you think that the way that you see the world has to do with your relationship with anyone, perhaps your father or someone in your family?
I think we're all affected by the people we grew up with. My aspiration is to do whatever it takes to extend consciousnness into the future. That's my goal. To make life multiplanetary as part of extending consciousness into the future.
Has And the past few years, and considering everything that's gone on, has it been difficult for you and your family life?
It's been okay.
So then how do you see your legacy, Elon? How do you see how people see you in the...
First of all, I say that if I died knowing that I did what was right, or did my best to do what was right, and even if in the history books they said I did wrong, I would still feel okay about that. I care about the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. I think we should view civilization as tenuous, as fragile. If you do study history broadly, you'll see that there's a rise and fall to civilizations. They don't always go up. So we should do everything we possibly can to preserve and extend civilization as we know it.
Yeah.
And improve it. To become more enlightened over time. And we therefore want to address civilizational risks. We want to make sure that we don't have, for example, demographic collapse, which is the case in a lot of countries, just very low growth rate. We want to obviously avoid World War III, anything that is a civilizational risk. That's what I care about, civilizational risks. How do we extend consciousness into the future such that we are able to better understand the nature of reality? Yeah. That's what I care about. That's my motivation.
I know you have to go. If you'll just give me, I'll do a rapid fire thing here. Is there anything that you would change about anything that you've done in your life, in the past or recently?
I've made many mistakes over the years. If I had a time machine, I'd go back and fix them, but I don't have a time machine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So that's it. And as Elon would say, you be the judge. Let me tell you something about this show. The conversation doesn't end just because the camera stops. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel, and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to The Don Lemon Show. The digital town square is for everyone. That is what Elon Musk declared last summer when he first invited me and my colleague Rachel Maddow to join X. He said, quote, "It would be great to have folks on the left put their shows on this platform," end quote. Now, first of all, I'm not on the left. Politically, I am fiercely independent. But putting that aside, we now know that Elon's sales pitch simply was just not genuine. Because I dare anyone, and especially him, to watch our conversation in full and tell me that our back and forth was not exactly what X is supposed to be all about. Our dialogue was tough, but it was fair, occasionally tense, but never disrespectful. We both brought facts to the table to back up our arguments. And I didn't press Elon on anything that he hadn't previously spoken about in public. The interview was precisely what Elon has long claimed that he wants to make a home for on X, a free exchange of ideas. We dug into serious issues, the nuances of the Electoral College, the future of automotives, the complexities of DEI, even our own personal battles with depression. Did he really expect for me to simply lavish him with praise for an hour? If so, he could have sat down with Megyn Kelly or Tucker Carlson. But no, he opted to sit down with me, an independent journalist, to have a real conversation. I'm glad he did it. And if he chooses to watch the whole interview, he'll come to appreciate just how valuable our discussion was. In fact, I hope every conversation that we have on this show is an open forum just like that. You can't have a public town square where its owner controls the microphone and the volume. Now, my next guest is the best person in the business to discuss all things tech, and yes, Elon Musk, the legendary journalist, Kara Swisher.
Hey, Don, how you doing?
I'm great. Listen, I'm going to get into your book
What's
very
new?
shortly.
Anything new?
Not
Anything
much.
new?
Nothing,
Anything happening?
Nothing going on. Just an elephant in the room. And we're talking about the interview. So I assume that you saw it. What'd you think?
Of course, I watched the whole thing.
What'd you think?
I thought it was an excellent interview. I thought it was very fair. I think people watching it will be wondering why he threw a gasket over it. It was a very fair interview. I did understand what happened with him by watching the whole thing and watching his face, having interviewed him so many times. I think two things happened. One, he is so surrounded by people who kiss his ass all the time or lick him up and down all day, that he's not used to any pushback whatsoever anymore. He used to be, by the way. This is not a new, fresh thing for him to be pushed back on, but he doesn't like it at all anymore. That's one. Two, he's easily bored. I know it sounds crazy. I don't think you were boring. I don't think your questions were boring, but he was bored. And so he got irritated that he had to ask questions or play word games with you. He did a lot of those, by the way.
Well, can I ask you? I'm sorry, I want you to get everything in. I'm just wondering.
Let me just finish. And then he got irritated that he had to pay you. He doesn't like media. And so he got he's like, why am I paying this guy for this bullshit? Like, he didn't like your questions because they weren't sycophantic, and they weren't also, he likes a little bit of a fight, and you were being very fair, unusually fair. He doesn't deserve the fairness you gave him in a lot of ways.
You don't think so? Why do you say that?
Amused. Well, only because the stuff he was pulling out about slavery, everyone was a slave, or the studies, he tried to impugn everybody's studies, therefore making none of them cogent, right? Calling you not cogent, questions not cogent, or I have time to go. Those are all his little tricks to try to sort of put FUD into it. But he was ultimately, he was like, if you're not going to lick me up and down, I'm not interested, and you're not going to fight with me in some unfair fashion, because he likes that, he wasn't interested. That's what I saw.
All right, well, that's interesting then. I'm glad you were going here, because my strategy was to remain as calm as possible, right? So
you were.
Because I did not want people to think like, I am goading him. This is a gotcha interview.
Hector.
It was not a gotcha interview. So you think he wanted me to get in there, he wanted me to be angry, and he wanted more of a fight?
I think he either likes to be sycophantic, where everybody laughs at his dumb jokes, like ha ha ha, that which he likes, actually. I've heard this from a number of people. And he's not willing to have a real debate with real terms. He's now in a place where everything he says with people around him, he's right? I mean, it's sort of like a kingship. Where everybody laughs. It actually happens, as you know, to politicians when you're interviewing them. They start to talk in broad sentences. And so, and then if not, you've got to be interesting. Like, he doesn't want fair. He wants either a fight, or he wants he wanted you to lick him up and down. So
well,
I'm glad you didn't.
I want to play this soundbite, what he said to me when I asked him about answering questions and about moderation.
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So, Carol, you heard him. He said, I don't have to answer questions from any reporters, Don. The only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the platform, you're on the X platform, and you asked me. Otherwise, I would not do this interview. You're right. He's not used to answering to people.
He doesn't want to. He used to want to, and he doesn't now. He doesn't want to. And by the way, he was just showing you his power right then. He was just saying, I don't have to talk to you. And I think what happens, listen, this happened to me. Jeff Bezos used to call me on a regular basis. So did Elon. They don't need to anymore, right? So that was in their self-interest to do so, because at the time that Jeff called me a lot, he was building a company, and talking to a Wall Street Journal reporter was important for him. Then he didn't need to do it. He found he didn't like it. And so he was trying to flex on you right there, which I think you resisted saying anything. I would have said, is that a flex? Do you really need to do that? Because it was so childish and petulant. And at the same time, I don't have to put up with this shit. I don't need to be here. I'm very important. That was what that was saying, which is only an insecure person would do that, by the way.
Right on. You talk about, we call them tech bros, right, or all of these tech giants. They claim to not really love the media, as you have said, and as he said, I don't really like the media, I don't really trust the media, but they certainly love being in the media. If the media is so irrelevant, why is he so obsessed with it? And for someone who says he doesn't really care what people say and write about him, he certainly cares what people say and write about him.
Yes, that's true. Well, welcome to Donald Trump, right? That's the guy who's been looking on the outside, looking in for all years. And so it's the one thing he can't control, right? He really can't control what you think about him. And so the insecurity runs so deep that they have to really They love to hate the media. It's part of their thing. If they didn't care about it, they wouldn't pay attention to it, and it wouldn't matter. But they want their own media. That's really what's going on. They want to create their own.
In your book,
organs.
you said you'd never know it though from listening to the thin-skinned techies, too many of whom have resisted any legitimate criticism while also becoming weirdly media obsessed. They can't stop talking about how much they think the press is irrelevant and have tried to do an end run around journalists once the tongue baths they regularly got and sometimes still do ceased. And that's from your new book, Burn Book.
Yes, that's exactly right. It's a really interesting trend. It's, I'll take it to another topic. When they all left San Francisco, by the way, they're all back. Many of them are back because of AI, it being a big industry there now. They had to keep insulting San Francisco after they left. They had to tell you why it was terrible, why it was failed, why they left, even though they had made their fortunes there. And San Francisco and California provided them the environment in order to do. You couldn't have done it anywhere else, right? And instead, they tried to kick it on the way out and then kept talking about it. And at one point, I called one of them who just would incessantly tweet about San Francisco. And I said, your girlfriend broke up with you. You need to stop talking about her because she could give a fuck about you, And it's weird. And it's weird. You're sort of like, well, if you don't like the media, don't read the media. Like, I don't know what to say. And by the way, we're not a very good business anymore. So what do you care? Like, what is the... But it's this deep insecurity of having to have everybody love them, even if there's mild criticism. And let me just tell you, you were scrupulously fair, and I wouldn't have nearly. If he had said that interview thing to me right then, I would have said, "Then get up and fucking get out of here. Fine, you don't want to be here, you can leave. Like, there's the door of your door. Like, I don't think I would. He did that to me in an interview. He said I could leave anytime, and I said, go ahead. It's your feet. You can walk it any way you want. So.
Listen, you can do that. I can't, for obvious reasons, as you know, because
I know. That's why I
would
said
become angry black man.
Fair to him.
I would become angry black man.
Yes.
Don't you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So listen.
I would agree. You couldn't do it. But I'm saying that that's why I said you gave him every benefit of the doubt and were very fair. So his reaction is just bizarre as far as I'm concerned.
I asked him why he decided to have me on the platform, and he said he wanted to have a wide variety of voices. And this is what he said, first mentioning Tucker Carlson.
We want to make sure that there are a wide variety of viewpoints, that it's, we always have, for example, Tucker Carlson, who most people will view as being on the right. That's quite a prominent name on the right. We want to have prominent names on the left as well to provide different points of view.
Well, what are your thoughts on that now?
I don't think he wants a wide variety of viewpoints.
So then why did he ask me to be on the platform then?
I think he was forced into it. I think he just thinks he does. It's sort of, remember that the thing they say about people in Hollywood when you're talking to them, hello, he lied? Well, hello, he lied in this case. He thinks he wants free speech the way he wants it, but not the way as you spin it out, it is. So he doesn't really want you on that. He wants anything that causes attention-seeking, controversy, rancor, dislike, anything that causes a fight. And I think that's what he wants. I don't think he doesn't want to hear your point of view. He wasn't listening to any of your points of view, by the way. If I listened very carefully and every time you were making a point, he was ignoring you. He was like, whatever, looking away. And so he's not interested in other people. He's interested in his point of view and what you think about his point of view. It's sort of me, and what do you think about me?
So here, what I think, in the streaming space, and especially in radio, as you know, and podcasts, the right and even some, people who dabble in conspiracy theories, they do quite well in these spaces. And I think that, but I think people in these spaces, if they really want, they always say, we want to hear the other side. Wouldn't it be great if, as he said, if Don Lemon and others would come on? But then they don't really want to hear it. And when they do, they become offended by it, I think because they're so used to living in their own echo chamber and hearing the crap that people say, where they are just fact averse. If you present them with facts, they're like, no, that's a liberal, lefty, woke talking point, when it is actually the truth and a fact.
I think it was a problem with the left for a long time. I don't think they ignored it. I think they just didn't know it, right? They didn't go out of their way to learn it, to learn people's dissatisfaction. I used to spend a lot of time traveling to Kentucky and other places. I heard dissatisfaction. I just didn't always agree with them on the reasons for their situation, right? And so I think it goes a long way when you actually listen to people and say, okay, I hear what you're saying. And I hear why you feel that way. I once went to, I think it was Tennessee. You know, they're trying to do all kinds of tech things in rural areas, which I thought was never going to happen. And I went there, and I listened to them, and they're like, "We're going to create Silicon Holler," and I'm like, "You're not. Nobody's coming here. They're not. It's actually cheaper to go to India or AI or anything else. But you're not getting any of this because you're not trained enough. That's just a simple facts. And you're being sold a bill of goods by these people that say they're going to return manufacturing or return coal mining." And they appreciated that, actually, because I was like, I'm sorry, it's not, and let me tell you why it's going to happen. But in the act of listening to someone, I think it goes a long way, right? It goes a long way to say, I hear what you're saying. And I think that's what the left had done for far too long, or the progressives, or however you want to characterize. I don't think it's the left. I don't consider myself left. I consider myself pretty center or center left, I guess. If you have to do that, I think I actually am surprising in a lot of ways. At the same time, what's happened to the right is they've accompanied it with fact-free things. Like if you they just want to debate facts, and so if you're in a post-fact society, which I think the internet has allowed people to be, you initially had an information desert for people, and now you have an information flood. And flooding the zone with facts and non-facts makes it all the same soup. And that's what Elon was doing to you last night with those studies. I was like, come on.
Well, the interesting thing is I find when they talk about studies, it's usually some study from a group that has an agenda that will be like, doctors against wokeness. And then they'll rely on that, which, is not a fair thing. And then it gets spread in the right-wing echo chamber, ecosystem, and then it becomes fact to them. Let's talk about the former president.
Let me just note, someone you should interview, Steve Bannon, talks about this a lot. I listen to Steve Bannon. I don't like what he has to say, but you have to listen to him talking about the up and down of the ecosystem. He's the one that has perfected this flood the zone and flood it. Listen to him. He discusses it because he's proud of it. And, that's the way to do it if you really want to create a truly ignorant society, because they're frequently wrong, but never in doubt. That's what you're creating, people like that.
Well, speaking of that, in that vein, Steve Bannon, let's talk about Donald Trump, because Elon Musk insisted to me that he is not going to give a single dollar to the Trump campaign. Roll soundbite. You recently met with Donald Trump in Florida. What did you guys talk about?
I was at a dinner. I was not dinner. I was at a breakfast at a friend's place, and Donald Trump came by. That's it.
So you didn't go there to meet him?
No, I went to a friend of mine's house, and it said Donald Trump's coming by for breakfast. Is that, just so you know, like, okay, fine.
What did you discuss?
I don't. Let's just say he did most of the talking.
What did he say?
The normal things he says. There was nothing particularly groundbreaking or new, but he. President Trump likes to talk, and so he talked. I don't recall him saying anything that he hasn't said publicly, and that was it. It was just a breakfast.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Did he ask you for a donation?
No.
Are you going to loan him money to help pay his bills?
No.
Not at all. Pay his legal bills?
I'm not paying his legal bills in any way, shape, or form.
And he did not ask you for money?
And he did not ask me for money.
So what do you think of that? I know you think I should have followed up on who was at the breakfast.
I do.
What did you think of that?
I texted you.
Do you believe him that he's not going to give money?
No. I don't know. He doesn't love giving money to politicians. He's not a Peter Thiel character in that regard. So I don't know. I think he could direct. He really has an antipathy more than he doesn't like Trump. He's told me that dozens of times. I mean, I hate Trump. I've gotten out of his mouth, before when he was joining different groups at the beginning of the Trump administration. I can't stand him. He's terrible. We're going to stop him. The anti-gay and lesbian stuff he wanted to push back on at the time, not anymore. And so I don't think he has a love of Trump. I think he has a love of not being in trouble in a Biden administration. I think he's got a lot more problems if Biden wins. He also has a great antipathy towards Biden because of that he didn't get invited to the EV summit that Biden had. That infuriated him. Like, he told me, he was infuriated by that and angry and upset. And it went back. I sort of thought, this is going back. This is not about Biden. This is about dad or mom or whoever. Something happened in your youth that you don't like.
Well, that or I have, the best EV and the biggest car company, and and
he
so
does.
That was ego.
He does.
I think, yeah.
Yes,
well.
it's fine. He does. I was like, what do you care? You won. Like, I don't care. So I think one of the things the reason I pushed back on you is because I don't believe that was. I think it was all calculated. Trump was to meet him, and I do think Trump also overtalked him, which probably drove Elon crazy. Like Trump tends to go on.
Well, he said
so
the former president loves to talk a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a piece of truth right there. But I think it was planned. I think they're trying to get money from him. He may do it through a PAC. He's not particularly philanthropic or politically active. Twitter is his political activation. So I don't imagine. I think he probably will do a PAC of some sort that you're not going to see and you'll never know.
What about an endorsement?
Otherwise, he might at the end. I think ultimately, I have to say, he really didn't like Trump at the time. And I think there's a piece of him that's like, this guy, I just need him, that's all. And so I think it's very hard for him to say, vote. He's saying vote Republican, right? So that's his endorsement.
He said
it yesterday.
I'm leaning away from Biden. But I want to ask you now
He's
about...
never voting for Biden.
Yeah.
He's never voting for Biden.
Let's talk about the whole drug use thing, because that's getting a lot of play. People are interested in the ketamine. And let me just say that drug therapy, right? Your personal therapist or whatever, that's not my business. But he put it out there, and that's why I asked him about it. And he is a very consequential person. So he talked about ketamine use, and he says he's using it under a doctor's care because of depression that he said, in the interview. Now,
he has sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
That was interesting, the way he phrased that. Did you find that interesting? Every now and then I get sad, kind of thing. It was sort of this interesting.
I found it interesting.
My brain
but
chemistry goes off.
I did find myself, and it's going to sound odd, but I did find myself at times feeling empathy for him, because I thought he's a very smart man, but he's emotionally immature. He's not emotionally mature. And also, if he is suffering from depression, I can certainly understand that. I have suffered from depression. I have tried drug therapy with my therapist. I've never heard of a doctor giving you a prescription for ketamine. That's, I don't know how that works. But this is under a doctor's care, guided, and that sort of thing. And then you talk about your feelings with that drug that's supposed to be mind expanding. Let's play the soundbite, and then we'll talk. Here it is.
Yeah, obviously, I'm not a doctor, but I would say if someone has depression issues, they should consider talking to their doctor about ketamine instead of SSRIs.
Listen, I think that ketamine and drug therapy is increasingly becoming more in the mainstream.
Yeah.
Do you think you're doing it under a doctor's care, right?
Yeah. Literally a prescription from a real doctor, not like,
Yeah. But do you feel like you ever abuse it?
I don't think so.
Why do you think it touched him off when he has spoken so publicly about this before?
Because he thinks you're talking about, look, Elon's a well-known partier. Let's just be honest. They all are. I think he thought you were talking about that. I think he's
what the Wall Street Journal has written about the concerns about alleged drug use beyond prescription drugs. Go on, yeah.
Literally, he should not do any. It's well known. It's well known, and so whatever. I don't care. Like, honestly, if this guy wants to party, he should party. He's a rich guy. He can do whatever he wants, right?
Because
in that way.
In your book, you point out a number of different tech CEOs.
I think that's what he was conflating.
I'm going where you're going, I think. You point out a number of different tech CEOs who have actually, abused drugs and widespread drug use in the tech space these days. Is there widespread drug use in the tech space these days?
They've always been. I have been to so many lunches where they want me to take either psilocybin or ayahuasca or ketamine with them. They're all on ketamine. They're all using it. And it's fine. Like, again, if it's legal, it's perfectly fine. Let's be clear. I'm from San Francisco. I get it. Goes back to Steve Jobs talked about using LSD and how it expanded his mind. A lot. It's just been part of the psyche of tech for a long time. And now, I did a great interview with Tim Ferriss, who's been giving funding towards it, with Joe Green. It's a big part of the tech scene. And so it's not an overwhelming part of the tech scene, but a lot of them move into abuse. They do. And I don't know. I can't decide which ones are abusing it versus not, but I think he's absolutely right that the use of ketamine, and Scott Galloway just talked about it on our show today, about his ketamine therapy he just did in Austin. It can be very helpful for people with trauma, PTSD, and there's all kinds of
Members of the
experiments
military
going on.
who've been in war have
I-
tried it and it helps them. Yeah.
I have talked about it for years, including with Michael Pollan. I think it's absolutely, especially with SSRIs, which he was talking about, a possibly great way to deal with trauma. I think the issue with those stories in the journal, and I think they were excellent reporting from what I have heard, and I have not done the reporting they did, was that not so much that it was the drug use, it's the abuse was one of the issues, but more to the point was the second set of stories, which is why is the board allowing him, because he has national security credentials, there's all kinds of
I asked him about
concerns.
that.
He was very annoyed by that, because I think he's worried about that.
Yeah, he said he wasn't worried
got
about a second Biden administration and his national security clearance being revoked.
They have to look into it. That may not happen, but he's got to be worried that it gets looked into. That's the job of the government to look into that stuff.
Can I
by the
ask you
way.
something, Kara?
Yeah.
You said that it's well known, you've never seen him personally abuse drugs, have you?
I don't do drugs, so no.
Okay.
Not with them in the
All right.
parties.
I was just
space.
asking.
I don't socialize with these people at all. I don't. He's talked about weed. They all. I don't
Hey,
ask.
look,
This is not my business.
I've smoked
It's not-
pot.
But
I
let me
mean,
just tell you, the one thing the Wall
yeah.
Street Journal. I don't either do that, but I don't care. I don't care what you do, as long as it's your business. If you don't hurt people, that's pretty much my rule. But in the Wall Street Journal articles, the key part of those stories were the board, which parties with him, and also the money they're making. I think more to the point, it's sort of like letting the money they're making is so far beyond what most board members make. That means they have no ability to separate themselves from him and their interests, and therefore cannot be good board members. That was the crux of those stories, I thought.
Interesting. Well, let me tell you, as someone who used to smoke pot, I don't like to anymore because it makes me paranoid. I'm telling you, mushrooms are a much better drug. So.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Whenever I do them, you should. I'm never doing them.
Let's
Okay.
talk about now some of the things we talked about: truth and moderation and conspiracy theories on the site. The Great Replacement Theory. All right. So we got into it over the Great Replacement Theory, which Elon denies that he subscribes to. Do you believe that the claim that he doesn't subscribe to it because he posts about it frequently?
He does. Is someone who doesn't subscribe to it, he seems very interested in one side of that equation, rather significantly. I look at what he tweets, and he's at the very least, he's promoting it, for sure. And he's not promoting I haven't seen him promote the other side, which is this is nonsense. If he's very interested in a real debate, which he isn't, he would promote both sides. Now, a good example was when Mark Cuban went on there, Godspeed for him, I can't believe he did it, and tried to make a good argument for DEI, right? And he said, here's my experience, and then he had very detailed and interesting observations from his own experience as a manager and an entrepreneur. And he was making the case for DEI. You know what Elon's response was? It wasn't like, okay, interesting, this is interesting to hear that, what about this? Instead, his response was, you're a moron.
Yeah.
That's not someone interested in debate. That is someone interested in one side. So
I should not have been surprised by his response then. I want to play the sound bite.
I would have asked that. That's what I would have asked, actually, right after he said that. Say, why don't you promote the other side if you're interested in debate? So, just saying.
Let's listen to more of what he had to say about the Great Replacement Theory.
Can we talk about the Great Replacement Theory now? Some of the things that you post, the Great Replacement Theory, you claim that Democrats, President Biden's immigration plan to open up the border, you said that the president is getting, and Democrats are doing it to get more votes. But undocumented immigrants cannot vote in federal elections, so how is that possible?
Right. Well, you're conflating two things. One is Great Replacement Theory. The other is, which I don't subscribe to that. I'm simply saying that there is an incentive here. If legal immigrants, which I think have a very strong bias to, at least everything I've read, it's a very strong bias to vote Democrat.
Okay.
Kara, my question is, do you think Elon is racist?
I hate to say I don't know what's in his heart, but he certainly has a record of tweeting things publicly that are problematic and promoting them, especially, and the stuff that's going on in the name of free speech on Twitter seems to favor white supremacists. He seems to favor them. He seems to tweet them more often or affiliate with them or agree with them or say, read this, interesting. That it's sort of it's a weird way. And so I
Wink,
don't
wink,
see him
nod,
doing the
nod.
opposite. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Yeah. And so I don't see the other stuff being promoted. Like, okay, I put this guy up. Now if he's really interested in real debate, by the way, I don't think you should ever debate a white supremacist. They're heinous and that's it. But if he wants to go that far with his free speech absolutism, which I think is not absolute in any way, he would be promoting all kinds of points of view. So his grandfather was quite like a professional racist, as far as I can see from reading about him. I don't look, I had grandparents that had some issues, not like that, but certainly had, I would say, racist remarks. I've heard them from my own people in my own family, much older. And I get that. It was a different time. They were not educated. They were ignorant, I think, in many ways. But I don't blame Elon for his grandfather either, by the way. But boy, go out and read about this guy because he's quite something. But so I don't attribute that to him, but I think he tends to promote more racist stuff.
Well,
And also anti-trans stuff, anti-gay stuff. Everything he does is sort of on one side of the equation, and I would love to see him promote other things. That would be great.
well, that was you kind of got to the point I was making about his DEI tweets or posts as it relates to the woman pilot from the Alaska airline.
Oh.
And I was wondering, why didn't he say, well, this plane was safely landed without incident by a female or woman
can't.
pilot who
wouldn't do it.
was so calm and cool under pressure? Doesn't that show you that women pilots are just as, smart and skilled as male pilots?
Yeah.
But
No, because he can't do that, because what he wants to get through that people of color and women are getting breaks when he has no proof of that. And secondly, instead of saying that, what he did there was really interesting. He was like, it was sort of the Tucker Carlson just asking questions. Well, we don't want standards to be lowered if they were. And so but they aren't. So why are we arguing this? It's like, when did you last beat your wife, right? When did you, it's that famous court questions.
Yeah.
When did you stop beating your wife? And that's what that was. And so instead of saying, there's absolutely no proof of this, I just am interested in standards. I have to tell you, having covered the tech industry, and I think I talk about this in my book actually, where Twitter, I did a story about Twitter having 10 white men on its board, and I was like, you simply can't, and Twitter was diverse as a user base. How did it come to be 10 white men of the same type? And my lead was on this board of Twitter, which has 3 Peters and a Dick. There are no women and people of color. Like, how did that happen? I thought that was a great lead, and I edited it myself, and I wrote it, and it was all good. I think the CEO called me and said, funny penis joke in your lead there, Kara, but, we have standards, and it's only used when it comes to women and people of color, right? That's only, and I was like, well, how is it that you had standards when this group of 10 white men have been driving this company into a wall for a decade now?
And no one ever says anything.
I was like, where were your standards at? Failing up. And
Failing
so
up.
I was like, but that's what he was doing. He was doing I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we don't want it to happen.
Yeah.
But
But
what
it's not
happened to all
happening.
those men?
Yeah, what
But
happened
no,
to-
who crashed all those planes over the past 50 years? White guys, right?
Yeah.
We're not blaming them. It wasn't because they're white guys that they crashed the planes. There's all kinds of different reasons. But if you really want to do the statistics, more white men crash planes than anyone in history. Right?
Exactly. It reminds me of when I
And it's not because they're white, by the way.
That reminds me of when I
Whatever.
went on my interview and I worked in Chicago, eventually went to work in Chicago, and I was about to get ready to go to my interview in the morning. I was watching their morning show, and their anchor was Dick Johnson, and the weather guy was Pete Sack. So, so I gotta ask you this, though, because you brought it up, and I want to ask you. And people have been asking me what I meant by when I said he did not like answering questions or being held to account from people like me. And so some people took it to mean a racial thing. I meant someone
black guy.
who has a different worldview. But since people raised it and you said what you said, do you think that he was uncomfortable? I didn't want to go there. Do you think he was uncomfortable sitting in front of a gay black guy?
Probably more gay than black, I would think. I hate to say that, but I don't know. I don't know.
I mean,
I think he
having
didn't
answer questions from.
I don't think he likes control beyond himself, and
Okay.
so it doesn't matter who's exerting it. I don't think he much likes Joe Biden either, right? A white guy, right?
Yeah.
So I think he doesn't like anybody in a position of control of him, because I think he probably had a youth. Now, again, not an excuse. Everyone's like, oh, he talked about it very briefly. I had a hard youth. Guess what? I had a hard youth too. So I'm sorry to tell you, everyone has a hard.
I did
like
too.
many people, not everybody.
Yeah.
You know, I don't sit around. And one of the things that I think you did really well there, which could even be stressed more, was he was talking about we have to get over it. Like, we did get over it. He goes, well, you're successful. He threw that in. Did you hear him say
Yeah,
that to
of
you?
course,
Well,
yeah.
you overcame it. Like, why do we have to overcome it?
Right.
Like, why is this a tax? Why do I have a tax because I'm gay? Why do I have a tax because I'm a woman? Like, we have to, we do overcome it, but why in the world do we have to? Like, why isn't it? It would be really nice if we were all judged on our character and our results, but that's just not the case. It's
Yeah.
just simply, and then we don't want to whine about it, because we don't whine about it. What we want to say is, just notice some people are starting from third base and some people are starting from home.
Right.
And that's the way it goes.
What's the point about the pilots, right? I mean, more, as you said,
Right.
white guys have crashed planes. And also, it's just it's as simple as this. Empathy. About having empathy for other people. Like, you know, I would say, okay, great, you know, you've had all these things, you've had all of these opportunities, I think I said an ease in society that the way many people don't, meaning people of
doesn't
color
see
and
it.
women, he doesn't see that. But yet here I am, this person who's an African American, who is a descendant of a slave, found some way to empathize in that interview with Elon Musk by relating to him on depression, or, you know, possibly, you know, him being vulnerable in some sense of his emotional maturity or some sort of mental health issue.
People will be surprised, but I'm often sad when I was sad after that interview, I have to say, for
Why?
him. Just such a brilliant guy. I've spent a lot of time with him. So many interesting things he's doing around the cars, around space. Even that stupid tunnel thing is interesting, right? So
It's
many
amazing.
good ideas. And
Yeah.
one of the reasons I was attracted to him when I was covering a lot of people, talking to him, is because it was inspirational. Some of it was, even though I was like, oh, yet another egomaniac tech guy. Listen, he was just like everybody else in that regard, aggressive, arrogant, etc. But he was handling big ideas, and that was great. That was really great. And so when you see him indulge in just, you know, random weirdnesses, you're sort of like, what a waste of a great mind. And I don't mean he's the greatest mind, because these people think they're geniuses and can't be touched. I often called him Jesus to his face, like, listen, Jesus, like, but he was, you know, what a potential. And listen, he's done a lot. He's done a lot of things. And right now, he died, there would be a plus with the cars and everything else. But boy, why tarnish this? For what? For what precisely?
Is there any? You said you found yourself feeling sorry for him, but listen, I think people will say, oh, I know how Kara Swisher feels about Elon Musk. I know. Was there anything positive in there in the interview? And I don't mean from me, but I mean about him. I thought some of his answers were good. I think he actually came off in the interview better than he felt in the room. I don't think it was as terrible as he felt.
He's very charming.
Right?
He's very charming. Yeah. I think he seemed cogent. Speaking of cogent, he seemed cogent, and I think his argument skills have declined rather precipitously. Like, he doesn't have a really good argument for things anymore. He used to be sharper in that regard.
So no positives?
Positives. Let me think. For him in that interview, I think you gave him time to explain himself. I think that was a good thing, so
That was
people
part of
can
my
see it. I think
strategy.
in these little tweets that he does, he's a cartoon, and so you got to see a little bit more. I can't say it was positive for him in that regard, because his arguments are so thin now.
Can I just say
don't think he
something on
made
that
his
before
case.
we
I
get
don't
too
think he
far
made
away
his
from
case.
what
Yeah.
you just said?
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
part of the strategy, is to let him talk, to explain himself, to get to understand him, right? And
Right,
but
yeah.
but people who are, you know, people who don't have a keen eye, and who thought that I had an agenda. My agenda was to let him speak.
No.
It wasn't. They said, "Oh, you're
Yeah.
interrogating him, and how dare you?" You ask people the same question different ways because you really want to get at exactly
You really did.
what they feel and what they're saying. And
Yeah,
that's why he
went at him a
circled
couple
around
times.
and he came back to, he didn't get back to the ketamine. He got to the real good answer on the ketamine question once I came back to it, or he came back to it and he said, you know, Don, the reason I did that is because I suffer from depression and I think that people on SSRIs, and I was like, that is a great answer. Thank you very much.
Well, you got
and
him,
then we moved on.
Yeah, you got him to be reflective. I think one of the problems with not just Elon, but a lot of these people is, I always joke, it's a miracle they can see themselves in mirrors in Silicon Valley because they're so non-reflective, like they're vampires. And so to get him to be reflective is very hard. And that was a moment like, okay, just answer the fucking question you're doing because people shouldn't be taking opiates. Thank you.
Yeah.
Which seems obvious.
But I think
it's a no shit Sherlock moment.
I really do think he got to, share of himself. Listen, I want to get to your book, but really all of this that we've been talking about is about Burn Book.
Sure.
I mean, you write about this in Burn Book, right?
He's a main character in it, or a critical character. And by the way, let me just say, it was an opportunity missed for him to do, because by the end he was irritated. That was clear. Like, he was like, let me get out of here. This is a waste. I can see him going, my time is the most valuable thing on earth, and this is a waste of my time, my precious life, because I'm preciouser than everybody else. And it was a real opportunity for him to make a case around things that mattered to him, including cars, including rockets. And he's not, unfortunately, he's not going to ever talk about the great things anymore because he's indulged himself on the stupid things. He goes off to, and he's like, why are you asking me about, anti-trans stuff? Well, because you're friggin' tweeting really anti-trans stuff. So we have to ask you. And why don't you ask me about the rockets? Well, if you'd stop talking about immigrants and bloodbaths, maybe we could. And so that was the opportunity missed for him in this interview. That to me was and there was no way around it. And then he got irritated and impatient with you, which I thought was stupid on his part. But he can't help himself in that regard.
Why do you say that?
Because his time is more important than yours, Don. That's why. His time is precious because he's saving humanity and you're not. So.
Why did you think it was stupid?
Which he said to me before. For him to do that, because there is a really, one time we did an interview and he said to me, if Tesla doesn't survive, humanity is doomed. And I was like, okay, sure. I think he's contributory in a really positive way from a lot of perspectives, and it has indulged himself badly to not be part of the solution. He's not part of the solution anymore. He's part of the thing. And I think in a big, long interview like that, if he just took a fucking second, you could have done when he got irritated by you, it was over, that interview, as far as I could tell. And that's too bad. That's too bad.
Your book is fantastic. I do have to say that. And you've known him for a long time, and many other of the folks here. And listen, I know that you pushed the deadline for your book back like a couple of years. I just dealt with that in the book that I'm writing. Well, mine wasn't laziness, but I had I got let go from a job. You may have heard a whole lot happen over. But okay, but so
I gotta say, I've never seen someone getting fired so creatively as you. But I gotta say, I know you weren't fired, but whatever.
But my whole point of
everyone's
this,
like that Don Lemon. That Don Lemon wins when he gets fired.
The whole point of the book is you really I shouldn't say expose these guys, but you bring light to who they are and what they are. And I'm wondering, in the book, did you watch the change in him? Because was he at some point a little bit more libertarian, maybe more liberal, and now he seems to be going to the far right? Did you see that change happening?
I had no idea of his politics. I knew a lot of people's. I mean, like Mark Andreessen was clearly moving in. I call it libertarian light because I don't think any of them understand what it means to be libertarian. I don't think they're very well educated or well versed in things. He happens to be a bigger reader, very steeped in science fiction and video games. He talked a little bit about video game playing in your interview. He's very video game centric and simulation and things like that. He had always been much more interesting from a Steve Jobs was the most erudite person among those people, who was well read and had read a lot. And
he was a real
widely.
Brilliant mind, right?
Oh yeah, but not just that. I don't think he's necessarily any more brilliant than Elon Musk. He just took some time to learn about a lot of things, which I think you have to be curious to be a smart person truly in this world. And I think Elon's just representational of a lot of people who think they know everything without doing the actual work it takes to know everything. And so as you get wealthier, you get a pass on everything, right? You get a pass on everything because everyone is being paid for by you, and therefore they're going to agree with you. And I don't think you work as hard you don't work as hard as at learning because you don't have to. You can shortcut everything. And so I think he represents a lot of people in Silicon Valley that either don't do the work that it takes to really be wise, or don't have the experience. And so in Elon's case, I didn't know his politics. I knew he had voted for Obama. I knew he loved Obama. I think he voted for Hillary Clinton is what he told me. I think he's talked about that publicly. And so I wouldn't say he was liberal, but I have to say he was a big supporter of gay and lesbian issues in our discussions, unless he was lying to me. He was, I would say, live and let live, I guess, would be the, that kind of thing, or let's just focus on business. He definitely didn't like regulations, for sure, but that's all of them. So it was sort of this sort of tolerant, socially tolerant, let's let the business people and techies take care of the rest kind of personality, which is very common in Silicon Valley. Now they've become radicalized. Now they're obsessed with everything and think they're experts in, like, VCs talking about Ukraine. I literally want to just
Okay, so let me ask you about this. You talk in this book about the sense of victimhood amongst many of the tech moguls.
Grievance. Yeah.
What? Why?
Well, Don, the richest people in the world, many of whom are white and straight, are really the victims in this society. They really are. I don't know if you know that, but they are. No, it's just ridiculous. It's an astonishing thing to watch people who have every advantage talk about how bad. Like, what I think has happened is, for years, people of color or women or whoever have never spoken up, and now they are, and they've been like, okay, fine, I was bad, now let's move on. Like, that move on is their favorite word. But maybe we don't want to move on for a second. Maybe we want to let you have a little bit of maybe we want some Schadenfreude. I think they just can't tolerate facing what has happened. And it's not that we want to make them like, you bad person. It's that let's take a minute and think about it, right? And they don't want it. These people by nature don't want to reflect, as I said, and so they become a grievance. Everything's a grievance. Every media is biased and leftist. Every one who is interested in climate change is a whiner, is a this, and all they can do is hit, because that's all they know how to do. That's all they've done their whole lives, and so they don't want to solve. They don't want to give any of their giant piles of money up ever. They think, I'll never forget one of people, it wasn't Elon, but it was I can't remember which one it was, where I said, you're going to we was talking about income inequality, and they were talking about if you only worked hard enough, you'd get rich. I was like, I think you started, I enjoyed your Harvard experience, and by the way, you grew up rich, and by the way, you had, very slavish parents who, like, helped you all along the way. And they were just going on and on about income inequality. You have to just make it. If you just pull yourself, it's sort of the Martin Luther King thing. They're ignoring that you don't have bootstraps, so you really can't pull yourself up.
If you don't have boots either, that's a little bit harder.
Boots either. That's exactly right. And I'm not talking. Listen, I get it. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I really do believe in hard work and fortitude, but I've been advantaged. I'm also aware of my advantage. And one of the things someone said to me, we were talking about income inequality, and I said, you know what? If you don't do something about income inequality, you either got to fix income inequality or you're going to need to armor plate your Tesla. That's really the choice we have here, because it's going to get ugly. And I realized, as I was saying, as it was coming out of my mouth, this guy wants to armor plate his Tesla. He actually does. That's more they want to go into their bunkers. They want to have their armies. They don't want to fix the problem, which would be good for everybody. Some of them, yeah, I do. I mean, the fact that they all have bunkers and all these apocalypse plans, it's just, are going to Mars. They don't have an alternative of fixing what's on this planet right now. That's not, they've decided it's done, and there's not a fixing of it.
Well, two things before I let you go, because I know you.
Not all of them. Can I just say?
Yes.
Not all of them. There's all these amazing people involved in tech that are doing great things. So I just want to, I have to stress that. Unfortunately, the unaccountable richest ones are not the best we have to offer, I think, in many ways.
So then, with that said, what do you think the most dangerous aspect of the tech space, in the tech space right now? What's the most dangerous aspect of it?
That they're running space, they're running AI, they're running all the most important things going forward, and they're unaccountable. I don't mind that they do great things. I think accountability is critical. I think our elected officials have utterly abrogated their power, or else they're bought and paid for. So they're not regulating them. They don't have any guardrails. And I just think no matter how you slice it, even the best person without guardrails is a problem, right? I blow stop signs all the time, and I'm glad I get tickets. So I think that without accountability, with massive wealth, and it's not, Don, it's not a little wealth. This is the most massive collection of wealth on the planet. It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, $260 billion. Come on. What do you think's going to happen? Just what do you think's going to happen? Yeah. And if one of them turns out to be good, well, that would be great, but probably bad people will show up, right? And so that's my issue, is on lack of accountability and lack of government regulation.
When you talk about lack of accountability, it just brings up a point. Sorry, I lied. I want to ask you another thing. When you talk about lack of accountability, it reminded me of this whole idea about free speech, right? And then during the interview, when I asked Elon Musk about hate speech, and he says, we have ways of suppressing that. And I wish I had followed up, because I want to know what other ways do they have of suppressing? Who else do they suppress? I have people calling me now saying, you realize you're being shadow banned. You realize that your content is being suppressed right now. And if you look up your interview on the site, it's all these people who are saying, Don Lemon bad, and not your actual interview. What is going on with? Do you believe that? Do you think that they are purposely suppressing some people's content?
I'm always interested by what people accuse others of, because it's often about themselves, right? I think he got so obsessed with those Twitter files and found exactly nothing, or small examples of stupid decision-making on the part of Twitter. But those Twitter files were just a ridiculous waste of time for everybody, because he didn't really you never really find what you're looking for. But I do believe when we put, I have two minds of this. I'm guessing they're probably doing that to you. If I had to guess, that's what I do if I were him, if I were like him. And second, and also read Zoe Schiffer's book on Twitter. He ordered everybody to follow Elon.
That's what I read. That's what I read to prepare for the interview.
Yeah. I mean, he made everybody follow him, whether you wanted to or not. That's he can do it. Yeah. I'm of two minds. I suspect if I were him, I would be doing that, because it just bothers him. And then secondly, it's his platform. He bought it and overpaid for it, so he can do it, right, Don?
I agree with you.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Go to YouTube. It's bigger and more important. By the way, Twitter is small.
Right, but then don't say it's free speech for all when you're actually, or don't say you want to be censored if you're actually censoring people by suppressing their content. Then
they don't understand. They want to use free speech as a cudgel rather than the privilege that it is in our country. Okay. Instead of censorship, the most blabby people who never shut up scream censorship.
Okay.
Because it works. It works.
So, Kara, listen, I'm in this new space with you now, and we'll see how long it lasts, right? I'm wondering if get me.
You're giving up already,
no,
Don?
I'm joking.
I'm
joking.
Marathon.
I just want to know if you have any advice for me, because everyone's saying, who's your next interview? What are you going to do? I'm like, this one almost killed me. So
yeah, it almost did. Well, I'm sorry, Don. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
What's your advice for me, Ms. Kara Swisher?
Well, I think it's hard. I have given you advice. You've taken none of it. So I told you he was going to do this to you, and let's stress that again. I told you this I told you the Thursday before, the Saturday after it happened,
the summer before,
that months before.
You said to me on stage when I interviewed you at the 92nd Street Y, and I told you why I was doing. You said he's never going to do it, and oh well. There you go.
That's right, because I know my ridiculous rich people, tech dudes. I think it's really going to be really hard for you, honestly, and I think you've got the entrepreneurial zeal to do it, but you've come from an industry where, speaking of licking up and down, it's a very different environment for anchors, right? For as yourself, you get really well paid. Everything is brought to you. Producers really run the show, even if you're very involved. So you have a lot of help. In this case, you have to be really entrepreneurial, and everything you do has to be about you yourself, and your energy and motivation. And that's why I love tech people, because they often are like that until they get rich, and then they get ridiculous. But I think it's really hard in this environment to really know that everything, you're the center of it. in a very different way than you're used to. And that's really hard. And so everything that happens has to come from you and your entrepreneurial push. And that is, it's not something you can't do. I think you have it in you. That's not I think a lot of people have it in them. But it's really hard because it's smaller. It's not, but it can be just as impactful. Like I am by myself, and I think I have huge impact.
You do.
And it's because I keep my economics in line with my revenues. That's the other thing is you've got to really understand the economics of it. And that's something you didn't have to worry about, and nobody in old media did. They didn't know where the money was coming from. And so your value depends on how well you're going to do depends on what you put into it. And it's really, that's a much different, I think you can absolutely do it. And I think, listen, I really don't like what Megyn Kelly's doing, but you can see her working it, right? She's working her Meghan Markle, Don Lemon obsession to make money. She's, by the way, weirdly obsessed with you, but let's just move on from that.
I have no idea. I don't pay attention to that.
No, but like even, I'm going to compliment people I don't like. Ben Shapiro, he's working it. He's working his thing. I get what he's doing what I'm doing. He's just saying some things I don't agree with, right? Or he's mad all the time about whatever. I really think there's a real opportunity for smaller media that's more impactful, that is very profitable. Yeah. That's really the opportunity here. So it's a question of what you put into it. And I think you have to do great interviews. You're going to have to figure out, you have to be super flexible. And if you are super flexible and are willing to try things and then quit when they don't work, that's going to be, you'll be successful. You're a very gifted interviewer and broadcaster, so that's a good start.
Well, thank you. I agree with you on that, and I am willing to try and change things. And I don't know, apparently I hear that she is obsessed with me, but I'll say this. I'm not going to become a flamethrower or a conspiracy theorist or thirsty, by just saying outlandish shit just to be in the headlines. I think it's very unbecoming of anyone to do that.
But
and I see a lot of people doing
you've
that.
gotten into trouble for doing that sometimes. But
I don't do it on purpose. It's not purposeful.
Yes. But you be you. The best thing I can say about everyone who's successful that I've seen do it, whether it's Casey Newton over at Platformer or be who you are. That's what's got to get through. The genuine you. You can't be produced. Don't be produced, Dawn.
Does this sound produced? They're telling me now.
No, it doesn't. No.
Kara Swisher.
No, not at all.
I love you. Thank you for joining.
They're great.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Book,
and listen to me next time. Listen to me. Call me if another billionaire shows up. I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Unless they want to marry me. Thank you very much, Kara
no,
Swisher.
you're getting married. No, don't say that to your lovely, gorgeous fiance. Do not. Don, congratulations on your upcoming marriage.
Thank you very much. The book is called Burn Book by the lovely Kara Swisher. Thanks for joining us, Kara.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us, everyone. That's it. We'll see you next time here on The Don Lemon Show. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. I'll see you next time. I'm joined now by, I have this whole introduction, I'm not going to do it, my friend Whoopi Goldberg. She's an EGOT, yeah. She's the host of The View. Whoopi, I love you, you know that, right?
I do.
Whoopi, how you doing?
I'm good.
You look amazing.
Thank you.
What happened?
I lost a poop load of weight.
A human being?
2. Or 1.5 human beings, yeah. I had issues with my lower back a couple years ago, and it got worse, progressively worse, and then they gave me all these, they did an operation, they fixed it, but it just wasn't doing what I needed it to do, so they started giving me steroids, and over the course of almost 2 years, I was probably weighed 300, close to 300 pounds when I did till, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you said you've lost it, and you're not ashamed of the weight.
No, Mounjaro. It never would have happened without that.
Really?
Yeah.
People shouldn't be shaming people who do Mounjaro or Ozempic or any weight loss
Listen,
drug, right?
People do what they need to do.
Right.
So I have to, stay out of people's business. Let them do what they need to do for what they need.
I asked my doctor about it, and my doctor said it's not a new drug. It's an old drug
Yeah.
that we found out has you
all
know,
this
side effects,
potential.
positive side effects
Yeah.
for other things. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how they figured
Yeah.
out Viagra. It was meant for something else, right?
Clearly. But it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Let's talk about what we're here to talk about, and that's your book, Bits
Yeah.
and Pieces, Whoopi. I'm so proud of this book. I love it.
Thank you.
And I can relate to it because I've had loss in my life. As you know, my sister died recently, and
Yeah.
that was really, really tough
Yeah.
on me.
Yeah.
And when you were writing this, I know when I was writing my book, the grief all comes back.
See, I was having a hard time because I thought I was supposed to be feeling something, some type of way that I just never felt. And then a couple weeks ago, I discovered why it wasn't happening. It's because there was nothing left unsaid.
Really?
Yeah, nothing from my brother and I,
And your
or my
mom.
mother and I.
Really?
Nothing. So I kept waiting for it, you know, and I get bouts of where, you know, a piece of music will bring me to tears or something, but that grief that sits on your neck and knocks you down, you know, and you just eat yourself. And I didn't have any of that because it was always a known factor that before we got off the phone, I'd make sure she knew how I felt.
You know, I'm glad you said that because that is honestly my worst fear, is losing my mom.
Yeah.
Because every single day I talk to her, she texts me. That's the first text when I get up in the morning.
Yeah.
She says, "Hey, my handsome baby, what are you doing today? How are you?" And then I respond back to her, and I can't imagine not getting that text.
Will she let you do FaceTime with her?
Yes,
Do FaceTime.
I do FaceTime.
Really important.
Yeah.
Like almost on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Almost on a daily basis, yeah. Because my brother, I'd sent my brother a phone and I said, see if we can talk Ma into doing FaceTime. She's like, no, I don't want to be bothered with that. I'm not interested in that. I'm happy to be on the phone. And so she saw it. And then she could see me and I could see her. And it was like, oh, this is nice. And so I have bits and pieces of her from when my brother was trying to set the phone up. And he's standing and he says, okay, Ma, wave at Karen. And she goes, hello. So I have that, you know. But all the other things, you know, I always told her because to me she was really the foundation for me. So, and losing my brother, because it was just the three of us, my mom, my brother, and me. So all the repository knowledge went with him. It was in his head. It was all in his head.
Not in yours.
Not in mine.
My sister's like that.
Yeah.
And it's just me, my mom, and my sister now.
Yeah.
And very close knit. But it's just, you know, we have a small family,
Yeah.
so I can relate to that.
Yeah.
By the way, when I text, when I FaceTime my mom, you know, sometimes her face is like half
Right,
of her
yeah.
head and whatever, because she doesn't quite know how to do it.
Yeah.
Is that where Bits and Pieces, the name of the book came from? You have Bits and Pieces of your mom?
No, it came from bits and pieces of memory. Because I can't tell you the year things happened. I only know that they did.
Yeah.
You know, and so I would be able to say to him, hey, do you remember this or is this something I dreamed up? And he said, no, you wish you dreamed it up, but it actually did happen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You said, I didn't know anything about feeling lost until after she died, meaning your mother. This is
Yeah.
from Bits and Pieces on page 198. I wouldn't call it a crippling grief because it doesn't have a grip on me. It is more of a grief that stays way down in my toes. It doesn't feel dark. It's kind of a fog or numbness. I can't figure out what I'm supposed to feel now. I'm not raving angry, but I resent the fact that my mom and Clyde aren't here anymore.
Yeah.
And so when it comes up to through your toes, it's just in certain moments when you hear a piece of music or something.
Well, yeah, I was recently spent some time with Anderson Cooper with on his grief podcast, and he played a piece of music that I talked about in the book, that of hearing my mother's, because my mom used to sing around the house, and he played it, and I'm sitting there, and you know the tears are coming, and I look up, and he's crying too. It's because it's Tony Bennett, and he just left, and
Right.
you know my mom loved it. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing.
Anderson lost his brother.
Yes.
Like you, and he
Yes.
recently
And
lost his mother
his
as
mom,
well.
yeah.
So he can relate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand that because sometimes, you know, my now husband will say, you just keep moving, like what's going on with you? And then in the middle of the night, I'll think of my sister, and then
And it comes up, yeah.
it comes, and I'll wake up crying, and then he's the only one who sees that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it comes up. What's your favorite memory from the book? You have your favorite memories that you?
Oh, yeah. Listen, my favorite memory that I can still see, there are actually two. One is I talk about my mother and my brother and I going to Rockaway Beach, which, as I remember, used to have a tunnel before you got into Rockaway, the park. And I don't know what happened, but my brother gets through the tunnel, and my mother gets through the tunnel. Now, the tunnel is constantly, slowly going around, so you have to kind of walk so that you don't fall. And my mother was not thinking that, and then she fell in the thing. And she was laughing so hard that when we tried to go get her, we fell. And then now there are three of us trying to get up, but every time we try to get up, you dissolve into laughter. That was the crazy. And I just remember them having to turn the tunnel off so we could get out because nobody could move. It was just too gone. And talking about, you know, all of the women who graced my world when my brother passed, because we did a couple of different memorials for him. And at every memorial, 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 women would come up and go, you know, my Clyde and I, we're gonna get together, we're gonna move in together. And it's like, and it got to the point where my daughter said, why do you think this lady's walking up to us? I said, you know why she's walking up to us. That's it.
Clive had that many women?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna show you his visual, and then you'll see why. And, you know, you just thought, my God, how busy were you? Well, I'm shocked that I don't have more nephews or nieces. This is when he was talking to her, telling her to wave, so I took a picture of the video. So he's got the camera and the phone, and he's saying, you know, he's shooting this little movie. And I have one of him as well.
He is fine.
Yeah. Apparently. Apparently. But, you know, he was a really great guy. Like, he would, you know, you were the only person he was talking to.
You said nothing was left unsaid, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had that. Because when 2 days before my sister passed, something was saying, call your sister, call your sister.
Mm-hmm.
And I got busy with work. Mm-hmm. And I said, Mom, I'm gonna call her this weekend. And I didn't call her.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'll ever forgive myself for that.
Well, you have to, because that isn't something, it's not like you knew what was coming and didn't call. It's not like you knew what was happening.
Yeah.
You know. I would have loved to have been on the phone with my brother while he was driving in California and say, hey, listen, you got a headache? You should probably go to the doctor or something. Because my mom died from an aneurysm as well. My brother did too. So, you know, I would have said, hey, maybe you should check that out, you know. But knowing him, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have checked it out. And, you know, it would have happened anyway.
You're smiling when you talk about this.
Oh, yeah.
Does the humor help?
No, it just is funny because we're hard-headed. You know, we're hard-headed. Your instincts tell you things, but it doesn't tell you how to get out of what you have to do at the same time as telling you to do something else. You know, yeah, I wish it had been different, but it wasn't. But I'm okay because there was no doubt in his mind about how I felt.
This is gonna sound like a weird question.
Maybe.
But so the day your mom passed, right, or on the day your brother passed, did you feel, people say they've never felt more alone than when they said it's a feeling that you don't know. And when my sister passed, I know that feeling was because that was my big sister, right? But when your mom passes, do you feel lost or lonely or?
I do feel lost because I'm just not used to not having them.
Yeah.
And I'm one of three. I'm three. I'm number three
You're
of
number three of three.
So I miss that. But, I also know that this is part of what life is.
Yeah.
This is going to happen to everyone.
You made me think about it when you said you one of three, because in my book that I wrote before, I wrote about going to my sister's funeral.
Mm-hmm.
I'm driving.
Mm-hmm.
My mom is sitting in the passenger seat. My sister's in the back seat, but there was one person behind me because that was how we filled up our car.
Mm-hmm.
We had two in the back and two in the front.
Yeah.
And then going to her funeral,
Yeah.
we got stuck in traffic, and we were an hour late for my sister's funeral. And we were just sitting in the car, and I said, you know what? We were supposed to slow down, and so why don't we sit here and talk about her and talk about everything? Do you remember going over this bridge, and we just talked, and we got to the funeral, and we're like, that's okay.
Yeah.
She ain't going nowhere.
See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's really us.
Yeah.
It's the ones that have been left behind that are sort of out of sorts with it, because as much as we know that this is going to happen to everyone, you're never really prepared for it, which is why I say, whatever changes you make in your life, include the fact that to those people you love, you always let them know. You just always have to let them know.
Do you believe in an afterlife? And I'm going to ask you, do you believe you'll see them again?
Oh, yeah.
You do?
I see them now.
You do?
Yeah.
You talk to them?
I laugh with them mostly because they do stuff in my house. And I know who it is by what is being done. Things get moved. You know that you put your glass here. I saw you put it there. Everybody saw you put it on the table. You come back and it's gone. And you say, okay, just you let somebody know where it is. And suddenly somebody will say, oh, it's in the living room. The glass is in the living room. It's like, okay, Clyde. Okay, yeah.
You're something else, Wolfie.
Well, listen, we are really lucky, Don. We have loved ones. Not everybody's so lucky. And we have people who we loved, who loved us back. Some people, they don't get any of that, So I always hope that when I say to people, the person that loved you, that's the person you need to always connect to. Stay connected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to bring my mom up because she won't. She's getting older. She hates getting on an airplane.
Well, then
So-
put her on a bus.
And you know how that is
I
because
do.
you hate getting on airplanes.
I do, but
You talk about when you say someone you're connected to. My mom, growing up, I knew, that I had the secret, right, about, and I just got married. But
right.
I don't know if she said she didn't have an idea, but I think she did growing up, and she never treated me any differently. When you talk about your mom and your experience with dyslexia, you did not know that you had it for a while.
No.
But when you figured it out, she didn't treat you any different. She started reading. She would read fairy tales to you.
Yeah. It's why I'm such a big fan of audiobooks, because I love being told a story. It just makes me happy. And so I don't watch TV. I listen to the books, and that gets me where I need to go.
That's how I sleep at night. I go to sleep listening to either a podcast or a book or something, or just a radio. I'll go on to Sirius Satellite and like get an old-time radio station and listen to it. Yeah.
I like that.
So she knew you had dyslexia. And when did you figure it out?
She didn't know what it was.
She didn't know what it was.
None of us knew what it was because there was no word for it. There was no language for what was wrong with me.
She said you just learned differently.
You learn differently. Because it was clear that I certainly was learning because I could tell her what we had done, what the work was, and what I had to figure out all of it except for the math of it. I hate math. So, math is a wonderful thing, but it's not good for me. So they would say to her, well, she's just being lazy. She's not trying.
Applying herself.
She's not applying herself.
Yeah.
And my mother said, no, I think she is. and there's something else happening. But they, they had no words. They didn't know what to look for. You just said, I just see things differently.
When did you figure it out?
Probably when I was 14 or 15.
You did?
Yeah.
Did you get the glasses or anything, or you just
No,
knowing
no.
what it was?
No, my mom met someone at school, and they would talk about their kids. And my mother said, my daughter is told she's lazy, but she's not. She just seems to learn differently. And the man said, differently how? And they started talking. He said, I'd like to meet your daughter. It's like, okay. And he said, write down what you see. I'm going to write stuff on the board. You write down what you see, and I did. He said, okay, so that's an A. So whenever you see that, that's an A. Like, oh, okay. And then that's how I learned the alphabet. It didn't make it easier for me to read. It just helped me understand that there are words and stuff.
But it was a light switch, at least.
It was a lot of a light switch.
When your mom, I wonder what the effect on you was when your mom, because she had an emotional breakdown, right?
She had a nervous breakdown. That's a very nice way to put it. She had a
nervous breakdown. But that's what we used to call it back in the day, a nervous breakdown.
Yeah.
And how did that affect you?
Well, it taught me that things happen on the drop of a hat, that nothing is secure, that, you have to always know how to get through life. You're going to have to learn this because there are going to be times when things are going to disappear and you're going to be left going, okay, what do I do now? So that was good for me.
How old were you?
Probably 7 or 8.
Really? And then she had electroshock therapy. You said you'll never forgive your grandfather and your dad for allowing that to happen.
Yeah. Or any man who thought that was a good idea without having first experienced it.
When I read that, I know when I read that, I was like, now I know why Whoopi feels the way she feels about a woman's right, because they took her right away from her.
Yeah.
And 2 men deciding that she should have electroshock therapy.
That she should have electroshock therapy.
And she couldn't remember you after.
Well, she did not, no. But Clyde and I did not know that. We had no idea she didn't know who we were. We didn't know, and had no idea for maybe 35 years because she never let on. And
wait, she never let on?
She never let on. She did this by herself. She walked this path by herself. When she came home, so here's what happened. I said to her once, we were in Malibu, and I said, Ma, I have to tell you thank you because I know this wasn't the plan, but your illness sort of made the world very clear to me. And I think it was good for me to know that things can change like that you always have to be ready should a shift happen. And I said, you're going away for those 2 years is what did it for me. And it really sort of focused me. And she said, can I tell you a secret? And when anybody says, can I tell you a secret, something is coming. And she said to Clyde and I had no idea who you kids were when they brought me back. She said, I was so happy to be out of that place that if they said the sky was orange and I looked up and it was blue, I was going to say it was orange. Because I knew I never, ever, ever wanted to go back to a doctor's office. And she never did. She never went back to a doctor's office. But
she pretended to know who she was?
She pretended that she remembered everything. And she said she learned everything from us, from Clyde and I, including our names.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's an extraordinary woman.
She was an extraordinary woman. Yeah.
Did any of it ever come back to her before? None of it ever came back. She didn't remember anything before the electroshock.
I don't think so, because by the time we were talking about stuff, there wasn't much that she didn't know that she hadn't figured out, or someone had sort of led her in the direction It's just crazy. But and the thing that broke my heart was I thought, Ma, you went through this by yourself. You never told anybody. And if I hadn't said to her, this really shifted my life around, I never would have heard it. She never would have told us.
Do you feel that it changed her love? Do you think I guess she loved you, but she couldn't remember. Did she have to learn to love you? I guess that's a better question. She had to learn or relearn.
Yeah. And I could not have been easy because but she chose to love me anyway.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah.
You said, for those of us who have lost our mom, our grief is going to be different from one another's. A lot of folks might go into a deep mourning right after losing their mom. For some of us, it takes a while to feel it. An anomaly about me is that it took a long time for her loss to really set in on me. I put the grief in a compartment because I am an efficient person. I know what you mean by that. I wanted to get shit done, do what needed to happen, and get through it. But that's how it works. I compartmentalize stuff. You do that because you have to.
Yeah.
You have no choice.
Well, it's just a lot. Now people want you to be able to function like a robot in a way. They want you to remember everything. I don't remember everything, and I'm not gonna pretend like I do. And if you walk up on me and I don't remember, it's not because I'm being disrespectful to you. It's just because there's a lot in the computer right now, and you gotta help me figure out what you want me to get.
Whoopi, I can't remember shit.
No.
I'm like, really? People say, you remember you did this to me in high school? And I'm like, no, I don't remember that. Come on, Don. I'm like, no, I don't remember that.
No.
I don't remember it.
Because high school, it's like when people come up and say lines from my movies, and they look at me and go, and I go, I don't know what that is. And they say, you said this in the movie, and I was like, oh, so it's the thing of, I don't watch my movies like that. So I don't have a thing that allows me to remember all these great lines.
A movie
people,
diary, right? That you keep.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because as we were preparing for this, as I was doing this, I was talking about. I said because sometimes I'll send you a screenshot of me watching your movie.
Yes.
It's you and Alec Baldwin. Every weekend I turn on the TV and I'll flip through some movie channel and I'm like, it's either Whoopi or Alec. You guys are in everything.
I feel like I should be spending money like I was in everything.
I saw Soap Dish, my favorite.
It is.
I love one of my favorites.
One
I should
of my
say.
favorites.
And the
also.
cast is fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't know any lines from it, so I'm not going to go.
Thank you.
But do you think when you talk about your mom not remembering you and all of those things and all of the movies that you've been in, you had such success. Do you think and the losses did that help to contribute to the drug use? What was?
Oh, honey, those are hundreds of miles apart.
Really?
Yeah, hundreds of miles apart. That's like 25, 30 years ago. And I included it in there just to talk about where I was headed.
What about the
why.
stuff that happened to you as a kid? Like your mom having none of that stuff?
I got high because I wanted to. I was interested in all those things.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
Because people will say, I had this trauma, I had that trauma, and maybe it's real, but you just say, I got high because I wanted to.
Well, that was me. That has always been the case. And that will probably always be the case if I can figure out how to get high again. Because my lungs don't let me smoke.
You can't smoke?
No.
And you won't. How long did you have? You said you had an issue specifically, and you write about it. So I'm not asking her something, anything that she hasn't.
30 years.
You did?
I had issues 30 years ago because 35 now.
But for how long did you?
Probably 3 or 4 years. Yeah. Just when you think of everything that you could have possibly tried. Yeah. And you get stupid for sometimes 6 months at a time, but every 20, 30 years. Like I had been straight as an arrow, didn't drink, didn't do anything, and then snapped. So, okay, I'm gonna try this. Let's see what everybody's talking about. Woo. And then it was like, oh, okay, I've done this and I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the way it's making me feel, and it's irritating me now, so I need to stop. And that was really what it took. I was in a hotel room.
You write about it in the
many years
book.
ago, yeah.
You said that you had this, what you call a slap in the face moment, where you were in a hotel room and you said you were sitting in a closet putting cocaine up your nose.
Yeah.
And you didn't realize the maid came in. The
No,
housekeeping came in.
The housekeeping came in. She opened the closet door. I screamed, she screamed, we both screamed. And I thought, this is not good.
And you had
I'm sure.
coke all over your face. You said you
I'm
looked in the
sure.
mirror. You said she was staring at my face as I talk, and once she understood it was my room, she calmed down and left. I looked at myself in the mirror near the door and saw cocaine all over my face.
You know, and it's just like these are not the memories I want to carry with me.
Cold turkey? You quit then?
Well, I wasn't. Cold turkey is what you do when you're on real heavy drugs. I just had to stop doing what I was doing. It was really on me, not like cigarettes.
Yeah.
Not like cigarettes. Cigarettes took more. But making a decision about, oh, this is not a good look. I don't like that I'm in a closet and I have a giant career. What am I doing? So I was like, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore.
And you stopped.
And I stopped. And I used to miss it. And then, 20, 30 years goes by and you think, all right, it was fine then,
But you can't smoke anymore? You can't do...
No.
You can't do weed? Can you do edibles?
I can do edibles, but I don't like edibles unless our company creates them, because then I know that the science is correct.
But for some reason, I can't really do edibles. I can, but I prefer now mushrooms.
Yeah.
I prefer to do mushrooms now.
Mushrooms are interesting. I think if you're ever thinking about doing something, just make sure you have an out for it, because mushrooms are funny. They can do all kinds of things to your head and you don't realize it for a while. Yeah. But that's why they do it now scientifically.
Yeah. Well, those I make sure I go to a legal place and get mushrooms. So I never thought in a million years that I'd be talking to you about mushrooms and doing weed. Do you have a weed company?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
You used to send me CBD. I forgot. You would tell me when I had the back issues that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't send it. I gave it.
You gave it. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah, But you find the things that will help you and help you function, and I thought it would be drugs or something else, but no, it just is. It was too boring.
You don't strike me as someone who has an addictive personality.
No, but I make myself addicted. Like I have to have certain candy. Like I have to have that candy because that's the candy I'm addicted to.
Yeah.
And nothing else will do.
Yeah.
But what I am is really good about recognizing the balance. Do I want to do this knowing that this is all the things that follow it?
Yeah.
Or do I want to do this and maybe I'm not as, around, or maybe I'm not, but my life is more comfortable for me.
Do you ever get lonely?
I don't think so.
You know why I'm asking that? Because I just got married. And
Yes.
I remember before when you wrote the book about marriage was not for you.
Right.
I interviewed you then and we talked about it just personally. And I said, I don't think marriage is for me. I don't think marriage is for me.
Yeah. Well, I knew that you had no idea.
But you don't like people in your house.
I
You
don't.
like living alone.
I don't mind people in my house. The truth of the matter is, I am fundamentally a selfish person. And I've found that because I have a wonderful kid and, and a son-in-law and 3 grandkids and 1 great-grand, that I don't have time for a whole lot of other people coming into my life, because, that's my kid and that's the family and, so hit and runs are great. I don't mind those, but you can't spend the night.
Hit and run?
Mm-hmm.
They still happen?
Yeah, oh yeah. And you have to give yourself permission because, you have this whole line of words that are stacked up in your head about what you are if you say a hit and run is where you want to be, and you don't want to be married. You know, oh, am I a whore? Am I this? Am I a terrible person because I don't want to be? And I never really thought about it. I just thought, well, I must be doing it wrong, because other people seem to be able to have figured it out. And what I didn't realize was that I had figured it out. I just was surprised by the fact that, A, I didn't really want it, but I liked to hit and run.
Yeah.
And my mother said, well, maybe you should just throw a party from now on, not get married anymore.
It is what it is. It's not for everybody.
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's
And you
not for
have to,
everybody.
you know, it requires a lot.
Yeah.
You have to really, it is really a give and take. And I'm in my life at this point, I don't really want that.
Yeah.
I want to, you know, see you when I see you, and then you go.
You know, I neglected to say, I should have said this a while ago, when I'm flipping through, I also see you on Star Trek.
Yes.
And I had been I never knew this story, that how you got this, it was Guinan, right? Is that the?
Guinan.
Guinan.
Yeah.
I never knew that you called Gene Roddenberry and said.
Well, no, it started with LeVar Burton, because LeVar came over to my house, we were having lunch. And I said, what are you up to? And he said, well, I just got this part in the new Star Trek. I said, ooh, tell them I want to be in it. And he said, really? I said, oh, yeah. I said, you don't understand. Nichelle Nichols was the very, very, very first stunningly beautiful black woman on network television, driving people crazy, to the point where, you know, down south they had to say, well, they can't have this interracial kiss. It's not done.
With her and William Shatner.
With her and Shatner.
Uhura and, yeah.
Yes. And so
Captain Kirk.
I said, so tell them if they find a space, I'd love to come in from time to time. A year goes by, and I run into him. I said, did you ever tell them? He said, I told them. They didn't believe me. I said, do you have give me somebody's number to call. So he gave me the number. I called Gene Roddenberry's office. I said, my name is Whoopi Goldberg. I would like to be on your show. I love Star Trek, huge fan. I love science fiction. And before your show, there was no idea that black people were going to live into the future. There was no film that had us in the future on the earth. It's all white people.
Yeah. And?
And
A week later, these are
Yeah.
things she writes about in the book.
Yeah.
She said, he said, let me go check.
yeah.
And then a week later,
Yeah.
he called you back and said, you're right, I couldn't find anything.
I couldn't
Come in,
find
I'm going to
anything.
write a
Yeah.
character. And you said yes.
And he did. He wrote, and she's based on Texas Guinan, who was a chanteuse and a woman who ran a great joint where she greeted customers by saying, hello, suckers. You know. So
You
I
know who
loved
else
her.
did that? You remember Diane Carroll?
Well, yeah.
She said she called up Aaron Spelling and said, I want to be the first black bitch on TV.
Yes. Because if you don't ask, you don't get.
That's a shame that you have to call and ask. I mean, but you do.
Well, you do, because
Yeah.
people, here's what we always have to remember. People don't know what you want. They don't know what you are interested in doing. They only know sort of stuff out here about you. Yeah. So when you call and say, no, I'm interested in this, and they say, okay, and then you do it, and then they say to you, I never thought you would come be part of this, because it's a TV show.
It was amazing, though. But you are groundbreaking.
But I'm actually not. I took my cues from all the folks that I saw on television when I was a kid. Robert Redford was on Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
There were all of these people who did television because we all wanted to work.
I watched Steve McQueen on, I forget, it was Wanted, Dead or Alive, or something like that.
Wanted, Dead or Alive, yeah. I
and
mean, think about
Clint
it.
Eastwood was on something very similar.
Rawhide.
Rawhide.
Yes.
Oh!
Yes,
Yes. And you went from being a comedian to you're an actress first? You were, and then a comedian?
I never actually became a
But
comedian.
Whoopi, I see you used to have the towel and the special with
but
the...
that's an act. That's an actor.
Okay, all right.
They
And
didn't
now-
know what to. They didn't know really what to call it.
Yeah.
Because I guess they weren't used to it.
But then 17 years now, you have been a talk show host.
Yeah.
On the number one talk
17
show. It's
years.
been since 2007.
Wow.
And you put yourself, when you're doing that, I know I used to do 2 hours of live TV
I know you
for
did.
5 days a week. And when you're out there live, sometimes things come out of your mouth and you're like, I want to pull that back. It is a tightrope out there.
Well, it didn't used to be, but it is now. It's become a tightrope. You know, you're having to deal with everybody's everything, you know. For years and years, people would say, well, why can't I tell this joke? It's like, because it's not funny. It's not funny. You know, so just find another way to make your point. You know, just do it differently.
Do you love it, doing The View?
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
You're going to hang around?
Oh, I got a contract. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
I love watching you on The View. I get news from The View, and I love the role that you're always the mediator, right? You're always look for the common sense part of the conversation.
Is that what they call what they call in the conversation?
And the moderation. Whoopi, I love you. I appreciate the advice. I appreciate you being a mentor. I appreciate you understanding what happened to me better than anybody else. So thank you for that.
Thank you, and thank you for being Don Lemon.
Thank you for being my friend. And thank you for being Whoopi Goldberg. The book is called Bits and Pieces. Make sure you go buy my friend's book and read it. Thanks, Whoopi.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. First it was an earthquake, then came an eclipse, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene said, God is sending America strong signs to tell us to repent. I don't really know about that because I think natural disasters are just natural disasters, but who am I? I don't know, especially compared to my next guest. Bring him in, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He is a renowned astrophysicist, a best-selling author, and the most beloved nerd in America. Thank you so much.
Okay,
I appreciate
thank
it.
you. Thank
Okay, so what comes next? Is it locusts? Is this end times when you have all of that?
Well, cicadas are coming. There's going to be a trillion
Wait,
cicadas.
is it cicada, cicada, tomato?
Yeah.
I'm from Louisiana. I say cicada.
I'll go with you.
But go on.
Cicadas are coming.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's this summer, like in the next few months. I have a podcast. We did a whole episode on this. We have a colleague of mine who's a specialist in just that form of invertebrate insect.
You know when I knew it was time to go home?
What?
When I would hear the cicadas. We would call them crickets. And I'm sure they're not crickets, but that was
They're not the same thing.
I know, that's what
a
we would
cricket
call
is a cricket, and a cicada.
But we would hear, you would hear them, for some reason they would seem to get louder around dusk, I don't know why.
Yeah,
And
yeah. They're trying to find a mate.
is that what's happening? Yeah.
That's what I'm told.
Yeah. But seriously, where are we now? Because we did have an earthquake in New York, which is rare.
Yes,
right?
rare at that magnitude. It was almost 5. Well, it's 4.7 in Jersey. I felt it. You know, I saw everything shake and bake. And I checked with my colleagues at the American Museum of Natural History, who specialize in plate tectonics, and based on circumstantial reporting, because the scale wasn't formalized until more recently than the information we have, the last earthquake of that magnitude in New York was 150 years ago. So it's a 150-year event.
I thought that was always happening under the surface and we just didn't feel
Oh,
it.
earthquakes happening all the time, somewhere in the world. You should see the daily earthquake map. You just watch them happen, and most of them are happening in the rings of fire.
Yeah.
And where the continental plates meet. So it's just rarer for New York because we're not in the ring of fire.
Yeah, but it's a little unnerving when you all these buildings and you have all of these people, and then all of a sudden the buildings start to shake, and you look up, and you know what I mean.
It didn't shake that badly.
It didn't, but
No.
still.
I felt it. I said, it's not more than a 5. and the scale is like exponential.
Yeah.
So if you go from 5 to 6 and 6 to 7, then stuff starts falling down.
We were all on a Zoom call here for work, and I said, "Wait, is this an earthquake? Are we in the middle of an earthquake? Does your house or wherever you are?" And everyone said, "Yeah, I felt it."
Yeah.
So it's not. You don't think these things are, as our illustrious Congresswoman says, a sign from God? God is sending us signals that America needs to repent.
There are earthquakes around the world all the time, especially up to level 5. I mean, this is so. If she knew more geology, maybe she wouldn't be saying that. I don't.
That's a kind. You're being kind. You're trying to be kind.
I'm just saying, the less you know about science, the more prone you are to ascribing things that happen to destiny or divine intervention or magic or something mysterious. And as a scientist, our whole job in life, what we do, all we do, is explore the natural world and come up with an understanding of how and why things are the way they are. And upon doing so, so many previously mysterious phenomenon just fall by the wayside. It wasn't that long ago you'd fall to the ground writhing and frothing, and you go back, a couple hundred years. Oh, that is exactly what you think would happen if the devil occupies your body.
Instead of you just having a seizure.
So but we don't know that yet. So you go, so what do? You go to the church. Well, you live in a small town. The church is not that far away.
Right.
You go get the priest, he puts on the robe, gets the holy water, come, and how long does a seizure last? 10 minutes to 30 minutes or so? Just the amount of time to go get the priest, bring him back, do the holy water thing, and then the symptoms subside. Yeah, the priest is getting the devil out of your body until we learn something about the human brain. Now, no one says that. No educated community says that. They take you to a hospital and they have medicines for it. So it reminds me of Ben Franklin. He was the world's most famous scientist in his day. He's not remembered here as that. He's remembered as a founding father. He wrote a book, Experimental Researches into Electricity. Right? It's a thick book, published early 1800s. Okay. He invents the lightning rod. What's happening before that? In any city, what's the tallest structure back then?
In any city?
Back then.
What was a building or a bridge or a tree, no? In any city?
Let's try that again.
A church.
In Christendom.
A church.
Okay, fine.
The steeple on the church.
Yes. Okay, the church is the tallest structure in any city. What is the most susceptible to a lightning strike? The tallest structure.
Right.
Okay, so lightning would be taking out churches left and right. And if you were the other church that wasn't taken out, you had good argument for saying,
God was on.
God, you're worshiping the wrong way.
What do you say? Are you making a statement about religion?
No, what I'm saying is, Ben Franklin then invents the lightning rod, which does two things. It dissipates charges
channels
back into dissipates charges that build up under your structure that would otherwise be part of the lightning strike, and it sends them back into the air without the benefit of lightning. So that makes you less susceptible to begin with. And if the lightning strikes, it then directs all the charges through a metal and not through your house. So Ben Franklin does this, and so churches are now no longer destroyed by lightning, even if they are hit. And he's accused of heresy, thwarting the will of God. And I thought, if your understanding of God is someone who could be thwarted by this beer-drinking, hot-dog-eating, womanizing guy, I don't know if he ate hot dogs, but today he would be eating hot dogs, right? He's a hot-dog-eating guy. So that's why we have science. It's why the world is less superstitious than it once was.
And backwards thinking from Marjorie Taylor Greene. By the way, it just reminded me, when I was a kid, we had a lightning rod in our house. Did they still put those on homes? I haven't seen one.
If the home is properly constructed. Yes, it should have a lightning rod.
I haven't seen one. I'll have to check it out to see if I have a lightning rod in my house.
So, by the way, if your house is not the highest thing around, then
it doesn't matter.
Less. The lightning's going to hit somewhere else.
It doesn't matter. We had a tin roof growing up. I think we needed a lightning rod.
Oh, because you were in the South.
I was in the South.
Tin roof. Oh my God.
But it was magical.
The rain is something
it was
too.
great. It was really great. How was your eclipse experience?
Really good.
How so?
It was good.
Not good, but good.
Yeah, no. That's right. It's good, and then it's good. So I was bringing my whole podcast to film, Star Talk podcast, and we were scheduled to go to Dallas and to be in the Cotton Bowl. The eclipse path went over the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah.
Can't get more convenient than that. That Cotton Bowl was taken over, is that the right term, by NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, to do educational programming there.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And I was checking the weather in advance. It started looking cloudy in Dallas. And then a friend of mine called me in Vermont. He said, "Oh, Neil, if you're not doing anything for the eclipse," which is the stupidest opening phrase ever, okay? "If you're not doing anything for the eclipse, come by my place." And then I was looking at the weather for Vermont relative to Texas, and I said, "Okay, can I bring a dozen people on my production staff?" So this close friend of mine accommodated me and my production staff.
Yeah. So it was great.
It worked out.
I want to listen just real quick before we move on to talk about. I want to talk about climate change and AI. But when you're talking about these conspiracy theories, right, and how scientists move forward, why do you think, like, take COVID for example? Why do people come up with these conspiracy theories? What's this mistrust in science? Where did that come from, or where is that coming from?
So we, as a species, are remarkable at pattern recognition. We are so good at it that we identify patterns even when there aren't patterns there. That's how good we are. We can fool ourselves into thinking there's a pattern. And as a result, and this is deep in us, it's deep. So as a result, if you see events like this event, and that event, you have an urge to declare that there's some pattern there. There's some purpose. There's some connectivity. We need to believe that, even when it's not true. And when you look at conspiracy theories that have emerged, this is evidence of this urge that we have as human beings. So I have some compassion for them, because it's kind of not their fault. We're just good at pattern recognition.
It's kind of not their fault.
It's kind.
Whose fault is it?
Well, okay. So the fact that people can walk around declaring Earth is flat,
Yeah.
or declaring anything that's just, aliens are like walking among us. The fact that they can declare that publicly, okay, is evidence of two things. That we live in a country with the free speech, and we live in a country with a failed educational system. Both of those together give us that result. Now I want to keep the free speech part.
That was my you saw me go.
I totally want to keep the free speech part. So in education, if you look at how science is taught, there's a book, there's the bold-faced words you memorize for the vocabulary part of the exam. You memorize, what is DNA, what is an engine, what is the chemical bond. You memorize all this. At no time are you taught what science is and how and why it works. So you're left thinking science is the satchel of information that you're handed in this class, in this period, in this semester, and when you're done, you put it over here and you move on.
All memorized so that you can pass the test.
Yes, so you can pass the test. If science were taught as a means of querying nature, oh my gosh, science is the manifestation of your curiosity. Science is how to bring methods and tools to address your curiosity. And nowhere in a memorized test is curiosity manifested.
The mystery of the universe, which I will talk about. You talk about the mystery of the universe, but let's get to some stuff before we get all mystical here. And I appreciate where you're going with this. But it feels like we are really beset, right, with a lot of things. We talked about the cicadas or whatever. A lot of threats to our existence. Climate change.
Well, cicadas are not a threat.
I know, but I'm just saying.
It's food for birds for a few months.
All right, a major
and
earthquake.
you'll crunch on, you can't not step on them.
All right, a major earthquake, or what have you. All right, so listen, but I'm talking more climate change, AI, authoritarianism. Elon Musk would say population collapse.
Existential threats.
What do you think is the biggest threat to humanity today?
So I want to give a cop-out answer to that, if I may.
Okay.
Had we conducted this conversation in 1925.
Okay.
Go back 100 years. And you asked me, what do I think is the biggest threat? I would say tuberculosis. I would say hunger. I would say, I give a list of things. Nothing on that list would make anybody's list today. Nothing. So, you ask what I fear most? It's that which we will discover.
No, I didn't
So
say-
that in the next century, our list will be things that would be more terrifying than anything we could talk about today, but we have yet to discover them and think about what their actual dangers
Okay,
are. That's
Judge.
what I worry
okay,
about.
Judge, and that's not what I asked you.
I know it's not, but that's my answer. I'm saying.
So I said, what do you think is the biggest threat? Not what you fear most. Those are two different things, I think.
Yes, they are, but the biggest threat may be something we have yet to discover. And I want to be aware of that possibility. Because we could list the threats today. It's a different list than existed 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 150 years. They're different lists.
Yeah, but you have talked about AI, which you've called it a nail in the coffin because of the rise of deep fakes and so on. Why do you say it's a nail in the coffin? Do you really think AI is that dangerous? Where is it on your list?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what coffin you're talking. Did I say nail in the coffin?
Yeah, you said.
That sounds like
it's a
somebody.
quote, nail in the coffin. You said artificial intelligence is
Okay.
a nail in the coffin.
Okay, but actually, you don't have to read that because I'm sitting here right next to you.
No, I'm just saying. I know. I want to make sure.
I can actually.
No, I want to make sure I have
can
the quote.
speak. Forget the quote.
And I'm looking
I don't care what
for-
the quote is. I am here in person.
No, I
So
understand
ask me about AI.
But
Well,
you just said, did I say that? And I wanted to get the reference to where you said it because I want to
Where did
be
I say it?
accurate.
Go.
Okay. So it was something that you
journalist in
tweeted.
you coming out.
No,
That's- there you
that
go.
was, you tweeted that. You said prophecy when AI perfects deep fakes of people, blah, 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 blah. And that's when you went on to say that.
and I said nail in the coffin?
Yeah, I think you said, deep fakes, believe that deep fakes are already, news is faked, blah, blah, blah. But there is, coffin for the internet. Coffin for the internet.
Yeah, so right now, there is, I mean, who would have guessed this 20 years ago? Right now, there's content on the internet that is true
Yeah,
and content that is purposefully false.
right.
All right. I have, I think, a good way to assess what is true and what is false. First, you check your bias at the door, look at sources,
Right.
look at verification of sources, make sure the sources are not just repeated multiple times, so you have 10 different websites, but they're all quoting the same information, the source of information. So the fact that there's 10 websites doesn't make it 10 times as true. So you have to buffer against all of this.
Right.
All right.
Right.
Until now, there are people who believed the fake news as true.
Until now, people still do.
Hold on. Okay, until the near future. There are people who believe fake news as true.
Right.
Yes, the Democrats are eating babies in the basement of the pizza shop
Right.
in Washington, D.C. When AI becomes so good at creating deep fakes, even the people who believe the fake news will no longer believe that the fake news is true.
Right.
Because the risk of this fake news being faked is so high that the entire internet will lose its integrity. And it will be buried under the weight of its own
Wow.
of its own falsities, of its own, and that,
Inability to check itself and to.
correct, because there are people just putting fake information on there because AI can do it. AI can do it like this. At first it was a fake voice and a fake image, a fake video, and someone sampled 2 minutes of my voice and
Yeah.
wrote it to say something. It sounded just like me.
Yeah.
However, I'm way more literate than what that person wrote to have AI speak. So I knew it wasn't me. So you might need other, because all I was doing is sampling my voice, not my literacy, not my education level.
Okay, but then what do we do then? Because most
Yeah,
people.
no, it's the end of the internet. Tombstone. Internet.
You think so?
1992 to 2026.
It's the end of the internet. Then where does information and facts come from? Because everyone.
Books!
Everyone.
And
But we're
people.
going back to books.
Maybe.
Because everyone turns to the internet for information. You want information, you just put a Google search or a.
People will recover, in the timeline of knowledge, they will recover the true value of an expert.
Really?
I think that's my prediction. Think about it. You don't fix your own plumbing, you hire a plumber who has that expertise.
Right.
You don't say, well, I have a conspiracy theory that the plumbers are trying to do it, and I don't trust the plumber. They say they're an expert, but no, you hire the plumber. You hire someone to fix your car who's an expert at fixing your car. When we're going to tell you that humans are warming the planet catastrophically, and it's going to flood the coastlines, you're going to say, oh, I don't choose to not believe that because my political platform doesn't. I'm like, excuse me? Well, I found an internet site that says it's all. And so once all of that has turned to rubbish, all you have are the experts.
You know what it reminds me of when you were saying that? And I think,
one other thing. If you want to think Earth is hollow,
yeah,
you just type hollow Earth.
Hollow Earth.
And it'll connect you to everyone else who thinks Earth is hollow.
Right.
And it'll give you a false sense that that's real.
Right. Because so many people.
Because so many people.
There's a community that believes it. There's a community for everything.
Correct.
But
and testimony.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, watch, testimony. What is that? I could show you a bar chart of why the product works on my commercial, but I'm not. I'm gonna get a person to say, this is the best product I've ever used, and you're gonna listen to that person and not the bar chart.
Right.
So you're going by and there's a YouTube video and it says, all the experts want you to think this, but I know the truth. That is irresistible. You're saying, oh my gosh, this person is looking out for me, and these experts have their own, and there's a whole thousands of experts that don't know what they're talking about, and this person does. That is so irresistible.
Okay.
It's clickbait. And that will all go away once the deep fakes destroy the
I hope
internet.
you're right about that. Because
AI will kill the internet.
I kind of hope you're right about that.
No, not AI. People using AI in these nefarious ways will kill the
Two
internet.
things.
Yes.
It reminds me of my grandmother and what older people used to say when they would say, child, I don't know what to believe, right? And that's what people are going to do. The other thing is, it sounds like you're saying free speech could be the collapse of information or the internet.
No, failed education system.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Because people have conspiracy theories about climate change. They don't believe that it's real. They believe the people who are telling them that it's not real, rather than what the bar chart says about the difference in climate.
Yeah, and what all conspiracy theorists have in common is that there's some bit of information that's missing that they gap with what they presume is either information withheld from them, or they gap it by saying that an establishment is lying to them. And in that way, they continue to believe whatever the hell they want.
Wait, say that again. Say it again.
Every conspiracy theory, the anatomy of a conspiracy theory is there's a gap in the knowledge base between here and there. And in order to bridge that gap, they have to do one of two things. They have to say, they have the answer, they're just not telling you. Or whatever they're telling you is false. That way they get to believe whatever the hell they want.
But doesn't there have to be an impetus, someone who is triggering them to say, you know what, that's not right, I'm right? Or
if you dig those people up, they will connect dots in ways that, as I said earlier, is something very deeply within us.
But coincidence is not, what does it say, coincidence is not causality? Or something?
Yeah, it turns out most coincidences are causal. We just don't talk about them. Okay, if you lean on a table and it collapses, you don't say, oh, coincidence is not causation. That was a coincidence that was causation, right? Most things that happen in this world, the coincidence is causal for most things. But always remember that if there's something that's odd or different or not expected, then you have to dig a little deeper and ask, is there causal or is it just a coincidence? Okay. And you know there are people who walk around among us who say, there's no such thing as coincidences.
There is.
Of course, okay. Statistically. Oh, and I'm sorry, you got a lot of stuff that you got to get through.
No,
I got to put this out here. Another chapter in this book. Another chapter is called Risk and Reward. And you know what? Our brain does not is not wired for thinking statistically about the world
Yeah.
or probabilistically. It's just not. And there's an entire industry that has risen up to exploit that fact, and they're called casinos. There are people betting in the roulette table 7, like multiple times. I say, why are you betting 7 so many times? It's due. How do you know it's due? They show the previous rolls, and it's not there in the casino.
Right.
Okay? It's due. I said, no, it's not due. Every roll is independent of the other. They can't wrap their head around this. The physics community was invited to have its annual meeting, the American Physical Society, to have its annual meeting in Vegas after there was a hotel snafu in San Diego. They went to the MGM Grand, back then MGM Arena. Thousands of physicists. The end of the week, headline, physicists in town, lowest casino take ever. They've told to never be invited back to the city. It's not that we knew the angles on the betting, we just didn't bet.
Yeah.
Because we knew better.
Right.
Now, grant me one conspiracy theory. Grant me one right now. Say, I grant you one. Say it.
Right, I grant you one conspiracy theory.
I grant you
I
one.
grant you one conspiracy theory.
Okay, here it is. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. I looked at this. Do you know where state lottery revenue goes?
It's supposed to go to the education
System. Okay. So I looked at the education system, K through 12.
Yeah.
Nowhere is probability and statistics required in the curriculum. No, there's an elective as a senior, there's an AP class, but it is nowhere. So because if it were, no one would play the lottery and they wouldn't get the tax revenue.
So I should get rid of I have a lottery thing on my cell phone. Get rid of it.
No.
Actually, I don't like to gamble. I don't like to bet. I just think it's.
I'm just letting you know that there are entire industries that are exploiting most people's ignorance. And it's been said, but it's very harsh. It says, lotto is a tax on all the people who didn't do well in mathematics.
Okay. When we were talking about this interview, they said, Neil, you're going to need notes because these are just topics that I want to cover, by the way. I just want to make sure that I get to these topics. So can you settle it for us? Can you settle this for us? When it comes to climate change, get the conspiracy theories, what's real and what's not as it relates to climate change.
Humans are warming the planet catastrophically.
Boom. That's it. You hear what he said? That's it.
But I mean, by the way, why do I know that?
Yeah.
Because I read journals of climate scientists and I look at their conclusions. It's not because I've done the research. It's not the research, the first-hand research. I see what scientists are doing because I know what science is and how and why it works. If there were a couple of scientists that had a result that was not verified, the press will jump all over it and say, oh, here's a new result, and that's it. No. Science only becomes objectively true after it's been verified, and that's our checks and balances to prevent the bias of a scientist from working its way into their results. And we look at all these ways, and then I see this, and I say, oh my gosh, from in multiple branches of science are all pointing to the same results here, that the CO2 in the atmosphere, which traps heat from the sun after it comes off Earth's surface, is warming the planet. We've had the warmest years ever in recent years. Oh, there's an interesting little thing just this past year. There's an interesting little fact.
About the highest temperature.
The highest temperature jump ever.
It's 38 degrees.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it turns out that highest temperature jump came about in part because the anti-pollution campaign has been so successful. Because you know what's happened.
Right.
When there's pollution in the air, these are the aerosols that can reflect sunlight back into space.
Yeah. This is the one that we're talking about. This is a journalist in me. March 18th, 2022, scientists at the Concordia Research Station in the East Antarctica Plateau documented a remarkable event. It was the highest day experience, 38.5 degrees Celsius.
In Antarctica.
In Antarctica.
That's crazy warm for Antarctica.
Yeah.
That's like melting warm temperatures. Do you realize if the ice sheets in Antarctica and the ice sheets in Greenland melted back into the ocean, the sea levels will rise to the level of the Statue of Liberty's left elbow.
Wow.
Flooding all coasts. By the way, and cities, the greatest cities in the world, they're all on the water's edge.
Yeah.
Historically.
All right, so you've settled it. The science. We've
No, that's
settled
not.
it.
I didn't settle. The science settled it.
Well,
I'm just
I want you to
communicating.
say you settled it on this show. Can you grant it on this show that it's settled? Grant me that. Can
telling
you bless it?
I'm communicating to you that the work of climate scientists, their life's work, has arrived at a conclusion that some people in this world are in denial of.
Yeah.
And that will not bode well for the future of civilization.
Okay, well, let's talk about space. Right?
Sure.
Let's talk about space, the final frontier.
The next frontier.
The next frontier. That's what I was
about
going to
that?
ask you. So, so listen, it's in the hands of two people, really, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, right? And it's all privatized. Are you okay with that? Are you cool with it? Because it used to be NASA.
Pause. Wait, stop. First, you left out Richard Branson.
Okay, well, Richard Branson.
Okay, wait, and you left out NASA. NASA is going to the moon with the Artemis mission.
But isn't that in conjunction with these private folks?
On occasion,
Yeah.
but not specifically, not that mission specifically, but they're private enterprise. By the way, NASA has been engaged with private enterprise from the beginning. From the beginning. The LEM that landed on the moon was designed and built here in Bethpage, Long Island. We're recording this in New York City. Long Island, Bethpage, Grumman Aerospace. Their people still walk proud down the street. Their aunt or uncle worked on that project back in the Apollo era. So the difference is it was all tax-based funded. So that's why the rocket didn't say Grumman on it. It just
said NASA.
or USA.
Right.
All right. The moment a private enterprise takes initiative, then they get to slap their own name on it. And yes, this should have been happening decades ago.
You think that you're okay with it? You like that private enterprise?
I don't see any downside to it.
Yeah.
Whatsoever.
When you say,
And by the way, the private enterprise, they're not leading the frontier. Just think about it. I remember seeing the headlines when Elon Musk took cargo to the space station. New frontier opens up in the space. What's the future? What role will NASA have? Excuse me? They took cargo to the space station, which NASA had been doing for 20 years. But now you offload it. The same way the post office does not have their own jets. You rent space in the belly of Delta Airlines. Yeah. Let the commercial carrier do it. They'll do it for cheaper and reliably and efficiently. You pick it up on the other side. This is a long tradition in this country.
how long before there are trips?
They're already trips.
No, but I mean for private citizens where we're
They're
going to
already.
visit.
It's already happening. You got
know
$20
what I
million. You can go.
That's not.
Wait, you want to go
So-
somewhere? Or do you want to go to the
That's
moon?
what I mean.
Do you
20
want to go to the
million.
moon and Mars, or people say you want to go into space? Do you want to go into space? And I say, depends what you mean by space. If you mean going up and down, which is what Bezos and Branson do,
Right.
to me that's not space.
The edge of space. Not really.
Well, do you know how far that is? I'll tell you. If Earth were a schoolroom globe, Bezos and Branson, in their trips, go the thickness of 2 dimes above the surface of a schoolroom globe. I'm an astrophysicist. I can't call that space. I'm sorry. Then Elon Musk, he actually goes orbital. Okay? So these folks that go up and down, they get 4 minutes of weightlessness. Elon goes orbital. You're weightless the entire time. For however many orbits you want. Orbit takes about an hour and a half. You know how high up that is? That's a centimeter above Earth's surface, if Earth were the size of a schoolroom globe. So as an astrophysicist, you want to put me into space, give me a destination. Moon, Mars, the beyond. I don't want to boldly go where hundreds had gone before. Don't look at me like that. Look at how he's looking at me.
I'm wondering how long before do you think that happens, where we are visiting other planets on a normal basis where the average person can do it?
Well, the Artemis mission is attempting to return to the moon. We've already sent an uncrewed mission there. The next one is going to take a crew to the moon, orbit, and come back. The third one, Artemis 3, is going to go to the moon and land and pitch tent. And the South Pole, all evidence points that there might be repositories of water there, which is good because then you don't have to haul water. And water, if you separate the hydrogen and oxygen, that's rocket fuel at that point, because when it comes back together, it's highly exothermic, right? So that's in a couple of years, and it's still expensive to go into space. Elon says he wants, colonies on Mars. I don't think that's going to happen as quickly as he thinks, because you need motivation to do it. It's not that we can't or don't know how. Somebody's got to write the check. So the VC meeting with Elon, I want to go to Mars, and they said, well, how much will it cost? Maybe $1 trillion. Is it dangerous? Yes. Will people die? Probably. What's the return on that investment? Well, there isn't really one. It's a 5-minute meeting. So the government will do it. You know how we'll do it? You know how we'll go to Mars? Instead, all that has to happen, China just has to leak a memo. It doesn't have to be a true memo. Just leak a memo that they want to put military bases on Mars.
Boom, we're on Mars.
We're on Mars in 10 months.
This is my last question.
Last question? We just began.
No.
What do you mean last question?
No,
Okay, go.
This is my last question to you. What are the odds, you don't believe in odds, right? That there
No, probability is a real thing.
Okay, probability, that there is another sort of solar system like ours, another planet like Earth, another living beings similar to human beings on Earth.
I think, given the diversity of life on Earth in this one experiment that we know of, and other than the branch in the tree of life known as the great apes, that would include us and gorillas and chimpanzees, we're very similar to one another. We have all the same bones and muscles and this sort of thing. That's a very narrow part of the entire tree of life. To suggest, and by the way, if anything could have happened to snip that branch in the tree of life and we'd have no apes at all. There could have been a turn of events that could have taken us out. And so to suggest that on another planet, whatever life does is going to have a humanoid anything, I think is unrealistic. If being humanoid was so likely, then it would have happened multiple times in the tree of life, and it's happened only once. So I think what's more likely is we'll find a planet that has bacteria. We have bacteria on Earth for billions of years. Billions of years. Just bacteria. Single-celled life. Single-celled life. You want to bet on something? Bet on single-celled life.
What we have here is precious and unique.
What we call intelligent life, manifested by the great apes and other big-brained creatures, may be unique because Earth is full of other life forms that has none of that. But what's to stop another planet from having a branch in its tree of life that looks nothing like us, but is supremely intelligent relative to us? That their intelligence to us might make us look like worms to them. Worms to us or we to them, right? The audacity of us to say, let's search for other intelligent life in the universe. That implies we're intelligent. You know what'll happen? An alien will come and say, oh, I heard there's interesting biodiversity on Earth. They go to their travel catalog. Let's go visit Earth. And they say, oh, there's this one species there. We hear they're dominant. They're called humans. Let's check them out. Are they all the same species? And they come down and say, wait a minute. They've drawn artificial lines in their continents, and you can't cross unless you have papers, and people are killing one another because they worship different gods or no gods, or they have different skin color, or they sleep with different people, or they have different culture. They're harming one another? Is that really what's happening down there on this planet that looks so beautiful from space? What's going on? So I think those aliens will rush back home and report that there's no sign of intelligent life on Earth.
Thank you. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. Hi everyone, welcome to the Don Lemon Show. We have a very special guest with us, returning guest by the way, actor, author, commentator, a legendary stand-up comedian, good guy all around. He doesn't really like to say what's on his mind. He's a little timid. So we're going to try to pull him out of his shell, and that's D.L. Hughley. How you doing, my brother?
That describes me to a T. I'm good, man. What about you?
I'm doing well. I'm so glad to have you here. We need more voices like you out there speaking out here on these streets doing it. What's on your mind?
You know, I really just am disappointed.
Wait,
well,
DL, can I say something? I'm sorry. I hate to cut you off. Let me give you your flowers, because I haven't spoken to you. I told you over text. What you did on that stage at the Republican convention by saying, you know what, I was wrong about what I said about Vice President Kamala Harris. I'd spread misinformation, and I am sorry. To do that in front of an international audience takes a real man to do that, and I don't see anyone on the Republican side standing up and being a man like that, so I commend you for doing that. Good for you.
Well, me and you apologize to each other.
Yeah.
So
Right.
I think that when you, man, I just turned 60. So when you get older, it's like, really what I feel like is, mostly I feel repentant in the fact that I was so striding against a really amazing woman. And it doesn't matter how much you apologize or what form you use, the damage was done. Every time I say something, then people will say what I said in 2019. And I think, so there's no way to apologize to somebody after you've already, it's hard to pull your knife out of somebody while you and apologize. But ultimately, I feel very repentant. I think that it was, and I'm mostly don't understand how it is that I made those assertions without even looking.
Doing the research. People do it all the time.
Because research is such a misnomer, because most people research to prove, proper research is to disprove what you believe. The thing we call research is to prove what you believe.
Right.
Like, you know, it's
Confirmation bias. That's what
Right.
That's what it is. Yeah.
And so obviously I grew up in California. California at that time was Texas, and did some very, like, it was 3 strikes law. And this is no excuse, by the way, but the 3 strikes law, Proposition 209, 211, it was a very repressive place. And I watched it chew up a lot of people. So any agent of that system, I would greet with suspicion. It doesn't justify not looking at this individual, but at the point when I grew up and you know, it was before this transformation, there had never been, she might have coined the phrase progressive prosecutor. No one ever heard that before. So it would have been a misnomer.
Yeah. So what do you think? Are you watching these polls?
Of course. But, you know, polls are really funny, because the quickest way to make a black dude lie to you is ask him a question with a clipboard in your hand. You know what I'm saying? We don't care about the way. If you ask black people, if you finally get on the phone to ask them what they vote, they're going to be suspicious. They're going to lie to you anyway. That number one candidate, we interviewed all the black people, the number one candidate was D's nuts. They wouldn't tell the truth. So.
Who are you? How'd you get my number?
Right. All that.
Why are you calling my house?
Right. So I think like in everything else, it's not disingenuous. It's not inconsistent for black people and people of color to be undercounted in anything. So I don't know that, you know, that any poll would properly epitomize us. And I just think I paid attention to the polls in that you can see that there is a level of, if you were down 18 points in Iowa and now you're down 4, if the race in Texas is closer, if the race in Florida is closer, if North Carolina and these states have come closer, something has happened. If she was, you know, it's so funny, because when Biden had the debate, 2 points, Trump was ahead 2 points on the national average, and that sent the Democrats into a hissy, and they got rid of him. Now in some polls he's 4 points, and we shouldn't pay attention. So I just take it all with a grain of salt, but I'm invested in it, and I'm looking at what's happening.
Okay, so are you concerned about it? Because, you know, they showed momentum, and now they're sort of leveling out.
I'm only concerned. Well, I think here's the thing: the game is in our hands. I think that she's a remarkable woman. I think that when one side is talking about how they can make your life better and impact your life, and the other is talking about whether she's black or not, and Haitians eating dogs, then I think you know where I think if he thought he were winning, he wouldn't be acting so unhinged.
Well, you know, I mean, he's got to make sure, because you know why he can't lose. In his mind, he can't lose.
No, he can lose. He can lose, and ultimately.
No. I'm saying in his mind, he can lose, of course, but in his mind, he can't lose, because that's his mentality, because he doesn't want to suffer the consequences of all the court cases.
It's such a, like, Mark Robinson he likes chicks with dicks, and he's a black Nazi, but he didn't do anything illegal, and they want him out the race. The rapist and the fraud and the felon can stay in. So it's a topsy-turvy world. I think that they are. This is the first time I've ever seen such stark examples of the hypocrisy they wield every day, and to not say anything is even more hypocritical.
Well, that was my point, DL, because I said, okay, so it's the porn that's going to get you, that gets, Republicans to
Right.
for the few of them who are doing it, right,
Right.
to denounce you.
Right.
But it wasn't the crazy shit that you said and all the racist stuff that you said.
No,
I mean, you can
no.
be, he's like the black racist. He's like,
Right.
what was his name?
He's a black Nazi, yeah.
He was a black,
Him
he was like
him and Kanye are black Nazis. Yeah. He fit all the bill. He hated black people. He was misogynistic, and he was obviously protesting too much on one side. The things that he's a self-admitted pervert. So if you any other race, I mean, they voted for a guy named Roy Moore Jr. in Alabama. Overwhelmingly Republicans did, and he was a pedophile. Yeah. So it's the one thing that I will say that I am happy about is that there's no hiding it. There's no obfuscation. There's no mystery. Either you believe in the things you talk about or you don't. And it's clear that most, like at least 42% of the people, talk shit and will do something else. They don't love this country like they pretend to. They don't think of us. They don't believe in the Constitution like they pretend to. They don't have a set of more, because democracy was always a fraught proposition, and it required earnest white men who were with a lot of integrity, and those are in short supply right now. They just are.
Why does it have to be, though, why are the ones that they really hug and fall in love with, why does it always have to be like a Herschel Walker or a Mark Robinson?
Because Republicans never pick remarkable black men. They pick obedient ones. They never pick, they like black men like they like their dogs, obedient. They ain't with people. It's obedience that works with them. And they're unremarkable, obedient. And they have an obligation to not just be obedient, but to be to be loud in your opposition to blackness. Like you'll have Byron Donalds who will smoke a cigar and extol the virtues of Jim Crow, but won't say shit when Haitian children are being threatened because of a lie told. Or you'll have the Tim Scott. So they have, none of them are remarkable men. You can look at Clarence Thomas. He hadn't said anything for decades, and the first time he said anything, he was so quiet. The only way that you knew it was him is because he took pictures with the Supremes. That's the only way you knew. So they are comfortable, because if you're unremarkable, you're compliant. But they don't want anybody who challenges convention. You're not going to make them uncomfortable. The one thing that they warms the cockles of their heart is obedience from black people. Obedience. Do what I say. Ignore all of the noise and just be obedient to me, and parrot back all the things I say. Why is it that all these black people who have black children see what's happening where Haitian, you didn't even have to say whether you were against them lying about them eating dogs. You just had to say it's wrong that the governor of that state had to send state troopers so that children wouldn't get shot on picture day or blown up on picture day because of a lie that your candidate told. You couldn't even say there's no place for violence. Springfield might as well have been Birmingham. And the fact that they can find a microphone to excuse all of this bullshit but are silent when things like this happen tells you that they're exactly the kind of Republican they love.
Mm-hmm. You think about, like we say, the porn, which I love. You're an adult, you can watch. You can watch whatever porn you want, and nobody's kink shaming. Let me get this in deal. Nobody's kink shaming because you called it chicks with dicks, right? He said that he liked this. He said that he likes transgender porn, but He didn't say that. He said he liked tranny porn, but he used that phrase. Oh, so okay.
And you cannot.
Now I know why you said it.
And you cannot watch porn, whatever you want. Look at all over the country. Try to watch porn, and it'll ask you if you're 18. It does all these things now. So it isn't in Texas. You got to fill out and show ID. So even the funniest thing is the states that yell freedom the loudest only want the freedom to do two things: tell a woman what to do with her vagina and to have guns. Everything else, drinking, smoking weed, having porn, doing everything that makes you somebody, an adult, you can't do that.
Well, this is why I wanted to point that, because we were saying transgender. I like to, you're going to get in trouble with that, chicks with dicks, but that's your thing.
Oh yeah, because I never get in trouble.
Yeah, but you're the biggest supporter of the LGBTQ community, so I get that. But DL, let me just play this, because I'm wondering, same thing as you. Why wasn't it this shit that got him in trouble instead of the porn, which is, and he's consenting adults, whatever they do, that's his business. But why wasn't it this stuff, him saying crazy stuff before this, that got him in trouble? Let's play some of it, because I want our viewers to hear it.
There's no reason anybody anywhere in America should be telling any child about transgenderism, homosexuality, any of that filth. And yes, I called it filth. We could pass a bill saying you can't have an abortion in North Carolina for any reason.
He says the civil rights movement in the 1960s was, quote, crap, and that Martin Luther King was a communist.
Robinson posted the movie Black Panther was, quote, created by an agnostic Jew to pull the shekels out of your Schwarze pockets, using the Yiddish words for money and black.
He referred to the victims of the Parkland school shooting as spoiled little bastards.
He says the moon landing in 1969 may have been fake. He also says there is a secret ruling cabal that is part reptile.
And said that Beyonce is satanic.
So after all that, why wasn't it that stuff?
Because they agree with it. They agree with it. They agree with it. And it doesn't make them look bad. Listen, I don't think most white people are inherently nationalistic. I don't think most white people are inherently racist in the like there's certain words they don't use, there's certain things they don't do. But I think most white people may not agree with the tactics of nationalists and supremacists and the Klan. They may not agree with their tactics, their verbiage even, but they do agree with their goal. And the goal is to make sure that white people stay in power. So to the extent that you might not agree with the way that they slaughter the food you like, or how they gather the gas that you use, or how they even, how you get access to your cell phone and all the things that go on with that. They may not like all that, but they want the product. There is, most white people, there is a reason why overwhelmingly the Republican Party is overwhelmingly white. And that they become more nationalistic and more racist, overtly racist. There's a reason for it.
But they're doing it not just, in the halls of Congress and state legislatures and on campaign stumps. They're doing it through religion now.
Sure. But they always did it through religion.
And I write. That's what I write about now. This is my latest book. All right, so make sure you buy it. I'm selling the book here.
Of course I will.
Make sure you buy it. Make sure and tell everybody who watches listens to the DL Hughley show to buy it. But they're doing it even more now, especially evangelicals, through religion. They are not only blurring the line between church and state, they're trying to erase it, and it's all about control and power.
I don't know that it's ever been discernibly different. This illusion that it was different. They would beat you and sell your children and rape your woman and tell you about God. And they use scriptures for obedience to tell you that slavery was ordained by God. They've always used the religious apparatus. It's the same people in the southern region of the United States of America, the same Bible Belt you talk about, they use that belt to beat black people into submission. It's a conundrum. It's like, where is the highest level of porn consumption, the highest level of drug consumption, the highest level of all these things that are supposed to be.
When does Grindr go off, knocked off line? Is that a Republican convention? So
let's stop this notion that we were ever something different than this. I mean, the technology is different, the verbiage may be, the apparatus, the lenses we view things through may be, but the idea is really not that much.
Robinson has said that he is going to go against CNN, right?
He's
basically alluding that he's going to sue them.
He's not. And he said after this is all over, he was never going to win, first off. And Donald Trump said he's like Martin Luther King. He's more like Burger King, but I digress. He's never going to sue CNN because he was never going to win, and he knows it's true. Can you imagine having to get called into court and do a deposition and having to hear all those things and have them going to the public record. And even if some of them aren't true, the fact that some of them would be, he did all of these things. That is why they left him. And if it's not true, then sue them now. Start your lawsuit now. Why wait? If somebody did something like that to me that I knew was patently untrue, I would yell it to the high heavens. Or he shouldn't even argue. He should just say, I'm a Republican. He should say, how is what he did any different than the standard bearer, the top of the ticket? How is he any different than them? Except, if you remove, you have an adjudicated rapist, a fraud, and a felon can stay at the top of the ticket. But a man who may swing the way you don't, and he hates the same people you hate, he's the one that gets. And I don't want this to come up like I'm trying to defend that son of a bitch, but ultimately it is so blatantly hypocritical, it's laughable.
Okay, man, there's a lot going on. Let's see. I want to get through politics real quick before we go to other things. Okay, you had me cracking up when you said that somebody was being hypocritical because they were breathing through the nose of a white woman. And I'm talking about Janet Jackson, who's saying that Kamala Harris is white. Then someone said she apologized, and then she goes, no, I didn't apologize. I said what I said.
Right. Ultimately is this. We are entitled to our own opinions, but not our own truth. It is untruthful to say that it's not an opinion that that Kamala Harris' father is white. You can hit a button and see him. But to make these kinds of aspersions and these kind of cast these kinds of aspersions, she said, well, that's what I heard. And then she said, I heard they found out he was white, but I haven't watched the news in a couple of days. The only way you can find those kinds of things is in the farthest reaches of the internet. You have to go to the right-wing fringe. You will never hear that. There's never, you show me a report in any credible venue. Even Fox News have never said that. You have to go beyond that. You got to go to the fringes of things, the places where Haitians eat dogs and Barack Obama wasn't born here. You went to the fringes and found the lie that they perpetuated. My only question is, it seems ironic to me that a woman would question someone's blackness when you're doing it through the nose of a white woman. You have done everything in your power to not look like what you were born. Not looking. We know our noses are our feature. You've destroyed that. You've had people in your family that lighten their skin. So, and that's your privilege, your prerogative. But what is disingenuous to me, the question is, the people have had questions of whether Kamala Harris is black, right? They ask that question. They pose that question. But they always, people have had questions about whether the Jacksons want to be. So it's disingenuous for you to have trucking that kind of nonsense anyway.
Or didn't want to be.
Right.
We're talking about Janet Jackson here.
Yeah.
Do you think Janet Jackson, you're saying the furthest reaches of the internet, do you think she's like a QAnon? Because I know that they're a conservative family because of the Jehovah's Witness thing, but...
Listen, I think this. There's a difference between being conservative and being on the fringe. Where have you've been in the reporting game for a long time. Mm-hmm. There's a certain, even as crazy as some people can be, no news outlet has reported that. Where the fuck did you get it? Mm-hmm. No news outlet. Fox News 10 years ago was running with the story that Barack Obama wasn't born here. Mm-hmm. And even they didn't say that. Do you know where you got to look to find that? You got to look to, and here's my whole thing. What is the fucking point? What is the point? What is the point of saying? The point is to make it seem like she's not one of us. That's always been the gameplay.
To otherize her.
Yeah, it is. They do it to us, and then we do it to us. I ain't gonna say we, because I'm not nothing like them. But there are people, there are factions that will do it to us. I don't care what Kamala Harris is. I know she's a black woman. I know. Listen, she was raised in Oakland. She went to an HBCU. She plays AKA, and she had a boyfriend named Willie. Now, if that ain't black, I don't know what is. She look here.
I had Uncle Willie, so I know.
Of course. She worked at McDonald's. She loved nacho cheese Doritos. and her daddy left her mama. Come on now, it's every stereotype. What's happening? What are we talking about? It's silly.
You're crazy.
But you know what's so funny? If you look at Kamala's baby pictures, every black family has a picture of a girl who looked like she just came from outside playing and her hair is wild, right? Kamala looks just like she did in Oakland. Janet Jackson don't look like she did when she was Penny. I wonder what the hell was at the iron.
It was Walona's adopted daughter.
Come on now.
Wow. But she has a lot of goodwill built among a lot of different demographics. Do you think she's canceled?
No, I don't. First off, you've never heard me cancel anybody.
Yeah.
I've never talked about that.
Yeah.
There's a difference between calling out what you think is bullshit, and I'm a huge fan of her. I'll go to see her. This is a lie that you can easily provable lie that is being spread. Why it is being spread, I can't say. What is your goal in terms of what is the reason, the rationale for you spreading it? I don't know. And to get a chance to dial it back, to walk it back, and to not do it means you meant what you said, right?
So here, in this crazy sort of political world, and I should have brought this up right after we talked about Robinson, but you got this guy, he's a Senate hopeful, his name is Bernie Moreno, he's out of Ohio.
Right.
Basically saying that he doesn't understand, he said, he was talking about a lot of suburban women are singularly focused on abortion, and that's a little crazy. He also said he does not think abortion is an issue for women who are older than 50.
That is so patently insulted that I'm actually going to put it in my act. But the assumption is that even though you're not, or at the age where you're close to not being able to bear children, doesn't mean you don't have children that you want to see bear children and be responsible and have the right to have autonomy over their body. What kind of a world do we live in and country do we live in where we extol the virtues of freedom, but there's half of our society doesn't have the autonomy of their own body? I don't know how you can yell freedom when you want to subjugate people's bodies. But it's not uncommon. America has always controlled bodies, whether they black bodies or female bodies, and whether they're one and the same. They have always what kind of men want to control how people wear their hair, or who they can love, or what books they can read, or what they can worship,
An insecure
or what language they speak.
An insecure man.
But powerful men.
Yeah.
Do you know that in most parts of the world, speaking multiple languages is a sign of intelligence? It's a curiosity. But here, it is akin to a death threat. It is a threat.
Yeah. Speak American.
Yes, speak American. It really
Whatever
is.
that means. I got to read this because he's proving the point that I was trying to make that I got in a lot of trouble for, right? Where I said this is how society sees women, and people read it the wrong way. And even let's see, here's what. Are you trying to lose the election? Former Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley said on Tuesday morning on X, asking for a friend. Haley used the hashtags tone deaf, hashtag Don Lemon vibes, apparently referring to the controversy last year where I said what I said about her trying to make the point that she is in a party with people like this guy, and that she is doing to older people what society has done for women.
Exactly.
For years.
And now everybody, and to your point, just to dovetail on that point, now nobody's saying nothing about how Donald Trump is clearly mentally diminished, and no one's age all of a sudden isn't the problem. So I think it speaks to the level of hypocrisy that they constantly truck in, that people, for whatever reason, they have this level of whataboutism that they feel like it's unassailable, but it is. It is a lie. It was true that what you said about Nikki Haley, and it must be true now because I bet she campaigns for him. I bet she votes for him. She won't say vote against him.
I think she denounced him in that thing.
She denounced him because it's a state. It's a state she can't vote in. She didn't denounce that mentality. Here, the thing that's funny to me is there are all these, like, If you live in a red state, you can't even talk dirty to a woman no more. You ask your girl, who's this? She gonna say, well, it's the state legislators right now. It's crazy. It's like, it's silly to me.
Okay, we've gotten that off of our chest because there's everybody, instead of, here's the thing, nobody really wants to talk to each other. They just want to call each other out. Like if you look at the immigration bill, right, which could have fixed what was happening. People said, oh my God, I'm concerned about what's happening at the border. Yet Republicans killed the bill at Donald Trump's behest.
Sure.
They could say
But here's the thing that's funny to me. When did Pennsylvania become concerned about the border? Like border states probably, if you're California, you New Mexico, you Nevada, I mean Texas, states that border the border, okay. But now all of a sudden it is the thing, it is your whipping boy. Yeah. It is your red herring, it's your scapegoat. The truth of the matter, America doesn't, politicians and some of their constituents wrangle about illegal immigration. Wall Street doesn't. Mm-hmm. Wall Street knows how profitable it is. Wall Street understands that the reason America has done far better with inflation is because of the influx of illegal and illegal immigrants. Mm-hmm. You want to get rid of illegal immigrants? See how farmers complain. See how poultry producers or people that produce meat or pork complain. See how construction complains. So it is an idea. What they don't want is for those people to come and stay. Mm-hmm. But America has a problem because poor brown people do our intellectual labor, and poor brown people do our physical labor. Mm-hmm. Poor black and brown. So if you can't write an app and you won't pick an apple, you shit out of luck.
Yeah. Listen, I live in out on the east end of Long Island, right, which is in Suffolk County.
I know where it is. Goddamn. Let's get to the point. I know where.
But what I'm trying to make a point is that people think it's liberal. It's red. It's very conservative.
Of course
right?
It is.
That's what Lee Zeldin was, a congressman, right?
Sure.
And people think there are lots of farms out there and lots of businesses. And you know what I see? I see immigrants doing those jobs. But right? And I don't know, it's not my job. I don't know if they're legal or illegal, whatever. They're doing the roofing, they're doing the farming, they're working in all kinds of the businesses. Everything. They're doing it. And there's a proliferation, I believe, of like Mexican people or people or whatever. But this is a Republican thing, and nobody's saying they shouldn't be here to help us with our businesses and to do these jobs.
No. If you're mad, if Republicans are mad at El Salvadorians for being here, or Mexicans for being here, or Haitians for being here, or Venezuelans for being here, in various other countries, or what they would call shithole countries, you don't need to be mad at them. Poor white people need to do those jobs. If Springfield, Ohio had those job openings, there were white people there that were able to take them, they didn't. It isn't, so your problem isn't with the people that come here. It's if poor white, because here's the problem. If you poor and white, you a nigga. You just don't know it. You are. Your skin say you white. Your pay stubs say you black. So you need to understand, if you want immigrants, the reason they have this whole black jobs and Latin jobs conversation, if poor white people would do the jobs that the immigrants are doing, we would not have this influx of immigrants. We wouldn't have had slavery either. Because America has and always will need somebody to exploit for their labor and then blame everything on. Yeah. So if you want to stop illegal immigration, make sure all those people driving around hating immigrants but still on the public dole do the jobs that they do.
So we're both men of a certain age, pretty close to each other. Now I remember Freak Nick, but I now know nothing about no freak offs. But have you ever been to a freak off?
No, Don, I have not. but I will say this.
Yes.
I never liked him.
You never liked, you're talking about Diddy, Puffy.
I never did. And he never did anything around me. It was just the way that, you just have these kind of inklings about people. And I will say that what bothers me the most about this whole thing is a couple of things. Now all these people who are telling their stories and who are saying that, they saw it. And if you saw that and you didn't help,
why not?
You were not a witness, you're an accomplice. Mm-hmm. And I think It's just like 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Nick Cannon has 300 kids and he ain't got $1,000 of baby oil. 1,000 bottles. Like 800 dildos. Who is the dildo wrangler? I like who.
Wait. What?
Like I read 800 dildos.
Oh,
like,
come on, DL. That is impossible. Are you kidding me?
No way. I'm not gonna argue with you, Don. You you win, but I read it. You win. But the thing that's hilarious, the thing that's so much like, and the allegations of drugging women. Listen, I love women as much as everybody else. I ain't gonna drug nobody to get it. I'm from the era when lies worked. Remember that? Remember you could lie your way into
Baby,
like,
you know I love you.
A
right?
Ruby ain't got shit on I love you. What are you talking about?
Right.
It's crazy.
You're the most
I just don't understand
you're
it.
the most beautiful in the world. You know I love
Absolutely, baby, for sure. Am I gonna call you? I can wait. I can't wait to call you. That's crazy.
So what? You never liked him? What was it? A vibe, or did you know were people talking?
I had never. I'm the boringest. I go to work and come home. I'm not. But and now I'm glad I didn't, because I don't have to have our lawyer to explain to me, to have me explain my presence. I just never have been. I think that he seemed craven to me. To me. Now I don't have anything to base that on other than my personal, God gives you that first mind and you listen to your first mind. Well, after you messed up as much as I did in all kind of areas, you just kind of go, I'm gonna listen to it this time. And he seemed like that kind of guy. And when I saw the video of Cassie, I was not shocked. Not that I had ever even heard anything, but I'd seen the video. And I was not shocked.
Do you think there's going to be a fall? Everyone said, oh, there's going to be a fallout. There's going to be fallout. More people. There are people in Hollywood now who are scared in the music business and rap and hip hop. They are scared that something's going to come out about them, either some videotape or some underhanded, shady stuff.
Sure. It would be. No one can have a level of criminality that high without accomplices. It couldn't happen.
So you think he's guilty? You said criminality because this is all alleged, but...
Listen, I'll say this. All I know is this for sure. They got R. Kelly, they got Bill Cosby, and they got Puffy. They have fucked around and arrested... Yeah. They have arrested the 90s. They've arrested... They have arrested everybody on Nick at Night. It's crazy.
And then what was that? Something in Park. What is it?
If you got a VHS, you better look over your shoulder. The fans might be watching you. It's crazy.
Do you think he's ever going to get out?
Listen, I know he's a billionaire, and I know I've seen stranger things. I don't know. I think that it's a very sad situation, and it speaks to how, the one thing that I will say that is consistent with these situations is that there are people who are willing to help them for their own personal gains. There are people who there's nothing you could do that's so debauched or horrible that you can't find somebody to do for you. And a lot of them. Now, there's a difference between saying a thing and covering a thing up. Now, that ain't up to me to decide, but ultimately, the one thing that is consistent, and the one thing I know for sure, is whatever you're looking for is looking for you.
So, DL, let's just say I'd have you back in January 20, whatever it is.
Yes.
2025. Inauguration Day.
Mm-hmm.
What does America look like? Because I'm saying that, I'm asking you because we're not going to know, I believe, for a while.
I firmly believe. But I'm from California with the whole Bradley effect. I remember Tom Bradley was running for governor and he was ahead in the polls, and then the next day, nothing that the polls said was true. But I also believe that Barack Obama had a lot to do with shattering that mystique. And I do believe that Kamala Harris, and I respected Hillary Clinton a lot. I think she's done things decidedly different. I think she's legging it out. Um, she's running toward the goal line. Kamala's done things that I know for sure that I would be hard pressed to see another leader do. Kamala invited me and other black men out who she knew she didn't like her. Now it takes a hell of a leader to sit in the presence of people who are opposed to you. So I think she's doing all the right things. I think that her favorables are going up. I think that she'll win, but I don't think she'll win by a little. I think she'll win by a lot. And I think, in terms of what happens when that happens, if she wins by a lot, and it's so embarrassing that Republicans can't back Trump's play to say anything crazy, that's one thing. If it's closer, and he can say some crazy things that they are willing to align themselves with, then we have a different situation. But I believe firmly that she is doing all the things you need to do to secure a victory. And instead of expecting a vote, she's asking for it, and she's trying to earn it. And I'm very proud of what she's done in the race she's won. I think that, contrary to a lot of things I think or have thought before, Democrats have run a pitch perfect campaign, to the extent that we are now hearing, people just saying all these crazy things in a win. And here's the thing that I want to get out of the way right now. I'm a Democrat. I fight hard for my team. If somebody was paying me, I'd say they was. It's like Warren Buffett got rich buying things he believed in, investing in things he believed in. I believe that the progressive idea is better for black people than the conservative idea. I think that there's a difference between progressivism in Minnesota and conservatism in Mississippi. I'm not ashamed of my beliefs. I fight hard for my beliefs. If I were getting paid, I'd say it. I believe the things I believe because I believe they're the best for the people I love. If I didn't believe that, I wouldn't say it. But ultimately, conservatism, most black people live in the southern region of the United States of America, 58%. There's a reason the infant mortality rate and maternal mortality rate is high. There's a reason it is.
They don't hear progressive ideas a lot. They don't live in a progressive society. They live in a
That's right. They don't
society.
live in a progressive. And if they did, the reason it is because there are people who would rather you suffer along with you than see you get something. I think that mentality needs to die.
When my family comes from Red, Louisiana, and they come here to New York, they're like, we feel like we're in a different world. We don't have to hear the Trump stuff and all the racist shit, because it's the same thing. They all the time. That's all they're living in. That's all they see.
When somebody, the best they can offer you is everything costs less, that's the best they can offer you. This is not me statistically living in that region. You live years less because of medicine, because of environmental impact. I was born in 1964. My granddaughter Stevie was born a couple of weeks ago, September. I was born, and I was the first one of my mother's children who was born with the full rights of an American citizen. Affirmative action passed a little later on. There was affirmative action and Roe versus Wade, a little later on.
Yeah.
My granddaughter has been born in Georgia with less rights than me.
Right. Yeah, you're right. So if you and I don't know if you remember 2009, we bumped into each other at the Huffington Post thing.
I do.
Do you remember? You don't remember I chipped my tooth, right? I think you came up and said hello, and I had the glass, and I chipped my tooth. I tell everybody this, so you probably didn't even know. But then if I see you at an inauguration party, you think if you do it'll be because she won. So you think we'll be celebrating a win for Kamala Harris then?
No, here's what I think. Be careful what you ask for, because you just might get it. I have every confidence that she will win. I have every confidence that she has the bare bones to make a fantastic leader. But that starts the minute you get what you ask for.
Right.
So I will be exhausted, because I think it's been an exhausting process. But at the same time, I will be expecting to see the leader I believe she would be.
Yeah. So can we talk about, because I was out today talking to folks, right, just asking questions. I was like, where do you get your news from, right? Which news source do you think is most credible? What does it look like if there's another Trump presidency? Was it look like it was a Kamala Harris presidency? What are you most concerned about? All those things I was asking people today. And so I'm out there talking to people. And one of the things I did, I think you saw it, is on the way to the convention, I went across country. Right. And I just started asking people about their votes. There were a lot of black men who said, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I'm voting for Trump. He gave me a check. Blah, blah, blah. You saw it. And I still hear it. I hear it here in New York. I hear it everywhere. What do you think about that?
I think that people are individuals, and whatever sparks to them, sparks it. I'm not going to judge somebody from what it is. I think that it is to me, when you got these ideas don't compute. Trump got me paid when you only got $1,500. When the predicate of being paid was that you weren't making money. So, I mean, whether it's $1,500 or 30 pieces of silver, people are willing to settle even the greatest of us for the least. Yeah. So, I think that what appeals to people is a level of selfishness. What about me? What's in it for me? What do I get? And people who have men and women who have families and community, people care about the communities. There is something past you. Like, you got to want to plant trees that you'll never know the shade, the benefit of the shade. You got to want things to be better for people that not just you. It's not just generational wealth. It is generational stability, generational hope, generational opportunity. So even if you can't give your child a stock portfolio, you can invest in making the world better for them. And you can do that, and everybody can do that. But when I hear these people say these things, which they're entitled to say, it makes me wonder that you're exactly the kind of person that appeals to. It's a level of selfishness. What about me? Which is the biggest selling point. And they can see it in people. Like, I can see this, that people I don't want to be with, they can see that sense of weakness, that sense of selfishness. They can see it. And they knew there's going to be a certain amount of people that spark to it. So I don't have any, mostly I feel sorry for them, because if you're living just for you, I don't know what you're doing it for.
D.L. Hughley, I've always loved you as a comedian, but I love you as a person, as a man. As
Likewise.
A now, you're an amazing guy, and I really appreciate you coming on. Keep doing
Likewise.
what you're doing.
I will.
I was always proud of you. When you did that at the convention, I was like, now that is a man.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you something. My wife was like, since you're apologizing to people.
What about me?
All these apologies you got.
What about that?
It didn't work out that great for me, but thanks, Don, for pointing it out again. I appreciate it.
D.L. Hughley, thank you, sir.
All right, baby boy. Take care.
Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. I have the pleasure to be joined this week by the young freshman congresswoman who has dominated the news cycle. Jasmine Crockett is a civil rights attorney and represents Texas in the House of Representatives. Thank you so much for being here today. You must be exhausted.
I am, and I probably look it, but it's all good.
No, you look fine. But you have been working. Listen, I have been following you for a while, and I've been seeing you really let folks have it on the House floor. And I'm sure when we don't see you as well. But recently you got involved with the scuffle with the Georgia Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. I just want to play what happened, just a little bit of what happened when she, for some reason, talked about your eyelashes. It was really out of pocket, but let's watch and then we'll talk.
Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about
I
don't
think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No,
what you're
ain't
reading.
nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person?
Are your feelings hurt?
Her words down.
Aw.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play.
Baby girl? I don't think
we are going to move, and we're going to take your words down.
I second that motion.
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling. If someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman,
I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold on. I'm trying to find clarification on what qualifies.
Chairman, motion to strike those words.
I had no idea what you just said.
Okay, I thought what you said was funny, but I think people admit the best part of it was a what now?
Yeah, it was. It caught us off guard.
Listen, I know people are laughing at it. Do you have any regrets about it? What do you think about it watching it?
No, I actually don't. What people don't understand is that Marjorie had multiple opportunities to not end up in this situation. Number one, she could have just not done it because it wasn't warranted and it's against the rules. The second opportunity that she had was to apologize. So it was basically supposed to be apologize or be kicked out of the committee. And once the chairman decided, never mind, I don't want to kick her out, then it was more so clarification. And I never said a word to her. I never directed my words to her. I used parliamentary procedure to inquire because I wanted the chairman to think about how far this could go if he decided that he wanted to rule in this way. And so I don't expect her to ever change her poor behavior, but I don't know that the chairman wants to be included in all the trap songs, country songs, gospel songs, or anything like that. And hopefully he can get control over the committee. I just think that people are used to Democrats just sitting there and taking whatever insults are lodged at them and saying, well, never mind, I'm just going to be quiet. And this was the first time that I was illustrating for the chairman, this could go a lot of ways if you decide that you want to play this game.
And have you heard, what did the chairman say anything to you? You weren't disciplined in any way, were you?
He has not said anything to me. We had committee for the first time yesterday, and Marjorie did not show up. So she didn't come to committee oversight, and then it's my understanding that she didn't show up for Homeland either, one of her other committees. So everything went a lot smoother. I mean, oversight is a clashing committee no matter what. For sure, we had a member that wanted to talk about diversity and DEI and wanted to basically say if you're diverse, then you can't be qualified, which hit a special way, right? So I had to deal with that. But like, those are the things that we engage in, right? But this is just different, kind of directly saying something to someone.
Well, I feel like we've gone back in time. I mean, I wanted to, there's so many things I want to ask you about. Let me get this over and then we'll talk about the DEI of it. Were you surprised that it went viral the way it did?
I absolutely was.
Because people have written songs about it. It's all over the internet. It's trending still. There's merch. I mean, I hope you're using it to your advantage to do some good.
We are. We made sure that the campaign moved to trademark the phrase so that we could hopefully control a good portion of the merch and at least make people think twice about, producing merch, because none of this money is going to go into my pockets whatsoever. I'm going to stay a public servant who's not getting paid, but what has been dictated by law. But
what are you going to do with it?
Absolutely raising money. So we're raising money through the campaign. And because I am a member of leadership, I am responsible for giving money to other candidates. And I do it really because I want to do it. So I help usually candidates on every single level of government. We just got done with city elections. I help some city candidates. I'm helping a state representative, but I also make sure that I send money to the federal candidates that are running. So this is really going to help democracy on the back of Marjorie. I don't think that there's anything else that could be more poetic, not even my words, than being able to take this as an opportunity, take these lemons and actually turn them into lemonade.
Do you know how much you've raised?
I have a guess.
You have a guess?
I have a guess.
Can you tell us?
I don't want to, because we need to raise more. People don't understand how much these daggone campaigns cost.
All right. It's expensive, but it's a good amount, right?
It's a decent amount, yeah.
It's a decent amount of money. Okay,
it's
good.
More money than I've ever raised in a week. That is.
How did you come up with that saying? Is this just off the top of your head? Because, I mean, there's alliteration and everything. I mean, it was just, wow.
No, so I actually was so frustrated when he was making his ruling and he was trying to give her her time back to speak. And so that's when I was like trying to interrupt him. And so I was looking over at her. And so I jotted down, I was like, you bleach blonde. And then I thought of my granny. My granny used to call people bad built all the time.
Bill. My grandmother would call people portly built, or
It was a granny phrase.
Yeah.
And so I was like bad built. And then I actually toyed around with the last part of it for a second. So that was the part that took me a little bit longer to get the last two B's. When I say took me a little longer, like took me 5 seconds longer. And so I was like, butch body. And so it was literally just to make sure that he understood how bad it could be. But again, a hit dog hollered because she almost immediate was like, you know what? I think my body looks great. I'm almost 50.
Yeah.
Okay.
She responded to it. I mean, do you think it was, she felt a certain kind of way about it?
Yeah, she did.
You think she's embarrassed by the blowback? Because what she did was really out of pocket, as I said at the top of the show. I mean, there was no need for her to say that.
Yeah, I think that she is shocked that the internet has gone so far at dragging her. What most people don't realize is that Marjorie is the 5th best fundraiser that they have on the Republican side. She falls below leadership. So the only people that are beating her out in fundraising are all people that are in leadership. And so some would think, man, she's really popular. Polling shows that she's the most despised person that's a member of the Republican caucus. But those people that love her, they send their $2 and $3 and $4 every month. And so she's able to still kind of get these very small grassroots dollars into the door. But I think the backlash that you see on social media, and it's across all racial spectrums, all generations, I think that it's clear that like Americans have an issue with how she handles herself in Congress. And I don't think that she was expecting that. I think that she felt like she could probably ignore, say, Black Twitter, and she would just make it a Black thing. But considering the fact that it's like all ages, all races, and they will not stop dragging her, like every day there's something new, I think it has gotten to her. But I think that people have been tired of her bullying, and no one took the time to try to knock her back.
Does she, you said the attack was racist, right? Did you think her attack was racist?
Yeah.
Why?
Because if you've ever followed anything that I've done on social media, every time MAGA gets mad, it's this, oh, look at her nails. Oh, look at her hair. Oh, look at her lashes. And to be clear, a bunch of the people that they love the most wear lashes, wear extensions, wear nails. And it's only...
People don't know. They think it's like a Black woman thing. White ladies wear extensions and clip-ins and
they do.
You know what I'm saying? And
they do.
And lashes. It's not just for Black women.
It's not just for Black women. But what she was doing was she would never say it about one of her white counterparts.
Right.
It was to be in this trope of, oh, that's ghetto to have lashes or to have, you know, your nails and that kind of stuff.
You think she's jealous?
And so that's all she was trying to do.
You think she's jealous?
I would be if I was her, but you know, but I can't get into that wild head of hers.
You said her bullying and etc. Do you worry about her? I mean, do you think she would never do anything physical, or maybe her supporters? I don't know.
I don't worry about her doing anything physical. I mean, you know, people forget that I was a criminal defense attorney. So, you know, there are those that are like, oh, look at her and that hood is coming at her. I'm like, I dealt with murderers. Like, I need y'all to understand like where this comes from. Like, I've always had to have a very strong sense of self because of the types of people that I would have to deal with as a criminal defense attorney. So, you know, I think that I have a better gauge on who's a threat and who just talks. Marjorie likes to talk a lot. I don't see her ever being physical at all. Plus, I think that she may be concerned about what I could do physically. And when it comes down to her supporters, I never put anything past MAGA. But the reality is that the same people that have hated me since day one are continuing to hate me. And so we do get death threats, which is just a sad part of the reality of what MAGA has induced into politics. And I know there are some that would argue, well, we've had assassinations, JFK, things like that. But I think that it's different because, number one, we have seen such a spike in the threats that are coming in against members, and it is initiated by MAGA. When we were talking about the speaker vote and whether or not Jim Jordan would become the speaker, you know, MAGA was going out and threatening other Republicans and their spouses, as well as we know that we've seen it on our side where they've tried to go after people. Obviously, they went after Nancy Pelosi and ultimately harmed her husband. So, you know, MAGA is not a political party as far as I'm concerned. They have co-opted the Republican Party, and they are more so violent, like out of control, you know, neo-Nazi types. I mean, we know that when we look at January 6th, there were a number of them that actually were neo-Nazis. They are violent, and they honestly have no place in America. But I don't know when we will actually make a break with MAGA.
Wow. Really? How did we get to, well, I think MAGA, I feel like the Republican Party now is MAGA. It's been taken over by MAGA. So yes. I feel like they're one and the same, Congresswoman, because the people in the party who say that they're not MAGA and they're traditional Republicans, they're not standing up to the MAGA crowd.
Oh, that's absolutely true. And, you know, and I think that that's going to be one of those things that we have to make clear in the upcoming elections as we attempt to take the House back. You know, you've got the likes of like Mike Lawler in New York who will go on all of the TV stations, right? And his rhetoric will change based on which TV station he's on.
Don't I know it?
His voting record is clear. Yeah. His voting record is clear, and it aligns with the rest of them. You know, if you are concerned about a national abortion ban, you should be concerned. I've got this markup on the farm bill where they are attempting to cut $30 billion from SNAP benefits. So for everyone that thinks that they'll have more money in their pockets, you're wrong. The Republicans want to take food out of your literal mouths. And we know that people that are on SNAP are only getting $6 a day. That is absolutely ridiculous as people are complaining about the cost of food.
So Mike Lawler is one of a number, but he said his rhetoric changes depending on which news network he's on. So you think he says things, if he goes on something that's considered liberal, he'll say something that's more liberal, or if he's on a conservative network, he'll say something more conservative. But don't listen to the words that come out of his mouth. Listen to what he does, and that's in his voting record.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So I think that it really comports with what you're saying, is that the party has been co-opted by MAGA, because as it relates to the policies or whatever, because I don't really feel like they have policies, they end up kind of hamstrung by MAGA, and they usually fall in. Every once in a while, when it's something that's so important, that's when the speaker, no matter if it's McCarthy or if it's Mike Johnson, decides I've got to ditch these guys because we've got actual work to do. That's when we end up doing things like making sure we can keep the government open. That's when we end up making sure that the debt ceiling is taken care of. That's when we end up doing things like making sure that we can pass foreign aid packages for our allies and friends that are struggling overseas. Other than that, though, it's the crazy people just running the inside.
Well, that's what I want to ask. Right, it's the inmates running the asylum. What do you think it says about the state of politics that something like that could happen on the House floor? That and the type of behavior that's happening from these folks. What is going? Is that because of the MAGA wing of the party? I don't get it.
I think it's just them. I mean, I would guess that it's because of MAGA. But, you know, people are definitely remembering this for a lot of different reasons. But if we think back to just my first term here in Congress, we know that the speaker got into a physical altercation with another one of his members. We know that there was almost the fight on the Senate side that Bernie Sanders had to shut down. And there was at least one more incident in that same week with the Republicans. We also know that Marjorie has heckled the president for the last two State of the Unions. This last one, she put on a MAGA hat. We're not allowed to wear any hats, let alone one that has a slogan on the House floor. She did not care. She again ignored the rules of decorum, and she was yelling at the president as he was speaking. There was that moment where they had an exchange back and forth. She was yelling at him last year. And then she also was on the House floor and called her other MAGA darling the B word. Oh yeah, that happened. And I forgot, when we were going through the speaker fights, there was like a physical altercation where one of the older Republican men grabbed another Republican man like by the throat. So like they have been physical all year long for sure, and or have exchanged really biting words to one another. This was the first time that someone decided to cross the aisle in a committee or otherwise to say something hateful directly to a member. And so I think that that's why it is more memorable, because it's like, oh, that's just what they do on the Republican side.
Well, it's interesting because, you know, if you look at social media, MAGA, you talk about how, you know, what they say to you, the responses that they say to you online. And it's always, they're always talking about, you know, black people and you know, black people's behavior. I mean, look at them. I mean, that's some ghetto stuff that you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
They've
saying?
got blinders though. I mean, it's like, they can do whatever they want to, and that's perfectly fine. And for you to have a larger reaction to what I did than to have any reaction whatsoever to what she did, it just kind of tells you where they are. And I just ignore them. I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. Like my mom would say, use your words. You used your words and look what happened.
Yeah.
So I have to ask you though, because as a black politician in Texas, I'm sure you've seen that Trump has made some massive gains. At least that's what the polls show. The polls show that, you know, more black people are liking him. I don't know if that translates into votes. I don't know if you believe the polling, but apparently he's making some gains with black Americans in this election cycle. According to a recent New York Times poll, as many as 20% of black voters are teetering in his direction. What do you think? Why do you think we've seen this alleged growth among black voters, and do you believe it?
You know, I think that we have to be very serious about the misinformation and disinformation that is put out there, especially into the spaces in which we receive our information. You know, it's just like this mistaken belief that, number one, Trump sent out stimulus checks, right? Like it's this idea that, oh yeah, he put money into my pockets, without fully understanding the story and recognizing that actually he slowed that money down because he wanted to put his name on the checks, right?
Yeah.
And so like, or the fact that the Biden-Harris administration gave you even more money, or the fact that the child tax credit was something that was born again of House Democrats' work and working.
Congresswoman, y'all need to get that out there. How come you can't get that out there? What's up with that?
I think that is very difficult. I think what was demonstrated with what happened last week is that the way that people take in information, it's very difficult to break through. You know, I never thought that that would be the thing that would go viral and cause songs and things like that. But if I sit here and talk about the fact that the president wants to give $400 a month to people so that they can move into houses because he understands that the interest rates are high, that's not going viral. Or if I talk about the fact that the president has done $7 billion for HBCUs versus the $253 million that Trump did not want to reauthorize, not initiate, but reauthorize. He didn't want to do it until somebody said, well, President, we can invite all of the HBCU presidents and we can take a photo. So he's like, okay, great, I'll sign it then, right? Like the fact is, he has a record that has been harmful towards Black people, and anything that has been done that he has been credited with, it wasn't initiated by him. It wasn't a policy that he actually wanted to do. This was something that was done by House Democrats or Senate Democrats. And he just decided to sign into law because he saw an opportunity to be able to market on it. And I don't know how people forget that we ended up with the pandemic. It's so astounding to me that no one really remembers that when we had President Barack Obama, we had an Ebola breakout. And I remember it because it was down in Texas. But you know what? That administration was able to contain and make sure that this did not become an international incident. He failed. He threw out Obama's book. He decided that, oh, this is nothing. It will never make it here. And the entire world relies on America to be the grown-ups for the entire world. And we didn't have one. We could have saved some of your cousins, brothers, sisters, mothers, if we did not have Donald Trump. And the final thing that I'll say on this is that there are a lot of people that are really upset about the war and about the president's handling of the war as it relates to Israel and Gaza. And the reality is that there's only one president that ever tried to institute a Muslim ban, and he was stopped by the courts. But now he has the court that he wants. So for everybody that believes that Donald Trump will be better when he is out here sputtering and saying, I am going to institute a Muslim ban, you're wrong. I get that you may not like either position. You shouldn't like Donald Trump's position for sure, but that's not, you're not hurting Joe Biden by not reelecting him. Joe Biden is in his 80s and has his back.
Okay.
You're not hurting him. You're hurting yourself.
Let me read this. And this is from a prominent African-American, and I'm not going to tell you the name, but I'm going to read this was sent to me. Jasmine Crockett must go out as a Biden surrogate ASAP. Black folks heart and relate to her. She is young, gifted, I think, Don. She is no shrinking violet, an attorney and solid. We need her now. 4 exclamation points. He mentions another politician, I'm not going to say. That politician, he believes, has lost their bite being too safe. Diplomatic, someone who's above you. Diplomatic and strategic because of the position that that politician is in. And I'm paraphrasing there. I understand. But Crockett out there has the bite we need. You know, I love Michelle Obama for her when they go low, we go high. Well, F that. And MAGA have taken this country to a new low, and we must, he's a Democrat, I'm not, I'm an independent, just so you know. As Democrats, get a backbone, sharpen our tongues, start standing up for ourselves, the party and the country. So when they go low, fake lashes, we dig a hole for those MFers, bleach blonde, bad built butch body, and keep it moving until we can vote and get rid of this bunch of misfits running this country. And yes, it begins with defeating the orange, whatever, and MAGA. Then we can attempt to return to some form of normalcy to government. And then that person said, thoughts. And I just responded with a 100% emoji. So what I'm saying is, you're saying that you're having problems, Democrats, the president, the Biden-Harris administration, you're having problems punching through. Now, as I said, I'm an independent. I'm not at any political party, but I believe that the Democrats are the only party now that is trying to save democracy, is on the side of democracy. You have this moment now, Congresswoman, where you can break through, where you can talk to the people who believe that Trump gave them some money just because his name is on the check. You can talk to the folks in the barbershop and the beauty parlors and the church. So then what do you do with this moment?
Yeah, so I am absolutely all in as a surrogate. My schedule is really bad, but the Biden
Have they asked you?
Oh, yeah. They absolutely have asked me, and that was before this moment. They obviously have watched me closely on oversight because that was where all of the impeachment drama was taking place. And so one of the places that is going to be a third home for me is going to be Detroit. So I'll be in Detroit here really soon. They've tried to get me to Nevada a number of times, but the schedule hasn't quite worked out. I was in Philly just this past weekend, and Philly is like, we need you here.
Okay, I get you. You're going around. I get you. But do you understand you cannot be safe in this moment? Can you get Democrats to understand, your colleagues? You cannot be safe in this moment. You must fight for democracy, and you cannot go high when they go low. I'm sorry.
I don't know that I can get all the Democrats to understand that. I think that the younger generation of Democrats, those that came in my class, which it's a very, very qualified class. So many of us came in with experience either on the state level or city government in some way. Even though we, on average, we are a younger class, we're quite experienced. And my class is like fighting, right? Jared Moskowitz is always brought up because Jared Moskowitz always fights back in a very witty way, but he's also an attorney. We know that Dan Goldman, when he fights back as a former federal prosecutor. but he's also in my class. We know that Maxwell Frost, our only Gen Zer, we know that he consistently fights back. And so I think that from my class, it's very easy to get them to do it. I can't really say so for some of the other ones. I will tell you that Nancy is ready to fight any day. But, you know, Maxine and Nancy both came up to me. Nancy came up to me the very next day and was like, "You go, girl." She was like, that's exactly what she needed, right? And then Maxine came up to me yesterday and she was like, "You keep it up." She was like, "Don't you let up," right? So it's weird because you have these giants that both of them are in their 80s, and they are absolutely high-fiving. In the middle, there's some people that are like, "You did what you had to do, but now we need to figure this out," you know, that kind of
Let's
conversation.
move on and see what's next. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
All right. Well, listen, I agree with you. Keep it up, right? Just keep fighting for fighting for what's right and fighting to keep our democracy. I have asked you a few things before we run out of time. Are you paying attention to what's happening in the Manhattan courtroom?
Oh, absolutely. I had a chance to actually go visit. So yeah.
You did.
paying attention.
And do you think it'll make a difference? Because in the beginning, Americans weren't paying attention. And, you know, his supporters are saying, obviously, it's a witch hunt. You know, they're out to get him. It shouldn't be in court. They're going to vote for him anyways, even if he's guilty and even if he goes to jail.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there are those people that will vote for Biden no matter what. There are those people that are going to vote for Trump no matter what. But this race will be decided on the opinions of independents, honestly. And so I think that some of those independents definitely may be swayed if he's found guilty.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about Israel and Gaza. You have voted for 2 bills supporting Israel's ongoing conflict in the Gaza Strip. Considering how things have evolved, Congresswoman, over the last 7 months or so, it's almost 8 months. Do you still believe that the Biden administration should be supporting Israel militarily?
So, you know, I sent off a letter right after we did our vote for support, which meant that we could actually have support for Gaza, Haiti, Sudan, Congo. That was all included in that vote, which mattered to me because there are some huge conflicts that are taking place and there are some people that really need our help. But Israel is an ally. And I believe in making sure that we are very smart about foreign affairs because our enemies are watching as well as our friends. And to make sure that we can stay safe in this country, we have to make sure that we are truly honoring what it means to be an ally. Now, does that mean that I agree with Netanyahu? Absolutely not. It doesn't mean that I agree with Netanyahu. But I need to remind people, and I've had these conversations with heads of states of various friends and ally nations that are very concerned about if Trump comes back. Trump is wild. Trump and his friends have said, nuke Gaza. That is what they have actually said. And so, you know, here's the deal. We end up in a very vulnerable situation if Trump ends up coming back into office and we basically give permission to our allies and friends to leave us because we did it. So do I agree with the fact that all of these Gazans have died? Absolutely not. Do I think that he has used a butcher knife when you needed a scalpel? Absolutely. At the same time, it is a difficult balancing act that I am walking, trying to make sure that we are safe as I look towards the possibilities in the future, but also trying to make sure that those that really need some sort of support, not just in Gaza, but in these other countries, that money is there.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I don't think people really understand the nuances of all of this. And I have said you can be concerned and care about Palestinians and about the folks in Gaza and also understand that Israel has a right to defend itself and Israel is an ally. I mean, just last night I went to, you know, there's an exhibit, a Nova exhibit here in New York City, which depicts what happened at the Nova Festival on October 7th. And it's going to travel around the country. And if you see that, I think everyone should see it.
It was recommended to me when I was just in New York, and I'll be back in New York. But
it's over on the 25th, but I think it's coming to DC. It's going to travel around the country, but you need to see it. It depicts what happened, I think, better than any news report or footage that I've seen, and you can't help but be moved by it. I want to move on just in the short time that we have, and I want to talk about, I know this sounds unorthodox, but go with me on this. I want to talk about Diddy because of the domestic violence part of it. And I'm wondering if there is an opportunity to help in this situation with the administration talking about domestic violence. What do you think of that? Do you think the administration should be talking about it, especially out on the campaign trail? Because this is a story that really hit all different demographics. It is in the zeitgeist, and everybody, it's crossed over into everything, politics, entertainment, law, and so forth. Should the administration be talking about this?
I think it's something that you may hear the vice president bring up for sure, specifically because she was a prosecutor, right? Mm-hmm. And some of the bills that we have tried to pass have to do with gun legislation and domestic abusers and things like that. I think it's a good opportunity to show the difference between the two parties about, like, is this somebody that you want to lawfully carry a firearm or not, considering how far they would go without a gun. It could really end up a lot worse. So I think it's an opportunity to really tout some of the legislation that this administration and the Democrats have been pushing on, as well as for the vice president who has prosecuted these types of cases to really say that, like, this is why she prosecuted, you know.
And she's a woman. She's
right,
perfect.
and she's a woman.
And she's a woman. What did you think when you saw the video, Representative?
You know, I've done defense work, so I've seen lots of videos of domestic violence myself.
Worse than this?
And I don't know if it was worse than this, but I've seen some pretty bad videos. Definitely the damage that was done to some women. I've seen worse damage done to some women. Maybe I didn't see the actual incident on video. I will say that it was beyond disturbing, and I feel as if there's a trend that we see taking place with the exposure of powerful, wealthy people that, for whatever reason, are taking that power and they are misusing it specifically upon women. We saw it with the Me Too movement. And, you know, I don't think that anyone ever thought that Me Too would become what it was. And now we're consistently seeing and hearing about some of the people that, you know, I grew up on Diddy, grew up on Mace, all of them, right? Like, so it's like, oh my gosh, what is happening with some of the people? Obviously, I grew up on R. Kelly, right? And just to be clear, Mace has not been accused of anything. I was just naming people
right.
that I grew up on. And so it's very disappointing to know that these are people that you potentially allowed to be so powerful because you gave them your money, you supported them, and this is what they did in turn.
Yeah. Congresswoman, last question, because I know you have to go. So what do you say to the women out there? I know that men are domestically abused as well, but by and large, by far, it's women who end up being the victims of domestic abuse. So what do you say to them as we leave?
What I say to them is that it's never your fault. It is never your fault. And I also want women to know that your class and your race have nothing to do with it. There are women that have been lawyers and doctors that have been abused, as well as those that were relying on their abuser to take care of them. But you are worth more. And there are so many people that are out there that are willing to support you. There is a way out. Don't believe the hype. Don't buy into this idea of, I did something and so I deserve this, because no human being deserves to be treated this way.
It's been a pleasure speaking to you, and I hope you come back. And I want to meet you in person. I've never met you in person. I don't think we've met. Who knows?
A long time ago. I was just about to say, maybe we didn't do in person. A long time ago, you, myself, and Lee Merritt, I've got the pictures from a long time ago. We did something at a CNN something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was kind of like a town hall setup or something. But yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. You know, senior moments. Well, anyways, Congresswoman, thank you. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, I know you're not scared of her. You have any words for her? No?
Do better. Do better.
Do better. Thank you, Congresswoman. It's been a pleasure. You be safe, and we really appreciate it. Keep fighting.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
You too. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. There are some things that you say I find, and again, I'll give you a chance to explain them, that I think that are divisive and may sort of contradict what you're saying.
So your entire perspective has been pro-BLM, and your entire perspective on your network has been essentially that it was totally fine for the officers that were bludgeoned, the officers that were killed, the officers all throughout New York City in the BLM riots. You even had, Yale graduates.
Can we keep the focus?
Please let me finish. I just allowed you to finish. I just think it's nice to allow me to finish since I'm a guest on your show. Like I said, I'm just dizzy because I can't figure out whether or not you care about police officers.
Young people and old people who are trans, right? And they are not pretending. And it is not a mental disorder.
Well, it is pretending because you will literally never be able, if you're a little boy, to grow up and have a baby because you're not a little girl.
So what you're saying is, oh, you know what? The Holocaust was bad, but look over here. These people were worse than the Holocaust, so we should.
That's not that. First off,
that's what it sounds like. I'm telling you, that's what it sounds like.
You just said you didn't watch the episode.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Don Lemon Show. Thank you so much for joining us. And you see that person there on your screen. Actually, a lot of people have been saying that, you know what, you should get Candace Owens on. You should get Candace Owens on. So, Candace, welcome to the show. I appreciate you joining us.
Anytime. Thanks for having me. I wish we had done it much sooner.
I do too, because quite frankly, listen, I know, this is going to be interesting for people. I'm not sure we're going to agree on much. Maybe we will, who knows? But I do have to say that I am happy that you are back in the game, because after you left your former platform, I said, you know what? I don't really agree with a lot from her. Sometimes I do, actually, but I think that you're deserving of a platform. And quite frankly, I think you're a bigger star than Ben Shapiro. And I've said that publicly before. Again, doesn't mean that we agree on everything. So I'm glad that you're here. I've interviewed a lot of people. Also, Candace, I don't want this, if I can say this, to be, a moment where, people, you or anyone, we're looking for, this fiery moment that's going to go viral because people are going to click on it. I really do want to learn about you. And I want you to be able to explain some of the things that you said and whether you believe them, whether they were taken out of context or whatever. But can we start? Is that okay?
Yeah, I love that. I think that's really great. I just had a conversation with Russell Brand about the same thing. Like the left-right stuff is just getting really old and toxic. And I think we can all take each other out of context to make the other person look stupid. But I think people are more deserving of an actual conversation.
So I was going to start with the politics of the day, and we can always get to that because that can be kind of boring. But I mean, do you feel like after you left the other platform that you were on, do you feel different? Has your attitude or anything about life or your political beliefs, or has that changed at all?
It hasn't changed. I would probably say that I experienced more of an internal sea change at the beginning of last year, when I was still on my other platform. And I think people saw that toward the end of me being on the other platform. And there was just, and the show was performing really well and really strong. And I think it was because I had kind of broken with this idea that it's always like left versus right. And in a way that just welcomed more people into the show. So I personally changed, probably starting at the beginning of last year, I would say.
There were people who were saying, because you went on to The Breakfast Club, right? Mm-hmm. And they were saying, oh my gosh, Candace Owens is Black again. She's going to come back to the Black community and she's going to be Black. And that's the way she's going to reemerge, much the same way that people said that I was going to be red-pilled when I came back to, whatever, the streaming and what have you. Is that, are you Black again? Do you feel that? What do you think about that?
People are going to be so shocked to learn this, and I guess I'll just announce it here, but I've always been Black. So it's like a thing. Every day, I've just been Black my whole life. And it was interesting to see people take that narrative, because some people were like, she was doing this because, she decided to be Black because she knew she was going to get fired. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I went on the network because I got invited to go on for the first time ever. That was just my luck. And I think it was in response to me having done Joe Budden's podcast, and Joe Budden said something nice about me on his podcast, and I reached out on my podcast. So that was all very natural. And when I went on The Breakfast Club, I still said what I always think. I think people may have heard it different. And again, I think that is in large part due to the fact that Americans are growing tired of the hostility left versus right. And people are starting to listen to different ideas and seeing that we probably have more in common than the mainstream media would have allowed us to believe in the past.
Okay, you say that, but there are some things that you say I find, and again, I'll give you a chance to explain them, that I think that are divisive and may sort of contradict what you're saying. But before we get there, can we talk news of the day, politics of the day, and then we'll get into that? Is that cool?
Sure.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start with the breaking news. The first Democratic senator publicly questioning President Joe Biden, his election chances, after 7 House lawmakers broke party ranks and urged the 81-year-old to step aside. It's Colorado Senator Michael Bennet. He told my own network, and he said this on the record, Candace, that he expects the president to lose to Donald Trump by a landslide, and he heavily suggested that Joe Biden should end his candidacy. So then, Candace, this happened on MSNBC. Let's watch.
Does he have your support to be the head of the Democratic ticket?
As long as the president had it's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short. I think overwhelming support of the caucus. It's not for me to say. I'm not the head of the caucus anymore, but he's beloved. He is respected, and people want him to make that decision, not me.
He has said he has made the decision. He has said firmly this week he is going to run. Do you want him to run?
I want him to do whatever he decides to do, and that's the way it is. Whatever he decides, we go with.
Okay, so some people said, "Hey, wait a minute." She's not exactly saying Joe Biden, as many Democrats are saying now. Joe Biden is in that. He is the candidate. We stand by our candidate, and she's not exactly, emphatic about it. Do you disagree with that? What do you think?
No, she's not emphatic about that statement at all. But what I would say is that when I watch that, there's something about it that feels performative to me, and I think a lot of people feel that way. That suddenly everybody's pressed the button, and it's like throw Joe Biden under the bus and pretend that we just found out at the debate that he was mentally deteriorating. I actually was covering today on my show how George Clooney, I don't know if you saw this, but he wrote an op-ed in the New York Times, essentially being very kind. I love Joe Biden, all this stuff. I saw him weeks ago at a fundraiser and he just wasn't the same and he can't go on. And he's calling for Joe Biden to step aside. And the question is, okay, you saw him at a fundraiser weeks ago. Why didn't you write this op-ed weeks ago? Why did you wait until the debate? So a lot of people are questioning whether or not there's already been a decision made and everyone already knows he's going to step aside and they're just kind of prepping the public on that statement. And I know might seem cynical to you, but that's definitely what it looks like to me. I mean, we've been saying this about his mental health for years. Why are people just listening now?
There is a difference, though, Candace, between something, and that doesn't mean that someone can do the job, but hear me out here. There's a difference between something that happens to people naturally, right? We all get older. I have trouble sometimes recalling things that, I'm like, oh, what's that senator again? What's that name again? And that happens to the best of us. But there is a difference between that and someone who is, a perpetual liar or doesn't believe in democracy or is an election denier. Those two things are not equal. And I think that is the premise of what Democrats are operating on right now. Joe Biden may not be the man he was 5 years ago or 20 years ago or 30 years ago, but he's still better than the alternative.
Yeah, obviously I fundamentally disagree with your assessment. And I think it's very strange coming from a party where Hillary Clinton denied the election results for years. And said that her election was stolen from her. It's very weird for people to suddenly just not remember that. Sometimes it feels like the press
there
just
was no insurrection around that. I mean, she eventually
well, now you're accusing him of the insurrection. He has nothing to do with.
No, I said, but there was no insurrection around that. I didn't mention.
You can say that or not, but you just said he's an election denier. Okay, well that would put Hillary Clinton in the exact same camp. And so it's very weird when there seems to be this sort of like Men in Black memory wipe where people pretend that suddenly Trump was the first person who questioned election results when that's been going on for a very long time in America and nobody cared about that.
Hear me out here. There's a difference between questioning an election, the results of an election, which happened with Al Gore and George Bush, than having almost every court in the land
disagree with the assessment that the election was stolen. There's a difference between questioning an election than saying it was stolen. There's a difference between someone saying, you know, I thought I should have won, and there were, you know, I had all these wins that were, you know, that were not at my back, than someone saying, you know what, the election was stolen, and that these people are heroes who actually desecrated the Capitol and beat up police officers, and a police officer ended up dying. That's a whole different thing. Those two are not equal.
So your old network even debunks the points that you just made. Obviously, the person that died that day was Ashley Babbitt. The only person who died on that day.
My old network does not debunk that, Candace,
yeah, they
right.
absolutely. I covered it on my show. Even
No,
CNN.
I work there.
No,
They do
okay.
not. They do not.
Well, I have my
that.
computer. Do you want me to bring it up live? The CNN article where they debunked that Brian, who you're talking about, the police officer, died that day. He didn't.
I didn't
die
say
that
he died
day.
that day. I said
okay,
he
correct.
died.
Let me finish this.
Police
You said he
officer
died because you're trying to make people believe that it had something to do with what happened. He died of a stroke, a completely unrelated stroke days later. So that narrative that was quickly pushed out by CNN was then subsequently debunked. So the only person that died that day was Ashley Babbitt, and Ashley Babbitt was a Trump supporter. So only a Trump supporter died on that day. Regarding the insurrection narrative, you know, there are questions that still have not been answered that seem implausible to me. I happened to be on that day in DC, 9 months pregnant, and it's just stunning to me that, you know, that whole summer DC burned and nobody cared, and then suddenly people are talking about an insurrection and nobody is asking the common sense question of why the FBI, while they can lock up grandmas for having walked into the Capitol, some of these charges are heinous, absolutely heinous. You see these people on camera just for simply walking in at the beckoning of security guards who allowed them in, were put into prison for a very long time. So I'll ask you the question: do you think it's a legitimate stance, or that it's legitimate that the FBI can't figure out who it was that dropped off pipe bombs the night before?
No, I don't think that any of what you said is very relevant, because the facts
It's not
speak
relevant.
for
Okay.
themselves.
The
No,
pipe
I
bombs
don't
are
think
not
that it's relevant. I think talking about the FBI is really deflecting the attention from what really happened. You know, a friend of mine, Michael Fanone, was a police officer who fought that day, who had a heart attack, who had a head injury, was beaten with flagpoles and beaten with sticks by people who were in that crowd. The officer who died of a stroke, you know, shortly after. It's surprise. I think that it would be tough to say that the stress that he suffered from that did not have something to do with it. Ashley Babbitt broke into the Capitol. It's awful that anybody died. Police officers, you see the tape on camera, telling everyone to stand down as she tried to enter. She was not complying. As people say, when police officers or officials tell you to do something, one should comply. And when she tried to break into the Capitol and defy the officers' commands, they did what they had to do, and she ended up dying. It's awful that it happened, but to say that she died, and I assume insinuate that it was because of some nefarious actions by the officers, I just think that is, you know, beyond the pale and does not actually fit a solid narrative of what actually happened.
Well, it's very dizzying. I'm actually dizzy right now because you know your entire perspective has been pro BLM, and your entire perspective on your network has been essentially that it was totally fine for the officers that were bludgeoned, the officers that were killed, the officers all throughout New York City in the BLM riots. You even had, you know, Yale graduates.
Can we keep the focus?
Please let me finish. I just allowed you to finish. I just think it's nice to allow me to finish since I'm a guest on your show.
It is, but I want you to.
But you had them throwing bombs,
I want you to keep the focus on the insurrection and not on
Molotov
BLM.
cocktails in the very same summer that you're talking about the insurrection. Molotov cocktails were thrown into police cruisers
Candace,
during the BLM George Floyd riots.
But
You
we're
didn't
not
seem to
talking
have
about.
the same
We can talk about the
sensitivity toward
insurrection.
police officers.
We're not talking about BLM. Can we?
But it's relevant because it was happening in the exact same city.
Okay.
And so suddenly, like I said, I'm just dizzy because I can't figure out whether or not you care about police officers or you don't care about them, because now you're sharing emotional stories and now you're cutting me off when I want to share one about a Molotov cocktail that was thrown into a police cruiser in New York by some college graduates, and the media, the platform that you were on, cheered it on because this was about justice. But suddenly when it's patriots, you want to talk about the sad stories of the police officers. You're now saying that because you don't comply, you can get shot. That's fine if that's your perspective. And Ashley Babbitt wasn't complying, but then we should probably revisit the George Floyd riots.
Many Americans can be deemed as patriots in this country, even
okay, well, I don't know why you're cutting me off. I haven't cut you off. I'm just trying to get out my point.
I'm trying
trying to tell
So
you because we have very limited time. And the reason I'm cutting
okay,
you
let's
off is
move
because
on.
I want you to stick to the subject because you're deflecting and you're talking about
I'm
BLM.
not deflecting.
And
I'm
hang
not
on,
deflecting.
please. Let me make a point across. And BLM has nothing to do with the insurrection. We're talking about the events that happened in Washington. And
I just
so
want to know what the definition of an insurrection is, because when I was living in D.C. and the BLM was pulling down statues, they were marching on Washington, the media was fine with it. So it's confusing because the Brett Kavanaugh hearings and the women were storming into the Capitol, they were lining in the
I'm dizzy
hallways.
now because you're talking about
I'm really
something that has
confused about
nothing
when
to
it's an
do
insurrection
with the
and when it's
insurrection.
not an insurrection, because the Brett Kavanaugh hearings definitely looked like the definition of an insurrection when they were chasing down senators in hallways trying to stop them from voting. But for some reason, the media supported that because like #MeToo. Again, I'm just trying to get a consistent definition of when it's okay to storm the Capitol building and when it's not okay to storm the Capitol building because it's an insurrection.
But Candace, we're not talking about BLM. And we're not.
That's the problem. We're never talking about anything Democrats
I want to get back
do.
on the
It's
subject
just
because
like
this is not
Trump
helping anyone.
supporters.
This conversation is not helping anyone. So let's get
let's
back on
move
the
on.
subject. BLM and what happened has nothing to do, and we can litigate that and we can talk about that. This is not a conversation about BLM. This is a conversation about what happened on January 26th, and this is it's not about Brett Kavanaugh. Okay.
Okay. Well, they stopped a vote, so I just think that might be relevant to your insurrection.
Okay. So, do you believe the election was stolen? Because on July 21, you tweeted. This is July of 2021. You tweeted, "Quote: It has now been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris cheated in the 2020 election." Do you still believe the election was stolen? Because even Trump's own Justice Department, the Supreme Court, courts all over the land said that there was actually no evidence to substantiate a stolen election in 2020. It was the
yes,
most
I believe the election was stolen in 2020.
History. You do believe that?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you believe that?
Because it's pretty obvious that COVID was used as a mechanism to fundamentally change the way that people vote. They were passing through absurd legislation, essentially saying that every single person would get a mail-in ballot, even if they hadn't requested one. And then there was actually footage of people dropping off multiple mail-in ballots when the counting stopped in the middle of the night. So yes, I believe that our election was stolen. We don't have to wax poetic about it. We're not going to agree on this issue. You're going to give the talking points that. No,
I'm not going to give talking points. That's what I wanted to. I just want to get.
Yes, I still believe that.
Okay, great. Thank you for answering that. And that is where I want to keep this on the subject and not deflect to something else. And so, I don't work for CNN anymore. So, I don't associate me with that because I don't work for CNN anymore. One of the reasons that I brought up that tweet to discuss, 2020 election and beyond is because, do you think it's fair to say, I think that you've had a political evolution over the last couple of years. Do you think it's fair to say, I think that you've become much more conservative in your thinking and in your stance and things that you say. Do you think it's fair to say that you've become more outspoken and more conservative on issues over the last couple of years?
I think I've thought more about what it actually means to be a conservative. And I would say that I've probably become infinitely more committed to my Christian faith. And so that might read as more conservative over the years. I think that's fair.
You've been more committed to your Christian faith. How does that play into your thoughts about politics?
When we think about conservatism, we think about tradition, it's traditionalism. And when I'm thinking about which traditions I want to uphold, it's the Catholic faith. It's Christianity. And I think I've now been in politics for 8-9 years. When I started, I was young, I was single, I, was running around wearing a MAGA hat. And now I'm a married mother of 3. And a lot of the conversations that we are having are heavier. We're talking about the future of this country that my children are going to have to live in. When we talk about any of these ideologies, we're talking about what they're learning in school today versus what you and I were learning when we were in school. And that has been a radical transformation. So it means more to me. And I think a lot of people, when I was pregnant with my first child, said, motherhood will change you, it will soften you. And I actually found that politically, motherhood actually hardened me.
How so?
Because I realized that these conversations matter. These are not just talking points. This is not somebody talking in a news hit. This is going to have real world implications for my children.
Listen,
and giving you one example of that would be the dawn of the trans indoctrination that you and I did not go through in school. That to me is a very severe thing. I think it's demonic, quite literally demonic, as in, worshiping Baphomet. It goes back a long time. and I'm going to use my
You said
platform to speak
worshiping
about
what?
them.
I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Baphomet.
Okay, got it. Well, here's the thing. I don't know about, I'm not sure I would call it an indoctrination. I do believe that it's legitimate to say that you have questions about it because it's a lot to take in. I wouldn't necessarily call it an indoctrination. And where I grew up, when I grew up, there were definitely trans people. And maybe there wasn't an awareness of it in the world or the country at large. But I remember trans people growing up. I remember people who were cross-dressers growing up. My girlfriend's brother was a transvestite growing up. So there were definitely people who were out there who were part of the trans community. And I remember the threats that Chris got from, my girlfriend's brother. I remember people on the street throwing things at him and threatening him. So I'm not sure it's an indoctrination. I think it's just maybe an awareness of things that happen in society. And that doesn't mean that the pendulum doesn't swing too far sometimes, but I'm not sure I would call it an indoctrination. That's all I have to say about that.
Well, when I was in school, I learned that it was a mental disorder. I know that's changed, but it was in the DSM-5 as a mental disorder. And I accept that there are mental disorders, and people that are suffering from mental disorders should never be treated by people harassing them or people yelling at them or calling them names. So I'm sorry that someone that you knew went through that. But when people had mental disorders, it wasn't, at least it wasn't commonplace to try to teach them about and normalize the mental disorders in classrooms, because children are experimenting with ideas and children always want to be different. Yeah. And if you say to kids, obviously propaganda works. If you tell kids smoke cigarettes, they all start smoking cigarettes. We've learned this. And then in my generation, we stomped out smoking cigarettes because of the reverse course on that and saying no, actually cancer kills. They taught us in the classroom that cancer kills. And now the majority of people who were smoking like crazy in the 80s are not smoking anymore. So we know that psychological conditioning works, and that the majority of these 12-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 10-year-olds are not non-binary. They're just learning that as a way to be different, they can experiment with these things. And unfortunately, these have very evil results because kids are being put on drugs that are quite literally used on pedophiles.
Well,
in prison.
That's not necessarily so. But listen, let me just say that about
a drug. I think that there are a lot of things on pedophiles in prison. That's what's being given to children.
There's a lot to respond to that as far as the indoctrination. If it was an indoctrination, then I went to a Catholic school, so then I would be, a straight male married to a woman who attends church every single day. If there was any sort of indoctrination that was happening, so apparently the indoctrination at the Catholic school did not work on me because I ended up being the exact opposite of what they wanted. The other thing is that the whole idea that they're giving young children drugs at an age, and the children are getting to decide at an age that they need these medical drugs for transitioning, that is absolutely not true.
What do you mean that's not true? You can get,
and also
you can get puberty blockers as a child. I had a whole person on my show who spoke to that transition
of the family, and the family. You can get puberty blockers as a child, but the parents have to decide that. That's not some
so they can
child
get puberty blockers.
Who's decided? The parent and the child gets to decide that. So
okay, but that they should puberty blockers fundamentally alter them for life.
Disorder. You understand that it has not been, it's been deemed not to be a mental disorder, and then you're saying that that you're. In your rhetoric, you're saying that it's a mental disorder.
It is a mental disorder. That's what I learned in school.
It's not a mental disorder. Okay,
if you think that you're a boy and you're actually a girl, you are suffering from a mental disorder, obviously, because you can't actually change your sex, obviously.
I know plenty of children now. I know plenty.
You can play dress up, but you can't change your sex.
I know plenty of young people and old people who are trans, right? And they are not pretending. And it is not a mental disorder.
Well, it is pretending, because you will literally never be able, if you are a little boy, to grow up and have a baby because you're not a little girl.
I would hope that your child would not grow up, or your children would not grow up, and then thinking that they're trans, and then their parents telling them the exact opposite.
I would tell them that they have a mental disorder, and we're going to get them help.
I want to play this because, to continue this conversation, when I say that, I think that your views have changed over time. This is a clip from one of your shows. It was just last week as we continue this conversation. It's about flat Earth and round Earth and conspiracies. Let's play this.
Sure.
If there's a bunch of people that believe something, I now want to know what it is that they believe. And of course, he pushed me on this, and he was talking about the earth curvature and science. And I said to him, listen, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. Actually, what I am is I am somebody who has left the cult of science. I have left the mega church of science, because what I have now realized is that science, what it is actually, if you think about it, is a pagan faith.
Okay. Candace.
Yeah.
Do you actually believe this stuff, or are you saying it because you want to generate outrage and you want more attention and you want people to sort of click on your show? Do you actually believe that? I mean, science is science. What do you mean the cult of science? What do you believe? You're not a flat earther or a round earther? I mean, sometimes I think you're a very bright and very intelligent woman. And I said, is she just playing in our faces? Like, what's that all about?
First, let me ask you, did you watch the full episode, or did your producers pull a clip out of context?
No, I did not watch the full episode, but I'm asking
so let me put
you
it into context. Yeah, no, sure. I'm happy to put it into
you.
context, because that's the beauty of the media. It's just always a clip, and then people go, oh, what's going on here? So that was an episode we were talking about birth control. I was sharing, I'm very passionately against the birth control because of all the women who in my life are suffering side effects, who can't get pregnant, and are realizing that inserting copper IUDs into your body over time can have an impact. And women were sharing their stories online about how the doctor told them it was safe and effective, and it obviously wasn't safe and effective long term, because people just simply accept what the experts tell them without thinking. We saw this during COVID, so I'm very comfortable saying this. But if I had been saying this years ago, people would have been like, she's crazy. But this is what we mean when we say science. And by the way, these ideas, if you want someone even more brilliant than me who wrote about this, C.S. Lewis would be a great starting place. He termed this scientism, where the people that are in control of science create a faith. They create a faith by saying, well, the experts say 6 feet social distancing works. And so everyone starts walking around with 6 feet social distance between them until Fauci comes around, like he did recently, and say, we kind of made that up. We were just guessing. The experts say the COVID vaccine, if you get it, you will not transmit or be able to get COVID.
Not exactly
and then
what
they go,
said, but go on.
actually, that wasn't true. So people, and without knowing that, subjected their bodies and said, okay, I'm going to get this vaccine. Then they say the science has changed. Well, if the science changes and you've already impacted your body, as many women, I did not get the COVID vaccine, and I'm not meaning to judge people who did, but a lot of my female friends were having menstruation issues, as we talked about on the show. A lot of my female friends had miscarriages, as we talked about on the show, simply because they trusted the experts, not because they actually knew
You don't know
that
that
the
for sure that
science
they had
was
you don't know for
accurate.
sure that they had a miscarriage because of the vaccine. That's
They
what
had
they're
first
assuming.
and foremost, they've already admitted that the vaccine, like we're now past COVID era scientism. So they've admitted that the 6 feet social distancing was fraudulent science. They admitted that the masking was
You
fraudulent
realize you're looking at
science.
something in hindsight. Hindsight is 2020, and your Monday morning.
Well, that's the point.
quarterback, right?
And until you
So-
get hindsight, it's just a faith. And that is what I am talking about on my show. It is just a faith. People placed faith. It was not a science. It was a faith. Okay.
You said a
Real
phase or a
science.
faith?
So that's a faith. You just believe it. You can't see it. You trust the person. You trust this person who is a science, who's a doctor, who you've enacted as the Lord in your life, and you shouldn't do that. Common sense to
Who should
me
you
when I was a
trust?
kid. Common sense to me when I was a kid, like when people were pushing birth control pills on me when I turned like 15, every time I went to the doctor, women who are watching this will relate. They're suddenly like, birth control, you got a pimple, birth control. So I didn't need to trust the science or the experts I just said to myself, yeah, probably not a good idea to microdose yourself with hormones every single
What does
day.
that have to do with a worldwide pandemic and epidemic where people were?
I'm answering the clip that you just showed. I'm
where
putting
a
this
lot
into
of people-
context.
I know, but you're going.
Yeah.
I want to.
But because that's also what I talked about on my show. This is the beauty of actually watching a full episode and not using a clip. And so I said, now for me, it's going to require a little bit more than a faith, right? Because I'm realizing scientism just gets people to do things based on emotion without actually, and just going, trust the experts, trust the experts. I'm not trusting the experts on anything anymore, okay? I'm going to actually take a look at things and actually try to discern something by myself. Because the experts have lies.
But isn't that
routinely,
based on
and people's
emotion
lives are
as
ruined.
well?
People got myocarditis. Kids died from heart attacks, and they admitted after the fact that they knew that could be a risk. And first, they gaslit
No,
the
I
moms
just
who were saying
researched
it
that,
happened.
and that is not true. But
That
but
is, what do
go
you mean
on.
it's not true? There was a kid who won a lawsuit for myocarditis. He
Yeah.
quite literally, if you can look this up on Yahoo News, myocarditis, he actually won. The government had to pay him, I believe it was in the Philippines, who had to actually pay him. And after that point, after that lawsuit, they started putting the warning on the vaccines that it can cause myocarditis. So it doesn't help. It doesn't help if you're saying that you're no longer a part of the establishment, you're doing your podcast, at least acknowledge the things that even they have acknowledged now, that it causes myocarditis, that it
that it can impact menstruation. Anything that is impacting your
I
menstruation.
never said I wasn't part of the
impacts your
establishment, by the
reproductive
way. I said I did not work for CNN, but go on.
health. Okay. Okay. I'm glad you're admitting you're part of the establishment.
No, I mean, I don't believe that I'm part of an establishment, any sort of establishment. You would have to, you would have to.
That was
The premise
wonderful.
is that I belong to some part of an establishment. I do not. But I also say the things that you're saying are also, that's based on emotion. And you're comparing a woman who can volunteer to take a birth control pill, as opposed to a worldwide pandemic where people are dying. And science does evolve, just like the world evolves, and we learn more about things. Just as the science around cancer and HIV, that's all evolving and it's improving. So over time, science evolves, it improves. So I don't understand the obsession with people who say, oh, I didn't do this, and they feel really good about possibly even harming their fellow man by not wanting to do things that's supposed to help the greater good. To me, that is the most un-American and most unpatriotic thing that a person can do.
Yeah, well, actually, the most un-American thing would be Marxism, and that's a Marxist philosophy that you do things for the greater good, and it's fundamentally absurd. You should make sure that what you are doing is
just do things for yourself.
It's not selfish. It's not selfish. It's actually the opposite to say that you should inject something into your body simply because this person says so. And by the way, the science is evolving.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that you don't understand. That people don't understand.
To offer their bodily autonomy in order to maintain their jobs.
But see, I think that's false, Candace.
It is
because no one. There was no
which part is false?
mandate. You did not have to order people. If you did not want to take the vaccine, you did not have to take it. If you don't want to take a vaccine,
and many people lost their jobs. OSHA tried to mandate it, and then they had to fight that all the way up into.
You can voluntarily not do it.
So it's a threat. It's a we're not mandating it, but just so you know, you're going to lose your entire life and not be able to feed your family.
You don't have to lose your entire life.
I mean, that's kind of a little.
If I did not take a vaccine,
ridiculous.
I would not be allowed to go to school.
Okay.
So because why? I was putting other people's lives in danger. So
this is going to shock you, Don. My kids are not vaxxed.
You can decide to do a whole lot of things.
And that's wrong.
But that's not a mandate.
That's wrong. That's why I moved to a state where there's medical freedom. And guess what? You can compare statistics in the states where they have the most unvaccinated children with states like California where they couldn't be more vaxxed. And so your entire philosophy that somehow the unvaxxed kids are harming the kids that are vaccinated is nonsensical, by the way. How can you say, in order for my vaccine to work, you have to get a vaccine? What kind of science is that? If your vaccine is working, then you don't have to worry about unvaxxed kids. You know, people are waking up to this.
People who were vaccinated had higher rates of death from COVID than other places.
That is simply untrue. Okay. That is simply made up statistics to justify the fact that they harmed a lot of people with not false science or evolving science, lies. They straight up told people that if they got the vaccine, they were not going to get or transmit COVID. They lied, okay? They knew it was a lie because it required censorship to maintain the lie. They were censoring independent voices who were saying...
with people filled with people who did not take the vaccine and on their deathbeds. You know what they said to me? I wish that I had not listened to the people, to the QAnon and to the non-vaxxers and to those people. I wish I hadn't done it because maybe I wouldn't be in this hospital dying.
Oh, that's so shocking that you were able to talk to people on their deathbeds because people were not even able to see their loved ones. The hospitals were so locked down. So how were you able to speak to so many people on their deathbeds in hospitals in New York City?
No, this was not in New York City, as a matter of fact. And it was It was after the lockdown. It was at the hospital where I grew up in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And
it's quite shocking because they were not allowing in hospitals for people to even see their loved ones. And you were able to talk to people on their dying bed.
Forget that there were.
That was their death wish, to talk to Don Lemon about the vaccine. It seems like one of those stories when they say,
trying to explain to me where I was.
It just seems like one of those fairy tale stories where they say, like, on her deathbed, she said, I just don't really buy that. I don't really buy this, that you spoke to tons of people on their deathbeds.
Okay, this was after.
I'm going to rate that false.
Okay, no, you're not going to rate it false because all you have to do is go back.
Was it their last words?
Go back and look. No, their last words were not to me, but some of their last words were to me because some of them died after I left the hospital. It was not when we had the lockdown. This was shortly after things started to open back up. We could actually travel on planes, when we could leave our houses, and there were still people in COVID wards. And I interviewed them when I worked for CNN, and they said, I wish that I had taken the vaccine because maybe I would not be dying. And their loved ones afterwards,
they said
that on their deathbed. So what you're saying, I think, is completely
Well, I just want to share a story too. I too was allowed as a journalist into hospital wards, and people said to me on their deathbeds, "I wish that I hadn't taken the vaccine because it didn't work, and I'm still dying on this deathbed." So I had the same thing happen to me.
If it didn't
Same
work
story.
and they're still dying, then
I got the vaccine, and yet somehow I'm still on my deathbed. So clearly it didn't work. So that was that. I don't know. That's what they shared with me on their deathbed.
Okay, so if they wouldn't,
I was
have
allowed
gotten,
into a
well,
hospital
that doesn't
ward
make
here in
sense though,
Tennessee.
because how do they know if they didn't, if they didn't get the vaccine, what difference?
They did get it, and they were still put on ventilators. So the vaccine didn't work, and so I'm a journalist. They allowed me into the hospital wards, and that's what they told me. And I was working.
How were you able to go in the hospital wards and we were on lockdown and they got to talk? I'm just being facetious here.
I know.
It goes both ways. Okay, so this is a quote from you, right? After you said that you were leaving the cult of science, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm going to play clips. I know that you want people to watch the full episode.
No, I'm fine. I'm happy to put them in context.
Clips. And you said, quote, "No matter what, if there is a bunch of people who believe something, I now want to know what it is." So in the spirit of all of that, and if we can do it quickly here, right? Because I know that you're very busy and you have things to do. So I want to know, and you can tell me yes or no if you agree or disagree, because some of these things are deemed as conspiracy theories, like flat Earth or round Earth. I know that you said maybe that was taken out of context. So I'm going to say if you agree or disagree. These are not clips. These are just quotes. The 1969 moon landing was staged in Arizona.
I 100%, after reading this book, Chaos, believe that the moon landing was a complete and utter ridiculous hoax on the American people. I used to not believe. I actually always had an instinct about that one, and then I read a lot into it, and I was just like, okay, this is actually kind of ridiculous. It's like the Easter Bunny for adults,
Okay.
Yep.
All right. The U.S. government was behind 9/11.
No, I don't believe the U.S. government was behind 9/11.
You don't? You think it was just as reported?
Not as reported. Obviously not as reported. I did a whole episode on that. People should watch it.
Okay.
With tons of things that we weren't told about it.
It's still up online. I would. Okay, go ahead. People can watch it. All right. The mass shootings that have been faked to promote gun control laws.
No, I don't believe that.
You don't believe that? Okay. Barack Obama was not born in America.
I don't even know where that one comes from. I don't know anything about that conspiracy theory.
No, I'm just asking you. Well, you don't know where it comes from. I mean, Donald Trump.
I literally don't know where it comes from. I mean, I was quite young, I was in 2008. I hadn't even voted at that time, so I didn't follow. I guess the best way to say is I was in college. I didn't follow the Barack Obama Kenya thing that went on.
That was beyond 2008. The birtherism thing with Donald Trump.
I was not at all engaged in politics. I was in college when he won, and
okay.
Do I seem like a dishonest person? Would I not tell you if I followed it and believed it?
If you didn't follow it and you don't know, but I'm surprised that you, as a journalist and someone who is so opinionated, that you haven't done research on that. But if you haven't,
well, you're inspiring me to. I will.
Okay. The CIA killed JFK.
Yes, I believe that.
You do. Why is that?
Yes. Because there would be no other reason for them to lock down the files for as long as they did, and then come up with a stupid Russia did it thing that long. The only time you would lock down files like that regarding a sitting president being shot. And by the way, if they knew Russia had done it, we would have gone to full-blown war because they would have killed the sitting president. And also because, and this is a very interesting fact that I learned in this book, Chaos, that people should read and actually become very informed about this. The individual that shot the individual who shot JFK, his name was Jacob Rubenstein, was subsequently MK Ultra'd. That was a government program in which they had realized that if you give people a cocktail of drugs, you could essentially not brainwash them, but you could you could make them crazy instantly. They could give you schizophrenia instantly. So the doctor that was behind that, Dr. Leslie, this is all a fact, by the way. This is not like these are declassified. The reporter who worked on this for 22 years of his life working on this was Tom O'Neill. So I know you're laughing, but I'm encouraging you to actually read it. It could just be something you didn't know. The book is called Chaos, the CIA, the 1960s, and MK Ultra. And they MK Ultra'd, admittedly, in the documents, they MK Ultra'd Jacob Rubenstein, which is why the judge on the day that he appeared, the second day that he appeared, said what happened to him. I was speaking to him totally fine. yesterday, and now you're telling me that he's legally insane.
But what I want you to know is, and I think the book is called Chaos, as you said, people read it. Some of the things that you're mentioning and the names that you're mentioning have been written about before. And just as maybe you weren't aware of the birth certificate, the other things, perhaps you weren't aware of the investigations that have taken place before that.
You just can't shoot a president in broad daylight, and then we pretend we don't know who did it. That's just that. You have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe our government had nothing to do with the shooting of JFK. That's my viewpoint. It's too ridiculous.
Okay, I'll disagree with that because I just don't. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Do you take offense when people call you a conspiracy theorist?
Do you think what?
Do you take offense when people call you a conspiracy?
No, because I've studied the history of psychology in this country, and I know that term was actually entered into the American mindset after the shooting of JFK. They started using the term conspiracy theory to make people get off of their tail or not ask questions by making it seem like it's crazy to want to know who shot a sitting president in broad daylight. So on my show, I cover a lot about the history of psychology and propaganda. Edward Bernays, who's considered the father of propaganda in the United States. And you will learn that terms like that are meant to make you think that there's nothing here. You're a conspiracy theorist. No, it's common sense that the government would not hide who shot a sitting president unless it was done by the government. I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, and quite often the answer is the most obvious. Sometimes things are just conspiracy theories. Okay, so listen, there was, to be honest with you, we had this debate and discussion about whether or not to do this interview today because of something that you said on your show. And members of my staff took offense to it. I actually took offense to it. And I did not watch the whole show. I saw the clip. But on your show, and I'm going to play the soundbite, and I want you to explain it, because you said specifically you were commenting on Dr. Joseph Mengele, right? And the experience, his experiments on prisoners in Auschwitz. And you said this, and I want to get you to explain to the audience of what you meant. Here it is.
On innocent people. Candace, come on, that's the difference. They experimented on twins. I mean, some of the stories, by the way, sound completely absurd. I mean, like the idea that they just cut a human up and then sewed them back together. Why would you do that? Literally, even if you're the most evil person in the world, that's a tremendous waste of time and supplies. Just slice a person in half and sew them together. That just sounds like bizarre propaganda.
Okay, so, but, what you're saying is based on what you feel, again, as you say, based on feelings rather than fact. There are so many facts to support what happened with Dr. Mengele. I wonder if you understand just how harmful it is for you to say things like that when there is documented evidence of Mengele's experiments. It is documented. It is not propaganda.
So would you like me to put that clip in context? Because
Sure,
I think
yes.
it's really relevant. Sure. So first and foremost, I said they, which would probably indicate to most people that I was speaking about more than one person. And the show was about the things that we learn in school, the most horrific things that we learn in school, and how I will show you that what we did in America is actually worse. So the truth is that they, the Nazi scientists, were brought over to the United States after the war, an operation known as Operation Paperclip. And the experiments that took place thereafter, the United States government, conducted way worse experiments. So chief among them being Sidney Gottlieb, who I spoke about on the show extensively in terms of the experiments that were enacted on our troops. Again, that terrifying book will really wake you up to what these Nazi scientists who were told are so horrific that we brought them over. The big piece, by the way, the reason why they cut out those 4 seconds and didn't talk about the entire monologue is because most Americans don't know about the other Holocaust that took place in the world, right? Where we can only talk about the feelings. You're talking about how people felt in your staff about a 4-second clip. Well, why don't you go talk to some of the Christians and maybe ask them how they feel about how it feels that when we talk about the Christian Holocaust, which is what this episode was about, the 12 million Germans that were ethnically cleansed, the Bolsheviks who mass murdered Christians, Henry Kagoda, who was the greatest mass murderer of the 20th century, who put us into concentration camps. Suddenly the media gets mad and they take out 4 seconds and they, again, somehow make it about Jewish people in the Holocaust. That's not the only Holocaust that happened. And I will use my platform to speak about the atrocities that Christians face, and I will do so unapologetically. So if you're looking for an apology for me saying that the idea that the Nazi scientists did this and it was so horrific that we then decided to bring them over to the United States, you're not going to get one. I'm at a place where I'm really tired of everybody's feelings mattering more than the history of what was done to Christians.
Okay.
I think it's time. I think it's okay for us to talk about the Christian Holocaust. It's 2024. Let's talk about the Bolshevik Revolution and what they did to Christians.
Okay, a couple of different things there. I'm not asking you to apologize. I just wanted to know what you meant by that. And what I heard in that clip had nothing to do with what you said, because you said you thought it was ridiculous, the method by which Dr. Mengele was doing his work.
I didn't say Dr. Mengele. I said they. So right there, you're
so
live
you
editing
said they.
according to what Zionist media, who were upset that I talked about how Israel protected the mass murderers.
You think what let's just specifically, you think what happened with Dr. Mengele is true? You believe that? Is that
there were definitively experiments on twins. I specifically said we were told, and I don't even think they still say this, by the way, and you can fact check this, that they cut, and I didn't even say a twin. I said they cut a human being, right, and then they sewed them back together. I don't know how this became about Dr. Mengele's twins, as the media just goes off and says whatever they want. I don't think they still say that. There were a lot of things that we learned, and I would talk about in this episode, that have since been updated, and have people say, okay, it wasn't that part that was true. The correct thing is this is what's happened. I'm not sure. I mean, you can definitely fact check that, and you should. I don't think anymore they teach that somebody was cut in half and then sewn back up like an individual. I don't think so.
I think that they still do teach the truth about what happened.
No, and it's
Here's
not.
the thing, though. Let me ask you this. Why do you feel the need then to defend Nazis or
Nazis aren't alive anymore, so we got to stop you calling everybody a Nazi.
Why do you feel the need then to sort of go down this rabbit hole and to defend something that was horrific, and to say that, why are you comparing what happened in the Holocaust to other atrocities? Because it's awful. Why can't you just stick with the Holocaust? And
why can't I cover Christian history? What is this? What do you mean stick with the Holocaust? What do you mean by that?
People's actions? I don't understand that.
Nobody defended any actions. That episode was about the fact that after the war, and this was a BBC documentary, not a Candace Owens documentary. It's a BBC documentary and I played parts of the documentary. It talks about how the Allies committed atrocities against the German-speaking civilians. They were not people who voted for Hitler. They were not Nazis. They were children who were lined up and shot. Mm-hmm. Their bodies were thrown on the ground while they were alive, and they were rolled over on cars. The footage is in the BBC documentary. It's called The Savage Peace. When people watch this documentary, they are so astonished and shocked that we didn't learn about it in school that they begin asking real serious questions. And one of those questions that you ask is, why are we not told about the mass killing of Christians all around the world? What you just said, like, why can't we just let it be about the Holocaust? What is that? Well, that's like the most selfish thing in the entire world. Let me finish. The most selfish thing in the entire world is for me to spend an hour talking about the atrocities that innocent Christians who had nothing to do with Adolf Hitler faced, and then to have Zionist media talking heads somehow make it about the Holocaust. It's not about the Holocaust, okay? Christians suffered too. In fact, we are the most persecuted religion in the world. And I am so sick of it. I am so sick of there can only be one victim narrative. And if you start talking about
and we are not the most persecuted in the world. Come on.
That is a fact. What are you saying? We're not the most persecuted in the world. Do you know what's happening in Armenia? Do you know what's happening in Nigeria? Do you know what just happened in Canada? The fake story that was propagated by all of the mainstream networks about the nuns, and they found the mass burial, which allowed 85 Catholic churches to be burned to the ground in the last 3 years in Canada. We are still being persecuted right now. So I take great offense to you coming in here about the sensitivities of the people that are working on your show when I'm sitting here telling you that I'm a Christian and I'm offended by what you're saying, and you laugh. You mock Christian persecution. Do you think people to laugh when someone tells you about Christian persecution? Because let me tell you something. If I had done that, I had laughed about the Holocaust,
I don't think it's funny.
I would be chased out of polite society. Then don't laugh. Don't laugh at Christian persecution. Don't do it.
Laughable is mean that the name is in the term. It's laughable.
Do not laugh. You literally just laughed when I talked about Christian persecution. Don't do that ever again. Not in my presence.
What you're saying is, okay, Candace, thank you. So what you're saying is, oh, you know what? The Holocaust was bad, but look over here. These people were worse than the Holocaust, so we should.
That's not that. First off,
that's what it sounds like. I'm telling you, that's what it sounds like.
You just said you didn't watch the episode.
No, but I'm saying that's what it sounds like. That's what you're saying. I don't have to watch the episode. I was listening to the words that you just said. You just spent 3 or 4 minutes talking about the other atrocities and how bad they were.
Yes, the other atrocities that have happened in human history outside of the Holocaust are things that we are relevant and allowed to talk about, especially when the numbers of Christians that were persecuted following the Russian Revolution and the manner in which they were killed, people that were beheaded, priests that were shot. Yes, it is. I can talk about Christian history, and I don't need to feel guilty about that, and I won't.
That's fine. All right, good. You don't have to feel guilty. You don't have to
And
be.
please, genuinely, please
Okay, so listen.
when I come on your show, have enough respect not to laugh when I talk about Christian persecution, because you would never do that if I was Jewish and I was talking about the Holocaust.
You can't tell.
You would never do that.
You should have enough respect to know not to tell people how to react. You can't tell someone not to laugh.
Okay. Well, then I double dare you when a Jewish person is talking about persecution of Jews to laugh. You won't do it.
I won't do it because I actually believe that there were persecution of Jews,
and you don't believe that Christians were persecuted.
Let me finish my thought. I believe that there is persecution of Christians. I don't think it's the most persecuted religion in the world. Okay, so listen.
Laughable.
Consider. Okay, laughable. Good, you agree with me. Thank you. So listen, when you know what happened with you at was a Daily Wire, right? Is that the network you're on? What happened with you at the Daily Wire because of your stance on what's happening in Israel and Gaza, and what you just explained. My question to you is, because people think that you are you anti-Semitic?
No, I'm not anti-Semitic.
Go on.
Go on with what? You asked me a question, I answered it.
You said
I don't need to launch into defense of myself because I'm just not anti-Semitic. There's nothing that I hear that I need to add. I guess today anti-Semitism, the definition keeps expanding, and now I guess it means if you don't fall over yourself every time Bibi Netanyahu speaks, they're just going to call you an anti-Semite. Nope, I'm a Christian. Kids being bombed is upsetting to me, and I have a right to say that without being called an anti-Semite. And if you want to call me an anti-Semite for it, I simply don't care.
I'm not calling you an anti-Semite. I'm because people call you that, and I think, look, if you there's the whole talk about Zionism and anti-Semitism and whatever. I think it's a conversation that you just can't win. But I would like for you to be able to explain yourself, because
Judaism is not Zionism, and it doesn't matter how many people insist that it is. It's just not. It's a political party, and it puts the interests of Israel above everything else. I grew up with Jewish people. Jewish people are my best friends. The nation of Israel is not Judaism. It's a nonsense to suggest that we can critique, as we did earlier, talking about Joe Biden, that we can critique our own president and nobody cares, because we should. You should be able to hold leaders in their decisions and their feet to the fire. And then to say that if you do the exact same thing over what Bibi Netanyahu's actions are, then you're somehow anti-Semitic.
Okay, I understand that. And I don't disagree. I think you can criticize and analyze the actions of the Israeli government, the IDF, and also Bibi Netanyahu. But to say that, listen, I'm not anti-Semitic because I have Jewish friends. It's kind of like saying I have black friends. I don't think that actually helps your argument, Candy.
No, I didn't say that. What I was saying is that I have Jewish friends. Judaism is not Zionism, as in I have friends who are Jewish who don't support what's happening overseas.
Okay.
Judaism is not Zionism. They don't stop being Jewish because they disagree with what Bibi Netanyahu is doing.
Okay, you say that you're not anti-Semitic, but I can't tell you what's in your heart. I believe you. You said that you're not anti-Semitic. You don't believe that you're anti-Semitic. But there are anti-Semites and neo-Nazis. They do love you. And I want to play this clip. This is from Nick Fuentes, his show just this week. Watch this.
One other big development, Candace Owens did a show today. She did her show, and she talked about my beef with Jordan Peterson. And so I really appreciate her covering it. We love Candace Owens. She's beautiful, she's very intelligent, and she is really hardcore. She's been going off.
Does that bother you that, and that's the whole reason I said, it looks this way, and maybe that's not your intention, as you said, but it looks this way, like you're saying, hey, don't look at what happened with the Holocaust, look over here. But if you have people like Nick Fuentes who said, hey, we love you, whatever, maybe your message isn't hitting correctly. What do you think of Fuentes saying
that? Well, now you're just conflating.
This neo-Nazi audience love you.
Sure. So now you're just conflating things because you're still kind of trying to sell this narrative that this somehow is about Jewish people. What Nick Fuentes is talking about, which is the first time I'm seeing it because I don't watch Nick Fuentes nearly as much as apparently everybody in the mainstream media does. What he's talking about is what I covered on my show as a news item, which was Jordan Peterson and him having a back and forth, where Michaela, Dr. Jordan Peterson, is, by the way, very lovely, a very kind person, but it was a very newsworthy item when Michaela and Peterson, being his daughter, called for censorship. Called for straight up censorship. She's like, we need to have censorship, anybody that uses the term filth. And it was a back forth between her and Nick Fuentes because he responded and he said, your father literally called me a rat last week. This was a trending item on Twitter. I covered it on my show. To the extent that Nick Fuentes enjoyed the fact that I covered it in a meaningful capacity, because it is problematic when anybody calls for censorship. I don't care if the person's on the left or the person's on the right. You will make an enemy of me because I support the First Amendment and I believe that we have to have free speech. What can I say about that? It's an absurd thing for people to keep pretending. I'm a person that has across social media, 10 million followers. And when you start getting desperate because you can't actually pull something that I've said, you start going, well, what do you think about this account? And this person has also said this, and this person likes you. If you did that, and I was then accountable for the words that every single person that followed me said, there's no way you can survive that. I could do that right now to you. I could have had my producers, look at this person who follows
100%.
Don Lemon. They've said something against Black people. So Don Lemon, it's like, that's a ridiculous thing to say.
But
to the extent that you ask me, and this has happened before, as Piers Morgan did, he said, and he said, you know, this is some things that Nick Fuentes have said. Do you agree with it? And I said, no, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Hold me accountable for what I actually
Well,
said.
that was the
Simply
reason I
because-
asked you about it. Because
but I
So
don't
I'm
agree. That
don't
you
take
showed
offense.
me.
I'm not. It's not. This is not a gotcha. I'm asking you.
But that is such a gotcha. That is such a gotcha to say it's nothing that you said, but let me show you this person who likes you. Because what you're trying to do is play this strategy with the public so they watch it and they go, well, she must be saying all sorts of things if this person likes her. Most people do like if you're going to say something on their show and you're showing the back forth that, you know, he's obviously going to say, look, Candace covered this issue in a way that's consistent with the beliefs of the First Amendment. So he may say something that I fundamentally disagree with. But if Nick Fuentes says 1 + 1 = 2, and I agree with that, that doesn't mean that I subscribe to everything Nick Fuentes says. If Nick Fuentes says only women can give birth, and I agree with that, you then go, oh, look, Nick Fuentes is celebrating you because you said only women can give birth. I mean, this is you're smarter than this, Don. You're in the public sphere. You know we cannot be beholden or responsible for every comment that is made by people who support us and follow us.
Well, that's why I put it up there, because if someone like Nick Fuentes was saying good things about some of the things that I believed or what I said, that would actually be problematic for me. And I would want to respond to that. I would welcome the opportunity for Candace Owens to play that clip on her show so that I could knock it down and say, I don't believe in anything Nick Fuentes or any of his followers or viewers or whatever. I don't understand why they are happy with what I said, but this is what I believe, and this is the context.
I do believe that it is problematic that Michaela Peterson called for censorship. So I can't knock that down. I can't say like, what do you want me to say, Michelle? Well, because Nick Fuentes agrees with that perspective, I'm now anti-speech. I believe in free speech. I believe that what Michaela Peterson said was wrong. I genuinely believe that.
Okay.
Like you can't just call for censorship.
I've got to ask you about this because this is from your old show. And as I said, there are some things, I mean, you've actually defended me before. And I was like, wow, Candace Owens, whatever. And there are things that I do where I say, you know what, Candace got it right. I like it. And there are other things where I'm like, oh my gosh, why the fuck is she saying that? Right. And this is one thing that I've been wanting to ask you about, Candace, because it really bothered me. But I want the explanation in the context, as you say.
Do you have any clips of anything that like you agreed with, or we're just gonna like pretend this is a friendly interview as you can like, okay. Just wondering, is there even one clip of something that you agree with?
I don't know. Maybe I agree with the next clip. But anyway, roll the next clip, please.
Bring shame back. Bring back saying you are disgusting, you are wrong, you are a hoe, you are a pervert. Call things for what they are. And that is another way that they've psychologically tried to transform speech in America by saying like, oh, okay, you have free speech, but if you say that word, like if you say like, oh, that's whack or that's gay, then that would make you a homophobe. You don't want to be a homophobe, do you? It's no, we shouldn't do that. And it's even been the disappearance of words that actually had real meanings, like growing up, majoring in English, reading old English novels and understanding that a word like is a real word. It means a bundle of sticks.
Okay, so listen, I believe in free speech, right? But I also believe that free speech comes with consequences. So the word you said was right? Is that exactly the word? So what did you mean by that? You think it's okay to say the word, to call people to their face?
No, actually, I said words have meaning. And so when you start allowing the perverts to dictate speech, then words just have to go away. And as I said in that clip, when I was growing up and I was reading English novels, when people say you're walking through the woods to get it meant a bundle of sticks. And then they said you can no longer say this word that has a real meaning, right? A bundle of sticks, because some pervert took that and threw it as an epithet towards gay people. I think that's actually, that's a wrong way of thinking, because then what you're doing is you're allowing perverts to dictate society. So I don't like the death of the English language because people are getting offended. So that's like, I could pick any word. I could say, plant. And from now on, every time I see a gay guy, I'm gonna be like, he's a total plant. And then eventually they say, you can't say plant anymore. It's like, no, this is a real word that has meaning. Attack the person who's perverting the word, but you don't suddenly disappear a word and you say you can no longer say it, or you can no longer read these Virginia Woolf novels because the word has been perverted. I think that's a backwards way of thinking.
Read Virginia Woolf novels, and the only people I know who are trying to ban books, Virginia Woolf and other books that even say the N-word. I mean, it's conservatives. That's who's trying to do it. I don't think that you should be banning books. But I do know, Candace, that language evolves over time. And when people say that word to me, they're not calling me a cigarette. They're not calling me
obviously, that's the point. It has a context. So if you want to punish that person because they're saying that offensively, that, if you feel that this person, but it's not fair to then say to everybody else who's not using that word that this word has now been banned. I just think that's ridiculous. That's my point.
You think people should
I don't think that you can suddenly say go backwards and delete words that had real meaning because someone has perverted it, because then it never stops. It just becomes constantly having to update the language for people's feelings. And I don't think that we should be doing that.
So you would never call me a in my face, right?
Well, why would I just randomly call you a
I'm just meaning.
Have you ever seen the Louis
C.K.
skit on? Have you ever seen the Louis C.K. skit on?
No, I like Louis C.K., but I don't think I've ever seen a skit on.
You should watch it.
Yeah. No, but you would never call like a gay person that to their face.
That seems like an absurd. Like, why? No, of course, I'm not just going around. I'm a 35-year-old mother. I don't go around being like, "Hey, you're." It's just like I'm not 18 years old. Like I'm not going around calling people names. Period. I wouldn't go up to a fat person and call them names. I wouldn't call it. Just like it's an absurd thing to be going around pointing and calling people names because I don't like them. I would no. So the answer is no. I would not.
Do you use the N-word?
No, I don't.
No. Okay. Here's something interesting that we may have some common ground on. Okay. But what do you think about same-sex marriage?
It's a sin.
You think it's a sin? So you think I'm sinful?
What's that?
You think I'm sinful because I'm married to a man?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, okay. You're sinning. You are in a sinful relationship. I actually don't believe marriage can be between two men. So I don't.
But you understand, though, Candace, and maybe we're not going to agree on this now. I thought we would. Do you understand, though, that the same Bible verses and the same scriptures that are used to call same-sex marriage sinful are used to call interracial marriage sinful as well? And so there are people who would say that you are in a sinful marriage.
Can you tell me which verse it is that would make people say?
The thing is that it's actually not there, and that people twist the Bible verses. That's my whole point. Thank you for proving that, because it doesn't say that. And it's actually, you're going to say Leviticus or whatever. It's not actually what Leviticus says. But go on. I don't want to get into specifics about the Bible, but that's not what the Bible says. It's just people using and interpreting scripture in a way that they want to interpret it. So look. You can believe whatever you want to believe. I don't believe that I'm in a sinful marriage, but there are people who believe, Candace Owens, that you are in a sinful marriage because you are in an interracial marriage. And I say that as someone who is in an interracial marriage, so I am doubly sinful.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody make a biblical argument against people being married that are black and white. So that's why I said, can you just tell me what verse that was? Sodomy is obviously a sin. But I've never heard a biblical argument. I'm happy to learn. I honestly, I'm happy to learn.
Sodomy is not just for gay sex, right? You know that, right? Sodomy is.
Yeah, it's a sin always, by the way.
Yeah, it's a sin between, it can be a sin between heterosexuals as well.
Yes, that's correct.
So, okay, but you've never heard that interracial marriage was sinful?
I've never heard somebody make a biblical argument for interracial. I've never, and that's why I'm saying if you could present that to me, and if maybe you're familiar with what verse that was.
Yeah, but actually it's not a biblical argument. It's also a religious argument as well, more so than anything, that you're in a sinful marriage and that black and white people should not be married.
I mean, I'm obviously very aware that people could think that ideologically, but I've never heard that biblical argument made ever in my life. And I'm happy to be proven wrong here, but I think you made that up on the spot there.
So by saying that, no, I didn't actually, but by saying that you believe that I'm in a sinful marriage, does that mean, though, that I should be discriminated against?
No, I've never called for discrimination.
So you believe in the separation of church and state, then?
Heterosexual couples can sin as well. I mean, I hope that you deal with that. I want you to be Christian and to understand why it is that sodomy is a sin and what else it yields in society. I believe that marriage is between a man and a woman.
Yeah.
But
that doesn't mean that you believe that I should be discriminated against. I
don't believe
I should be
any
able to have,
person.
under the Constitution, you believe that I have the same rights as you and other heterosexuals, and that my marriage is just as valid under the Constitution as anybody else's, including.
Well, I believe that the problem became that gets into a deeper theological discussion, but like the government should have never taken marriage away from the church. It should have been something that was maintained as a church practice. And so a lot of things happened there when the government took over and began marrying people, because then the arguments became, well, you get a tax break if you're married. And that is a way longer discussion that we can have on a different day. But to answer your question, I would never want any person based on their sins to ever be discriminated against, ever. I mean, I don't believe in discrimination. I don't believe that people should be treated differently. I think people should get help, you know? And like we were just talking about with trans indoctrination, I believe that's a mental illness and people should seek help. But I don't believe that they should be discriminated against. I would never be okay with that. Okay. I mean, I have people that are, you know, gay and lesbians in my life. I have cousins who are lesbians. So it's not, I don't have hatred
Do you have gay
in my
friends?
heart.
You have Jewish friends?
Do
you have gay friends?
I'm trying to be funny.
Do you have gay friends? I want to know.
Yes, I actually don't have, like, I really kind of feel like I only hang out with my family right now. So I'm a little, I've got 3 kids under 3, so I don't really have friends right now, but yeah, sure.
No, seriously, you don't have gay friends?
Well, I have gay people in my family. So yeah, that's the extent of my friendships with gay people.
Are you homophobic? No, seriously.
You're such an absurd
I thought you would say,
being.
Of course I have gay friends.
You're just such an absurd being. First off, the person that you're just an absurd human being. Are you homophobic? Oh, I was just like, what does homophobia actually mean? Can you give me a definition of homophobia? If I was homophobic, would I be doing like this show? Do you think I'm like scared? Like I'm like, oh my God, look, there's a gay man. I'm so scared. It's
No, not at all.
To have a phobia is like to have
question.
a phobia. A fear of, like, you know, you think I fear like 2 gay men that are walking down the street holding hands, like, and I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so scared. I don't fear anything but God. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think God is to be feared, but anyways, I'm just surprised that you don't have any gay friends, because that, you know, I just am. So listen, I actually enjoyed this conversation. I think people who disagree with each other should be able to talk and hash things out. So I hope
Did you enjoy it?
100% I enjoyed it. See, I think people think that conversations should be easy, that people should agree with everything. I have a different perspective on life. I have a different worldview than you. Many things you say I don't respect, but I respect you as a human being. And I think that the only way that we are going to make this grand experiment work is if at some point we try to at least have consensus on something. And sometimes the least of that consensus is being able to at least talk about it and go away saying, you know what, we agree to disagree. You know?
I think that's fine. I believe in more speech, not less. So you will not make an enemy of me if you're talking about the right to conversation. I very much believe in it.
Candace Owens, thank you for appearing. I really appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you so much. It was great. Talk soon.
Bye. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. Welcome back to the Don Lemon Show, everyone. This episode is going to be a little different. It's going to be, I think, more serious than things that we usually talk about, but it's definitely worth your while to pay close attention. It may even be a little bit somber, but I'm hoping, hopefully that's not so, okay? I'm hoping you're going to learn something about my next guest, and that is Sophia Nelson. Sophia is a Detroit-based public defender who used to be close friends and is a law school classmate of J.D. Vance. Now, last month, Sophia made public scores of emails and text messages, as a matter of fact, that she shared with Vance, or Vance shared with her, illustrating just how much the man has changed over the last few years. Sophia, thank you for joining me. How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, Don. Thank you for having me. I'm doing well.
Yeah, I can't imagine for you that the last few weeks have been easy.
It's been a surreal, strange experience for sure. I'm a relatively private person living my normal life here in Detroit, but I think truth is important, so I'm happy to tell the truth.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you for joining us. So let's go back, and then we'll get into what's happening now. How did you first get to know J.D. Vance? Do you remember the first time that you two ever met?
Yeah, we would have met during our first year orientation at Yale Law School. We were assigned to the same small group, which means we took all of our first year courses together. And so I would have met him in the fall of 2010. I don't have a distinct memory of our first encounter or anything. I know that's disappointing for the media. But I remember, genuinely really being drawn to him, liking him. We both come from the industrial Midwest. We both, grew up in working class communities, and that put us apart from the average Yale Law student, and we bonded over kind of our shared backgrounds.
Yeah. So you were classmates first and foremost. Did you ever enjoy each other's company outside of study sessions?
Of course, yeah. No, we socialized together, and then after law school, we visited each other. He's come here to Detroit to visit me, and I've gone to Ohio.
Mm-hmm. So it's got to be a little bit weird for you that, considering that you were friends, and I'm going to share some other stuff that he said to you, a personal note that he wrote to you, but it has to be odd, like hearing him say what he says and his particular stance now on the LGBTQ plus community and in particular trans people.
It's hurtful. It's disappointing. And what I've seen is a chameleon, someone who is willing to turn their back on their core values and in order to amass money and power. And someone who, I think, since he decided to reconstitute himself as part of the new right, has surrounded himself in an echo chamber of people, mostly almost exclusively men, almost exclusively white. And he's getting most of his information and ideas from the likes of Curtis Yarvin and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. And I think eventually, if you live in an echo chamber like that, you're going to start adopting some really extreme ideas.
What happened, do you think?
I mean, I don't live inside JD's head. I can't definitively say what happened. But what I saw is someone who was always conservative, but thought the culture wars were a waste of time, certainly had a lot of queer friends, had a pretty diverse friend group actually in law school. And I think similarly had a diverse friend group in undergrad. And when he was in the military, we all know how diverse the military is. But in 2018, he considered prior to 2018, I suppose around 2017, was considering a run for the U.S. Senate in Ohio against Sherrod Brown. And information quickly came forward through consultants and polling that he simply had no path forward in the Republican Party with his current stances on issues and his opposition to Donald Trump. And so he went back to the drawing board and reemerged as who he is today. And so to me, it's a story of someone who's willing to turn their back on their community, their friends, their core convictions in order to amass money and power. But I don't think it's simply that he doesn't believe anything that he's saying, right? I think he has come to believe what he's saying because the cognitive dissonance of advancing something you don't believe in is too much for most people to handle. And he's lived in this new conservative or new right, they call it. I don't know all the language of it, but I've read a number of the thinkers in that movement, and he surrounded himself with those people. From the Heritage Foundation, I mean, he was integral in Project 2025, the Claremont Institute, and these techno-authoritarian billionaires. I mean, Peter Thiel launched his political career with $15 million when he ran for Senate in 2022. And Peter Thiel doesn't think women should have a right to vote. So these are some really fringe ideas, and on some level are the company that you keep.
Are you, when you're saying you don't know what happened, let's take people back, because you're saying he was a never Trumper. And I interviewed him a lot on CNN when he was a never Trumper. Okay.
Yes.
I shouldn't say a lot, but a number of times. And he had this book out called Hillbilly Elegy,
Yes.
right? Where he talked about his experiences growing up, you know, in the heartland. I don't know, was he necessarily a hillbilly? It was a very catchy title, but you know.
I don't know that he came up with the title, but
Yeah, neither here nor there. So, but you said that he realized that he didn't have a path in the Republican Party, so he reinvented himself, right? Is that what you said?
That's my perception. Yes.
You don't believe this is real? You think it's fake?
Well,
I think it's inauthentic.
Well, I think he's lost touch with his authenticity, right? I don't know that he can tap into that anymore because ambition has been the overriding principle. It's hard for me to imagine, right? We all evolve, we all change. And I certainly have evolved on issues. I think changing your mind with new information is a good thing. But changing your mind on so many different important issues that you've given a lot of thought to, while also changing the way you speak and your personality, is not so much an evolution as a complete transformation. And so I think when you hear that he lacks authenticity, he's a fraud, he's a chameleon, that all rings true to me. Again, I don't live in J.D. Vance's head. I can't definitively say what's happening here. But I also think the story is slightly more complicated than that, because so he makes this decision and he starts making those connections that he would need to rise in the MAGA movement. And he surrounds himself with those people. And he's talking with people from the Heritage Foundation, the Claremont Institute, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Curtis Yarvin on a regular basis. And I think eventually he starts believing what he's saying.
Mm-hmm. So I ask you that because I have, you know, obviously not as close as you. I sort of witnessed that with J.D. Vance. I was shocked when I started hearing the rhetoric coming up. It's like coming out of his mouth. I'm like, that is not the guy that used to sit on the anchor desk with me or via satellite, and I would interview him. That's not the guy's book I read, you know, back in, what was it, like around 16 or 2016, who, you know, who actually likened Trump to Hitler, right? Which was extreme. But I've witnessed what you have said in a similar way, in that people who started out as never Trumpers in media, right? One of them was the former White House communications or the press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, came on CNN as a never Trumper and then ended up becoming a Trumper. And I feel because she realized that it was the shortest line to the front, that social media or whatever it is showed that she actually got more popular. There was more popularity and more clicks whenever she agreed with something for Trump. Very similar thing that happened with Kellyanne Conway. She was the holder of the Ted Cruz Super PAC. And then just within one day, all of a sudden she became a Trump advisor and then became, you know, joined his team and his campaign director. And I saw that happen to a number of people, or people who would say one thing about Donald Trump in the green room or before the cameras would roll. And then we come out of a commercial break and they would say something completely different. Mm-hmm. But I think it's the shortest line to the front, which I think is, for me, much worse than if you actually believe it. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. And I, on some level, I agree with you. It shows that power and wealth are more important to you than core values, integrity, truth, the dignity of your neighbors. But there also becomes a situation where if you are only listening to people on the extreme fringe, and those are who you're talking to every day, I think it's really hard to be in touch with your actual convictions, right? This is somebody, he's speaking for quote unquote the heartland. Well, I actually live in the heartland. I've never lived in San Francisco, and I don't have any billionaire friends, and I don't consider myself a quote monarchists like Curtis Yarvin. I thought we fought an entire revolution so we would never have a king. And that is the people who have been influencing JD since he decided he needed to have that short path to power, right? Get to the front of the line, as you say. But I think it's even scarier than a Kellyanne Conway, right? Because Kellyanne Conway is trying to keep a job, right? JD Vance is trying to become the new leader of the Republican Party. He knows that Trump won't be around forever, the man of a certain age. And MAGA is a cult of personality. And say what you want about Donald Trump, but the man is authentic. he was a racist in the 70s, he was a racist in the 80s, he was a racist in the 90s. He's a racist today. This is somebody who used his own personal money to take out a full page ad in the New York Times asking for the execution of 5 innocent Black men, and he still hasn't apologized for that today. So I think this man is consistent. JD sees that MAGA controls the Republican Party, and he's using MAGA to advance an even more extreme agenda. Him and the likes of Peter Thiel and other techno-authoritarian billionaires are trying to take over the Republican Party. And they're trying to take it over for this incredibly fringe agenda around increasing birth rates, using the government to incentivize and almost coerce heterosexual marriage and reproduction, and becoming a Christian nationalist state. And these are not things that, certainly there are members of the Trump base who support these things, but this is not like the Trump agenda. Mm-hmm. This is something very organized, very calculated, and very extreme, and frankly, very weird.
Mm-hmm. Why are you doing this?
Well, one, I think the American people are entitled to know where their leaders stand on things. And if you think that JD Vance is someone with integrity and that's someone you can trust, when during the beginning of the Black Lives Matter movement, he emailed me very thoughtfully about how police are focused on coercion and control and have lost their community caretaking concerns, and that they don't treat Black people fairly in this country. And now he's saying back the blue no matter what and standing up for Kyle Rittenhouse. If you think someone who thought that reparations on the level of, at least when it comes to redlining and disenfranchisement of Black veterans, was something that the government needed to financially compensate victims of, if you think he could transform on all those issues and go from, I think you know this because you interviewed him, right? A very thoughtful, careful, measured person who was kind. Mm-hmm. Right? He didn't call people names. He didn't mimic the way Donald Trump talked about people. And now he's out here name calling, using dehumanizing language, being cruel. If you think that kind of transformation is something that reflects integrity and core values that you share, then go for it. Vote for JD Vance. It's up to you to make that decision. But I think the American people need that information in order to be able to make that decision.
So listen, I am speaking for people who are watching. Well, they're going to say she, and look, and I asked Sophia which pronoun. She said I can use she or he, right? And you're fine with both of them.
Or they, yeah, all are good.
Are they? So I asked Sophia, and Sophia said, people will say, I should say, Sophia, well, she's weird, or she has an agenda. She has it out. She's a lib, and she just wants to get JD Vance because she doesn't want him to be in office. She wants Kamala Harris. She wants Tim Walz. She wants the liberal lefties to run this country. Mm-hmm. That's what folks are going to say.
Of course, and that they're entitled to that. I'm asking people, I'm not telling people who to vote for. I'm asking people to look at the record, look at the things he said, look at how he's flip-flopped in almost every imaginable issue that affects everyday Americans, and look at the way he's talking about people and decide for yourself, does that reflect someone with integrity? And does that reflect someone with my same core values? And at least here where I was raised in the Midwest, we treat everyone with kindness, even when we don't understand or agree with them, because you should treat others how you want to be treated. And calling people sociopaths because they don't have children, that just doesn't reflect the values that I was raised with.
Did you personally struggle with coming forward?
Oh, hugely. I mean, first of all, I'm a private person. I'm not a political operative, right? I never run for office. I don't work for a politician. I've been a long time, public servant. I lead a private life. And so opening myself up to extreme anti-trans vitriol going public was not at the top of my list of things to do.
So it must be personally hurtful to you.
I was hurt for sure, but that's not why I'm coming forward. This isn't a vendetta against JD Vance. I wish him the best. This is a commitment to the idea that voters deserve all the information when making their decision. And it's a commitment to trans people, especially trans kids who are a flashpoint in this election, that at least the JD Vance that I knew doesn't hate you and he's not scared of you. He's using you as a political ploy. And I'm hoping on some level that's comforting, because I was a trans kid once who thought there was something deeply wrong with me, and it's scary. And it's not okay to be used as a political ploy. It's not okay to be exploited in that way. But hopefully, knowing that he has been loving and caring to a trans person can help you understand that this is a moral panic. This is fear-mongering. This isn't actually anyone thinking there's something wrong with you.
A couple of things, because I'm going to read what he wrote to you, but I'm wondering, why do you think that let me ask you that question second. I'm going to get to this and then I'll ask you that question. As I mentioned, just earlier, how just a few weeks ago, you released a host of communications between you and JD Vance. So if you don't mind, I just want to hone in on one of them. This is from 2016. And then Vance apologizes for misidentifying you in his memoir, right? Hillbilly Elegy. And then he wrote this. He says, "Hey, Soaps, here's an excerpt from my book. I send this to you not just to brag, but because I'm sure if you read it, you'll notice a reference to an extremely progressive lesbian. I recognize now that this may not accurately reflect how you think of yourself. And for that, I am truly sorry. I am really sorry. I hope you are not offended, but if you are, I'm sorry. Love you, JD." So I'm just curious about your reflections on that note, because generally you said that he had a diverse group of friends, members of the LGBTQ community, right, at Yale. Folks joke that they call Yale the gay Ivy. He had many queer friends, and he was comfortable, right, with gay and lesbian people?
Yeah, and he supported gay marriage at that time, marriage equality.
So then my question is
but he publicly, he was, that's not an assumption. He said he supported marriage equality out loud.
Yeah. So then why do you think he and the right now, MAGA and the right, why are they so focused on and obsessed with trans issues? Because trans people are such a small percentage of the population. And my question always is why do you care so much?
Mind your own business, right? That's what Tim Walz keeps saying on the campaign trail. And I think that I grew up in a town smaller than the town JD grew up in. And I was taught to mind my own business and treat everyone with respect and kindness. Treat others how you want to be treated. So I don't understand it, but I do understand that fear is a motivating factor for folks. And if you can whip up a moral panic and scare people, you can get them to the polls. And so I think this is opportunist.
Have you spoken to him recently? Communicated at all?
No.
Last time, I think was it one of the last times, 2012, after you had gender affirming surgery, he brought baked goods. He brought you baked goods, right? Am I correct with that? What was that interaction like?
It was kind. It was generous. He was a good friend. He was a supportive friend. I mean, I supported him. That's the thing about being a decent person, right? I did not agree with JD's politics. There were lots of parts of Hillbilly Elegy that I took issue with. I don't think that poor people are trapped in cycles of poverty because they're lazy. The people I grew up with, the working class people that I went to high school with, they were struggling not because of a lack of work ethic, but because of deindustrialization, and the rising wealth gap and greedy billionaires taking too much of their profits and not sharing with workers. But that didn't mean that I wasn't rooting for JD. That didn't mean I didn't treat JD with kindness. I mean, the email that you read where he's talking about the book and apologizing for misgendering me, I replied that I was so proud of him, that I was really happy for him, and that I was glad that he was having this success, because I don't have to agree with your politics to support you and want good things for you. Because
people don't understand that. They think just because I love that you said that. I love that you said that. Thank you for saying that. Go on. I feel the same way about myself and my friends who are maybe a bit more conservative or even sometimes a bit more liberal than I am, or just we don't see eye to eye on everything. I still love you, but as long as you're not out there harming people or, attacking people, then okay.
I mean, that's how I was raised, and I grew up in an overwhelmingly conservative community that voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. And the people that I'm still friends with from grade school and high school, they would never use the kind of language that JD Vance uses to talk about people, right? Mm-hmm. JD Vance wrote a foreword for a book that calls progressives unhuman. This is not only fringe and strange, it's dangerous. And it's dangerous because when you start dehumanizing people, which is what not the Republican Party, but the MAGA movement is doing around trans people, we know where that leads to. It leads to greater violence. And there is nothing about the fact that I got gender affirming surgery or that I, present the way that I present every day at my job that makes it hard for anyone else to live their life, right? I don't want to police anyone else's sex life. I don't want to police anyone else's gender. And I don't want to police anyone else's ability to have the number of children or no children, whatever it is that they want, right? That's not my job, and it's not the government's job. And that's what JD Vance is trying to do. And that, I mean, these are my personal political opinions. I released the emails because, again, I think he's trying to pull a fast one on everyone. And people deserve to know that he has changed his position on so many issues. And he's gone from being a generous and kind person who was able to have respectful dialogue across political differences to writing the foreword for a book that says that, anyone on the left is subhuman.
Do you, how do you think he's doing? The polls show he's like the least popular presidential candidate. I mean, maybe a vice presidential candidate, maybe ever.
I mean, I think that's because the American people, right? The circles that
the American people recognize someone who's
not authentic, right? Authenticity is so important in politics. And I'm not a politician, but I was in this world of elite, wealthy people, right, from Yale Law School. I didn't like it, and I went immediately back to the Midwest and, live my very middle-class life here in Detroit since 2013. JD chose to stay in that world, and that world is transactional. That world does not value authenticity. You rise in the ranks of that world by loyalty, by doing favors, by exchange, and JD Vance was bought by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel gave JD Vance $15 million to run for the Senate in 2022. Do we think that Peter Thiel, a billionaire, cares about the working class people of Ohio? Mm-hmm. I don't.
What do you think of a couple things that's happening now? One, before I get to the, cat people or cat lady, mm-hmm. What do you think of this whole idea of Tim Walz and stolen valor and criticizing him wrongly? As a matter of fact, I feel like they're, targeting him, and it's unfair, about retiring from the military and that he abandoned his whatever. And the person who is leading the charge is JD Vance.
I mean, I think it's unfortunate. I think it's sad. I don't know Tim Walz, and I don't claim to be an expert on the military. I think criticisms of JD Vance's military record are also out of bounds. These are both men who serve their country and serve their country honorably. And that's where it should be left, right? So I've heard, retorts on the left that are calling into question J.D. Vance's service, and I think that's similarly inappropriate.
What about the cat ladies?
That I watched when it happened. I mean, I wasn't watching Tucker Carlson, but a friend sent it to me after the fact. And I was hurt and disappointed at that time. And I also dug in. It got me to dig into this whole natalism movement that JD traffics in. And it's a very disturbing world because, and Tucker Carlson has talked a lot about the Great Replacement theory. And I think that undergirds a lot of this concern, right? If you're concerned about a declining population, you would be for, things that allow people to support their families, right? Paid parental leave, paid sick leave, increasing the minimum wage,
IVF or women's reproductive.
Exactly. All of the things that support working class families. And you would be pro letting young people from countries that are ravaged by violence come to the United States and build a better life. But instead, all JD Vance wants to see is only certain kinds of people reproducing and punishing other people. And I think using government power in that way is un-American, and it seeks to attack me and my neighbors. And so I'm disturbed.
Yeah. His wife has been in the spotlight since the convention. She's gotten, some attacks, a lot of attacks from racists in JD Vance's own party. You knew her at Yale, right?
I did.
Yeah. Is it Usha? Usha. Usha.
Mm-hmm.
So what was that like?
They got racist attacks as soon as he became a public figure. So dating back to 2016, they shared that with me when we were still close friends. So this isn't new. He obviously, they were prepared for it. He was well aware, and he emailed me one of the emails that I released in the New York Times. He said that the Trump base is disproportionately racist. And so he's well aware of who he's getting in bed with, if you will. I think it's sad. I mean, no one should be judged on those grounds.
And no one should be subjected to that. But I'm wondering, what was she like? Were they similar in their ideology? She seems to be a bit more liberal, at least from the research than he was, or he is.
I mean, I'm fairly certain she voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. I would describe her as a center left in her politics, very evidence-based, like a technocrat.
Yeah. So listen, I want to.
I don't know where she stands now, right? Obviously, she has tied herself to his evolution as well. They both value power over all else.
Yeah. So fast forward, you graduate from Yale Law School.
Mm-hmm.
You never say goodbye to him, right? No. Because you strike up effectively what's sort of a pen pal, right? You guys were texting or emailing or whatever, or writing.
We texted and emailed, but we also visited each other. I mean, we were friends.
You did? Yeah. Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm.
Go on. And?
It was a lovely, beautiful ceremony. I mean, I was very happy for them. I saw their relationship begin while we were in law school together, and I was excited when Ewan was born, their first child. Our relationship didn't really fall apart until 2020, 2021.
Yeah. I have some college friends that are like that, who became like crazy MAGA people and did not believe in facts. And I was like, wait a minute. All this time I went to college with you and we were good friends. I never knew that you were racist. And they would say racist things. And it just kind of shocked me. I don't know how that happened, but so you guys were, and same thing, I would attend their weddings. I was very close to their families. It is very hurtful. And I'm more in the loss of that friendship and the people they were, certainly not the people that they have become. You know what I mean?
I want to be clear. It's not, I have friends who, or there are people that I love that voted for Donald Trump both times. But how you treat people and talk about people matters. Mm-hmm. And when you
Notice I said they became MAGA, not necessarily voted for Donald Trump. There's a difference.
Yeah, I think there is. I think that's an important distinction. And, I grew up in a conservative community. I live in a swing state. I have a lot of relationships across religious difference, racial difference, sexual orientation difference, and class difference, political difference, right? We all live in community and we know how to treat everyone with kindness. JD is out here denigrating trans people, denigrating anyone who doesn't agree with him, and denigrating women and denigrating people without children. And he's doing it in these incredibly callous terms. He's mimicking Donald Trump's divisive cruelty. That is not okay, for starters. It's dangerous for our country. People are sick of it. They want to get back to like Thanksgivings being pleasant. And it's not the person that I knew, and I don't think it's the person that you knew. And so I think it also reflects a willingness to turn your back on your values in order to amass money and power.
Yeah, listen, to me, I'm not even sure I would call him an acquaintance. It was just someone who would come on and I would speak to. And quite frankly, we probably could have been friends. I would go to have a beer with the guy. Yeah. I mean, now, not so much. It's interesting that you said what you said, because what I have found, and look, I go with my gut, and my gut is usually right. I was right about Trump in 2016. He ended up winning. I said he was going to win. A lot of my Democratic and progressive friends, they were so mad at me, but I was right.
I knew he was going to win because I was door knocking for Hillary Clinton in Michigan, and I was door knocking on union doors, and over and over and over again, people told me they were voting for Donald Trump. So I knew it was happening too, because I was hearing it from the voters.
Yeah. And so now I feel, Sophia, you can tell me if I'm wrong, when you said they want to laugh and, have dinner and whatever, go to Thanksgiving. I feel the same way about the strategy and the tactics now of Donald Trump and MAGA. I feel like they're running a campaign from maybe the 90s or even 80s, with this sort of Willie Horton style racism that they're displaying on that side. Yes. And I don't think it's penetrating. I don't think people are interested in it. I think the extreme right wing, they are interested in this. But I don't think overall anymore people are interested in anger and bigotry and racism and homophobia as a whole. I don't. I mean, there's certainly factions in the Republican Party now, which is for the most part become MAGA. And so I think that they are off in their strategy, and they're just as ignorant as to what's going on as to Democrats in 2016 with Donald Trump. And I think that they don't understand just how poorly what they're doing is resonating with the American people.
I agree. I mean, that's what I'm hearing from my community. We all know queer people. We all know people of different races, and we go to work with them. We worship with them. They're our neighbors, and we don't want to fight about those things, right? We want to be able to pay our bills. We want people to have freedom and dignity in their personal lives, and we want our kids to have opportunity. And that has nothing to do with these culture war issues and this meanness, this cruelty. It's gotten real old, right? Trump is an entertainer. I think the whole "you're fired," all of that stuff, it was like novel and interesting, but we've heard it, right?
The novelty's run off. The thrill's gone. The thrill is gone.
And I think that the way Tim Walz talks about America, it's very familiar to me, obviously. Minnesota, Michigan, very similar states. I had teachers like him growing up that helped me realize my potential. And that's the kind of solving problems, right? Throwing your moral outrage at solving problems instead of creating them.
I'd mentioned just how poorly he is polling among vice presidential candidates. But if Trump and Vance ultimately lose the election, do you think that he's going to feel that it was all worth it, that he alienated so many people?
And that's a question for JD Vance. I'm very open to him transforming back and
him transitioning.
Yeah. I think I would welcome him with open arms. And the man that I knew, I loved and cared about, and I still care about him, and I wish him no harm. And I hope that he can realize that treating everyone with respect and kindness is never a wrong move. And if he can return to that, then, more welcome back to the decency table.
Are you a Christian or believer or religious? You're not.
No.
But you're saying something. You said you're not, but you're saying something that that Christians usually espouse. Like they say that, I welcome someone with open arms. I love them. I love the sin and love the sinner and not the sin and whatever. It's I don't really. That's a longer story because I don't necessarily agree with that whole love the sinner and not the sin thing. But you're saying something that most Christians should be doing, but yet they don't. They don't accept you.
Sure, but I don't know.
I shouldn't say most Christians. I should say evangelicals or Christian nationalists. I should make a distinction.
So my partner's deeply religious. She's Muslim, and my mom is deeply religious. She's Episcopalian. So I think I'm rooted in some of my deepest influences are religious people. And in the line of work that I do, right, I've been a public defender for 9 years. I don't believe in good and bad people. I believe that good people are capable of doing bad things. And I believe people are capable of change. And I believe in loving and respecting everyone. And so that might sound religious to some people. For me, it comes from a different place, but I definitely have a lot of religious influences. And yes, it's what Christ preached. It's what Muhammad preached. It's what, it's the root of a lot of faiths. And it's also just the root of core Midwestern values, which is you don't have to agree with someone or understand them to treat them with respect and kindness.
You said that you would welcome him with open arms. Do you think you'll ever speak to him again?
I honestly don't know. I mean, I'm not going to attach myself or try to play nice just to maintain access to power. If you're not going to respect my inherent right to exist with dignity and my right to have freedom over my own body, then, that's where I draw the line as far as friendly communication. But anything can happen. I mean, I never would have predicted in 2018 that he would be espousing the stuff he's espousing today. So if he can change, more power to him.
I should ask you, would you reach out? Are you ever tempted to reach out and say, man, what are you doing?
Oh yeah. I mean, that was the fight that kind of unraveled the friendship, was when he started saying
even now
about trans people in 2021, I reached out and said, what are you doing? Why is it what's happening here? And he told me I was had been brainwashed by Jeff Bezos, which is like a really funny thing to say because I haven't bought anything on Amazon in a long time. And, I'm a union member of UAW, very proud, and not a big fan of billionaires who exploit workers. So,
yeah. Wow. But now that was enough for you. You would not reach out to him at this point.
I wouldn't, but I would receive a reach out. I mean, I'm not going to affirmatively reach out. No.
What would you say to him?
I would say, what am I doing? What are queer people doing that makes it hard for you to live your life? I don't think there's anything wrong with being deeply religious, with wanting to have a big family, with, going to church every Sunday and raising your kids to believe. That's great. I want you to have the freedom and respect and dignity that you deserve. And I don't understand why you're trying to control how I live my life. And I want to know, what is it that trans and queer people are doing to make it hard for, quote, normal Americans, which is something he keeps saying on the campaign trail and something that he said to me in 2021. I want it articulated. I want it answered. How does my existence make it hard for you to live your life?
Very good question. Hopefully he can answer that. If you are listening, JD Vance, can you answer that question, please, for your friend Sophia? Because clearly you are still his friend, the way you're speaking about him and as kind as you're being. And I don't think he is returning that. Thank you, Sophia. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate your time, Don, and I appreciate you shining a light on this issue.
Thank you. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show. Make sure you click on the image in the top right to subscribe to my channel and the thumbnail in the bottom right to watch more content from my show. And I'll see you next time. Everyone, I'm so glad you could join us for the Don Lemon Show. Thank you so much. You see that gentleman right there. I'm here. He is here to speak to us about a story that everyone has been captivated by. And we're not talking about the United Healthcare Insurance CEO. We're talking about Jay-Z and these allegations of rape against a 13-year-old girl dating back to 2000 after the VMAs in New York City. I'm so glad that you're here, Charles. Thank you very much. Charles from TMZ. Charles, take us through this. This was an amended lawsuit. They amended the lawsuit that was previously filed by Tony Busby, correct, on behalf of one of his clients, where Jay-Z was not named, but they amended it to put his name in. What is going on?
Right. Jay-Z thinks what's going on here is that this is merely retaliation from Tony Busby. He thinks that's the only reason his name was added to this lawsuit now, because it was originally filed back in October, and when they filed it then, it named Diddy, of course, as one of the defendants. And the allegation was that at this VMA after party, Diddy and an unnamed celebrity had raped this woman who at the time was 13 years old. Now, they also said that there was a third celebrity, a woman, who watched all of this go on. And they didn't name anyone but Diddy. What happened in the background, what we didn't know, and now this has come forward, Jay-Z has said this, and so has Tony Busby. Tony Busby sent a demand letter to Jay-Z saying, my client says you were the other person who was there. We would like to meet with you and have a private mediation and avoid your name being coming out in public. Well, Jay-Z saw that as extortion and, in fact, filed a lawsuit against Tony Busby. He filed it anonymously. And I don't know if you remember, this was back in early November, mid-November. We reported that there was a prominent man, that's how he referred to himself in the lawsuit, who was suing Tony Busby. It was anonymous, just a prominent man. Turns out that was Jay-Z.
You guys have any idea back then, Charles, that it might be Jay-Z?
I got to tell you, Don, we had it when we got the lawsuit. And we reported it. We put it up on the website, and I was looking through it, and I turned to someone here, and I was like, "This might be Jay-Z." And the only reason I thought it might be Jay-Z is the language that was used was so defiant. It was like it sounded very much like someone who said, "You're messing with the wrong person. I'm not the one who's just gonna roll over and write a check to you." And just there's something in the language of it that made me think this might be Jay-Z. Now, we actually contacted people connected to Jay-Z at the time, and they denied it and said, no, that's, we don't know what you're talking about. And obviously he didn't want his name to come out attached to it at that point. Yeah. Well, now they refiled the lawsuit on Sunday, and now they've added Jay-Z's name. And now it says what they're alleging is that he was actually not just watching, but he was involved and did commit this rape along with Diddy. Wow.
That response from him is really quite something, where he says, basically he's calling it extortion. Mm-hmm. And he says, "You've messed with the wrong guy." I have the response right here, but I just want to read just a little bit of it, Charles, and I want you to respond to this, where he says, hang on, here it is. Sorry, let me get my stuff together. He said, my lawyer received a blackmail attempt. I mean, he came right out and said, yeah, blackmail attempt, called a demand letter from a lawyer named Tony Busby. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations, and the public scrutiny would make me want to settle. No, sir. It had the opposite effect. It made me want to expose you for the fraud you are in a very public fashion. So no, I will not give you one red penny. And it gets worse from there. He's going to Tony Busby. We are in an age, you've been doing this. This is what you do. Usually stars or high profile people will say, we're not going to, litigate this in public. We're going to do it in a courtroom. Categorically deny. No more statements from us.
That's the boilerplate response that you get, and it usually comes from an attorney or a publicist. This was personal, and you could tell it was written by Jay-Z. This was not. It was in his voice, and I got to tell you, just from covering him over the years, it was that tone that you saw in that response that he put out on Sunday. That's what I saw in the lawsuit that was filed back in November that made me feel like this was Jay-Z who had filed the lawsuit against Tony Busby. It is extraordinary that he would respond that way and pretty quickly. I think the other thing that we got to mention here is that this was not a surprise to Jay-Z, clearly, that Busby was going to add his name to this lawsuit because he had a response ready. I think he knew it was coming. And I think they also, on Jay-Z's side, they think that it was coordinated. They added his name to this lawsuit on Sunday, knowing that on Monday night, there was a premiere for Mufasa here in Hollywood where Beyonce and Blue Ivy are in the movie. So everyone expected them to be there. And Jay-Z would normally be there. And I think what Jay-Z's people, I know that they think Busby coordinated this in an attempt to embarrass him and maybe make him not go to the premiere, maybe even stop Beyonce and Blue Ivy from going. As it turns out, the whole family went because, as you heard in that statement, you just said, Jay-Z is defiant, says, I didn't do this. I have nothing to hide. And furthermore, he took it another step, Don, in that statement. He said, if this had actually happened to your client, you should want whoever did it to her to be in prison. So why don't you file a criminal complaint against me? There should be criminal charges for whoever did this.
Yeah, let me ask you this. I'll get to that. So why would he not want him to go to the premiere? Was that something he was holding over his head, trying to get leverage?
I think he's embarrassed. I think he was trying to embarrass him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, because it had already become public. Do you think it was a coordinated effort on behalf of the Carters?
Well, remember, Jay-Z's name wasn't attached to this until Sunday.
And was that before or after the premiere?
The premiere was Monday night.
Okay, yeah, that's what I meant. So it was so it had come out before. All right, great. All right, so, but was this a coordinated effort on Jay-Z and Beyonce's part to show, unity and that they were together and show up? Because Beyonce is, everything is coordinated. She doesn't usually do red carpets. They release the photos themselves.
I think she would do this. I think she would have done this red carpet anyway because Blue Ivy's in the movie as well, and it was a big moment for her. So I think she was planning. I know she was planning to go, and was expected to be there. I think what Tony Busby, the reason he filed this on Sunday, is he wanted to either force Jay-Z to not go, because as you know, what normally happens when celebrities are suddenly involved in a controversy, they don't go out to events because they don't want questions. They don't want photos that bring up the news cycle again. So typically they wouldn't go. And clearly, Tony Busby, if that was his plan in filing it on Sunday, he miscalculated because Jay-Z decided he was just going to go full bore against him and say, I got nothing to hide, and I'm going out with my family no matter what you want to accuse me of.
Charles, I want to ask you about what you just mentioned moments ago, where you talked about saying, why didn't you file criminal charges? And he said something like, look, wouldn't you think that something that was this heinous and this egregious, why wouldn't you want to file criminal charges? Does this have anything to do with the statute of limitations? And look, excuse my ignorance on this. Was this filed in Los Angeles or in New York?
It was filed in New York. So, well, the civil lawsuit was filed in, I think the civil lawsuit was filed in federal court.
Mm-hmm.
But
the statute of limitations
would be in New York State.
And,
and there are no statute of limitations for first degree rape in New York State. And based on the allegations that were put in the lawsuit, this would be, if there were to bring criminal charges, would be first degree rape. So there is no statute of limitations. So if I can't imagine Jay-Z would put that in a statement without his lawyers knowing, look, there is no statute of limitations. So if you're going to call him out this way, you're going to dare him, know that it's possible that they will file a criminal complaint. Doesn't mean that the DA would bring charges. The other thing you got to look at is, and by the way, Tony Busby has since told us that his client is considering that. He said it is up to his client ultimately, but there is a chance that she would go to NYPD and file a criminal complaint. Now, investigating a rape 24 years later, finding witnesses, finding evidence would be extremely difficult for the authorities, but we'll see if it goes that way.
Let me ask you this, though. Do you think, I mean, it would be really, actually, silly is the word, or a miscalculation for Jay-Z to put that in a response if he did not believe, if there was some evidence
right
to the fact that this did happen? What do you make of him going this far in his response and daring, if you will, it seems like he's daring to me, daring Tony Busby to file a criminal complaint?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's face it. He's not only calling out Tony Busby, and he was careful, I think, in the statement to not really go after the alleged victim, because you don't want
asking the victim to reveal herself.
Yes, but he did file a motion asking the judge to have the alleged victim, reveal her identity. And the reason they said is, look, if you're going to sully my name and my reputation that I've spent my whole career building, I need to know who I'm going up against in court so I can defend myself properly. Because the alleged victim was 13 at the time, I don't know. I think that's a big mitigating factor. And I think the judge would be inclined to not force her to reveal. But we'll see how that goes. But you're right. For Jay-Z to go that hard against not only the alleged victim, but also Busby, it makes you think he really doesn't have anything to hide. Now, look, we don't know. These are allegations. I wasn't there. I can't say whether the victim, the alleged victim, is telling the truth here, or if Jay-Z is telling the truth. That's what the courts are for. But clearly, if the intent of going so strong in his response was to make people think he really doesn't have anything to hide, I think Jay-Z wins with that, because that's got to be the reaction most people have. Yeah. On the other hand, it's yet another allegation involving Diddy. And as you know, when these things pile up, what happens in the court of public opinion, people start to go, they can't all be making it up. Yeah. Some of it has to be true. And if some of it is true, then people start to believe, it doesn't take more than one of these cases to be true to ruin Diddy's reputation. And in this case, Jay-Z's, if it is true.
Yeah, Jay-Z threatened to at least take legal action against Piers Morgan when he had Jaguar Wright on the show. And so now he's saying, hey, bring it on here. I'm not going to give you any money. What's next, Charles? Are we waiting for the judge to rule on possibly revealing the victim's name?
The revealing will be one thing. The other thing that's happened since Sunday is that there is now an all-out war between Jay-Z's attorneys and Tony Busby. And actually, Jay-Z's attorneys filed a declaration in federal court with the judge on this case to let the judge know that they had been contacted, Jay-Z's attorneys, by a woman who on Monday night, they said this woman called their offices and told them that she had contact with Tony Busby, and that Busby's associates tried to coerce her into making up allegations against Diddy, and tried to coerce her into saying that she was drugged, tried to coerce her into saying she was raped. She insisted what she had contacted them about had nothing to do with Diddy, but they were trying to force her into that. So Jay-Z's attorneys wanted the judge to know, hey, this is the kind of thing that Busby is allegedly doing, according to this woman. We just think that that's, unethical, and we want you to know about it, Judge. Busby, for his part, has fired back and said, that's ridiculous. Yes, we get lots of calls from tipsters and from people who think they have a case, but we didn't take this woman's case because we didn't believe she had a case. And, he said, I don't know who the person is because they didn't reveal her name, but he thinks that this is just Jay-Z trying to muddy him. Tony Busby thinks that they are trying to muddy him because they're trying to avoid the allegations from his clients, which obviously Busby believes to be true.
We know you have to get a show on the air. So just quickly, does Busby have that reputation?
The reputation of making things up?
Yeah, basically, because Jay-Z's calling him an ambulance chaser. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, Jay-Z did call him
making things up. Does
I have heard that phrase, the ambulance chaser. I've heard it mentioned with Tony Busby before. He is very open about the fact that, you know, he told us months ago that he was sending these demand letters to celebrities. And he says it's not extortion. He says this is the way the game is played. You offer them an opportunity to have a mediation. Now, he always qualifies by saying, I just want to sit down and have a mediation. I said nothing about money. But let's be honest, what's the mediation? Right. What is the mediation going to be about? But he makes the point that in the letter, we never ask for money. Yeah. So look, is he ambulance chasing? Some people have called him that. I always say this. This is what I've been saying to a lot of people about this, that even if you want to question Tony Busby and whether or not he is an ethical attorney, you can do that. But that doesn't mean that his client is unethical. So you could have someone who has an actual claim, has an actual, a real allegation. They're just because their lawyer is whatever you want to call them, doesn't mean that they're lying. So what it really comes down to is you can have all this sniping about the lawyers, but this comes down to the allegation from the alleged victim and how the defendants, what's their side of it.
Just TMZ Sports, any news on what this means for the Super Bowl? Because Rock Nation produces the Super Bowl, right? The halftime show, and Kendrick Lamar is performing. Any news on that? Are they going to go through with it, or they're still...
That is going to go through 100%. It has, you know, Jay-Z doesn't appear on stage. The NFL is not, you know, cutting ties with Rock Nation, so that's still going forward. Kendrick Lamar will be performing at the Super Bowl halftime show,
and Rock Nation will be producing it.
And Rock Nation is producing until, look, could there be new developments where suddenly the NFL felt uncomfortable with that relationship? Possibly, but this case isn't going to be resolved by the time the Super Bowl happens anyway.
Yeah. Charles, you're the best, man. Thank you very much. We'll be watching TMZ Live and TMZ, the edited show that you guys put on. So we really appreciate you joining us. Great information. If you get any, let us know. Thank you, Charles.
All right. Thanks, Tom.
So that was Charles Laboutier. I always get his name. I always say his name. Mispronounce it. But interesting developments as it relates to the case of Jay-Z and what's going on. As everyone has been speculating about whether these charges are real, folks have been asking about the Super Bowl. That is the first information that I've gotten that says it is going to go on. TMZ and then TMZ Sports. They have a sports department over there as well. And they have been, from their reporting, it looks like that this Rock Nation will produce the halftime performance at the Super Bowl, the halftime show with Kendrick Lamar. So it's very interesting for me, at least, to hear the information about that, the information about Tony Busby, the new information that we just got from Charles, that there is someone who was also contacted Busby allegedly, and said that Busby wanted them to act in a way that they were not comfortable with, somehow making up allegations. Again, this is according to TMZ and Charles, that they weren't comfortable with, that they weren't true, that would really be detrimental to Jay-Z and also to Diddy. He says that the two sides are going after each other. Busby, who is a lawyer, and then Jay-Z's lawyers. So Charles is right. This is not over yet. This will play out way longer, way past the 2024-2025 Super Bowl. And it will not be resolved by then, and possibly won't be resolved for years. And as you heard him say, there is another celebrity yet to be named in this particular filing. Who knows if there are going to be other filings and other people coming forward. But in this particular one, there's another unnamed celebrity. That unnamed celebrity is believed to be a woman, reportedly, allegedly, a woman who supposedly watched all of this while it was happening after the VMAs, or the Video Music Awards, in New York City back in 2000. And remember, these are 24-year-old, this allegation is 24 years old, meaning it happened 24 years ago. Newly brought to light through court documents, but this happened allegedly happened 24 years ago. And there are many, as a matter of fact, who are questioning the validity of the charges because the alleged victim had not come forward. As Charles stated there, according to Charles, there is no statute of limitations in New York as it relates to first-degree rape. So anyone can bring charges at any time, but something that long ago, I spoke to a reporter, someone who reports on this earlier, and they said, and an attorney reportedly said, also, there's little reason to believe the veracity of these charges because of the length of time from folks' memory, and also because of some other underlying information or details in the charges. But this is fascinating to play out. Look, we don't know what is going to happen. We don't know if any of this is true or not. Again, these are all allegations. They have yet to be adjudicated. But Jay-Z is coming out strong in his defense. And usually you do not see responses like this from high-profile people, especially celebrities. They would prefer this to blow over, especially in a news cycle where things play out very quickly these days. The news cycle moves very quickly. The shelf life for a story, maybe 24 to 48 hours sometimes. I doubt it would be in this case. But usually it's not to pour gasoline on the fire, not to give oxygen. But in this case, the response from Jay-Z is so strong. He's saying, you know what? I didn't do it. And what you're trying to do, he's calling it extortion and saying what you're trying to do is not going to work. It has the opposite effect. I'm not going to give you a penny. So we'll see what all develops. We'll see how this unfolds. Let me know what you think in the comments. I'd be interested to know. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We are thrilled to have you as one of our watchers. So thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you hit the like button and the subscribe button as well. And that way you can be notified about all of our new content. There's plenty of it for you. We're live every day at 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop more videos at 2 p.m. Eastern and at 5 p.m. And if you want even more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon Nation, of the Lemon community. Members receive access to special community posts, exclusive content, and live shows. So just head right over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. I want to discuss today with this fine panel that I have here how farmers are being affected by not only by the Trump tariffs, but also by the government shutdown. And they are really hurting right now. Joining me now is Will Westmoreland. He is a Missouri agroforestry farmer, a political consultant, and a good friend of this show. Today, he has brought me a panel of farmers to speak about how Trump's economic policies have affected them. Nick Lewandowski is here, Kansas farmer. James Bowden is a Kansas beef producer. Ann Schragle is a Minnesota row crop farmer. And Frank Barnitz is a Missouri beef producer. How did I do on the names?
Perfect. Pretty good.
Great.
Great. I did okay. Thank you so much for joining. We've been hearing a lot. You know, we're going through a lot. All Americans are. Folks are about to lose some of their government benefits, and they're going to find out. Open enrollment is happening soon. So I'm going to start with you, Ann. What's going on? How are farmers feeling about the state of this administration, the state of the country, tariffs, and the government shutdown?
Yeah, our Department of Agriculture yesterday hosted a roundtable with all the ag groups about farm stress and what we're hearing in Minnesota about this. And the phrase came up over and over again about uncertainty fatigue. Farmers are facing uncertainty in all sorts of places, whether it be our markets due to the self-imposed, self-inflicted trade war that we're experiencing, whether it be from the government shutdown, whether or not we'll ever receive payments that are, congressionally mandated through our farm bill, Whether we'll see a farm bill again if Congress has fully decided to abdicate its role. And like the loss of a social safety net that does benefit farmers, right? SNAP dollars benefit farmers. Farmers disproportionately buy health insurance on the private market, and we're seeing our health insurance rates go up because the insurance companies don't know whether or not there will be tax credits for that. I mean, it's everything. There is uncertainty. We're used to uncertainty because we know that we can't control the weather, right, as producers. But it seems like there are some really self-imposed policies that are making that uncertainty even higher.
Well, and let's talk about that, Will, because Ann says self-imposed policies, and I want to talk about just how many people this affects. America's farming, dependent counties, what that means is dependent counties defined by USDA as counties where 25% or more of average annual earnings were derived from farming, overwhelmingly backed Donald Trump. They helped to elect Donald Trump in 2024 by an average of 77.7%. What has happened now, Will?
Well, so if I take off my farmer hat and I put on my political consultant hat, we've seen about a 9% degradation in Trump's support in rural America. So since he came into office, since the inauguration, we've seen about a 9% drop in the number of people that still support him. If you look at the primary issues that are driving that, obviously ag policy is one of those, but believe it or not, foreign policies had a big impact on that as well. He saw a big drop when he did what he did to the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, in the Oval Office. There was a huge backlash from rural America, especially farmers and ranchers on that. So this 9% drop, I think, is hopeful because we're seeing farmers react directly to these bad policies in the administration. And it's across the board. To Ann's point, we've got this beef dump happening from Argentina, and now it sounds like we're going to get the same dump from Brazil. Frank and James can speak to this in a little bit more detail, but what that's causing to happen is futures are dropping, and the prices that are set at the sale barn are driven by what the packers are going to be able to purchase that beef for and sell it to the grocery stores at later on down the road. So even though herd sizes aren't getting bigger and nothing's really changed in regard to demand, prices are going to drop at the auction house because the futures prices are dropping. And then you stack on top of that the healthcare challenges that Ann talked about. We've got, before these cuts were made in the OBBB, we had 700 rural hospitals and clinics that were going to close. And now the National Rural Health Association says that number could triple. So just imagine 2,100 rural hospitals and clinics across the country closing. So all of this together is leading to a degradation in his support in rural America. And Don, I just want to say one final thing. I always tell people, be careful not to paint with a broad brush, because that 75% number, that comes from a study where they just looked at the top 200 agricultural counties in the country and looked at what the vote returns were from there. That doesn't include rural Americans in New York and Massachusetts and all the other states out there. That number probably is it's still high. It's probably about 65%, but there are a lot of farmers and ranchers out there fighting these bad policies and not voting against their best interests.
So, Will, you're saying it's a misconception that farmers, most farmers supported Donald Trump. Do you guys agree? Do you think it was a misconception? Do you think
not
most
that
of the guys
most did? It's just the number's not as high as what the data that's reflected shows. So yeah. I just tell people that because there are a lot of good people out in rural America fighting against these policies. And I think we all get a little bit frustrated when we hear people paint with that broad brush that everybody in rural America voted against their best interest, et cetera.
Who wants to weigh in on that?
I would say
I would be glad.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ann.
I would say that, rural America is not a monolith, that there are plenty of rural progressives out here. And we don't govern just for the people who vote for us, right? That it needs to be reflective of everyone in America and everyone in the ag economy.
Nick?
Yeah, I'm pretty active in local Democratic politics as well. I'm the county chair. And I remember last year at our county fair, just right after Kamala Harris got into the race, We had a booth at the county fair, and I can't tell you how many people we had come up and say, thank goodness we have someone that we can get behind now. And this is in rural north central Kansas. There might be 500 Democrats registered in my county of roughly 5,000 people. I had conservatives, I had independents, I had folks that had never affiliated before in their life come up to our booth and say, thank goodness we have someone we can get behind now, because we can't support him again, or we will not support him ever. And so that gave me a little bit of hope for rural America.
So what do you say, James? Because I'm sure you guys have heard this. You've heard FAFO. You guys know what that means, right?
Mhm.
When they say, oh, well, the farmers voted for Trump. They effed around and they found out. James, what do you say?
Oh, it's so disappointing to see comments online saying, oh, they found out. Everyone found out. Thanks for doing your duty and voting against your interests. And I always push back and I say, look, we're out here. We're not all voting a certain direction. We're all trying to make a living. And just because they voted against their interests doesn't mean they didn't have a reason to vote that way to begin with. But we're all trying to move forward as a country and as a community and make things work for everyone. So I think we need to have a little grace when we see that people have voted against their interests and are currently finding out, because they're hurting just like everybody else.
Frank, I want to play something for you. Yeah. Oh, you want to weigh in on that? Go ahead. You can. Frank.
Sorry, Don. Yeah, just real quick.
It's Nick. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I get a lot of fan mail from people all across the country. And I've had a lot of these appearances on media since February. And there's a lot of folks that are upset, obviously. Mm-hmm. I'm one of them. But the messages that I'm hearing from folks, especially in urban areas from the coasts, are, farmers voted for this, and I want to see them fail. I want to see them fail because this is how they voted. And I have a hard time with that, because there's only about 1.5% to 2% of us out here doing this anyway. And when we start losing farmers, that means we start losing farms to corporate entities. Mm-hmm. Bigger farmers buy out little farmers. Mm-hmm. We don't need fewer farmers on the land. We need more farmers on the land. And the other side of this is, when we start losing farmers to failure, that brings on a mental health crisis that we have seen and we are seeing. That happened back in the 80s. It happened in the 90s. It's happening now. And we don't have mental health resources in rural America like they do in so many urban areas. And you start to see cases of substance abuse and use go up. You start to see suicide cases go up. I don't want to wish ill on anybody for how they voted, and I certainly don't think most people in this country do either. But that's some serious stuff when we start talking about that. And it pains me when I hear that. And I try to follow up with these folks and talk to them about how serious this is. And most of the time, they get it after I have that conversation with them. But I understand people are upset, and they have every right to be. But wishing ill on someone for how they voted is not the way to handle that, because all that does is further the division that this administration wants. And I'm not going to play into that.
How do you think that they should respond to the folks who voted and then now are on the not so positive side of Donald Trump's policies?
I think the first thing that we could do is to start having conversations, talking to each other. Yeah, like this one. Yeah. Getting to know each other better and understanding why people vote the way they vote and why people do what they do.
You took the words right out of my mouth, because I would want to. I ask people, like, well, why did you vote that way? And I want to know. And then and then the other thing is, then what did you expect? Is that a fair question?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't think we need to say that they were wrong, but I think it's important to say you might have been misled, or you were misled.
Yeah,
I think that's
my favorite slogan here. We're not asking you to admit you were wrong. We're asking you to admit you were lied to.
I think that, and understanding that, like, a lot of people were sold on the idea of bringing down prices and like That's a very real reality for folks who are working class. I think accepting, though, that the common enemy, though, is not necessarily new Americans or immigrants, but corporations who are squeezing us from all directions and making it harder to earn a living.
You're
And
speaking my language right now, because the more the people, the average American, or the working class Americans, the poor people stick together, because there's a power there. There's more of us than there are of them,
absolutely.
right? The rich folks who are making all the money and they're getting richer. They're getting tax cuts. In the meantime, the other folks are left to fight amongst each other, and that's exactly what they want, because then you don't pay attention to the important things. At least that's what they're hoping, Ann.
Yeah, I think that's start of those kinds of conversations of being like, yeah, it's a real bummer that corporations control so much of our lives and are making our lives more expensive, and getting a shared understanding there.
Well, and as an aspiring full-time farmer, I'm constantly thinking about, okay, how can my farming, what can I do to increase my profits on the farm? We're getting prices that are the same prices that the farmers were getting back in the 70s. Wheat was in the $4 range back in the 70s.
Are you kidding me?
It's still in the $4 a bushel range now. And you think about the equipment costs, where you could buy a brand new tractor for $12,000 to $14,000 back then, and that was the base level tractor that you needed to make things happen on the farm. Well, now we've got these new tractors with new technology, and it's really great, but the price per bushel hasn't increased, and those tractors go for $150,000 to $200,000 a piece.
Oh yeah,
and even more so.
Yeah.
And that's just one input that you're talking about. We're looking at the entire picture of all of the inputs that we have to deal with. It's not one simple thing. I mean, all of those inputs that have been put in and that we're trying to battle, still working against those prices that you're talking about from 1970. We can't keep up with the inflation of agriculture based on the prices that we're being given. And it's
Frank,
given because we get the price that they tell us we're going to get. We don't get to set the price.
Yeah. I'm glad you weighed in, Frank, because I want to put this up. This is from the president. He says the cattle ranchers, because you're a beef rancher, and farmers and ranchers, right? You get lumped into the same thing. Basically, you're doing the same thing. One is with animals, one is with the earth. The cattle ranchers, who I love, don't understand that the only reason they are doing so well for the first time in decades is because I put tariffs on cattle coming into the United States, including a 50% tariff on Brazil. If it weren't for me, they would be doing just as they've done for the past 20 years. Terrible. It would be nice if they would understand that, but they also have to get their prices down, because the consumer is a very big factor in my thinking also. What do you say to that? Because, they bailed out Argentina, and now there are even Republicans who are trying to fight the tariffs on Brazil.
Absolutely. So those tariffs.
Is he right about that?
I'm sorry.
Is he right of what he said?
No, it was so insulting, the statement that he made about that. Number one, he wasn't even in it whenever the prices started to increase. His tariff on that didn't do anything towards the improvement of the price of the livestock that we're selling. So that would be number one. Number two, the tariffs that he's put in place doesn't do anything towards the fact that we've got 4 big packers in this country that dictate what the price will be to us other producers, the ones that are providing to them. They like to take the cheaper products from South America and bring up here, either Argentina or Brazil, either one, so that they can mix it because it costs less. They can mix it with a byproduct of what we have, the fat off of our fat cattle, and cheapen up hamburger so that it is cheaper into the store and cheaper to the consumer. But there's still such a gap between what they're actually charging versus what the producer actually receives.
So you thought that that was insulting. Anybody else want to respond to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're finally getting paid a decent salary or wage or income from our agricultural commodities, and then he just throws a wrench into the whole thing. And granted, there are a lot of factors that are creating these all-time highs in the cattle market, whether it's the 10-year cattle market cycle, or there is a ban on beef from Mexico from the New World screwworm, and then the tariffs on Brazil. But we're finally getting a wage that we can make some inputs into our own farm, afford things, and here we are just receiving the blunt end of the stick at the end of things. So
right after the president made that announcement, the Chicago Board of Trades went limit down. It immediately, the prices just started plummeting. That's occurred since that he made that announcement on Thursday evening. Friday, it was limit down, and it continues to be down up until today. Market. What cattle were bought and sold at auction houses last week are from $30 to $50 a hundred less today than they were 5 days ago.
Hey Frank, can you explain what that means per pound? Because not everybody understands the auction market.
Okay, so the auction sells the livestock based on weight, and it's a price per pound that's given, or you just extrapolate it to a price per 100 pounds. So the $30 to $50 a hundred less is 30 to 50 cents a pound less than it was 5 days ago. And a movement in this market of anything over 5 cents is traumatic. So when you're talking about 30 to 50 cents, the effect is just horrendous.
Well, and these haphazard comments are constantly affecting the market. And I've said this over and over. Please do not, at least from the government side, do not say comments or do make actions that are going to affect our market. Every action that's taken on the government side will affect the markets in one way or another, whether it's up or down. And we are the recipients of that. And so having some caution when saying the things that you're saying, I think, is really important.
And that volatility is what makes that uncertainty for anyone to be able to make a plan. We're no different than any other large business, except we're at a lot smaller scale in most cases. But that volatility doesn't let us plan for our future, or in many cases now, not even into the next month. So you have to have some level of security with our markets. And just like James was saying, any of these offhanded comments have such a reflection on the market, because the market is so shaken right now and unstable that it reacts just in seconds to those comments.
I want you. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, sorry. I'll just chime in real quick. I think one thing that this has done, his comments, is it has helped to unify a lot of agriculture against this move.
That was my next question.
It's surprising to see. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I read
No,
your
go
mind.
on. Go for it.
So what it has done is it has brought many organizations that might not see eye to eye on a lot of things together and saying, this is wrong. This is stupid. This is ridiculous. It's not going to lower prices at the grocery store for the consumer. All it's going to do is tank the prices that producers get for their cattle, for their livestock. So you've got groups like the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, the big, cattle beef checkoff group, saying this is ridiculous. This is nuts. You should have seen the comments on their Facebook post, opposing this. One that really stuck out to me was all red hat, no cattle. It's a play on the all hat, no cattle. And somebody making some comment about Donald Trump, the New York dandy, knows more about raising cattle than you do. That's the thing is, his comments about cattlemen, ranchers, farmers not understanding what's going on and how to raise cattle and how to do it right. Who is he to say anything about that? I mean, I guess he sold steaks at one time as a businessman.
It didn't work out.
Again, like most of his entities, it failed. It went bankrupt. But I'll tell you, it has been a unifying moment for us at Farmers Union, for NCBA, the Farm Bureau, many other organizations, and I think that's a good thing, because we're going to need to stick together when it comes to this, because it's obvious to me that he's wanting to take care of his buddy in Argentina, and not necessarily take care of the folks that are right here at home.
So let me ask you, let me follow up on that for all of you. Have you heard any in the ag industry, if you're a rancher, farmer, whatever, are you hearing people coming around sort of to your side, so to speak, or saying, you know what, I did not, this is not what I voted for. I know people say it is what you voted for, but, and are they turning against this president, or they seem like they are somehow different, or
I could say that they're turning against the policies. I'd say that's been a pretty much of a pattern that's been going on, at least in the last few weeks. We as beef producers want to stick together with all of agriculture. So what was occurring with the grain producers and the hit that they were taking, we were coming on board with them and saying that these policies were poor and that they were going to affect all of agriculture. Now then, it's affected the beef producers. I mean, so all of us in agriculture now are all working against the same policies. And again, I think that's really been beneficial to unite the agricultural groups.
Yeah. And you wanted to weigh in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a soybean grower, and in Minnesota, 1 in 3 rows of soybeans get exported to China, or they did. And as we're, struggling to find, to get the Chinese to purchase our soybeans at the rate that they used to, and then the president chooses to bail out Argentina to the rate of $40 billion, and then Argentina turns around and sells even more soybeans to China. It's a real slap in the face to the soybean producer. Yeah. And I'm hearing that too from growers in my area who are just like, well, we're going to hang on to the beans that we just finished harvest here in West Central Minnesota. And we're storing our beans, hoping that there is a market for them throughout the winter, and hoping one of these trade deals go through. But the challenge with that is that I have to explain to my banker, I can't bank on hope, right? I can't bank on the framework of a policy. I can't bank on tweet promises or Truth Social promises, right? I can't get operating loans based on what the president says on social media.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Don, can I make a couple of comments about, in their own defense of what they're doing, it shows their lack of understanding of agriculture. I think the biggest problem, there's nobody in charge at the Department of Agriculture that understands agriculture. Brooke Rollins, who is the ag secretary, her claim to fame is she grew up on a farm. And to me, and I'm not trying to be cute, well, maybe I am, it's like saying if you grow up next to a hospital, you're automatically a brain surgeon later on in life. I mean, a lot of people grew up on a farm and they don't know how to farm. And when they make the comment like, well, this is the quadrupling of Argentinian beef is just a drop in the bucket. And if we get rid of the tariffs on Brazil, it's just a drop in the bucket, or eliminating $2 billion in foreign beef sales to China is just a drop in the bucket. It tells me they don't understand how the pricing works in the market, that it's set by futures. And even the most basic cattleman or woman just starting out in the business understands at a very early age or earlier in their career that prices are set by the board. And that includes speculation. It includes, price differential, all these different things. And they just don't understand that. And the second thing I want to say about it is, if you go look at the data they have posted on the USDA website right now, it proves what Frank said. the majority of these increases in per pound beef cattle prices came under the previous administration. Now, you can argue all day long, can the president do anything to raise beef prices? A lot of people say no, but there's certainly a lot of president can do to lower beef prices and to lower commodities prices with row cropping. And this president has done all of those things. And that's why we're facing the current situation that we're in.
If anybody, I'm sure the Lemon Nation, all you lemon heads out there are saying, Don is awfully quiet on this, because I'm fascinated listening to you guys. And I think this is a really important conversation that you don't really hear about, right? We hear about all the salacious things and people put it in, this Democrat versus Republicans or whatever, but Americans are hurting regardless of their political stripes. And as has been mentioned here, Donald Trump's trade tariffs, the policies have severely harmed U.S. agriculture, the U.S. agriculture sector, particularly soybeans and beef producers, right? The retaliatory tariffs from China and other countries have drastically reduced, as you heard what Ann said, our soybean exports, cutting into billions of dollars in revenue and threatening long-term market share. And in the meantime, beef and livestock farmers have faced higher feed costs and increased competition from foreign producers like Argentina, which you just mentioned, that he bailed out. Trump just gave $40 billion to. The combination of those rising costs, lower prices, trade instability has left many farmers and ranchers financially devastated. So my question is, how much longer can you sustain this?
Don, I think we're about to find out. I think the fact that, we are at a very high stress time with harvest. We are in the middle of wheat drilling here in Kansas. We plant winter wheat here. Everybody is on high alert to begin with. And as soon as harvest is over and you start doing your books and you figure out what's there and what's not and what bills you can pay and what you cannot pay, I think people are going to realize real fast that the money's not going to be there.
I think, isn't the percentage, Ann, sitting at I think the ag economists and bankers that I met with in Washington, D.C. during a recent trip, they thought the bankruptcy numbers could be somewhere between 17 and 23% just for row crop farmers. And I think the other thing a lot of people don't understand is that even though beef is at an all-time high, with that comes more leveraging because the market's been telling people, get big, get big, get big. So a cattleman doesn't, well, some do. They don't take all those profits and go buy an F-250 top-of-the-line diesel pickup truck. The younger guys do. But a lot of the older guys that have been doing this for a while, they reinvest those dollars into getting additional bank loans to get more acreage and to produce more beef because we've been saying herd sizes are going to be low for 3 or 4 years. So with those additional profits come additional leverage. Well, now if the president kicks the stool out from under pricing and you've leveraged yourself at $4 a pound beef and that drops down into the low $3 or the high $2, now you've left them out on a limb with these operating loans, equipment loans, et cetera, that they need. And you're going to start to see beef bankruptcy numbers start to increase as well. So there is nothing positive happening right now. You guys keep me honest, but there's nothing positive happening right now. The other thing I want to say very quickly, and maybe Nick or Ann or Frank or James can, this new beef policy that just came out, Don, that was a result of a big MAGA beef farmer coming in from Colorado to meet with the president last week. And his name is Jack. I can't think of the lax name, but I'll send it to you guys. He was sued not long ago for fraud. And in the lawsuit that was settled in court, he had to pay some out for lying, and the people that were suing him had to pay some out for lying. Basically, he came into the Oval Office and said, we need more grazing rights. We need more of this. We need more of that. And the president was like, this is a great guy. This is MAGA encapsulated. And the next week, they announced a beef plan that absolutely mirrored everything this guy that just lost this lawsuit asked the president to do. That's how we set beef policy. Not by bringing in the experts from all over the country and getting the experts at the Department of Agriculture to create a policy good for producers. We did it because a MAGA chowderhead came into the Oval Office and said, this is what I want. And what he wanted became the national beef policy.
I'm
Frank, I wanna
surprised.
hear
I'm
from
not
you.
surprised.
Yeah. I wanted to go back real quick to how capital intense agriculture is, and the younger producers are even more capital oriented than anyone else. That being the case, then we're looking at what's going to occur with the banks. Banks are holding these dollars and they're shaken now, and the economy is shaken. And so, what happens when they start asking for that money back or being protected more because the Federal Reserve is asking them to be more protected? They start to call those notes that can't be met. And so then we start losing those farmers due to bankruptcy. We lose them to suicide for the fact that they can't stand to work through this process.
It's
a lot like the 1980s, the early 1980s. And we're set up to do the very same thing again. And that was devastating to all of America, because this is food security that we're talking about.
Go ahead, Ann.
You asked how long can we hang on, and I just would like to answer that. Like in Minnesota, I heard from the Department of Agriculture yesterday that our farmer lender mediation rate is at the highest it's been in 10 years. Right, we're hearing calls into our farm stress rural hotline at a all-time high since it was started. Right, farmers are seeing that stress and they're experiencing that stress right away. I will just tell a quick story on my operation. I met with my banker before harvest, and thankfully we have a good crop. Things look good. You don't have to go very far from me though, where excessive moisture and lots of drown out, lots of disease pressure cause for a pretty nasty crop this year. And I made a comment to him. I was like, I bet you're starting to have some tough comments. And this guy, who's not the most exuberant character to begin with, because he's a farm banker, he really sobered up. He's like, yeah, but the really hard conversations are going to happen this winter. When when the time comes to repay your operating loan and you just don't have that cash, and you have to try and figure out what you're going to do to try and farm again next year, that's when the real rubber is going to hit the road. And you're going to see a lot of farmers either go out of business or consolidate or try and refinance or declare bankruptcy.
Let's talk solutions. What can the president do right now? What can lawmakers do? Before that, I just want to before I ask you that, I want to play this. This is from someone who is running, I think it's for Senate in Iowa. And Nick, you have political aspirations, right? Is it Nick who has political aspirations?
Frank.
No,
Frank.
That's Frank.
Frank,
yeah.
Frank has political aspirations.
I'm running from office, Don, not for.
I'm just wondering how many people are, who feel this way, and if they're out at the town halls or they're going to these candidates, when they're doing their stomps, what's the sentiment? Let me play this. Here it is.
Are the Iowa farmers that $20 billion is going to their
$40 billion.
$40 billion is going to their competitors.
Oh, they're pissed. Oh yeah, and what's really interesting about it is the tariffs are the ones that create, like the trade war. The tariffs created the problem, got rid of the markets, and now we're going to pay them back with money from the tariffs that started the problem. Doesn't make any sense, right? They're more pissed. Farmers don't want a bailout. Farmers want fair markets. That's what they want. They want good, fair markets, and they had that until Trump got there and started doing what he's doing, creating trade wars, creating chaos in the marketplace, and now they're trying to figure out what to do. And then, like you said, giving $40 billion to Argentina, it's a slap in the face. What I'm seeing is, it's condensing down Iowa to these major metropolitan areas, so they have more land to farm on, so more of those big ag corporations are making money hand over fist, and the small farmers are getting out of the way. That's what it seems like. So again, we need to fight for small farmers. We need to fight for working class people to prevent what's going on.
What do you guys say to that?
I'd jump in quick and just, the last comment from that candidate about fighting, about corporations making money hand over fist. I think it was incredibly tone deaf when Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that he was feeling the pain of
he's a soybean farmer.
Because he's a soybean farmer. That man is an investor. He's an investor owner in land. He does not work a day in his life on a farming operation. His hands are never dirtied from soil or grease or putting some actual work in. It was incredibly tone deaf to the people who farm the land of this country, to say that he was hurt by it. It just is really representative of how people who don't actually understand agriculture are the ones who are driving these policies.
Oh my gosh. When you guys heard him say that, what did you think? Because I'm not a farmer, but I was like, well, that seems, because I know that he is a multi-billionaire, if not close to a millionaire, excuse me, if not close to being a billionaire. I'm just wondering how you guys felt when you heard.
I nearly spit out my coffee. I was watching the Sunday morning shows when he said it, and I'm just like, who does this guy think he is?
Hey, Nick,
You
let
know,
me,
and
so that everybody can hear it, and then I'll get you to weigh in.
The president has also said he does want our farmers to be taken care of. You did mention that China has been boycotting American soybeans, and American farmers have really suffered. Do you see a real light at the end of the tunnel there? They may allow soybeans again?
Well, Martha, in case you don't know it, I'm actually a soybean farmer, so I have felt this pain too. And there are a couple of things happening here. One, the Chinese have substantially dropped their purchases to almost zero, so they unfortunately have been using American farmers who are amongst President Trump's biggest supporters. I think he had more than 90% support. And then this was one of the biggest crops in 20 or 30 years, so it was a perfect storm. But I think we have addressed the farmers' concerns, and I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but I believe when the announcement of the deal with China is made public, that our soybean farmers will feel very good about what's going on both for this season and the coming seasons.
Nick?
yeah, boy, that's something.
Not a single thing he said right there was true. Not one single statement was true.
Well, I'm so glad you said that, because I listened to, look, and I said I did not want this to be political, but I listened to Donald Trump on Air Force One talk about the price of energy coming down. I'm like, well, that's not true. And then he said, job market has never been better. And I said, well, that's not true. And then he said, we've already tackled inflation. It's over. I said, well, that's not true. What else? He said something else. His poll numbers were the highest they've ever been, and we've had the best economy the world has ever seen. And I was like, none of that is true. And none of what Scott Bessent said, even the farmer numbers, it wasn't 90% of farmers, I believe, right? So anyways, go on. I'm glad you said that, Will. And I don't know why these people don't get fact-checked and why people believe it.
That not anything he said there was true. And again, it shows a lack of understanding of farming and ranching, because the truth of the matter is, when he did this during his first administration, China was only buying 13% of their row crops from Brazil. And after this happened during the first term and these tariffs were put in place, they'd made three major investments in South America, especially in Brazil. They started putting dollars into tearing down and burning down the rainforest so that they could increase cropland there, number one. Number two, they dumped millions, hundreds of millions of dollars into helping improve the rail system to get those crops from where they burnt down the rainforest to the harbors. And then they spent hundreds of millions of dollars improving the harbors so that they could get more grain ships in there to haul these commodities back to China. The net result is they went from buying 13% of their row crops from Brazil to 33%. Now it's getting closer to 40%. And in addition to that, and I mean, I hate to just throw salt in the wounds, but to Ann's point, not only did Argentina sell these soybeans to China, they did it by waiving the taxes on there and making it more lucrative for the Chinese to buy. So America gives Argentina $40 billion. And I think you could make a valid case that the reason they were able to waive those taxes and give up that income is they didn't need those taxes on those soybeans to fund the government anymore, because we gave them $40 billion to do that. So yeah, we're not only getting hit hard here, but we're getting screwed with our own dollars in the process. Pardon my French.
And I would just throw
you said
in
screwed.
this.
It's not that bad. You're in streaming, Will. I think
I hear where we live, it can be, depending on where you say it.
I'd be surprised if an F-bomb dropped out of your mouth, but you could also say that here. But that would surprise me. But nobody's surprised by you saying screwed. Go ahead.
I would just say this to Secretary Bessent, who is worth about, I think, $500 million the last I checked. I would challenge him to divest from his farm because he hasn't done that yet, and he should. President Jimmy Carter had to divest from his peanut farm when he was elected back in 1980, or not 80, 76, excuse me. And he ended up losing that peanut farm because somebody poorly managed it when he did that. But, the rules don't apply to these people. The rules don't apply to this administration. And obviously, this president has surrounded himself with loyalists who are going to continue to tell the lies and say the things that he once said. And, that you tell a lie enough times and people start to believe it. But I think we are starting to see the cracks form, especially here in rural America. People are starting to wake up to the lies.
I think that takes us back to the beginning of what you said. Instead of effing around and finding out, a lot of people were misled, and now they're finding out that they were misled.
Yeah.
So, as I said, I want to end with, we started with what the problem is. I want to end with, what do you think the solution is? Anybody? What's the solution?
Free and fair markets. Stay out of manipulating the market from being the head of our country. Just give us a fair playing field to work from, and we can build ourselves back out of it.
I would say, I'm sorry, James, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm all for negotiating new markets and increasing the markets that we have and forming trade deals, but we're actively seeing bullying of other countries and bullying us out of markets. And when I think about that, I'm thinking about my future in farming and how am I going to be able to afford my own farm, my own land, and without negotiating markets that can increase the price of row crops or cattle significantly, so that I don't have to resign to being a tenant farmer my whole life, then we're not doing justice for the young farmers or the future farmers that will be inheriting this land inevitably.
I'd just jump in that solutions, pretty obvious one. Speaker Johnson could choose to reopen the Congress. He could call back Congress to session, or the House at least, and come to the negotiating table for farmers. I think, we have a twice expired farm bill, the 2018 Farm Bill. Agriculture in 2018 looked different than agriculture does in 2025. At the end of 2025, Congress needs to do its dang job and actually grow a spine and stand up to this administration. I think we cannot run the government through the executive branch alone.
Anyone else?
I would just sorry, Nick, go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead, Will.
I've got a creative idea. Well, I didn't come up with it, but I love this idea. And that is, after we bail farmers out of the mess that was created by the administration, if we can get to those free markets, I would love to see us take money that we dump into subsidies, to pay for the problems created by bad policy. And I'd like to see us do some more targeted things with that money. Like, what can we fund to help grow herd sizes in the United States of America? Are there low interest loans or grants that we can give out, to farmers to help them build herd sizes by holding back heifers and that type of thing? The other thing is, in the last administration, we had put a lot of money into trying to build up regional slaughterhouses, processing facilities to compete against the big four packers. And we were in the process of looking at changing the law so that those regional packing houses could sell beef across state lines, et cetera. All of that was eliminated because it was quote unquote woke. And now what's amazing is, in this new beef plan that was announced last week, what are they doing? They're bringing back those Biden policies under the MAGA name and claiming that they created them. So I guess if they get put in place, that's a good thing, but they need more funding. And the last thing I will say is, I'm really worried about a siloing effect in the beef market that we've seen in row crop farming. I really believe, just in conversations I've had with some big ag economists, that the packers would love to see a day where we treat beef like we do chicken and turkey, where they just bring the calves out to the farm and drop them off. And the farmer's role is just to raise them from calves, up to a sale weight, and everything's controlled by the packer companies. And we've got to prevent that, from happening. So free markets, increased funding for programs that are going to make agriculture better and more competitive. And I don't know. I've not seen anything coming out of this administration that would lead me to believe that's going to happen.
All right. Anybody else before we go?
I'll just throw in this. I've said it already, but I think one of the big solutions to all of this is let's get together and let's figure things out cooperatively. Let's find ways to have conversations like this across rural and urban, across political spectrums, all of those things. That's the only way we're going to get through this. And certainly up to the midterm election, we've got a lot of work to do between now and then. Not even trying to figure in what 2028 looks like, but we've got to have these conversations. They might be difficult, but they have to happen. And we've got to figure out ways to come together, because if we don't, we're just playing right into what they want, and that's more division.
Well, I only have a few moments left. You have a tour that I think is important.
Yeah, just really quickly. So the Back 40, I'm going to make a crass ask here, Don. You can cut it out if you want, but Back 40 Action is doing an event in Washington, D.C. from November 10th through the 22nd. And we are going to be bringing families with children with disabilities in to talk about the cuts in the OBBB and what it's going to mean for healthcare across this country. We're bringing in farmers and ranchers to tell similar stories to the ones you've heard today. And we're bringing in teachers and students to do legislative visits and social media creation to tell their personal stories. We need money to do this. I'm just going to make a Jerry Lewis telethon ask here. If anybody's interested in helping us out, we need to raise $100,000 to do this. So far, we've raised about 35 or 40,000 in just a few days, but they can go to back40action.org, all spelled out, and make a donation. And it will allow us to bring these rural people, farmers, ranchers, teachers, students, administrators at hospitals, and people with chronic health problems. We're going to bring them to Washington, D.C. and do these visits and advocate for better rural policy. And we could use everybody's help in being able to pay for that. And Don, I expect you to be there. Nikki already committed for you. So we're going to look forward to seeing you there.
I'm glad Nikki is speaking for me now. And
I'm just kidding. She didn't do that.
More than anything, I'm glad that you guys are speaking. It was a pleasure just listening. You guys did most of the talking, and I enjoyed listening to you. And I hope everyone else listens to it. Will, thank you. Nick, thank you. Frank, thank you. James, thank you. And thank you as well. I appreciate it. And I think we should follow up on this. Let's see what happens. The best of luck to you, okay? Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you, Don.
Thanks, everyone, for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never, ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. Let's discuss Vivek Ramaswamy. He's finding out that he's not white, and he's also finding the limits of white approval. Remember Vivek Ramaswamy, he arrived on the Republican scene without with the ostensibly perfect sales pitch. A biotech millionaire, an anti-woke wonderkin, dead set on disturbing the status quo. He preached meritocracy, they love that, toughness, and fierce patriotism. He was an avowed MAGA loyalist. Considering all that, we must ask, why does the GOP hate him? Why does the GOP hate Vivek Ramaswamy? Well, I mean, he's brown and he's Hindu. And so I may as well just end this right here. But I'll digress. We can talk about it more. So as the former Doge co-chief, who was pushed out, by the way, has campaigned to be Ohio's next governor, he has been plagued by vicious, cruel racism from the right. Surprise! The latest episode came earlier this month. It was at a Turning Point USA event. This one was in Montana. One student asked why Ramaswamy masquerades as a Christian. Another demanded, Jesus Christ is God and there is no other God. How can you represent the constituents of Ohio who are 64% Christian if you are not a part of that faith? That's what the student, or the young person asked. Well, even conservative Firebrand Ann Coulter said something similar, said that she would not vote for him because he's Indian. She said the quiet part out loud. Those exchanges and exchanges like that and the reactions to them, they're all very telling. They expose the contradiction at the heart of Ramaswamy's political persona. The man who insists America is colorblind, that identity politics is poison, that merit alone determines destiny, is confronted again and again by the brute fact of identity, specifically his own identity. Apparently, Vivek Ramaswamy needs a mirror. Ramaswamy has built his brand on telling white conservatives that they are not racist. He flatters their self-image. He absolves them of guilt and insists the only true oppression in America is wokeness. Yet the same people he has spent 2 years reassuring keep reminding him in subtle and not so subtle ways that he is not one of them. He will never be one of them. He continues to deny systemic racism in America. He insults Black people with a false and disingenuous interpretation of our history and seems completely oblivious to the fact that if it were not for Black people and the civil rights movement, he and his own brown Indian family might not even be here, or at least would not enjoy the rights and opportunities he now takes for granted. So I want you to check out this insulting and outrageous interview that he did with me on CNN, where he distorted the Civil War by claiming that Black Americans earned their freedom thanks to the NRA. That is not only historically false, it is obscene.
But say what you said again. Black people secured their freedoms after the Civil War. It is a historical fact, Don. Just study it. Only after their Second Amendment rights were secured. They That's were a not fact. secured their freedoms after the Civil War. That is not. You are discounting Reconstruction. You're discounting a whole host of things that happened after the Civil War when it comes to African Americans, including the whole reason that the Civil Rights Movement happened is because Black people did not secure their freedoms after the Civil War, and that things turned around. People tried to change the freedoms that were supposed to happen. And you know how they got it? They got their Second Amendment rights, and they actually got the NRA played a big role in that. But today, Don, the NRA did not play a big role. Absolutely, they trained Black Americans how to use firearms. That's a lie. That's not. The NRA did not play a big role. This is just historical fact. But not historical fact. The part that I find, because you say it's historical fact, the part that I find insulting is when you say today Black Americans don't have those rights after we have gone through civil rights revolution in this country. You are sitting here telling an African American about the rights and what you find insulting about the way I live, the skin I live in every day. Here's where you and I have the a different freedoms point that of view. Black and white that Black people don't have in this country, and that Black people do have. Well, here's where you and I have a different point of view. I think we should be able to express our views regardless of the color of our skin. We should have this debate. I'm not saying you without shouldn't me express regarding your views, you as a Black it's man, insulting that but you're me sitting regarding you here, as a fellow citizen. That you're That's what I sitting think we should here, say. whatever ethnicity you are, explaining to me whatever ethnicity about I am, what it's like to be Black. Whatever in America. ethnicity I am, I'll tell you what I am. I'm an Indian American. I'm proud of it. But I think we should have this debate. Black, white doesn't matter. I think we should have this on debate. The content of the ideas. If you're going to do it, you should do it in an honest way and in a fair way. And what you're doing is not in an honest and fair way.
Okay, so do you want some facts on this? The NRA was founded in 1871 after the Civil War. It was founded by white Union officers seeking to improve marksmanship. It had nothing to do with emancipation, and it remained silent as the Ku Klux Klan unleashed terror across the South. So the idea that the NRA freed the slaves is an insult to every ancestor who bled for liberation. Vivek Ramaswamy's denial of racism is not brave. It is transactional. He has built a career telling white conservatives they are the true victims and that their guilt is unnecessary because racism is over. But the irony is that he has become exactly what Malcolm X once warned us about, a modern-day house Negro, defending the master's house as if it were his own, mistaking the invitation for ownership. This is the bargain that Ramaswamy struck when he chose to make himself the Republican Party's mirror rather than its conscience. He thought that he could transcend identity by rejecting it, that by loudly disavowing diversity, he could prove his own belonging. He confused proximity for acceptance, as they so often do. The folks who tried to cozy up to whiteness. He confused proximity for acceptance. That is the paradox at the heart of Ramaswamy. The harder he performs assimilation, the more glaringly he stands apart. He tries to convince the MAGA base that they can love a brown man who hates identity politics as much as they do. But to many of them, the only identity that truly matters is whiteness. And the only religion worth defending is their own. So his predicament is not new. The GOP has long celebrated model minorities, right? Model minorities, folks who scold liberals about race, so long as they remain ornamental. Proof that the right is not racist. So long as their presence never threatens to redefine what the right is, what the party is. So Vivek Ramaswamy misunderstood the assignment, as the kids say here. I've seen this play before. I've seen this movie before. I've sat across from men like him on live television. Smart man, fast talker. Some will call him brilliant, ambitious, desperate to prove that they are the exception. They believe that if they run fast enough from who they are, the finish line will move closer. And it never does. Think about it. Ramaswamy wanted to be the figure who preaches, forget about victimhood, while standing inside a movement built on perpetual grievance, white grievance, that is. The GOP loved him when he was a novelty act, a brown man who made their bigotry feel enlightened. The moment he demanded real power, though, the applause curdled. He got pushed out. He has mistaken the master's invitation for a key to the house. He does not realize that he has been welcomed only so long as he keeps the porch swept and the curtains closed. That is the quiet rule of Republican diversity. You can serve as a shield, but never as a standard bearer. Ramaswamy does not seem to grasp that his usefulness was always contingent on his distance from himself. The party he worships will never let him be more than a guest in its house. And here's the sting, okay? The tragedy is not that they reject him. The tragedy is that he still craves their embrace. He has spent his career trying to convince them that he belongs, and they have spent just as long reminding him that he does not. Thanks everyone for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. This one is really important, and I want you to sit back. I want you to get comfortable. I need you to pay attention, because I'm about to walk you through a story that is so wild, so dripping with absurdity, among other things, that you're going to want to need some time to process it. Donald Trump has a new fixation. Now, forget about the crowd sizes, the mind's bigger than yours. Forget about the southern border wall. Build that wall. Forget about that. Forget making Canada the 51st state absurd. Nothing compared to his new obsession. South African farmers. Yeah, I'm being serious. Donald Trump is obsessed for some reason with South African farmers. On March 7th, he took to his social media site to announce that he is offering these farmers a, quote, rapid pathway to U.S. citizenship. Why? Because according to him, South Africa is, quote, being terrible to them, confiscating their land and subjecting them to, quote, much worse than that. Whatever that is supposed to mean. He is inviting these farmers, he's inviting their spouses, their kids, their cousins to come to America and to get a fast pass to the red, white, and blue. Now, I've got some questions. I have some big questions. I think this is a window into who Donald Trump really is, who he has always been, and who he thinks America belongs to. So let's break it down. First things first. Who is he talking about when he says South African farmers? Exactly who's he talking about? Let's not be coy here. He's not talking about the black folks who have tilled their country's soil for centuries, who were shoved into townships under apartheid, who watched their land get snatched by colonial settlers and never given back. He's not talking about those folks. No. He's talking about white Afrikaner farmers, the descendants of Dutch and British colonizers who held on to massive estates since the 1600s. These are the folks he is shedding tears for, claiming that they are victims of some grand injustice. He's pointing to South Africa's new land reform push, the Expropriation Act, signed into law just last year, which lets the government take land without compensation if the property is not being used and there is no intention to either develop or make money from it. Now, Trump is framing this like it is a targeted assault, a racist plot to strip white farmers of their livelihoods. He's even hinting at violence, echoing these far-right conspiracies about white genocide that have been bouncing around social media, Twitter for years. But let's get the context straight, because Trump certainly won't get the context straight. South Africa's history isn't a mystery, it is a wound. Apartheid didn't just segregate people, it was a land grab on an epic scale. By the time it ended in 1994, white South Africans, about 9% of the population, owned 87% of the fertile land. Native black South Africans, the overwhelming majority, were left with scraps. The now democratically elected government has been trying to fix that ever since. But progress has been slow, too slow for a lot of people. This new law, it is messy, it is controversial, and yeah, it's got flaws. Everything does. Critics say it risks economic instability. Supporters say it is long overdue justice. Are there risks of corruption? Sure. Has it been politicized? Absolutely. But Trump is acting like it is a state-sponsored hate crime, and that is a lie. Critics and the people who have been reporting on this say that they see the fingerprints of one person all over this, and that is Elon Musk. Musk was born in Pretoria, raised in the twilight of apartheid. He's long been preoccupied with South African farmers and what he calls a, quote, slow white genocide, unquote, in South Africa. South Africa, look at what happened with apartheid. It seems to me that you should be someone who is more understanding of that, considering where you came from, considering your history.
Yeah. There's a slow white genocide going on in South Africa. Do you care about that?
Considering how close they are, critics say that he is possibly whispering in Donald Trump's ear. Come on, that's what they're saying, but they're close. But let's bring this home, because this isn't just about Pretoria. It is about Peoria, Illinois. It is about every American community where our farmers are struggling. Trump's out here promising citizenship to white South African farmers like he is Oprah giving away cars. You get a visa and you get a visa and you get a visa. Meanwhile, he has spent his entire career demonizing immigrants from Haiti, from Honduras, from Mexico, calling them rapists and criminals. Where's his compensation for the folks fleeing gang violence in Port-au-Prince? Where's his generosity for the families stuck at the border in Texas? Oh, but white farmers from halfway across the world, step right up, folks. The golden escalator's waiting. And here's the part that really burns me up, that it just gets me. If I can't sleep, it's because of this. This is urgent for black farmers. Where's his urgency for that? Let's talk about the history of that, because it is not a dusty textbook chapter. It is a living, breathing betrayal.
The people who've been clearly discriminated and documented throughout history here in the United States are black farmers, capital B.
Can you imagine some of these white Afrikaner farmers ending up with land that black farmers may have owned but couldn't afford it? Rewind to 1865, the end of the Civil War. Black folks, newly freed, were promised 40 acres and a mule, right? It was a glimmer of hope, a chance at the American dream. But what happened? President Andrew Johnson, a sympathizer to the Old South, said, nah, never mind, not going to happen. He handed that land right back to the Confederate planters, leaving black families with nothing but broken promises. But still, they persevered. By 1910, about 1 million black farmers owned 15 million acres. 15 million scraped together through sweat, grit, and sheer will. But that wasn't the end of the story. It was the beginning of a slow, deliberate theft. Enter Jim Crow, enter the lynch mobs, enter the USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, which turned into a weapon against black farmers. For decades, they denied loans to black applicants while white farmers got handouts. Disaster relief after floods and droughts, well, white farmers got it. Black farmers got a shrug. Subsidies, same deal. By the 1980s, the USDA's own Civil Rights Office found rampant discrimination, county officials laughing in black farmers' faces, tossing their applications right in the trash. In the 1990s, the Pickford v. Glickman lawsuit laid it bare. Thousands of black farmers cheated out of billions in wealth, forced to sell their land or lose it to foreclosure. By 2000, those 50 million acres down to 1.5 million, 90% gone. And even now in 2025, they're still fighting for justice, still waiting on payments from that settlement, still watching corporate giants like Monsanto and Tyson scoop up what is left. So Donald Trump, let me ask you something. Where's your social media post on them? Where's your rapid pathway for the black farmers in Mississippi who have lost everything to systemic racism? Where's your executive order for the families in Georgia whose grandparents were sharecroppers, whose parents were denied loans, whose kids can't afford the taxes on what little land they have clung to? You get time to play white knight for Afrikaners 8,000 miles away, but you're silent when it comes to the descendants of the enslaved right here at home. You're mute when it's the USDA, your own government agency, sitting on a legacy of theft that is still bleeding out today. And let's not kid ourselves. Trump can't just wave a wand and rewrite citizenship laws. That's Congress's job. It's not his job. The Immigration and Nationality Act doesn't have a South African farmer fast lane. He'd need a bill, he needs votes, and he needs a process. This is a stunt, pure and simple. It's red meat for his base, a nod to what white replacement paranoia that he has really been flirting with since Charlottesville. He is banking on the optics. White farmers as noble victims, black and brown immigrants as threats. It is the same game that he has played since day one. But I'm not done, because this is bigger than Trump. It is about us, America. We've got to look in the mirror. If we're serious about justice, we don't start with a photo op for foreign farmers. We start with the ones we have failed for centuries. Give tax breaks, loan forgiveness, land grants to the people who have been here building this country, feeding this country, while getting nothing but a kick in the teeth in return. South Africa's land fight, that's their story to wrestle with. Messy, painful, and not our lane. But Trump's making it his lane because it fits his brand, privilege over principle. He doesn't care about farmers. He cares about headlines. And until he proves me wrong, until he puts his money where his mouth is for black American farmers, this is just noise, loud, ugly, and predictable. So wake up, America. We've got work to do, and it starts right here, not across the ocean. Thanks everyone for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. Congresswoman,
yes.
Thank you so much for doing this. How are you?
I am doing all right.
Can we talk some news of the day?
Sure.
We're here at the Congressional Black Caucus, the CBC 54th anniversary.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to talk about, especially as it relates to people of color in this country.
Yeah.
But I want to start with as I said, the elephant in the room, and that is the former FBI Director James Comey.
Yeah.
Donald Trump. It looks like revenge to me, the indictment against James Comey.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, it is. And I think, it is a dangerous moment in our country because when a president orders the prosecution of his sort of like adversaries, that's not just a slippery slope, right? Like that is entering a dangerous territory.
Yeah.
And so like my biggest fear is that people do not understand what country we are becoming, and that's a very, very dangerous country.
Yeah. Hi, how are you? Do you talk to your colleagues about it? Because they say, Adam Schiff is next, they say, or, any number of people. It could be you.
We saw that that sort of like DM to the Attorney General that, he accidentally ended up like tweeting it to the world, where he says you have to go after these people. And he had a list of folks, and, Comey was on there. And I think many members, as soon as he got sworn in, were thinking about what does it look like to take out insurance, to protect ourselves, to have lawyers, because we knew that there was going to be this threat of us being prosecuted by Trump and his administration, because he's just a petty, disgusting, like, human being who really enjoys inflicting pain on people.
Yeah. Is that always is it in the back of your head that he may try something with you? Because it's you guys are called the Squad.
Yeah.
But you in particular, it seems that he has a particular bug up his ass about. And does that weigh on you at all?
I think he has that for Black people, because I see he's going after my sister Jasmine Crockett all the time. I think he has a real like vitriol reaction anytime he sees. Looking forward to see you.
It's good to see you. Thank you. Yes, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you, guys. How are you?
Yeah, anytime that he sees a Black woman sort of stand up for herself, that is intelligent, that is able to command respect, he wants to go after them and break them down. Yeah. But he doesn't understand that you can't really like bully a Black woman, right? Like, we're built different.
Yeah. Let me ask you about this, because he has said, just within the last few days, I don't know if you saw news about you being, quote, taken back to Somalia. And I know, look, that is go back to Africa.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
That kind of racist.
You've heard that, yeah.
Of course I've heard that.
Yeah.
But had you seen that moment? Where he said that? He said, I spoke to the head of Somalia.
Yes. Well, it's the irony of him like saying he spoke to the head of Somalia when he continuously said Somalia does not have a leader. It's kind of actually hilarious. And then if anybody knows the head of Somalia, they know that, what the president says cannot be true.
Well, he says, I spoke to the head of Somalia, and the head of Somalia said, ask her to take her back, and he said, I don't want her. Do you laugh at that stuff?
Yes.
Why?
Because I know the president of Somalia, and he wouldn't say anything like that. But also, why in the world would he take me back? I'm not like some stateless person. I'm a citizen of the United States.
Right.
I'm a member of Congress.
Right.
So it would actually be really disrespectful for the president of Somalia to be like, yeah, sure, like, we'll take Ilhan back.
Let's talk about all this, what's happening, this political violence. Now, the right and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and all of them are trying to say, this is something that's mostly on the left. None of the facts, none of the statistics. Non-partisan organizations are all saying it is overwhelmingly on the right.
Yeah.
What do you make of that? And then, trying to, and also in that vein, it's also trying to say that Muslims are responsible for remember he had the Muslim ban and all of that.
Yeah.
So what do you think about this moment of violence and how they're characterizing it?
We know statistically, as you've mentioned, that not just assassinations, but mass shootings, whether it comes to churches, in mosques, in synagogues, it has been a very white supremacist concentrated effort that many of them have said they've been inspired by the likes of Ben Shapiro and the president and others on the right. The idea that these are left-wing motivated violence is something that they want, because they want to go after, left-wing organizations, folks who are progressive, and shut down the movement that we are creating to fight for prosperity, equality, and justice in this country, because they know that their hate has a timeline, and it's not going to survive for too long.
Their hate has a timeline, and it's not going to survive for too long.
Yeah.
I remember back a couple years ago when I said that most of the terror in this country is domestic terror, and it's committed by white men, radicalized to the right, and they wanted my head for it, when that's what the statistics show.
Yeah.
Why do you think there's such apprehension for them to face the facts about what the real terror is, domestic terror and political violence, where it's coming from? Is it because they're trying to protect white men? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think the governor of Utah said it best, right? That he'd prayed for over 30 hours for it to be someone who was from some other country, and someone who was from some other state, and that he was shocked that God didn't answer his prayer, that it happened to be a white man from Utah that killed Charlie Kirk. And I think to them, it is easy to blame someone else. It is hard for them to face the fact that there is something wrong.
Yeah.
And that they have to address it, right? If it is someone like you and I, then they could just be like, yeah, Black people, fix your problem.
Right.
They never think about like, okay, there is a problem in this country where we have young white men who are picking up a gun, mass executing people, and we should talk about that. And that's not a conversation that they're interested in having, because they rather focus on you and I.
I'm catching strays from you because I was doing my work in Washington last week, and someone stopped me and said, Don, what do you say? Do you want to apologize for this? Look, Ilhan Omar didn't apologize for, all of this stuff after the shooting in Utah. Yeah. And I was like, wait, what? If I had said what you said, maybe I would apologize.
Yeah.
But also, and then your colleagues like Nancy Mace introducing resolutions about you.
Well, I have nothing to apologize for. It is a tragedy that Charlie Kirk was killed in that way. I feel for his widow and his children. They will have to live with that for the rest of their lives. But there is no legacy to honor. It was a legacy filled with bigotry, hatred, and white supremacy. Mm-hmm. And as a Black woman and as a Muslim in this country, I refuse to join the chorus that changes the history of what is on the record from this man. And so, Nancy Mace, the president, whatever, these crazy people can do whatever they want to do. Yeah. But I am not going to be bullied into complacency, into, dishonoring who I am and what I stand for, just to, make them feel comfortable.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
Do you think that, does it feel to you like that Nancy Mace is having a public breakdown? Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Do you feel,
hey, how are you?
He doing selfie. How you doing?
Yes, of course you can. Good to see you, my brother.
Good to see you. Hey, good to see you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I got to do a shot. Paper. Let me get y'all to it.
Okay.
I think that's your best picture of the week.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Do you feel like she's having a public breakdown? Sometimes I do. Okay. Yes. Do you want to respond while we're doing that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, come on. Thank you. Let's go.
Switch.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With you. Oh, no. Of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you guys.
Good to see you guys.
What do you think when you see her? She's
my neighbor. So her office is literally next door to mine. And every time I've seen her, it's always been, some ridiculous stuff that she's like battling or yapping about in the elevator. You'll ask her, how you doing? And she'll just go in a tangent. It's just, she is not well.
Yeah.
And I am like literally worried for her, and for anybody that comes into contact with her, because she clearly does need help.
Do you talk to her? Do you ever have like a substantive, productive conversation with her or Marjorie Taylor Greene or?
You know, I used to talk to Nancy, but I have not talked to her since she's done the resolution and, you know, has like become a stalker with her like hundreds of tweets about me. But Marjorie, I did actually go on the House floor, thank her for for joining us in calling what's happening in Gaza a genocide. And I don't think anybody has personally thanked her. So you know, it felt good to tell her that at least she's getting that right, and I appreciate it.
You, you got lots of criticism, and it was very bold of you to say that it's a genocide.
It is a genocide.
Yeah, go ahead, tell me about it.
I mean, you know, I think people there are some that are struggling with it, but for me, you know, I understood it early on. It was the words that Netanyahu and his cabinet members were using, and the actions that they carried out. It was clear to me that what they are attempting to do was carry out a genocide.
The Americans, the sentiment around what Israel is doing, and just on Israel and foreign policy, has really flipped. I mean, they're underwater in support of the United States. There are many people who believe now that we need to, you know, reevaluate our support and the money that we give to Israel. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I've been in the forefront of that. I think it is really important for us to not use our tax dollars in sending weapons that are killing people, innocent people, and like money that is being used to commit war crimes. And not only are we giving them the weapons to commit this genocide, we're also providing them the impunity that they need on an international stage, right? They can't be held accountable by the ICC. They can't be held accountable by the ICJ. They can't be held accountable by the Security Council. They can't be held accountable by the United Nations. They can't be held accountable by other countries, all because the United States will sanction them. And will fight to do whatever is necessary to protect Netanyahu and the Israeli war criminals.
What do your colleagues, do they tell you anything privately that they won't say in public regarding that? Because people don't always say it, even on the MAGA side. They'll say, oh my God, this guy, he's crazy, or he's doing too much. But then when they get in front of the camera, they say something different. Some of your colleagues have been criticized for taking money from AIPAC and all of that. They say things in front of the camera, but then privately, do you hear a difference?
There is a huge difference between what is said by members of Congress and the actions that they take and what they will tell you privately, right? Privately, you'll hear not only are they afraid of what AIPAC might do to them, whether it's depriving them of the resources that they already have, or primarying them and providing resources to someone who's challenging them. And sometimes you'll hear like, I don't have your platform. I don't have the ability to raise money to withstand what AIPAC might do to me, so I'm just not going to put myself out there, right? Like you'll hear like this is not an issue that I can fight for because of the money that will come in to take me out of Congress. And oftentimes we remind folks that they should poll their district, right? If their constituents are with them, as they have been with me, right, they can withstand, whatever dollars might come in, right? Like my first primary in 2020 was the most expensive primary in the history of Congress. I was outspent 4-1, but I won, right, by 20 points because my constituents understood that what AIPAC and, the Democratic majority for Israel, what they're advocating for is to take our dollars that we could be spending domestically, right? Feeding children, making sure they have adequate education, making sure that housing is available to our veterans and folks who are homeless, making sure people have access to health care. Like those dollars that we are sending to kill innocent people and subjugate innocent people in Gaza and in Palestine, like that money could be utilized by us because the Israelis have all of those things, right? Like they have great education, they have universal health care, they have the resources for their people. We are struggling domestically here, economically, and we cannot afford to continuously give money to cause harm to the rest of the world when we're not addressing the harm that our people are experiencing here in this country.
Your criticism of Israel, some people say, oh, she's anti-Semitic. Are you an anti-Semite?
Absolutely not. I don't talk about anything that has to do with Jewish persons or Jewish people. Like my problem is with the Israeli government and the way in which the occupation, the Nakba, the apartheid, the genocide, like those are what I take issues with. Because those are things I understand. And those are things that should not exist with the help of the United States. The United States should be the ones who are fighting against those kind of things. And like that is what I object to. I don't have a problem with Jewish people.
Yeah. Can we talk about Zohran Mamdani?
Yes.
So as I've been here on Capitol Hill and I tried to explain to this on my show yesterday, and people thought it was my take. They didn't understand where I was coming from. I'm explaining to them what I'm hearing here.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is that that national Democrats, Democratic leaders, have not endorsed him because they feel a certain kind of way that he didn't endorse Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. And again, you have to say this because everybody there's Zohran stands everywhere. That's not my take. I'm telling you what I'm hearing. And so they say, why should we support him and why should we rush to do it early? Because usually, if at all, they support a mayor or someone in a local race, it's later on in the contest. I just want to know what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hear that from the folks who haven't endorsed or haven't gotten on board. What I hear is that they fear their donors. I hear that, they're obviously leaders of the Democratic caucus, both in the Senate and the House. So it is their job to try to make sure that we win back the majority. And they're worried about their, frontline members and their ability to raise the resources that are necessary to do that. Now, I tell them, I would tell them, Zohran was able to raise shit of money.
Shit ton
of money. and many of us are. And so it's not necessary to continue to be beholden to the moneyed folks. Like the average American is willing to help, support Democratic leaders when they have integrity.
Well, I haven't given my take, but this is, I'll give my take since I'm with you and we're being honest here. I think that we're in a new place now. And all of the old things that happened, you got to let bygones be bygones and remember that how Republicans stand behind each other. Whether they agree with the person or not, it's still one of them and he's the nominee. Even if it's late or early, I still think that they should endorse him because he's definitely going to be the mayor of New York City, whether they like it or not. Do you think I'm wrong?
No, I mean, you're right, but I would also say as leaders, right?
One thing, and I also think that the Democratic Party I think they need to lean into the progressive side of the party because that's what they want and younger, fresher voices. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
We always, unlike the Republicans, we don't care and focus on our base, which is kind of why we have a problem because we refuse to cater to our base. But I would say I think the Zohran thing is even more concerning because the ones who are on the sidelines are the leaders in Congress for the Democrats. And so it's not the same as Zohran saying, people saying that Zohran didn't support, the Democratic nominee. He was just a state senator. These are the leaders of the Democratic Party. in Congress. So them not supporting the Democratic nominee for mayor of one of the biggest cities in America is a huge problem, right? Because they're not like me. I can have my own opinions. I'm not leading our whole caucus. But when you are, like, when your job is to lead Democrats into victory, you have to be the one who does support the Democratic nominee, because that is also what you're asking of people, right? Like, my take is that if you are Hakeem Jeffries or you are Chuck Schumer, like, tomorrow you're going to ask for people to support the Democratic nominee for whatever district or state that you are supporting a House rep or a senator in. And you expect all of us to get on board and support them. Now, it's your time to get on board and support Zaran, because so many of us do.
Can we talk about what you did, your resolution about war powers?
Yes.
And do you believe that Donald Trump is illegally declaring war, especially what happened in Venezuela? And you introduced a resolution to stop him from usurping the authority of Congress and of lawmakers.
Yeah.
Why is that important to you?
I mean, I think there are three things that people need to understand about what's happening with the Venezuelan boats that have been bombed in the Caribbean. One is that you cannot designate a drug cartel as a terrorist organization. Two, the president has not given us a clear understanding of where the threat was, because all reporting has said that the boats were turning back when they saw the United States drones. And so that's not an imminent threat. And three, yes, Congress has the power to declare war, and the president has refused to come and ask for us to authorize, give him the authorization. And so it's again really important, and I get very frustrated that members of Congress are willing to give away their constitutional rights in what they are supposed to do as a equal branch to the executive.
So then finally because I think that we're talking about the powers and the rights that we have, that you have as a lawmaker, but also about the rights that we have as citizens. And I want to talk about the First Amendment right now. I believe it's in jeopardy. We may be over a cliff. How do you feel? How are you feeling about First Amendment rights right now?
It's clearly being threatened, right? And again,
How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I can tell you, make sure you tell Don I'm a part of the nation.
Lemon Nation. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, how are you guys? Hi. Thank you. All right, come on. I'm great. How y'all doing? Good to see you.
Oh, yes.
Love you both.
Yes. You guys are sweet. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, I will. He'll be here tomorrow night. You'll see him tomorrow night. No, what I try to explain to people is that not only is the First Amendment under threat, but there's also just a lack of understanding that I'm seeing with the American public on what, like, those freedoms actually look like. You know, you'll have people who say, you know, like, you shouldn't have a Muslim in Congress. And it's like, well, I have First Amendment protection to practice whatever, like, religion I want in the United States.
Right.
That is
That's part
literally part of it. Two, people will say, you know, you advocated for, like, the likes of Tucker to, like, get off TV. And it's like, yes, with advertisers, right? Like, we, as the public, can put pressure. But when you have the government itself, right, the FCC chair, with a direction from the president saying, I am not going to renew your license unless you get this man off the air, that is a violation of someone's First Amendment right, right? Like, if I tell you shouldn't talk, that's not a violation of your First Amendment right. The protections exist from government.
But isn't that that's what the First Amendment was written for? Yes. It's the government.
Yes, and I think that's the part that people don't understand. It's the government, right? Like, people were upset with, like, the likes of Ted Cruz when they, you know, tried to explain And that is my worry, is that the public is losing an understanding of these liberties and freedoms that like we enjoy in this country, and we uniquely enjoy it because it is enshrined in a constitution. No other country has that.
Yeah.
Right? Like our freedoms and liberties are literally written in a constitution that we take an oath to protect. And so like I get sad and frustrated when, you know, even as an immigrant, like when I have Americans who are like born and raised here, who are like, oh, that's not that you can't do that, or you can't say that. And, you know, or like, I don't have a problem, as, you know, Megyn Kelly or whatever her name is, like said, you know, like I'm fine with whatever. Like, no, nobody should be fine with the government doing whatever.
Well, I think you should take that with a grain of salt. Some people like attention.
I know,
yeah.
but to me, it's like, no, I voted for the subcommittee to fight against weaponization of the government to be created, because like I knew what they were doing, right? Like they were going after the Biden administration. But fundamentally, I agreed with that idea that the government should never be weaponized against people.
Yeah.
And so these people now being okay with the government being weaponized against their adversaries is problematic and un-American, I would say.
I said finally, but I told a little fib. Are you watching interviews, and you reading the vice president's book?
I have not read the book, but I've seen
excerpts.
The unrestricted Harris, who I had the honor of knowing and seeing. And it's been very good to see.
Refreshing.
It's very refreshing.
Hey, thank you very much. She deserves to she can tell her own story, which is part of our First Amendment right.
It is.
Do you agree with some of the political pundits and, you know, the old school politierati, for lack of a better word, that this is bad for the Democrats? This is really bad. Democrats they don't need this. It's the last thing they need. I say, it may be bad for Democrats, but it may be good for the country, and maybe Democrats should take a good long look.
I don't think it is bad for Democrats. I just don't understand where they're coming from. She's sharing her truth, and it is always important for Democrats to support anyone that is willing to be authentic and fully themselves. And, you know, I believe that was always the appeal to Vice President Harris. You know, I had the honor of sitting down with her for hours when she was in the Senate. And, you know, I could see this really incredibly sweet, caring human being.
Yeah.
And they turned her into a caricature of you know, things that she wasn't. And I love seeing her be herself and remind people that she is this thoughtful, caring, loving human being.
You were here for the first Trump administration.
Yeah.
Now you're here for the second one.
Yeah.
What's the difference? Are they different? Is this different this time?
He is much more unhinged this time, and unfortunately has more sycophants that are willing to carry out whatever it is that he wants to be done. Them the Constitution, them respect for institutions, them, you know, democracy. Like they're there to do whatever.
Is he well, you think?
Oh God, no. Oh God, no. He should have had therapy long ago. Obviously, he's struggling with a lot of things. But I also think he should probably could use some medication as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks everyone for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. Major breaking news as it involves ICE and the Office of Homeland Security, the Homeland Security Department here in the United States. There's been a major shakeup at ICE about who is going to lead, how they're going to lead, and what are the tactics of those agents who are rounding people up off of the streets. ICE leadership shakeup exposes growing DHS friction over deportation tactics and priorities. We will get to that. But first, here's part of the report from Fox News. And you know when Fox News is reporting it, this is serious. Here it is.
Get some reaction on this part of the story. Fox has learned of a big shakeup of Immigration and Customs leadership. DHS has reassigned chiefs in up to a dozen cities, including the ones you see right here on the map. They will likely be replaced with officials from Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection. Look, with all of the success that you're seeing, why these changes?
Well, first of all, the numbers are accurate. I mean, by the end of this year, by the end of December, we'll have over 600,000 removals. I looked at the numbers this morning. We're at 554,000 deportation. If you extrapolate out for 12 months, this is historic, the biggest deportation operation that we've ever seen.
Pause.
And
here's the thing. So that's Tom Homan over on Fox News. Here's the thing. The reason that you are seeing, one of the main reasons that I believe, and I think others, look, it's just sheer logic, that they are being so heavy-handed and rounding up people without due process, without a signed warrant from a judge, without even showing any identification, is because they are having trouble meeting these numbers. They are way behind. That's what folks are actually saying behind the scenes. And so Tom Homan is saying, okay, this is great, but here's the real thing. If we go back to that report where we said that about the shakeup report from Fox News, here's the thing. They are fighting, Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are fighting over what tactics will be used. Tom Homan wants only the people, as they said and promised that they were going to do during the election and before they started all of this, he wants illegal people. On one side, this is according to the report, are border czar Tom Homan and ICE director Todd Lyons, who have advocated focusing on criminal aliens and those with final deportation orders. Here is the monkey wrench in all of this. On the other side of this are DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and then senior advisor Corey Lewandowski, who Rick Wilson calls her boyfriend, by the way, right? And Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino. They have pushed for a broader and more aggressive approach, targeting anyone in the U.S. illegally to boost deportation numbers. The report says two senior officials described the mood inside DHS as tense and combative, with some ICE leaders warning the new approach could erode public support and blur the line between ICE and Border Patrol operations. There is trouble in paradise. ICE is melting right now. Continue with Tom Homan.
so the numbers speak for themselves. Most secure border in history of the nation. As you said, record deportation operation. And let's not forget, we have found over 23,000 children, rescued many from forced labor trafficking and sex trafficking that the last administration wasn't even looking for.
100%.
So great success. Yeah. So great success by this administration. Exactly right. Look, personnel.
He's such a glazer. And then all of those numbers that they're talking about, they are quick to tout numbers. We've done this, we've done all that, but they never show the evidence. They never show how they are, or the metrics by which they are measuring these things. There's no evidence that the people that they are rounding up on the streets, if they're even undocumented citizens at all, they're not showing if they have a criminal history or criminal record. None of that. People don't know. So Tom Homan is sitting there on Fox News with the Fox News host just glazing him about things that they don't even know to be true. They have no idea. In the meantime, we are watching the most aggressive and unpatriotic and inhumane treatment by people who are being rounded up on the streets, or two people, I should say, who are being rounded up on the streets or off of the streets of America. Many of them are U.S. citizens caught up in this whole deportation. This is a 16-year-old citizen who is assaulted by an ICE agent and detained. Watch.
I was going to school. I was going to school. Give me your hand. I'm underage. You're done. I'm underage. We're from the United States, bro. You better break his neck, bro. You can't look.
For all those people that are saying this does not happen to U.S. citizens, have the courage and the guts to tell that to Arnoldo in his face. Because it happened to him.
A 16-year-old. Is this what you voted for, MAGA? Maybe it is. Maybe you voted for this kind of cruelty. This kid, 16 years old, just going to school. There was a woman outside of a mall. Was walking into the mall, getting out of the car, approached by ICE agents. When were you born in America? They said to her. Were you born in America? And she's looking at them like, what are you talking about? If you have to approach someone and ask them if they were born in America, that means you don't know who they are. That means you don't have a signed warrant. That means no due process. That means you're targeting people based on the way that they look, which for the longest, that has meant illegality, that was illegal. But it doesn't mean that right now, because the Supreme Court says, hey, look, you can round people up based on their ethnicity now, which is discriminatory by any legal measure. The reason that this is happening, things like this is happening on the streets to people, is because they don't even know who they're hiring. They don't know if they're hiring Proud Boys. They don't know if they're hiring people who have the experience and the knowledge to be able to do this, nor the temperament. There's an NBC report, exclusive report, on people who are being, I guess you can call it, dropped through the cracks, recruits showing up to train despite criminal backgrounds and failing drug tests and not even submitting fingerprints. Here it is.
One current and two former Homeland Security officials tell NBC News that some new ICE recruits have showed up to training without being fully vetted. The officials telling NBC News the recruits were placed in ICE's training program before the agency determined that they had either failed drug tests, had disqualifying criminal backgrounds, or had not met the physical or academic requirements to serve. Now, it comes as the agency rushes to hire officers to carry out President Trump's mass deportation policy. NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley helped break that story. She joins me now. Congratulations on this scoop, Julia. Thank you for breaking it here. So just how many ICE agents are we talking about who could fit into this unqualified category?
Well, according to some data that was compiled very recently internally at ICE, there were over 200 new recruits who showed up for training. That's supposed to be after they've gone through a security vetting, fingerprints, drug test, attested that they can do the physical portion of the training. They've showed up and they haven't been able to meet those requirements. In some cases, I'm told they show up and they volunteer the fact that, no, I never did submit fingerprints, or no, I never did do a drug test. And so trainers are having to pull people off the base there in Georgia and take them out to go get these things done. So the real concern is who might not be admitting that and who might be slipping through the cracks.
So, Julia, why?
And the reason that this is happening is because they are afraid that they can't meet those numbers. The numbers that I guess the president has ordered because he wants to set a record, a number of deportations. Maybe he's just, because Barack Obama deported so many people and he wants to break Barack Obama's record. I have no idea why he's doing all of this. In the meantime, the economy is tanking. Farmers are having trouble producing things because they don't have workers. The service industry is hurting. And he's rounding people up, people who have been here, are productive citizens, and he's rounding them up because they want to meet these numbers. She'll tell it. Go.
Is this happening? Is it because there's a rush to get people through? Is it because they're not being careful enough? What's the best explanation?
When I talked to former officials who know the way this process used to work in the past, they said it was pretty slow going and really used to drive a lot of people crazy because it could take up to a year before they were fully vetted and put out into training and then out into the field. Now it can be as short as 2 weeks. Sometimes it's not exactly clear what needs to happen, but they report to a field office, and if they have no prior law enforcement experience, they're sent to this training. But before they even go to that field office, they're supposed to come in with HR having checked all these boxes. In a lot of cases, that's just not happening. Part of it is, I've told the HR office just hasn't gotten the resources that they need to be able to match this huge demand to hire 10,000 new officers by the end of the year. And I'm told, Kristen, they're less than halfway to fulfilling that.
Okay, so that's the problem. And wouldn't you think, instead of just rounding people up or putting people out there, putting agents out there who are not qualified, not vetted, who could actually cause the government, the Trump administration, the Department of Homeland Security, like a huge legal lawsuit? I am waiting for the class action lawsuits to start and all the people who will be joining them, because I know that will happen. Because as the Independent has reported, the Trump administration, this ICE shakeup, they are failing to meet 3,000 arrests target. They want to meet this 3,000 arrest target. I guess, should that be 3 million? I guess it's 3 million arrests of undocumented migrants. Oh, 3,000 per day is what it is. They want 3,000 per day, and they're not getting them. And that's why you're seeing them at pickup lines. That's why you're seeing them asking people, were you born in America? Because someone has been ordered. Which is interesting, because Tom Homan, people look at him and say, well, you know, he's the worst, he's doing this. But according to the reporting, Tom Homan only wants the criminals and the really bad people out. It is Kristi Noem, who has no experience in being the head of Homeland Security, Corey Lewandowski, who is a political apparatchik, and then Dan Bavino, who is also an extreme conservative. And so that's where we are right now in America. Unqualified people, no due process, rounding up people, American citizens, many of them, and the folks who may be undocumented, we don't know if they are or not, getting no due process. When the Constitution actually 100% says that all persons in this country deserve due process. Not all citizens, all persons. How much longer are we going to stand for this? ICE is melting America. Thanks everyone for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. You guys ready? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Don Lemon Show. I'm so glad that you are here. As you said, you see, this is Hot Topics, and how interesting that we're doing this on Hot Topics here in New York. Hot Topics. Wendy ran in New York at 10 a.m. She did Hot Topics. She's now the hot topic on this show. The reason I called this Hot Topics is because of Wendy was the Hot Topics person, and she was no longer doing it. And when I spoke to Sherry, who has Wendy's time slot now, Sherry said, I'm not doing Hot Topics, Don, go for it. So Wendy is our Hot Topics this morning. Okay. And yeah. So I want to talk about this interview that we did with Wendy. Okay. And I just want to sort of give you a behind the scenes. I don't really want to say too much, but I want to give you a behind the scenes of why someone reached out to me. So let me give you the story. So Wendy's niece, backstory. There's a lot going on here. I'd been in touch with Wendy's niece and Wendy's sister the entire time because Wendy used to call me and talk to me randomly, and then it all stopped. And I would try to call her old numbers, nothing, the numbers changed. And so she stopped responding. And so her sister and her niece, who is a news reporter in Florida, reached out to me. And then so we started communicating. But Wendy and I go back. I would appear on Wendy's show. She would ask me to do the Hot Topics or Hot Talk panel with her. And so we would do it. And I would go on. And then when Wendy became sick in the beginning, her team, her production team and the production company asked me to fill in for Wendy while she was out sick. And they asked me to do it once. CNN approved. Then they asked me to do it again. CNN said, it's not part of your deal, but we'll let you do it. And then they wanted me to do it on a more permanent basis until she came back, but I was under contract with CNN and I couldn't. And so, when Wendy and I became friendly through her show, and then she and her husband thanked me for filling in. When my sister died, they were very kind to me. Wendy would come on her show when she had a book or a project. And so during COVID, there you see the picture of Wendy and I, and that was my fiance, but husband now. So during COVID, Wendy, and I'm just being honest, Wendy was called me up randomly out of the blue. And she's like, hi, Don, it's Wendy Williams. I'm like, Wendy, why are you calling me? And then she opened up to me. She said, I'm by myself. I'm feeling lonely. Her mom had died and she hadn't told the world. No one knew. She said, my mom actually died a few months ago. I can't really recall. And I haven't told anybody. I haven't been able to see her. I've been here alone in New York. She had just gone through a separation. I don't know if the divorce was final yet. And so she was feeling a certain kind of way about it. And I said, this was during COVID. I felt bad for her. I was like, well, Wendy, I'm out here. I have a house in Long Island. There's plenty of room. If you would like to come out, come out. So Wendy came out. So my husband and I, fiance at the time, treated her with kindness. We took her out on our boat. We went for dinner and we went for lunches and we took her around town and she had a great time. That was in 2020. And then in the picture you're looking at now, that's her. We were in a restaurant and she looked Wendy like the Wendy, her old self. There she is with Luann de Lesseps, Countess Luann. We all went on the boat and went to lunch. So she came back a year later for 2021. And again, sort of the same thing. She had gone through a divorce. It was big news. Everything about her husband and all of this, had come out about her husband and the baby and all of this. Okay. But we noticed that Wendy was different, not quite, the way she looked in the documentary that was on television that eventually came out on, I think it was Lifetime, not quite like, it wasn't that Wendy, but she looked different. It was weighing heavy on her. So the first time she came out, she opened up to me. She was in the guest room and she called me to come upstairs with her. She's like, Don, come here. I said, okay. So I went upstairs and she laid on the bed. Excuse me. I sat in the chair next to the bed and Wendy opened up to me about her entire life, her entire divorce, how she got out of her marriage, how she orchestrated the separation with her husband and the divorce papers and all that. Nothing like too personal about business, so nothing like that. But she said, Don, I had to, when I'm finding out about all these things, I had to come up with a way to separate myself from, you know, what was going on in her marriage and her husband. And she said that, you know, I thought it was interesting to me. She said she was in this facility in Queens, I believe, and that she went to this place for alcoholism or whatever. So that's beyond the point. But she went to this place and she said she didn't feel that she was an alcoholic. She didn't think that she had an issue, and that I think she did it for to be able to. I think she thinks that her husband, pressured her into doing it. And then she said, I realized that I had to get out of this. And she said, so I came up with a plan to separate myself. She said, I put a team together of attorneys or whatever and financial people. And they were waiting for her at this office building in Midtown. Sorry if I'm rambling. I'm just trying to recall all of it. She said, I was driven back and forth to this sort of halfway house or whatever it was, this facility. And I had someone with me the entire time, always with me. They drove me to work and they drove me back. So she would get out of this place, go to work, do her show. She talks about it on her show. When she said, I'm living in this sort of halfway facility. So she said someone was with her the entire time. So one of the days, she said she was planning her escape or planning her exit. She said they were bringing her home from the show, I believe. And they stopped at a red light. And Wendy said she jumped out of the car. And she ran in Midtown through traffic. And I guess that they couldn't get out. The person couldn't stop her because they couldn't get out of the car. Maybe it was a driver. I'm not sure. And it was a weird thing she said. And Don, the weirdest thing is when I was crossing the street, I ran into Al Roker and he said, Wendy, what's going on? You're frantic. What's up? And she said she had a small conversation with him. And then she went to her, either her lawyer or her financial people's, whatever. And they came up with a plan. And she said she couldn't serve her husband, blah, 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 blah. He liked gifts. The interesting story that she told me is that she served him because he liked getting gifts. The server put the divorce thing in a Balenciaga box, and her husband finally one day came down to the end of the driveway because he wasn't thinking that was a process server, and that's how she served him with the divorce papers. And then she said, and after that, she was on her own, and it was tough, and she just sat there on the bed. And she shared. The only reason I'm sharing this is because she talked about some of these things in the doc, and so that's how she started sharing with me about how she felt and that she really didn't have a lot of people to talk to. So that's why I sort of befriended Wendy. I didn't know her that well, but befriended her. And my heart went out to her because under all the makeup and the wig and the drag, as she calls it, that was a really kind person under that. There was a real human being under that. There are other personal things that I will not share. I will not break her trust, but these are things that that have been discussed mainly in public. And I'll tell you about how I learned a lot from Wendy being on her show. She was a very, very, very gifted talk show host and personality, and no one else could sit in a chair and just talk to herself. And I realized that I had that same quality, and she opened that up to me, and I learned a lot of things that helped me professionally on my show. Okay, we'll get to that after the interview. So I've been wondering, where's my friend Wendy? Where's Wendy? She would call me randomly, didn't hear from her, didn't know, reached out to her family. Her family, would finally I got in touch and they would keep me abreast of some of the things that were happening, but not sharing too much. And so I saw her family, her sister and her niece. I was going down to Florida. I went down to Florida a couple of months ago to do a book interview, to do a book fair with the Miami Book Fair, and I met Wanda and Alex in person, her sister and her niece in person, and we talked about Wendy, and when she gets okay, Don, you'll be able to do an interview with her. Okay. So her niece called me last night. I'm in DC on business, on assignment, speaking at the National Press Club, and her niece called me and said, Don, Wendy wants to speak to you tomorrow morning. Can you do it at 7:30 in the morning? And I said, sure. Okay, how do we do this? And he said, she's speaking to Charlemagne. She wants Charlemagne to go first. I said, that's no problem. I love Charlemagne. It's all great. All good. And so we arranged it for her to call me this morning. And when she didn't call at that time, her niece became really, really nervous about it and thought that maybe they had taken her phone away. And so now I'm going to play the interview. I'll come back on the other side. It's about, I think, 15 minutes long. We're going to come back on the other side and we're going to talk. Here is my interview. Now, I want to know if you think she sounds incapacitated, if you think she sounds like she has dementia, if you think she sounds lucid or together, I'm going to let you assess that. But here is my conversation with Wendy Williams. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Don.
Wendy, I miss you.
Don, look, my phone is with the guardian person. You know what I'm saying? The phone that I'm talking on is a phone where I can call you, but you can't call me. I've never heard of a phone like this in my life. Anyway, it's good to talk to you.
It's good to talk to you. They didn't take your phone after this interview you did with Charlemagne, did they?
Listen. Look, my life is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I've been with this guardian person for 3 years. For 3 years of my life, look, I'm isolated. I feel like I'm in prison. You understand? I can't go out. All I can do is look at the window, and anytime I go out, it's because I'm going out with the person that the guardian has assigned to me. So if I want to go out, for lunch, you know what I'm saying, then I have got to go with this woman. You know what I'm saying? If I want to go out, like my dad turns 94,
And you can't go. Wendy, let me ask you this. I heard the interview, and I want to cover some things that didn't happen in the interview. Now, do you remember the last time that you were at the house, and I'm just going to be honest, you took your wig off, and we had a real heart-to-heart, and I was like, here's the real Wendy. And I said, Wendy, would you ever go on without your wig and do a thing with me? You said, no, because this is how people know me. So, Wendy, I want to know what is going on with you. Why do you feel, do you feel desperate now that you're in a desperate situation? What's up?
Well, first of all, about my actual hair, is longer, but it's thin, and that's why I wear wigs, people.
It looks fine. Wendy, I said to you that you were beautiful, and I was like, this is the Wendy that people need to know with your hair down. So talk to me. What's up?
Okay. Well, what's going on is I've been in this system, like I said, for 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Presently right now, I'm in New York at this place, and it's not to say horrible things about older people. It's just that the people that live here are in their 90s and their 80s and their 70s. And I don't know, maybe they're 60 like me. I can't tell. People are in wheelchairs. Some people aren't in wheelchairs, but they walk very. Listen, clearly they are not of my sound mind and body. You understand what I'm saying?
Wendy, are you incapacitated?
Hell fucking no. Look, Alex, please address what has been going on with me. Alex, by the way, has actually been right here. She flew from Miami to New York, and she's been right here, and she sees the people. She sees the look.
Okay, Wendy, I'm going to ask you. Slow down. Okay, slow down. You don't believe you're incapacitated. The guardian has said you're incapacitated permanently and that you have dementia.
Yes, and
frontal aphasia.
You want to know what? Listen, and I don't know how much I can talk without being punished. You know what I'm saying? And I won't be able to see my dad, and I won't be able to, do anything, and I'll be stuck in this prison I'm in for the rest of my life. You understand what I'm saying?
You feel like you're in a prison in an apartment in New York City.
This is not an apartment. I don't even know what you call this place. Like, I don't even know what you call this place. This is an old age home in New York. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Where people, bring you your pills, where people, the door is always, just knock on the door, I tell them. Don't just come in here. You understand what I'm saying? And all I have are the things that I have from storage, while my apartment has been sold, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So all my clothing, I have a little bit of clothing, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's a drawer, there's a small closet, there's a big TV that through my money, the guardian person got me the TV that I want, you know what I'm saying?
Wendy, let me
I
ask you. Let me ask you. People want to know, how did you end up in this situation? How did the Sabrina Morrissey gain control of you, and how did she become your guardian?
Well, first of all, she's making money from me, you know what I'm saying? And she's supposed to be here to protect me. And this has been going on now for 3 years of my life. Alex, are you listening?
I'm here.
Okay, Alex, please talk, because Don Lemon doesn't understand what I've been going through for the last 3 years of my life. Alex, this is my niece. Please talk.
I know,
Okay,
Alex.
here's the thing. Yeah, and here's the thing, Don. And I know the question that you asked, and I know that the reason, Wendy, one reason she can't really go in and answer fully is because everything is still so tied up in legal.
Okay.
And so she has to be really careful about what she says. And I get that. We talked about that. She knows that. So there are just certain details because of the legalities of it that she just can't get into. But Wendy, what's going on with you? We've been talking about this as a family. We've been sitting in this for a while. And, I was worried even coming into this interview. I was just on the phone with you, Don, before, because I didn't hear from you at the minute, the time that, we said exactly. And it's like that feeling of, was her phone taken away? Where is she? What's going on?
Yeah.
And if we feel that fear for her as family, I can only imagine what she's going through as she sits in this room day in, day out. She doesn't go out unless it's for an assigned appointment. Doesn't get the proper sunlight, doesn't socialize with friends. She doesn't have the communications that make sense to live in a world that we're in terms of 2025. A landline phone that can only call out, no one can call her, and a TV. I mean, that has been my aunt's life for the last year and a half.
And by the way, Don, I order a breakfast or a lunch or a dinner, and I always eat right here in the bed watching TV. I don't eat with these people on this floor. They are elderly people. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I mean, the people who live here, they're nice people. We always say hi to each other as I order lunch. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But then I always have it brought back to me, and I eat right here in the bed. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, Wendy.
You, Alex.
You feel trapped, and you said you feel like you're being imprisoned in this facility. I understand that, Wendy. People are concerned about you. They're worried. They haven't seen you, and the times that they do see you publicly, they worry that you're not the same as you were. This is not the Wendy that we're used to seeing.
Listen. And not only that, I only have like $15. This guardian person is keeping my money trapped, so to speak. She has all of my money. You understand what I'm saying? All of the freedom that I want. You know what I'm saying? And through my money, for instance, I would like to go to Sephora. You know what I'm saying? So what the guardian person does is she will call up Sephora, because that's where I want to go. And then, I'll be able to buy stuff, through my money that this girl, it's a woman, this guardian person. You understand what I'm saying? Do you know my guardian?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Wendy, so where your money is being held, do you still have money in an account somewhere?
Excuse me. No. Look, my money is, I have good money. I worked all of my goddamn life. My thing about being in New York is I want to work in New York until I have enough money and enough of what I've done in New York that it's now time to fly and live in Miami for the rest of my life. And that's always what I wanted to do, right, Alex? And it worked out perfectly, I stopped doing my show on TV, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I was like, it's now time to stop because my money is great money, you know what I mean?
I understand that. People are going to say, well, why does this woman want to, have Wendy in a guardianship? And is she protecting you in some way, do you believe?
First of all, she's making money off me.
How so?
Alex, can you please talk?
Wait, Wendy, how is she making money off of you?
Well, you're my guardian, so you're making money off of me. Like for instance, when I was in Miami before, there's some legality things that I am not confident
I understand.
to talk so much about. But Alex,
I understand. I've spoken to Alex about this. I want to know,
Yeah.
Wendy, you went to Lil Kevin's graduation, right?
Yes, and I got yes, and we had a great time. Although the Guardian person, you know what I'm saying? Look, I want to see my dad, for his birthday. Mm-hmm. And we had a great 9 days in Miami. The family is just, oh my God, we had such a good time. I mean, we went to this party place where the entire family was there, including my dad, you know what I'm saying, where the music was great, you know what I'm saying, where the food was excellent.
How did that come about, Wendy? How did they let you go to see Lil Kevin and your family?
Why? Because I'm the mother, and I gave him a car for graduation, you know what I'm saying? And I saw him, walk across the stage, and I stood up and cheered. What are you talking about?
No, but I mean, how would they let you out if you're on a guardianship and you said that you feel like you're in prison?
You know what? Because I don't even know what the goddamn guardianship is in terms of stuff like that crap. You understand what I'm saying? I've been in this system for 3 years of my fucking life. 3 years of my life. You realize that at any given moment, I guess they will steal my TV, you know what I'm saying? So I can't watch TV, you know what I'm saying? And watch TMZ and see what's going on, and watch you, Don Lemon, while you talk to Rosanna Scotto. You know, this is my friend Rosanna Scotto, who also named in storage, not in storage, but with the Guardian person. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Alex.
Listen, Wendy, Alex, I understand. Alex and I have spoken, and I just want to make sure that I get this. Go ahead.
No. Listen, but I want to speak to my niece. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the three of us, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, this is my life, Don. This is my life.
Alex has your back. I mean, Alex is 100%, and we have spoken about how to get help and get people to understand what is going on with you. And that, correct, you want to be with your family. You feel that that's the best place for you to be in Florida, right?
Excuse me, wouldn't you want to be? All right, I'm not going to even ask. Yes, please.
Yeah.
Like I said, I worked in New York all of my life. From the time I was 26. I was 26, and I started WBLS New York, right? I was doing WBLS like a beast. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden, TV came along. I was like, oh, TV, all right. Well, radio is my God. You know what I'm saying? I love radio, but TV made more money for me, so I stayed on TV.
Do you want to go back to work, Wendy?
Why not? You know what I'm saying? Why not? But I don't want to work I don't want to work like 5 days a week. You know what I'm saying? I want to pick and choose what kind of work I want to do, because that's the type of person I am now. You know what I'm saying? I want to pick, and I want to do it. I want to do it in Miami. You know what I'm saying? And I want to pick and choose, because that's the type of person I've become, and that's the type of person I always wanted to be, living in Miami with my family.
What do you want people to know, Wendy, about this? Because I remember I had you on the show, and you started tearing up when I said, "Who is Wendy Williams? Who is Wendy Williams right now?"
Yeah, well, the things that I actually want, I've talked to Alex about. You know what I'm saying? I can't talk to you about that, because what we're doing is we're doing something for the world to I'm talking back and forth with you, Don. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Alex, if you can do a little bit more talking, Alex.
Yeah, Alex. Well, hang on 1 second. Let me just ask another thing. Wendy, are you taking medication for anything? Because if you have dementia, as they say, or if you are incapacitated, they would be giving you some type of medication.
And I think, I just want to say, and I think the medication part, that is very sensitive, and so,
right.
We've talked about that in terms of, having conversations about that, but, just here's where we're at. My aunt clearly wants to talk. She wants to get her messaging out there, but it has become extremely difficult. And she's so careful with what she says, because there is this worry, there is this fear that A, she's going to say the wrong thing. B, there might be some sort of retaliation as a result of that. I mean, Don, the tears that I shared with you before this, prior to my aunt calling me, those were real in terms of
I know.
what happened just by her moving the line slightly.
Yeah.
And so a lot of, when people are hearing in terms of, my aunt talking about her life, talking about what she wants, but kind of doing her best with that delicate dance is literally because there are things that she just can't talk about. There are things that she's concerned about talking about because she doesn't know
I totally understand
where that line is,
I totally understand that. And Wendy, look, as I said, Alex has your back. We were on the phone. She was crying before this because she thought that they had taken your phone and she wasn't going to have a chance, wasn't going to have any way to be able to get in touch with you. And that's how, go on. What do you say to that?
I mean, that is a fact. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you know what I'm saying? If they take my phone, yes, I could probably make a call, from somebody. But then, suddenly, like if I call you, Don, then now these people will have a telephone number to call you back, Don. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not in a good position because this guardian person will make sure that look, my life is screwed up. The guardian mess is, please, look, I am isolated. I feel like I'm in prison. I feel like, they're trying to control me, you know what I'm saying? And everything that I do, you know what I'm saying? If I chew, they don't even, look, my life is screwed up. You know what I'm saying? And the only thing that I can do for myself is I can keep myself a sound mind and body. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what. Like, I love lipstick. You know what I'm saying? So I have lipstick on right now. Why? Because I always have lipstick. It's not a big deal. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because I all of my clothing is here. Not all of it. Most is in storage. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do, Alex? What am I supposed to do?
And you're doing what you can do right now, and that's why we're here.
Yeah.
I have to run.
Yeah, you got to get to work, Alex.
Yeah.
Wendy, you can reach out to me anytime. I'm sorry that we were supposed to talk for longer. You were supposed to call earlier, but we were worried when you didn't call. So Wendy, feel free to call back anytime. I've been trying to reach out to you through your family. I spoke to Wanda and Alex, and they love you and they care about you. Final words, Wendy, before we let you go?
I want to talk to you privately behind by myself to talk to you, okay?
Okay. I'm here.
I'm serious. I do.
Okay. Well, we're here to help, and I want you to talk privately, and I'm here to help, Wendy.
Yeah.
I'm only here to help, just so you know, okay?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You take care. You take care of yourself, Wendy, okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I love you all. Bye-bye.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. There you have it. That's my conversation with Wendy. It was supposed to be a lot longer, but she is in a place where she can't always call. The reason that it was also cut short is that her niece is at work and she had to go on live herself on television. And so there it is. Yeah. So again, and I'll show you as we're going to roll some pictures and I'll again explain. So after Wendy visited me, I think the last time it was in 2021, as I've been telling you guys, she came over during the pandemic and and she came over and we had just the very personal discussion and we sat, as I said, she took her wig off. I didn't tell you guys this. So the second time she came over, she sat not on the couch, at the edge of the couch on the floor and talked to me about her issues and what she wanted to do. And at that time, she was still not back on television. She was not back on television at that time. And she said she wanted her show back and she wanted to go back on TV. She called me the second time. We told her she could come again. We went out to dinner and for drinks and not for drinks. We went to dinner and we went to this restaurant. There's a restaurant in Bridgehampton that is, it's a funny thing. Friday night, there's a gay night. And she said, I want to go. Those are my people. And so we went, we had a good time. We sat and then we went to lunch and then we took her out. on the boat. That was her in the restaurant that you see right there, that we took her out to lunch. And then we went out on the boat, and I wanted her to have a good time because, quite honestly, my heart did go out to her because she seemed lonely. She was going through some things. She was trying to date, all of these things. And then there are some photographs I'm not sure if we have of, how I came to know Wendy by filling in on her show, by doing the hot talk panel on her show and then filling in for her. This is me filling in for her when she got sick. I think this was back in 2019. And so it was weird, like hosting for the Wendy show and then them asking me to do it for a longer period of time because I didn't know how long she was going to be on. So I spoke to Howie Mandel, and this funny thing is I was speaking to Howie Mandel then. I was like, can I shake his hand? I know he's a germaphobe. Look how far away he's sitting. And, we had a fantastic discussion. But that was during the 10th anniversary, whatever. So you can figure out the year of the Wendy Williams show. So I believe that was in 2019. And then, again, I usually sat on the panel on the Hot Talk thing. And then I ended up hosting the Hot Talk panel. And then so after that, we know, Wendy came back for a while and then she ended up going away. And so I did this because I wanted her, and I told, my company did not want me to do this, did not want me to fill in for her. They said, this is not in your contract. This is a completely different network. We're only allowing you to do this because you're friends with Wendy and you want to help her out. So we're going to give you this dispensation to fill in for her on the show. And I did it as much as I could until my company said no, because I wanted to make sure that Wendy kept her spot and that because she had a voice, she was great at what she did. Yes, she was tough. She had said some things, a lot of things about people that they were mad. And look, and when I first came on her show, I did want to go on her show for the first time. And Wendy told her producers to tell me, I know that when I was on the radio, I said a lot of things about people that I didn't mean. And that was me with Allie Wentworth and some other folks who were on the show. Oh, the Fox 5 lady. I said a lot of things about people on the radio that, I don't feel that way now. And I mouthed off and I had to fill time and whatever. And I was doing whatever. So she apologizes if she ever, hurt you or whatever, and come on the show. You'll have a good experience. And I did. I went on the show. I came out on Wendy's show. I wrote a book. I came out in the book. Wendy invited me on her show. And then after that, she kept inviting me back time after time after time to make amends for some of the things that she had done or said. Because when I was in Philadelphia, I'm just going to be honest about this whole thing. I was in Philadelphia. I was in the closet. Wendy was in Philadelphia. She had left her position on, I think it's WBLS in New York, I think, reportedly because she had tried to out Puffy Diddy. And so she lost that job and she was in Philadelphia and we were there at the same time. I was the anchor reporter at the NBC station in Philadelphia. And someone said, Wendy Williams is talking about you on the radio and she's telling people that someone spotted you at a gay bar and I forget what it was called, Boys Town or something, I forget. And it was like, yeah, I had gone out. Okay, no big deal. But then I wasn't out then. And so that's when she was saying the things about Don Lemon. That's how she even got to know who I was, because we were both in Philadelphia at the same time. And then we both were in New York, I believe, at the same time. So anyway, that's when she said all the things about me. And then she apologized. I was on her show. But so let me just say, I would sit there on Wendy's show and kind of study her. Because she was a force. Wendy's a very, very talented person. And when you do radio and when you do what I'm doing now, when you do radio or podcast or streamer, there is no teleprompter. There is no one in your ear saying, do this, do that, say this. There's no one producing a show with elements that you must go to at this point or things that you can rely on if you aren't quite up to it. It's just you. And so she learned that in radio, and I learned that skill now, but I had it before and I didn't realize it. Now that I'm doing this, I realized it even more. But I would sit there and I would study Wendy and I would say, how can she just sit in that chair and with nothing and just talk? And I realized that it's because she was vulnerable and she was just herself in that chair. And she would sit there, ask herself a question, take a sip of tea, and that would lead her to something else. And the most important parts on the Wendy Williams show that grabbed your attention is when she took that pause, not necessarily when she was speaking. And I learned that. And I took that back to my show. And if you watched me on CNN at night, you knew I would just pause and say, when instead of like, people are afraid of when on air, people are afraid of dead air. Wendy wasn't afraid of dead air. She was a radio person. They're afraid of like silence. And so what I realized was that every moment did not have to be filled with something, noise, talking, video, whatever. Sometimes you just take a breath. And I learned that from Wendy Williams. I also learned it too from a little bit earlier when Michael Jackson died and his dad came on live. And I stuck a mic in his face and he wouldn't talk. And I just held the mic there, I shut up. And then he started to talk after a long, awkward period of time. But those moments of silence, especially on my show at night, or when I would take a breath or just go, oh my God. And I would think about what I wanted to say next, or if I wanted to follow the teleprompter or I wanted to go my own way, I had to make my decision in that moment. And not everybody can do that. People are afraid to do that. They have to follow what the producers are saying or what the script is saying or what the prompter is saying or whatever. But if you're a real anchor, a real person, you don't follow the teleprompter or the producers. You have the producers and the teleprompter follow you. And that's how you know that you're in rhythm and that you're actually the anchor of the show and you don't need a bunch of guests, a bunch of people around you. That's when people tune in for you, when you're at your most authentic self. And that's why people love to watch Wendy, because Wendy was Wendy on the show. Same thing on the show as she was off of the show. So when she would take that sip of tea and say the tea is hot, or how you doing, and walk out and accept the applause, that's what people loved. They may not have agreed with her. A lot of people hated her because she talked about them. Some of it was true, some of it was not, some of it was rumors, but guess what? You watched her. You watched her. And there is a void now in daytime television. There's no one like Wendy. There's no one, everybody's their own thing. The women of The View, excellent, amazing. Sherry Shepherd, excellent, amazing. These are great talk show hosts. What's her name? Jennifer Hudson, excellent, amazing. Kelly Clarkson, they're great. They're all great. But there's a lane for everybody. Everybody can chart their own way, but in daytime talk, Wendy is missing. Wendy is missed. There's a hole. There's no one like her. There's no one that can do the hot topics like her. No one. And with this whole Diddy era that we're in now, can you imagine what Wendy would be like? Can you imagine the folks who would be watching the hot topics? And she would say, I told you so. You may not have liked it. I got fired for it, but I told you so. So look, I just want to give Wendy her flowers because none of us is perfect. Nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. I hate it when people say, what happened to Wendy is karma. Karma doesn't work that way. And Wendy said some things that were not so good to me, but I was big enough to say, people do things that are not always right, and you have to forgive them. And I did. And she made it up to me. And I think she did that with a lot of people. But underneath all of that makeup and the boobs and the hair was a real, vulnerable human being that was just trying to lead her life and make a way for her family. She loved her son to pieces. She loved him to death and still does. And so, look, stop saying this is karma for Wendy and that she was a bad person, whatever. And I have more personal things about Wendy that happened and that I know about, but I'm not going to share those things with you. I'm just not, because I don't want to give her confidence. I'll share things that I feel that that are appropriate. But I want to give her flowers. Whatever this moment is, I want to give Wendy her flowers because I think she was just a real human being, and she's a talent, and she is missed. Just as I believe there's only one Oprah, right? There's a lot of folks tried. There's only one Oprah. There's only one Wendy. One. And if you did not recognize her talent, you don't know what talent is. She's a self-made woman. I know that she had issues in her marriage. I know that she had issues with the staff at her show, and there were problems and all that. Everyone knows that. That's all public now. Everybody knows that. But I think that I'll tell you, Wendy said, I think she wouldn't mind if she said that. She played the dumb blonde, but she wasn't dumb. She's not dumb. And I'm speaking to her. I'm talking about her in the way that she was. I know Wendy's not gone, so don't get me wrong. She played the dumb blonde, but she's smart as a fox. And so she realized in order for her to do the best for that show, personality-wise, and to drive that show and editorial, she had to play and she handed the business part off to her husband. And then so that she could do what she did in front of the camera, which was all-consuming. That was all-consuming. When you're in front of the camera and you walk out in public, it is all-consuming. Like I'm in a hotel. I went down last night to grab my dinner at the hotel restaurant and bar, and half of the restaurant is like, "Hey, Don Lemon." It's just like it's a weird thing, because you're just like, I just want to have dinner. I'm exhausted. I love you guys. I'm not even on TV anymore. Like but it's a weird. Fame is a weird thing, and it's all encompassing and it's all consuming, and it can really fuck with your head if you don't know who you are. And that's why I believe people who are famous isolate themselves many times. And I believe that's why Wendy did, because Wendy was so recognizable, she couldn't go anywhere. And I think that she sort of isolated herself, number one, because she was famous, and number two, because of just what she did. So my last conversation with Wendy was actually not at my house, but the last conversation at my house, when she sat on the floor, she took her wig off and she told me about her life and what she wanted to do, and that she wanted to date, and that how she wanted things to change. I just remember the last moments she had her. I said, "My God, Wendy, you're so regal. You're beautiful. You look like you could be, a politician, a congresswoman, whatever." And I said, why don't you go on TV like that? She goes, "I would never do that, because this is a Wendy that people usually see. That's what they're used to. So I can't do that." And I just remember her walking down the hall to go up the stairs at my house with her hair in her hand. And I was just like, wow, she's a beautiful person, and she's really troubled. And then she left either that day or I think it was that day or the next morning. The next morning she left. And I just remember waving bye to her. And that was the last time I saw her in person. But she would call me randomly, just out of the blue. And then I think she asked me to facilitate an interview for her for Interview Magazine. And she was dating someone, and then it fell off. Didn't hear from her until today. So I want to know what you think. I'm so glad that you guys are watching. I want to know what everyone thinks, because I know people are interested in this, and I want to know what you guys have to say. We had someone on, and producers, do we have Jason? I know that she's going to do an interview.
Not at the moment. We do not. He's
okay. So we had a guest, and a little bit later, I'm going to talk to Charlemagne to see how he feels about this, and I want to know how you feel. Do you think Wendy should be in this guardianship? Do you think that she sounds lucid, coherent? Like she has dementia, what do you think? And what do you think is this the beginning of the Free Wendy movement? And what do you think we should do for Wendy at this moment? Look, I don't know what to say. I'm being very vulnerable here. I'm trying to share, and that she needs an advocate. And I don't know. My thing is, why isn't she with her family? And the other thing is, the guardian has not spoken. Is the guardian protecting her from something that we don't know? I don't know. Nobody knows. My glasses are kind of teared up now. I'm going to change because I have like eight pairs of glasses right here so that I can read. I'm going to read some of the comments. So those of you who are watching, if you're not used to watching the Don Lemon Show, everyone is a part of the show. We read the comments of our folks, our members, and our subscribers. You can subscribe. It's free. We're on Don Lemon, the Don Lemon Show on YouTube, and you can become a member of the Don Lemon Show. It's at the top of the chat if you want to, and make sure you hit the thumbs up, please, because it does affect the algorithm. More people get to see us. Now I'm going to read some of the comments, and I want to know if this is part of the new Free Wendy movement a la Britney Spears. Okay, so let's hear what folks have to say. I will go back. I'm watching the YouTube feed. Any guardianship should be family first, says Michelle Turner. Let her live, share her money with the family, pay them, not strangers. She qualifies for home health aid nurse, once a week check, bank, auto transfer, all of that to pay her bills. Thank you, Nana Pants. I appreciate that. Hashtag Free Wendy, says Jay Brigham. That's what folks are saying. Do you think she's free? She sounded normal to me, says Winky Campbell. How did she sound to you? How did she sound to you? Wendy is not all there, but she does not need to be caged away, says East. Okay. She should at least be able to be with her family. She should not be alone. I agree. Look, and I'm not saying that's how I feel. I want to know how you feel. This is what we do on the show every day, and people get to talk. She sounds lucid, says Linda Ferker. I do think she sounds lucid. They wouldn't talk about the medication part. There are things that she couldn't talk about legally. I understand that. She sounds good. She needs a good lawyer. Thank you for that comment. Free Wendy. But do you think in the interview with Charlemagne said that she could be on the radio right now. Someone says she sounds like herself. She should have released to live for herself. She should have be released to live for herself. Now, Charlemagne says it sounds like she should be on a radio. She could do a podcast now. I think maybe with a partner, perhaps. I don't know. Don, she needs help, says one person. She should be with her family. Now, let me just say this. In all honesty, you guys want my honest assessment. This is my assessment. Hold the comment that's up there, okay? This is my assessment. Does Wendy sound like the Wendy Williams back in the day when I was on her program? Does she? No, she doesn't. Does Wendy Williams sound like the Wendy Williams that visited me at my house and they would call me randomly? No. Does Wendy Williams sound lucid to me? Yes. Does Wendy Williams sound like she has dementia? No. Does she sound like she has aphasia or any of that stuff, or that she's incapacitated? No. Now, I'm not a medical professional. I'm not a mental health expert. I can carry on a conversation with Wendy. She can recall details from times that we spent together. She did it in the Charlemagne interview. I'm not as sharp as I was back in the day when I was on Wendy's show, or when during COVID or whatever. You know, we get to be, things happen, you age, whatever. That happens. That's a normal process of life. But do I think that she sounds incapacitated? No. I mean, can she be in control of her own funds and all of that? I think there are ways that you can work with her to make sure that she is being financially smart and savvy, and a way to take care of her, to make sure that she is a way to handle this, to make sure that she is taken care of financially for the rest of her life. I don't know if she needs to be in a facility. I don't know. I don't know what her issues are. I don't know about addiction issues, reportedly, allegedly. I don't know about those things. Now, I don't know about that now. I don't know about that. In this moment, I'm not there. I only spoke to her this morning, but she sounds lucid. And so, and the thing is that if you are isolated and you're not around people that you love or care about you, who have, a personal affection or affinity for you, then it messes with your head. And I think everyone deserves to be with the people they love. So I think that they should be able to work that out, or at least to be near somehow. Unless there is, does the guardian think that her family's a bad influence? I don't know. I don't know. So that's it, everyone. Thank you, MZ Pepper, for supporting independent media. Thank you, Don, for giving Wendy a voice on your platform. I do. And the reason I wanted to, if it felt like I was leading Wendy along, I was. I thought that she was going off. She was rambling a little bit. I did. And I knew that I only had a certain amount of time with her because her niece had to get to work. She had to do a live show. The world is here for you, Wendy. We love you and we want the best for you, says Kenneth Shernick. And Kenneth, thank you so much for supporting independent media. Thank you for your comment. Simi says, congratulations for the, that's a whole different thing about our subscribers. Thank you for that. I just finished watching her interview on The Breakfast Club and I was in tears. Her guardian is no good. Release Auntie Wendy. I don't want to say any disparaging things about the guardian because the guardian has not spoken, and we will reach out to the guardian, and I want to comment from the guardian. And so I don't want to disparage anyone without hearing their side. But Wendy has certainly spoken out. You heard it more so in the Charlemagne interview. She does not like this guardianship. She does not like it. She does not like it. The family doesn't like it. They have said as much. She sounds about 90% there. There has to be a balance between looking out for her best interests and also giving her some autonomy. Perfectly said, Kenneth. And again, thank you for your support of independent media. She sounds lucid and coherent with the support of her family. Even if she has early stage dementia, she can make business and health decisions for herself. Thank you, Ivy. Yeah, I think that there's a way that they can work this out where Wendy can be with her family. Guardianships are creepy in general. No one should be in one, in my opinion. There are better ways to help people in need. That's according to May Money. Thank you. She should be free to live her life with her family. Absolutely, Miss B. I agree with you. Don, this is so heartbreaking. We need to make some noise. No, this is not right. This is not fair. Okay, so you guys believe that, then free Wendy. This is going to be the free Wendy movement, the same as Britney Spears. Maybe Britney Spears' family and folks realize that let Britney dance if she so chooses. Hamilton, a lot of people feel the same. Hamilton says, I love Wendy with all my heart. She needs to be with her family, says Winky Campbell. And so maybe just let Wendy be Wendy. Because nobody's here forever. No day is promised. She says that she has money and she worked her entire life. That's what she said. You heard her in the interview when I asked her. So if Wendy has money and she has resources, then, let her live. Let her live. Free Wendy, according to folks. So anyway, everyone, that's what I have to say. I would love to talk to you guys more. We had some guests signed up, but one of the guests we had signed up, I believe, is doing I'll just be honest with you. Jason Lee was on the line a bit ago and was going to talk to us because he is, I believe, going to speak to Wendy as well. She's going to call him. The concern is, though, from her niece and from her family is that because she is speaking out, that they're going to take her phone away. And then she won't be able to they won't have any contact with her. They won't have any way to be in contact with her. I reached out to Charlemagne this morning. I'm going to call Charlemagne after this, and we're going to speak to see if there's anything to do. I don't know. What do y'all think? This is, and if I can just say, it's interesting to me that in certain quarters, people are like, Wendy Williams, I have no idea who that is. But where have you been? Wendy is it shows you, especially now in this moment of independent media, that there are niches and there are audiences that many people are not aware of and they're not taking advantage of. That they're not allowing, especially because Wendy was the urban voice. Everybody watched Wendy. New Jersey housewives watched Wendy. The urban voice. Many times folks who are, especially people of color, are sort of put into this niche, ghettoized, like they're the voices of color, urban voices, yada, yada, yada. And companies like, we want people that are middle of the road and not controversial, and we don't want to offend our advertisers and whatever. You guys need to get over that shit. Look at how many people care about Wendy. Watch this Free Wendy thing. Watch where it goes. And be honest. Tell me you don't miss Wendy Williams on television. Again, that's not to say anything bad or disparaging. I'm not giving shade to any talk show host. And don't think that I'm giving shade to Sherry, who's now in Wendy's spot. No. A former spot has her time slot in her studio. No, Sherry's doing a fantastic job. Sherry's also a dear friend. They are different people. But no one I'm talking about out of everybody, there's only one Wendy Williams. There's only one Don Lemon. There's only one Oprah. I'm putting myself in that category. Yeah, because I think I'm unique in that aspect. Not that I'm Oprah. I'm not as famous as Oprah. Not at all. Oprah's the queen. Wendy is the queen in her own right. I'm not saying that. But certain people have certain talents and they are put in positions where they were meant to be. I think that I'm one of those people that this is what I was meant to be doing. I was meant to be doing television. That's what I meant to do. Some people are great attorneys. Some people are great football players, great athletes. Wendy's a talker. And I believe the epitome of a talk show host, and controversial and provocative. And the audience loved her. When you were in her studio, it was on fire. Energy. When they said, here's Wendy, and those double doors open, people like the people in the audience, women and men, their heads would pop up like, oh my God, it's Wendy. And she'd calm them down. Let's get started. It's time for Hot Topics. No, so this is the Hot Topic show. I took that from Wendy. I'm in a hotel room because I'm on assignment. When I do my show from my studio and in, at the office or my studio in my home, I have a Wendy Williams mug because this Hot Topic show was born from Wendy Williams. Wendy Williams took Hot Topics from The View. There's nothing new under the sun, everyone. Nothing is new under the sun. So folks are saying, please help Wendy to the best of your abilities. How does this all start? What do people do? How you doing? Was Wendy Williams. How you doing? Was Wendy Williams. And folks were like, because I would, sometimes I would say, how you doing? And they go, Don, why are you doing that? It's not professional. It's not whatever. I'm like, come on, give me a break. Stop being so uptight. People are sick of the uptight. She's coming back in God's grace, says someone. What can we do, says someone. She was a queen tea maker. Wendy was the blueprint. Yes, she paved her own way. She did. Let us know what we can do. Everyone wants to know. Hashtag free Wendy. Look, I'm not on some of the social media sites. I wonder if it's trending. I wonder what's going on. Free Wendy. I think I have to get out of here. What time is my next appointment, Nikki? I still have a little bit, right?
Depends on how far you are from the studio.
Okay, so I'm going on the Jen Psaki show. She has a podcast, and I think they start taping in a bit, but I'm going to hang on just a little bit to talk to you guys. So that's my my Wendy story. For those of you who are new to us, this is what we do every single day. We do the hot topics. And again, you guys think I'm just giving Wendy her flowers. Me doing the hot topics is also giving Wendy her flowers. Every single day, we talk about every single issue, from politics to Diddy to now Wendy to whatever. That's what we do on the Hot Topic show. I have a show every day at 5 p.m. East, 10 a.m. Eastern. We do it every single day. 5 p.m. Eastern, we were live. That was our original show, Lemon Live at 5. And then I realized, like, hey, guess what? No one is doing hot topics. I asked Sherry. Sherry says, I don't do hot topics. Don, go for it. Take it away. I do hot topics now because no one was doing hot topics, and I thought there was a void for it. And I thought, like, someone should do a hot topic show. People are afraid now. Too controversial. Someone should do a hot topic show on television. There should be a hot topics show. And I don't mean just like the women sitting around the view. They do their own thing. But I mean someone doing it in the way that Wendy did it, the way that we do it here on the Don Lemon Show, on our Hot Topics program. So I said, I want to do things that are lighter, more pop culture based, more in the zeitgeist, not just politics, not just covering Trump all the time and the election. You know, we were doing a lot of Kamala Harris, Trump, election, blah, blah, blah. And so we started Hot Topics. And guess what? That Hot Topic show that we do now that you're watching gets more engagement than almost anything that we do. Gets more engagement now than even the Lemon Live at 5. Because there is a vacuum, there's a void for people wanting to start their day with not such intense news, but also not somebody selling a product. Oh, my movie opens on this, and then my book, and blah. They want, let's talk about some things. Wait, what? What happened with such and such? Where's the Diddy case going? You know what I'm working on next? I'm trying to get, I want to do ASAP Rocky. The trial starts next week. I want to get away from doing so much politics. People need a break. Black women are saying, I need a timeout. And I'm with y'all. So I want to know what is happening with this ASAP Rocky trial that is starting in Los Angeles next week. I want to know. I want to talk to the attorney. I want to talk to him. That's what I want to start doing, more things like that. And I think that we all need it. Okay. But listen, you can become a member. If you become a member, there are things that you get. You get some preferences and some things and private streams where we really talk about things. You get exclusive access to content and material that you don't get if you're just the random watcher who drops by, or even if you're just a free subscriber. Subscriptions are free. Memberships you can join. They're not that expensive, but you get exclusive content. And you get private streams, me at my home, where we talk about, and you get to be, if you become our highest tier member, you get to be on this program. Your face is on the screen, your comments, we interview you, you interview me, you challenge me, but that's only for our top tier members. Everybody else doesn't get those private streams. We did a private stream last Sunday or Saturday, I believe, and I did karaoke. And guess what? People loved it. So I got to get to my other thing. I'm sorry to leave so many people on the table who are watching us, but make sure you go to YouTube, The Don Lemon Show, subscribe to our channel, check out my social. We're on every single platform. You're on YouTube. I'm live on TikTok now. I'm live on Instagram now. I'm live on Facebook now, obviously live on YouTube, and the show airs on iHeart, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. And our reach is growing. So thanks everyone. So here's the deal. My schedule is crazy. I will try to do a live 5 o'clock show today, but my flight is scheduled to go back to New York. But I'll figure out a way. I'll figure out a way to do a live show for you today, because I think we need to talk about this, because there's going to be folks are going to want to know about this. So make sure you hit the thumbs up on your way out. It affects the algorithm. More people become aware of our conversation in our channel, and it's really important. Independent media right now, let me stress to you, it's really important, because we are free to say what we want without corporate influence. You also have a say. You get to discuss. You don't just get to sit around and watch people on television talk to you. You get to be a part of it. So support independent media. And I'll see you live at 5 p.m. today. Look out for clips of the show on social and on our YouTube channel as well. Bye, Wendy. Thanks for doing the interview. And we're all looking out for you. And folks want free Wendy right now. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never, ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate your love and your support, and we will see you next time. I'm sure you guys probably heard that. Look at that face. There's my Sonny. I only started with like the guest on the screen. Like I did it with DL yesterday, and I do it with you. Sonny, thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm well. I'm always better when I'm with you. You know that.
Yes, thank you, Sonny. I feel the same way. And Sonny, I just tell you, your voice, I'm so proud of how your voice has grown over the last decade. From our adjoining or neighboring offices to now. Isn't it amazing how what life does, what it brings?
It's been a wild ride from the times when we would argue on set. And
then go have a drink afterwards.
And then go have a drink across the street.
What was the name of that place? Not the Coliseum. It was the Coliseum.
And was the Coliseum?
That was the Coliseum. Yeah.
Sometimes we go all over the place, but our offices were right across the street, right across the hall from each other, and everybody thought we hated each other, which made it more fun, actually.
No, because Sonny, look, I think that we agree on some things, and I think we
disagree on some things, like most friends.
Yeah, but it's a basic respect, and I mean, look, our core values are very similar. We just disagree sometimes on the process, right?
Right.
On the mechanics of how something works. But in the end, I think we both want the same thing.
I agree.
I don't know if you're used to this. We're used to people coming on this show and stating their view. So I don't know if you're. So everybody, welcome to Lemon Live at 5. Sonny Hostin of The View is joining us, a New York Times best-selling author, 5-time Emmy-winning legal journalist, and of course, a beloved co-host on The View, and one of my dearest and most loyal friends. I love her and her entire family. So Sonny, let's talk about the newest news of the day. Okay, so I want to show you something that happened. The White House, those briefings are so frustrating.
I didn't check out the latest one, so I guess I'll see it for the first time with you.
Why aren't we? Make sure you click and become a member. Also, like and subscribe. It's up on your screen, right? The subscribe button is right below the Don Lemon Show logo, and click that thumbs up. Okay, like and subscribe. Okay, so listen, I get frustrated. Why aren't we in the briefing room?
That's a great question.
Nobody challenges them.
I'm pretty sure he does not want anybody from The View in the briefing room. That's pretty clear.
But you're a journalist. You can be allowed access.
I go to the White House Correspondents' dinners, and I am a legal journalist. I have my 5 Emmys to show it, and my DuPont Award, I might add. But I think that this is an unprecedented attack on the freedom of the press. The Fourth Estate is there for a reason. We've got 3 co-equal branches of government. You've got the executive branch, legislative branch, the judicial branch, and really the Fourth Estate is you've got the press. And most dictators and fascists and autocrats, they don't like it. And I think that's what we're seeing. It's
we had
pretty simple. Yeah, it's pretty simple when you just step back and take a look at history, I know we're trying to erase history in this country right now, but when you just take a real hard look at history, the playbook was written way before Project 2025, and one of the plays is attack the press, control the press, have state sanctioned press, and then the people only know what you want them to know. And so when there are voices like mine and voices like yours, it makes someone like a President Trump extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah, it does. And so what gets me is that the press secretary just kind of runs all over people and goes to the next person. And I think many times they forget that they work for us. They work for the American people, not the other way around.
Absolutely. Not the other way around.
This was a plot twist to me today. Now, I don't know if I can bank on it, and I don't know if you'll bank on it, but it's certainly a plot twist to me. It gave me a little bit of hope. Maybe I'm naive. Here's Caroline Levitt. And listen to this question, because it's about pardoning Derek Chauvin.
Some prominent Trump supporters have been making the case that Derek Chauvin deserves a pardon. They argue that he did not receive a fair trial. Joe Biden and other Democrats actually implied that he was guilty while the trial was going on. BLM rioters had these jurors under immense threat and pressure. Mainstream media, frankly, many news outlets here today are complicit here. They chose to ignore the autopsy report. They chose to ignore the full body camera footage. They decided to slander Derek Chauvin as a racist cop instead. Does the administration believe Derek Chauvin received a fair trial, and will they consider a pardon moving forward?
The president has been asked and answered this question. He said it's not something he's considering at this time. Philip.
Now, Derek Chauvin is a police officer who was convicted of the killing of George Floyd. And so
you mean the murder that happened on tape that we all saw with our own eyes?
What are your thoughts on that? First, what a question. What a loaded question. And then that answer, she didn't say no. She said not at this time. But
not at this time. Well, let me put my legal hat on, since I've been a lawyer for over 30 years. There are two sentences that Chauvin is serving. One is a federal sentence and one is a state sentence. A president can only pardon a federal sentence. And so regardless of whether or not he's considering it now or may consider it in the future, he can only pardon, and he should not, of course, he can't pardon him on the federal charges. The state charges, he can't pardon him. And so Derek Chauvin will not see, in my view, the daylight and will not be outside for the rest of his life. And so it's almost a non-question, but what I think we need to look at is sort of what's going on behind the curtain. You're hearing all of this like really, interesting things, that these diversionary tactics. Oh, why don't we pardon, a Derek Chauvin? This is a culture war that they're continuing to play so that we're not looking and being clear-eyed about what is really happening, which is veterans are losing their, every bit of services that they have. Seniors will likely follow and losing their services. The stock market is down. Unemployment is up. All of these things are happening. The billionaires are going to get tax breaks. The everyday person is not. We are going to be hurt. Our standing in the world is at an all-time low. The Supreme Court approval rating is at an all-time low. So while people want to talk about Derek Chauvin is not getting out of prison, at least not out of state prison ever. What we need to do is be very clear-eyed about what is happening now, as opposed to this ethereal stuff that is someone like Ben Shapiro, who's just a chaos agent. Let's be honest. I mean, what are his qualifications to be talking about anything? So I prefer not to speak about chaos agents, and I'd rather speak facts and truth to power.
Oh, wow. Okay. Because I was going to say, well, I'm going to play it. And you can say, Don, get the hell out of here. I don't want to do it. This is what Ben Shapiro said that sort of got this all moving. Here it is.
Sure.
They are issuing pardons, however. There is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should. He should pardon him his federal charges. If we are talking about reversing the evils of the last several years in American life, Obviously, COVID and its handling was a massive evil. Destroyed the economy, set us on a path to fiscal insanity, destroyed children, led to massive health-related cover-ups. Just horrifying all the way around. And President Trump has taken on a lot of those things. But when it came to BLM, the inciting event for the BLM riots that caused $2 billion in property damage in the United States and set America's race relations on their worst footing in my lifetime, was in fact the railroading of Derek Chauvin in the death of George Floyd. The evidence demonstrates that Derek Chauvin did not in fact commit murder of George Floyd. George Floyd was high on fentanyl. He had a significant pre-existing heart condition. George Floyd was saying he could not breathe before he was even out of the car. He was in the car saying he could not breathe. Derek Chauvin, for large segments of even the tape that was shown, had his knee on George Floyd's shoulder or back, not on his neck. The autopsy of George Floyd showed that he had no damage to his trachea, that probably George Floyd died of excited delirium. There were no accusations, even at trial, that Derek Chauvin had committed a hate crime against George Floyd or that he targeted George Floyd because of his race. Nonetheless, on the basis of extraordinarily scanty evidence, and despite the fact that there was massive pressure on the jury,
oh my gosh,
that the mayor of Minneapolis paid a settlement to the George Floyd family immediately, that the president of the United States suggested that Derek Chauvin was guilty right off the bat, that the jurors were being openly threatened and admitted as much.
Okay,
Despite all of
I've had
that,
enough of
Derek
this.
Chauvin was
I'm done,
convicted.
I'm done.
Yeah, I have. I have just a couple of responses. And again, I hate to give this air just
Yeah, I know.
because I think he's a chaos agent that isn't qualified to say the things that he's saying. First, am I mistaken? Where did he get his law degree from?
Or
And
his
how many-
medical degree.
And how many cases has he tried?
Right.
Okay, so I think that's zero. I've been a practicing attorney for 30 years and a decorated attorney for over 30 years, having been a former federal prosecutor and receiving one of the highest awards that the Department of Justice gives out. And I got that from then acting Attorney General Janet Reno. So let's put expertise against expertise, right? So there's expertise here, and there's no expertise there. The other thing that I will say, in terms of what Ben Shapiro said, let's fact check him. It's all incorrect. A medical examiner who performed George Floyd's autopsy testified in the 2021 murder trial that law enforcement's restraint and the compression of George Floyd's neck was just more than he could take, given his heart's condition. That's a quote. The Hennepin County medical examiner, named Andrew Baker, ruled Floyd's death a homicide and listed the cause as, quote, cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression, end quote. He also said that Floyd died due to loss or deprivation of oxygen caused by the neck restraint placed on him by the police. And then finally, he concluded, this is a medical professional, that Mr. Floyd's use of fentanyl did not cause the subdual or neck restraint. His heart disease did not cause the subdual or the neck restraint. This is testimony that was put into the record. So, with that being said, this excited delirium argument that we hear many times from the right, that we hear many times from conservatives, so-called conservatives like Ben Shapiro, has its basis in white supremacy. Oftentimes in the 1700s, 1800s, and even well into the 60s, anyone that studies history knows that Black men in particular were thought to have superhuman strength, excited delirium, if they took things like marijuana, which of course medically is a depressant, doesn't provide you superhuman power. So the notion of excited delirium has been tossed out in courts across the country, both state and federal courts. And so that is just not factual. And so at his very basis is misinformation, disinformation, and that is why someone like a Ben Shapiro, I generally don't bother rebutting but for you, my friend,
You
because I do believe that disinformation and a lack of knowledge of history, especially when it comes to legal history, um, uh, uh, is important to note.
Yeah. Sonny, thank you for doing that, because I know some things, you're like me. It's not worth talking about. And I don't want to insult people's intelligence by bringing it up, but I think it's important to know where it came from. Now, let me just say this. Look, thank you for joining and becoming a member.
Oh, can I
Welcome
say
to
one
all of
more
our new
thing?
members. Yeah, go on. We're not going to change the subject.
The federal charges that Chauvin has been sentenced to, and that time that he's serving, the state time far exceeds the federal time. So even if this president decided to pardon him, which would be a huge misuse of the vast presidential pardon power, he would still spend the rest of his life in prison. And I think that's a very important fact that unfortunately Ben Shapiro leaves out because of, or at least left out of that clip from what I saw, leaves out because he is a chaos agent and unfortunately enjoys misleading people and giving that sort of misinformation.
Yeah. So here's the thing. He only got there. I believe, and others believe, that he got there because he spoke out against the Tate brothers coming back to the United States, which was completely against the MAGA folks and what they wanted, because they love Andrew Tate. They love his brother, Tristan Tate. And so
weren't they charged and accused of trafficking
yeah,
and rape?
Yeah. So when they came,
I'm not sure about that. I don't want to get sued, but wasn't something about trafficking and sexual assault or rape?
Yeah. Yeah. So
Okay.
I think that, and then he realized what he did. So he had to come up with something. And I think he came up with this. He pulled this out of the, you know what, because, and my producer,
chaos cap, the chaos cap. Yes.
My producer, Peter, did the research. Peter, am I right about that? He was not down with the MAGA folks sort of praising and fawning over Andrew Tate, and he spoke out about it, and they came for him, right, Peter?
Correct. He faced an audience backlash after calling on conservatives to reject this budding embrace we're seeing by the MAGA movement of the Tate brothers. His audience was pissed off, and in response, a day or two later, he comes out with this.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
That makes complete
Again, distraction. There are books on it. I would suggest people read them. I'm trying to look at my bookshelf across from me without my glasses on because I'm too vain, so I can't see exactly what books I have. But there is an interesting book about chaos and distraction and how it's used in dictatorships and autocratic governments to take our eyes off of what is really happening in front of us.
Yeah. Well, I believe, that was what the show was about this morning. Is it my live feed at 10 o'clock? The live show was about the distraction. These are distraction tactics. That's why he's going on doing all of these shows. He's going on to Laura Ingraham. He's going on to Maria Bartiromo. He's going to Sean Hannity.
Not The View, though.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's the point. And then going on to the conservative person, I believe, on CNBC or Fox Business. But he's doing that because he's trying to change the narrative because he has such bad headlines. And so he's also throwing out all of these things that really don't affect people's lives in a way that they voted for him for. As you mentioned, they want the price of eggs to come down. They want the stock market to soar. They want their 401ks to get better. And he is not doing any of that. So he's a chaos agent that just distracts by throwing all of this shit out there to and his base. They eat it up, but they're going to be the ones that's most affected by it.
I think that's what's so disturbing. Look at both of us. We voted against our self-interest. If we're being honest, if we want to be honest,
talking about taxes,
my taxes would have gone down.
Same.
But I didn't vote for my taxes to go down. I voted for the collective because I don't want to see my neighbor. I don't want to see my neighbor hurt. I don't want to see my aunt, a former teacher who lives on Social Security, $1,000 a month. Without my help, what does $1,000 a month do for a lifelong teacher living in New York City? Not much, right? So when I look at these kinds of the discussions that we're having, people like us who tried to warn everyone, this is Project 2025. We're going to be okay. You are not. I am voting against my own self-interest. I'm voting for the collective. I'm voting for Social Security. I'm voting for Medicaid.
Oh
I'm
my
voting
God.
for Medicare, things that I won't need. I'm voting for health care. I'm voting for education, public education. I sent my kids to private school, but I'm voting and paying taxes for public education. I don't want vouchers because all that vouchers do is rich people are going to take those vouchers and put their kids in private school and use their vouchers for that. I'm voting for trans right. I'm not trans. I'm voting for people. I'm voting for LGBTQ plus rights. I'm not gay, but I want my loved ones to be able to love who they love and marry who they love. I am voting for everyone else. And what people seem to have, I'm voting for veterans. I didn't serve. I have family members that served, but I voted for veterans because I want them to get the services that they deserve for defending our liberties. What is happening? You have a co-president who is an unelected, uh, uh, uncertified cabinet member, basically, Elon Musk,
White
running
House
an
advisor. Yeah.
agency that is not a congressionally appointed agency, taking not a scalpel but a hammer to our federal government and piece by piece and bit by bit dismantling all the things that we have worked for. We're talking about Social Security. This is from LBJ. This is from Johnson. We're talking about, the Voting Rights Act of 65. We're talking about civil rights from 64. This goes way, way back. This is very, very deep. This is the privatization of government. And when you look at history, because if you don't know the past becomes prologue. I'm telling your viewers, and you and I, Don, we've had this conversation. When you don't understand history, your past is going to become prologue. The privatization of government never works. You know who has millions and millions and millions and now billions of dollars of government contracts? Elon Musk does. Elon Musk has that. So our government is paying the billionaires, and the billionaires, the trickle down theory does not work. The billionaires are not going to start employing other people. They're going to put more money into their pockets, more money into their businesses. That's the grift here. That is the grift. And so why do they want to gut education? Because a less educated America is a permanent working underclass. You can pay those people a lot less. You can make a lot more that way.
And control them.
And you can control them. And that's why when you look at the stats, and I got some flack for saying college educated people voted in vast numbers for Democrats, whereas non-college educated people voted for Republicans. Well, we're seeing that come to pass, right? Those that are non-college educated are it's the reason why Trump said, I like the highly uneducated. I'm loosely quoting that, but he wants
the poorly educated.
I like the poorly educated because the more educated you are, the more critical thinking skills you may have. I'm not talking about self-educated people who read. I'm just talking about people our public school system is failing them. Those are the people that are going to be harmed the most. Most. If Democrats were really, really smart, they would really figure out a way to provide free college education for everyone. That's what Joe Biden was trying to do. That's why he wanted to get rid of that student debt, because the more educated your country is, the more you understand what is at stake in terms of your vote.
Well, and
that's
if you
the bottom line.
Look at the countries that really place a premium on education. They don't make it harder. They don't put hurdles for people to get education. They get education free or whatever that are subsidized. They have free healthcare, universal healthcare.
Absolutely.
And they are they don't work their butts off so that they can.
Top 10 in happiness, top 10 in the world.
Go off, Sonny.
Top 10 in the world. Autocrats, dictators do not like the educated.
Yeah.
I would say What is the most, I've been asked this often on The View, I've been asked this off of The View. What are you most concerned about? I'm most concerned about our failing education system, the fact that we don't pay our teachers enough, the fact that we're erasing our history, and the fact that people now will not know any better than to vote for these lies, because they are lies. But you can't discern the lies if you don't know how to work the computer, if you don't know how to do your research, if you don't know your history. That is just the truth. Look at me. I am a proud recipient of an educational opportunity program grant. That's how I went to college. Yes. Did I get skipped a grade? Yes. Did I start high school at 12? Yes. Did I start college at 16? Yes. Was I the top of my class? Yes, I was. But guess what? I grew up in the Bronx projects with no money. I had no money to go to college. You know who stepped in? The federal government. And I am sitting here today educating other people because I was educated because the federal government paid my way. Law school, same thing. Couldn't go. Federal government paid my way.
Well,
And the smarter you are, the more outspoken you are, the more education you have, the better you can speak truth to power. And that's what I choose to do every single day. And do I get my death threats? Yes, I do. Keep them freaking coming, because I'm going to tell the truth. I'm trying to save this country.
Yeah, same
And
here.
I'm not going anywhere. So stop sending me letters about how I need to go back to Africa and how I need to go to Puerto Rico. By the way, Puerto Rico is part of the United States. Stop telling me to get out of here, because I'm here to stay.
If you don't like it, get out. Well, there are things that they don't like about I'm talking about the MAGA, and they don't get out. But Sonny, I got to ask you something, because according to what I hear and what I read about you and me, especially you, well, I'm not going to speak for myself, but you're a DEI hire.
Yes, I am. Apparently, I
okay.
am. And you
Okay.
know what? One thing I want to say about DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion, I believe in diversity. I believe in equity. I believe in inclusion. And if you don't believe in diversity, and you don't believe that people should be treated the same, equally, equity, and if you don't believe that people should be included, I question you. I don't question me. I don't question my qualifications.
Yeah.
What diversity, equity, inclusion means is that it gives people opportunity where opportunity didn't exist.
Right.
Not people with less qualifications. Oftentimes, it's people with more qualifications.
Yeah.
One of the programs that the Trump administration has decided to get rid of is the honors program at the Department of Justice. I can tell you, I was an honors program person at the Department of Justice. I got into the Department of Justice working at the Antitrust Division, which is actually the highest level at the Department of Justice. It was a full meritocracy. Isn't that what we want?
Yeah.
We want a meritocracy. Race blind. I got in. So, hello. Did my diversity help me? I don't think so. Was it equitable? Yeah, it was. Was it inclusive? Not so much. I was one of the only people that looked like that, looked the way that I looked, but I had the grades and the experience to get in. That program, for some reason, is now gone. That program is now gone. And when you look at Trump's cabinet, I want to know, why is Pete Hegseth more qualified than his predecessor? Why is Trump more qualified than, let's say, a Kamala Harris or a Barack Obama? Why is Marco Rubio, who they say is so qualified, why is he more qualified than Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State? What I'm seeing is a vast amount of mediocrity. Do we want mediocrity running our country? I don't, because when mediocrity runs the country, veterans lose their benefits. I think we can all agree on one thing.
What?
You fight for this country like my family has since the beginning of time, you deserve to be taken care of the way you took care of us, the way you took care of our liberties. That's going to be taken away.
Amen, sister. Amen, sister. Let me ask you this then, since you're talking about that, because you were on The View and with Chuck Schumer, and I just want to play
that little interview.
Yeah, I want to play some of it, because look, you, Sonny, you're a pro. You know how to do an interview and smile and ask the right questions, right? and get answers out of people, even people you disagree with. You disagreed with Senator Schumer, and here's part of the conversation. Here it is.
Pritzker's chief of staff, Anne Caprara, has said the following: the fight going on in the Democratic Party right now is not between hard left, right, and moderate. It's between those who want to fight and those who want to cave. And it gives me no pleasure to say this to you because we are friends, but I think you caved. I think you and 9 other Democrats caved. I don't think you showed the fight that this party needs right now because you're playing with by a rule book where the other party has thrown that rule book away.
True.
And so in my view, what you did really was, in supporting that GOP partisan bill that Democrats had no input in, you cleared the way for Donald Trump and Elon Musk to gut Social Security, to gut Medicare, to gut Medicaid. Why did you lead Democratic senators to play by that book that the Republicans are not playing by?
Okay, first, I'd say, Sonny, no one wants to fight more than me, and no one fights more than me. You got to fight smart. It is not true. That bill had far less it was bad. I hated it. But it does far less damage to Social Security. Medicare, Medicaid are far more susceptible to being eliminated, which is what that horrible Musk. Can you imagine this guy Musk, a billionaire, saying $1,100 for a senior citizen is not necessary,
But aren't
or
there
a Ponzi
cuts
scheme?
in that bill?
There are many fewer cuts in that bill than that would be in a shutdown.
But they
it was
still
a bad choice.
exist.
So we got to. Yes, they exist. But
You
if
have
you
to
have
work with
two,
the cards
if
you
you
have.
have 2 choices, one bad, the other devastating. One
Okay.
chops off one of your fingers, the other chops off your arm.
Okay,
So
stop.
I want to
Okay,
fight.
so here we go. So look, 2 things there. You still disagree with him, but see how you guys did that? And the reason I'm asking you this because
Well, he's wrong.
I know where I'm going. So tell me what you think. I admire how you disagreed with him. You stood up to him. That's what they should be doing in the briefing room every day and whenever they get into a room with Donald Trump. But also, you disagree. Why?
Listen, I try to do my research. I speak to sources in the House and sources in the Senate. And I think Nancy Pelosi said it really well. You don't negotiate and get nothing on the other side. And that's what Chuck Schumer did. He caved. And yes, the partisan bill that and when I say partisan, I say that because they refused any Democratic input. The partisan bill is bad. It cuts Social Security, it cuts Medicare, it cuts Medicaid, it cuts veterans benefits, all the things that Democrats stand for. It cuts education, it cuts healthcare, cuts. His position is, well, but if there's a shutdown, they get to choose what's being cut, and it's going to be so much worse. The Republican Party run the House, they run the Senate, they run the executive office. Some would argue they run the judicial branch. And so they're going to do it anyway. What Democrats want, what Americans want, what working people want is they want to know that someone is willing to fight for them. Someone is willing to get in the fight. So this was not a vote about whether or not you would vote for the GOP partisan bill. This was a vote about whether or not you were willing to fight and take that fight to the American people and let the Republicans be responsible for the government shutdown. They would have been responsible for it. But what Chuck Schumer did was he played by an old playbook that doesn't exist. This is not the Republican Party of John McCain. This is not the Republican Party of Mitt Romney. This is not the Republican Party of the Bushes. This is the Trumplican Party. This is the Tea Party on steroids. This is something that we have never seen before. And so when someone throws out the playbook, then you don't play by those rules. You make your own rules. You fight your own fight. We sent those people to Congress to fight. And I think that he caved. And I maintain that. And again, you looked at someone like Leader Jeffries. I will, in full disclosure, I went to college with Hakeem Jeffries. He is a friend. We're texting buddies. I know his wife. He married his college sweetheart. He got his group in line. Only one person in the House did not vote against that bill. Why couldn't Schumer do the same? Why couldn't he do the same? I do question his leadership, and it gives me no pleasure to do so, because when I gave the commencement speech at my alma mater, he was sitting right next to me. And we
Yeah.
had a long and wonderful talk. And
Let
we
me-
talked after that interview. And I know that he's unhappy. And I know he's received terrible press. And I know his leadership is being questioned. But a leader does not cave the way he did.
And you love him, but you still disagree with him. Like I have to disagree
I
with
more
you.
than disagree with him. I think that we are at DEFCON 3. I think this is a 5-alarm
I think
fire.
4.
The
I think we're at
house
DEFCON
is
4
the
or
house
5.
is on fire.
Yeah.
And we are yelling fire because the house is on fire. And so for you to sit there and tell me, well, it would have been worse. We're already there. And so don't piss on my foot and tell me that it's raining. I don't like that. And I think that's what he did.
So I'm going to disagree a little bit with you. I like.
Of course you are, my friend.
I know. No. I think if we're at DEFCON 5, that's why I'll disagree with that. But I also think that Hakeem Jeffries is a great strategist. I don't believe he is the best messenger in these times. I think he should be maybe behind the scenes doing what Nancy Pelosi did and what Chuck Schumer. But I don't
disagree with that.
But he's not strong enough. We need someone who's
I disagree
strong.
with that.
And hold on, but why would he tell the Democrats that they needed to have some decorum and not push back and not stand up for folks like Al Green during that fake State of the Union? I didn't like that, Sonny. I think they all needed to support him.
Let me tell you, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of Minority Leader Jeffries. He can do that very well for himself. I've seen him do it. He stood up to me, and that's not always the easiest thing to do, as you know.
Like right now, me.
Leader Jeffries knows how to fight a fight. He knows how to get people in line. A lot of times people say Democrats get in line, don't get in line. Republicans get in line,
Democrats
but Democrats fall in love. Hakeem Jeffries knows how to make sure that Democrats get in line. He's not only a strategist.
He should be the strategist. I just don't think
he's not only a strategist. Have you ever heard him rap?
No.
Have you ever heard his bars?
Yes, I have.
This is a kid from Brooklyn. He knows, he has his finger on the pulse of the American people. I promise you that. I promise you that.
I get it, but I want him to, Sonny. I want him to say,
Schumer is much less of a leader than a Hakeem Jeffries.
To say, stand up with your brother, with Al Green. He's fighting for the people he came to Congress to serve. I may not do what he did, but his heart is in the right place. And the holding up of the sign saying, Donald Trump is bad. It's like
that was performative. But what I will say is about
he silenced them. He told them not to do stuff.
What I will say about Hakeem's leadership, which is much in line with what I have to do every day on The View. You can imagine when I am faced with some of the things that I am faced with on the show.
Yeah.
I'd like to say certain things in a certain way.
But you can't.
But there's a decorum that I must abide by because I am on network television. I'm a #1 talk show in the country, and I'm also a member of ABC News, and I'm also a lawyer and a journalist. So I may want to say things a certain way. Doesn't mean I'm not feeling it. Doesn't mean I can't lead. Doesn't mean I can't strategize. Hakeem is the leader of the minority party of the Democrats. He's damned if he does, and he's damned if he doesn't. Think about Barack Obama. Do you really think that Barack Obama, when Joe Wilson yelled, "You lie," do you think that he could have then yelled back at him and said, "You're the liar"? The story would have been the President of the United States fought with a member of Congress. Yeah. And that is the position that Hakeem Jeffries finds himself in. So you want to talk about Hakeem Jeffries. He is one of the strongest, most powerful leaders I have met in my lifetime. And I've met a lot of them because I don't know why, but I've had this incredible career and I've had that perch. He is the person that can lead us. But the Democrats have many leaders. We have Jasmine Crockett. We have Al Green.
They put her to the side. They put AOC to the side. Sonny, I want to table this because I just don't think he's the front man. I don't think he's the front man.
I think you're wrong, and I think you're going to see something different.
Yeah, but I agree with you that he knows how to do all of those things. But maybe we need a Jasmine Crockett out front. I mean, too young. I mean, that type.
I
No, don't
adore
think she's-
her. We speak as much as we can. Hakeem Jeffries, Leader Jeffries, knows how to take us, knows how to unify us and lead an opposition. And I'm using the term opposition intentionally. I'm tired of people talking about resistance. Resistance is very passive.
Right.
You're coming at me, I'm resisting you. Opposition is active. We need an active opposition party. Hakeem knows how to do that.
Okay, we'll see. I still don't agree with you though. Okay, so look. So this is me and Sonny. I mean, we do this all the time. Okay, Sonny, I'm buying the next glass of wine. Okay,
right,
you're wrong.
you owe me.
But that's what we'll do when we go out. Okay, you're wrong. You get that buy. Okay, I want a tequila. You're buying this one. Okay, so look, I just want to real quickly. Let's see. Where should I go? All right, let's go to, speaking of teaching people how to disagree and call people out on their BS. There is an art to it, okay?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and I think that when you're in that moment, you have to read the room and know who you're speaking to. I think that you are the way that you were with Senator Schumer is because you know what his heart is, you know what he's done before, you know his actions, you know all of that.
He's a sitting senator of the United States
Right.
Senate, and he's also the minority leader. That deserves respect. There's a hierarchy, and I think in our world and in our country, we fail to realize that you respect those that you disagree with.
Okay, and so this is why I'm playing this now. I'm glad you said that, because you didn't feel that way about this person, and I don't either. This is something where we will agree. Roll it. This is Sonny on The View.
Oh no.
Talking about Gavin Newsom. Here it is.
A poor strategy for Gavin Newsom. I actually did think that he was one of the leaders that would come out in terms of 2028. I remember watching his annual State of the Union address in California, and he criticized Republicans, and he promoted California as an antidote to the poisonous populism of the right. Now he has a Steve Bannon on the show who's saying, you know, you're going to get to populism. There's a long road. He gives zero pushback there. He gives zero pushback, as Sarah pointed out, to really what is a slur against Senator Warren, a sitting senator. He gives a platform and normalizes, in my view, an election denier and someone who is the person who is behind Project 2025. And I believe that, you know, if you are going to be a public servant, you better be unapologetically authentic, because voters can sniff out inauthenticity in a second. And I thought that that was one of the most inauthentic things I have seen Gavin Newsom do.
Wow.
I'm terribly,
so you don't believe in the let them hang themselves theory?
No, I'm terribly disappointed. I think you meet energy with energy. And what he did was he showed his pretty white teeth and his cute face and did nothing other than that. And I think it's despicable.
Thank you, Sonny. Sonny, I'm not that far off of you.
I said all that.
Oh, I know, but first of all, I got to say you look amazing. Like you're already a gorgeous woman, but the lighting and the makeup and hair, you look amazing.
I
But
didn't wake up like this.
no, you look at you. Come on, you don't need it. You don't have the studio lighting now, and you look gorgeous. So, but I got to say, I agree with you. I thought you can interview those people. You interview people every day on The View you disagree with, but you tell people who they are and you hold them accountable for their own words and their own actions. And you don't sort of bend the knee or acquiesce or smile in their face like when you know that they're terrible people.
It's not the job of a journalist, but Gavin Newsom is not a journalist, and we learned that very quickly, didn't we? He's a politician. It's clear that Gavin Newsom is going to run in 2028. At least it's clear to me. He's run out of time in terms of running for the governorship, and he's decided to sort of metamorphosize into this oddity that I don't recognize. I've known Gavin Newsom for a good 10 years or more. And what I will say is he's got such a great story. He's dyslexic. He's overcome incredible learning disabilities. He's always been a straight shooter with me. That's my personal experience. And I was floored at not the fact that he was willing to have the conversation, because
Right.
one thing you know about me, Don, is I'm willing to have the conversation. I had the conversation with Donald Trump Jr. when people
Yep.
said you should never sit at the table with Donald Trump Jr. I had that conversation. I'd be willing to sit. At one point, I said, I'm not going to ever sit with Trump. I'd be willing to sit with Trump. He won't sit with me, but I'm willing to do that. But when you hear misinformation, when you hear disinformation, you must meet that energy and you must fact check in real time. It's one of the problems that I've had with some of the debates that we see. Not with my friend Lindsay Davis, because you're not going to do it on her watch.
Nope.
Lindsay Davis is going to make sure that she's going to meet facts with facts. And she's one of the most underrated journalists that we have of our time. So I was disappointed that this misinformation is just flying around when you're talking about someone who not only probably is behind Project 2025, probably co-authored it, but also someone who served time, was imprisoned for the shenanigans and the illegalities that he committed. So for me, to see Gavin Newsom smile with his pretty teeth and with his thick head of hair and just chuckle and give no pushback, by the way, that I know he's capable of, because I've had those private discussions with him back and forth. So I know that he knows how to do it.
Okay.
I don't know which constituency he's trying to reach, this mythical working middle class that he thinks that he's trying to reach, or this
You talking about
mythical
Gavin?
MAGA voter. Yeah, I don't
He's
know
trying
who
to reach. He's trying to
I don't know who
reach
he's trying
MAGA
to reach.
bros, the Joe Rogan crowd, the people who voted for Donald Trump because they watch podcasts.
Well, then he's
and the people
losing
that
his base.
the
He's
people who,
losing his base.
yeah, and these sort of dinos. You know what a dino is, right? The
Yes,
Democrats in name
Democrat
only.
only in name only. He's losing his base because no Democratic candidate can win this without the black vote.
Yeah.
He lost me on that one.
Yeah, I like him. I texted him about him. We went back and forth, and finally he had enough of me, and he said, "Look, call my press person."
I was gonna say I didn't even text him.
I texted
didn't even
him. I was
bother.
like, Gavin, I said, I love what you're doing. I just don't like the way you're doing it, and I think it's going to hurt him. I really
It is going to
do.
hurt him.
But
It
don't you
already
think?
has.
But don't you think if he does it now, if he pivots and said, you know what, I wanted to engage with people I disagree with, and maybe I went a little bit too far, and so now, and then you see him on his platform pivot.
That could work. I think the art of the pivot, which my friend Will Packer writes about really well in his new New York Times best-selling book, The Art of the Pivot. Yeah. Maybe it's time to pivot, because you've got to desperate measure, but desperate times require desperate measures. And I can't remember who said that. I think it's probably Grecian. It probably was Plato who probably said that. I'm not sure.
Look it up, Peter.
Look that up. It's Plato, but it goes way back, and it's probably
Nietzsche. I forget. Anyways,
it's Nietzsche. So bottom line is, we are in desperate times, and I'm told on a daily basis, I love my co-hosts, but many of them are saying, you're sounding the alarm too soon. We just need to wait and sit back. No, it's not too soon. Look at what has been done in 100 days. I mean, if you listen to Governor Pritzker, I'm a fan of his. He explained that Germany did so much in under 300 days.
Yep.
We're talking 100 days. Germany.
Not even. I think it was like 60 some days.
I think it was under 100 days. I don't have my facts in front of me, so I'm pulling from my brain, and I've been up since 5 a.m. But what I will say again is these are desperate times requiring desperate measures, and I'm very disappointed when I think we have these messengers and we have these griots and we have these leaders that are failing us.
Yeah.
And I refuse to be one of them. I'm not saying that I'm a leader. I'm a talk show host and a lawyer, and I'm a journalist. But these are desperate times. Please heed the warning.
I thought it was Nietzsche when I was like, but it's Hippocratus is
Yes, that's what
and
I
you're
thought.
right, it's Greek.
It was Greek.
Greek in origin. You're right. See how smart you are. Okay, so I agree with you on the Gavin Newsom, and I think that I think there are a lot of, and I'm just going to be honest, there are a lot of white guys who I think are kind of dinos who actually like it. They've told me, oh, I love what Gavin Newsom is doing. I'm like, I don't know, and so I call it
then
like
his political gamble is paying off.
yeah, but maybe I think he's appealing to the sort of, hey buddy, let's go golf, on Sunday crowd and the bros that are, you know what I'm talking about?
It's not the golf crowd, it's the bros.
It's the bros. Okay. All right.
I hope he's not courting the billionaires because
yeah,
we know where that goes.
Okay, Sonny, I'm going to do two things. I want to get to before we get out of here. Okay. I just want to play this just to talk about how you think the media should push back. And then I have one more thing that I want to talk to you about that I think is really important. So this is Caroline Levitt talking about the Venezuelan deportations. And then I'm wondering why she is using part of this, what she's saying, and she thinks it's like an own or something they should be proud of. And nobody called her out and said, well, should you be proud of that? Because maybe that means that your guy is doing something actually worse than everybody else. Here it is.
Okay.
Mass deportation campaign would continue, but she asked about the flights specifically. Will those flights to El Salvador continue while this case is being appealed?
We don't have any flights planned specifically, but we will continue with the mass deportations. And I would just like to point out that the judge in this case is essentially trying to say that the president doesn't have the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists from our American soil. That is an egregious abuse of the bench. This judge does not have that authority. It is the opinion of this White House and of this administration, and that's why we're fighting this in court. And it's very, very clear that this is an activist judge who is trying to usurp the president's authority. Under the Alien Enemies Act, the president has this power, and that's why this deportation campaign has continued. And this judge, Judge Boasberg, is a Democrat activist. He was appointed by Barack Obama. His wife has donated more than $10,000 to Democrats, and he has consistently shown his disdain for this president and his policies, and it's unacceptable.
Right where I wanted to go about the idea that these people are all foreign terrorists, but Judge Boasberg was originally appointed by George W. Bush and then elevated by Barack Obama.
Watch this, Sonny.
Clear that up.
Well, let me just say something to that effect, Garrett. 67% of all of the injunctions in this century have come against which president? Donald J. Trump. Let me say that again. 60% of the injunctions by partisan activists in the judicial branch have come against President Donald Trump, and 92% of those have been from Democrat-appointed judges. This is a clear, concerted effort by leftists who don't like this president and are trying to impose or slow down his agenda.
Okay, so here's what I said. So 67% of injunctions, and then she said 60%, but maybe doesn't that mean like he's doing something that's absolutely wrong and he is not obeying the Constitution? And then Democrat, always it's to be Democratic judges, but go on.
Well, I guess I have a couple of responses. I'd like to know where she got her law degree from. I also would say that we've never had a president who was convicted of 34 criminal felonies. And so perhaps some of those injunctions came across litigation that he was part of, because he was also found civilly liable for sexual abuse. So perhaps some of those injunctions were there, and perhaps some of the injunctions are also, as you intimate, are part of some of the things that he is doing that are unconstitutional. Now, to answer your question that I think you're asking about immigration. And
well, no, it's not about immigration. I was just wondering, considering that is not what she said, should not be something like if you said that, I would not use that as a response or an excuse to something to justify what I'm doing, because that points out to me that you're doing something wrong. And the other thing is like, why aren't the reporters like, whoa, and why don't they understand that? What is going on?
Well, I think that, again, this is that distraction method that you can read about. But the question really is about immigration. Mm-hmm. The question is about power. The question really is about whether or not there are three separate co-equal branches of government. It's unfortunate that many of our public schools have stopped teaching civics. So you have the executive branch, which the President of the United States is the head of, and then you have the legislative branch, which, you have the House and the Senate, and then, of course, you have the judicial branch. And when you're talking about immigration and who has the right to send someone out of this country, especially, let's say, someone who holds a green card or a U.S. citizen, that would be the purview of the judicial branch. So that would be an immigration judge, unless we are in wartime. And so, yes, she is correct when she cites this Alien Act from the 1800s. That hasn't been used for a long time. And the last time that it was used, as far as I can recall, I mean, I did graduate from law school in 1994, so it's been a long time since I've studied the Alien Act. But as I recall, we used that act during wartime, during World War II, to intern Japanese Americans, citizens, and that remains a stain on this country. So the fact that the president would attempt to invoke that act, the Alien Act, to without due process in front of an immigration judge, because that is the process that should be used, to then defy a judicial order and send people that are here in the United States. And by the way, once you reach the United States, you too are protected by the U.S. Constitution, whether or not you have a visa, a green card, or undocumented. The Constitution still applies to you because you are on U.S. soil. You cannot defy a judicial order. And so the real question is not whether or not this press secretary, the youngest one in history, who does not have a law degree, is saying 67 or 60. The real question is, does the executive branch have the right to disregard a federal judicial order? They do not. And what I would like people to start thinking about, Don, is the fact that for a long time, the Supreme Court, and I hate to become a legal nerd here, but the Supreme Court has the lowest approval rating that it's had for a long time. So we finally heard from the Chief Justice, who said, you can't just impeach, you just can't impeach federal judges. That's not the way to do it. What we need to be listening more to is what he did not say. What he did not say is you cannot thwart a judicial order, a federal judicial order. That judge told the executive branch, turn the plane around. This is not your jurisdiction. This is the jurisdiction of the judicial branch. Bring them back. The Trump administration refused to do so. Second point, there was a woman, a doctor, who specializes in kidney transplants. She was on a plane being deported. We're not sure why. Apparently because she attended a funeral in her home country. And before the plane left, the judge ordered that the plane remain on the tarmac, that the plane not leave. Our Homeland Security head said, we don't care what the what the orders are. We're going to do it anyway. That plane took off after a federal judge ordered otherwise. I'll tell you what would have happened to me, Don, when I was a federal prosecutor. If the judge told me, put your cup of tea down, and I decided to not only not put it down, but yum yum, let me take a sip, I'd be sitting in contempt in jail looking for my husband to bail me out. That's how it works. You're found in contempt of court. And so what I'm looking to is whether or not these cabinet members, these Homeland Security folks are going to be held in contempt by this federal judge. Look at what Justice Roberts didn't do. He didn't say the executive branch must heed a federal judicial order. And you know why he didn't do that? Because that is the true constitutional crisis. Because you know what? And I'll take you out for a drink on this one. Donald Trump and his administration is going to do whatever they want to do. They are not going to heed a federal judge's order. And that is the true constitutional crisis that we will be confronted with. And Justice Roberts is the Chief Justice who wrote the opinion giving President Trump full, basically, in my opinion, blanket criminal immunity to do exactly what he is doing. And so when he says, I'm not turning the plane around, I'm letting the plane go, and Justice Roberts is not saying you can't do that, that is telling me that when it gets to the Supreme Court, which it will, the Supreme Court is going to tell the Trump administration, go on with your bad self. Do what you want to do. You hear that from me. That's what I believe. I hope I'm wrong.
And
I don't think I am.
You think Roberts just felt that he had to say that it was performative in nature and sort of a CYA?
It's a CYA. He knows that the court is under attack. He knows that the approval rating of the Supreme Court is in the toilet. And he knows that that's what is going to happen because he gave this president immunity from criminal prosecution. So if this president's administration does not follow a federal or a judicial order, you can't send him back with his cup of tea into the courtroom. And that's what leads to chaos, autocracy, a dictatorship, authoritarianism, fascism. And that's why I say I'm yelling fire because the house is on fire.
Well, let me ask you this just real quickly, because I want to do, if you have time for one more thing, but just quickly, we're in a constitutional crisis now, don't you believe? Or no?
Yes.
Okay, good.
We are in it right now.
All right, one more thing. This is you, and I want to know what you think about this, because you and I have talked about this as friends, and this is you on The View interviewing someone I interviewed recently. Here it is.
Wendy, this is Sunny.
But excuse me, I must admit to you that when I got from Connecticut to New York, it was my birthday, July 18th. And yes, I celebrated. You know what I'm saying? But no more alcohol. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Well, Wendy, this is Sunny again. Wendy watchers need to know, where is that famous purple chair? Where is it?
Okay, it's in storage. And the Guardian, by the way, the last time I wanted to go to storage, she told me, no, I won't be going to storage. So, yeah, all of my clothing, all of my sneakers, all of my handbags, everything in storage. And yes, the fabulous purple chair, it's in storage, but when it comes out of storage, I'm keeping it with me for my life. It'll definitely be in my new apartment.
Thank you, Karina. Look, I want to know from you, by the way, there's more than one purple. They changed the purple chair. There are a couple.
I know.
And if you've been on the show, you would see there's one in store. There was one on the shelf that they stored. There's a couple of purple chairs. But what do you think? Bree, Wendy, what? Sound okay to you?
We both know Wendy well. I was her legal eagle when she was on the radio. And I kept in touch with her. I've gone to her birthday parties, yada, 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 yada. I think that she definitely had an addiction problem. And once an addict, always an addict. It's one day at a time. I've had many addicts in my family. But I do not think that the conditions within which she is being kept are appropriate. I think that having her locked up without a phone, without a computer, without access to the outside freely is inappropriate for her state. She didn't sound that different from the Wendy that I worked with 20 years ago. I will also say this, once an addict, always an addict. So alcohol was a problem for her. Maybe there were some other drugs of choice. She has a son who she adores. Does she need supervision? Perhaps. So do you want to get her a sober coach? Fine. Do you want to get her a financial advisor? We can all use one. I have one. I'm sure you have one as well. But does she need to be locked up in a place that restricts her freedom to this level? I don't think so. But what I can also tell you that my legal research tells me is that between 98 and 99% of these conservatorships or guardianships and whatever you want to call them generally remain.
Yeah.
I do not think that would be appropriate for our friend at this time. I think let's have her. I think the judge on March 4th agreed at the guardian's request that she would be reevaluated with a much more robust evaluation. Let's see what that evaluation shows. And I think she needs to be in a much less restrictive guardianship.
Say less. I have nothing. I can't disagree with you. We feel the same way about
Do we
this.
finally agree on something?
No, Sonny, we agreed on everything. It's funny, as you were speaking, and I was like, Sonny, it sounds like me. I mean, tell them, Lemonheads, you guys have been Lemonation. You are saying the same thing that I say every single day on this show. And I think that people are afraid to say it because they can't, but in independent media, and you're right, you have to be, you have to read the room. You have to be cognizant and aware of where you are and if you're in the appropriate setting to be able to say things. And I think I have more leeway, and you do, as you're appearing on independent media, to state your case and to say certain things that you can't. A little bit, yeah, that you can't when you're up there.
There are
But I always,
a lot of other things I'd love to say.
I know, but I appreciate you coming on. And can you please tell them how important it is to support independent media?
It's so important. It's so important. I mean, we're seeing again an attack on our media, an attack on the fourth estate, and I just love your bravery, Don. I love your courage. I always have, even though I fought you every step of the way. You truly speak what you believe, and there are far too few of us willing to do it because we know that with that bravery and courage can come great pain and sacrifice.
It's a risk.
And it's very risky. And I applaud you.
Thank you.
My friend.
Thank you, Sonny Hostin. Say hi to Manny. Say hi to Gabriel. Say hi to Paloma.
I will.
And Mom. Everyone.
And people, don't believe everything you read about me and my family.
Sonny, oh my God.
Talk about that another time.
Talk about that another time, about you and your family and about everything. And look, they have to remember
Don't believe everything you read.
Everything you read. The people who write about us are, they're coming from that Murdoch conservative media.
But
they write.
You'll hear from us soon.
Oh yes, they write the first draft, and everybody just sort of goes along with what they say. Right? They just they copy and paste. But yes, don't believe everything you read, especially about Sonny and her family. They're an amazing family.
Actually, don't believe anything you read about my family.
I love you.
Love you too.
Talk to you soon, my friend. Bye. That is the Sonny Hostin, my friend. Amazing, right? Did you guys love that, Lemon Nation? I'm sure you loved it. You better love it. She speaks truth to power all the time, and she's brave too, and smart and unapologetic, and so I love that. So, and as she said, thank you all for supporting independent media. Make sure you like and subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. It's right there. See the Don Lemon Show? It's right there. The subscriptions are free. Our membership link is at the top of the chat. You can become a member. It is reasonable, more reasonable, I believe, than most of the platforms here. And you too can become part of the Lemonation. You get your comments highlighted here. Excellent show, Don. You appreciate it. I love Lemonation. Thank you, Peace for Lisa. And I want to welcome all of our new members. You saw we set up there. I wanted to make sure, because I didn't want as much disruption. So I didn't say a lot about, supporting us and subscribing and all that stuff. But great episode, 2 days in a row, says Mari. Oh, and I forgot, it's our 1 year anniversary. Sonny was on to help us with that. Belinda Hester, yes. So welcome to all the new members. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Thank you, Linda Furker, for being a part of the Elimination. Okay, so, and thanks, Sonny. Appreciate it. Make sure you watch Sonny on The View. Follow her on social media. And again, click join to become a member of the Elimination. So tomorrow, who knows what tomorrow is going to bring? Who knows? Who knows who the special guest is going to be tomorrow? Maybe we'll do all hot topics as they do on The View and as Wendy used to do as well, where we just talk to you guys, okay? So as I say to you every single time when I get ready to log off, we'll see you at 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow live, and then again at 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So turn the TV off. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never, ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Eastern. And if you want more Don Lemon Show content, we'd love for you to become a member of the Lemon community, where you will receive access to special community posts. You'll get exclusive content and members-only live shows. So head over to our channel page or click the join button on this video. Again, thank you for watching. We appreciate. You know that boomer corny music gets everybody in the mood. It is an indication that we're about to come on the air. I know the young folks think it's boomer, and they're like, what is that? Sounds like a 1990s talk show. Well, yeah, we're going back. We're taking you back. So, you know, guys, we were supposed to have Joy Reid on today, and guess what happened at the last minute? She showed up. Here's Joy Reid.
Mustard.
Hi, Joy.
Hey, Don.
How you doing?
I'm good. How you, friend?
I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well. Everyone wants to know what's going on with you, and we're gonna we're gonna spill some tea, right?
Maybe a little tea. We'll see.
We're gonna spill some tea.
We'll
We're gonna talk about some stuff. You look great though. How do you feel? You feel good?
I am feeling good. You know, it's funny because so many people are reaching out to me being like, "Oh my God, are you okay? Are you okay?"
I know.
Like, I'm fine.
I'm fine. I know.
You know how this is, right? And I think that I have a combination of feelings, and you will totally relate to this uniquely, Don. I miss my team. Like, the main thing that I miss is my people. Like, my readout people are like my family, not just the producers, my like 15, stalwart producers, but also my crew, because we're really tight and we still text and we're still in touch. I'm still in touch with my team members, but I miss them. I also feel for them because I don't like the position that they've been placed in, where they're having to reapply for their jobs.
Oh my God.
That is painful to me, because that's not the way it's ever really worked. I had a show canceled back in 2014. I had a show, Phil Griffin canceled my show, but I stayed on and I just moved on, and they got a new host, and it never really disrupted my team. So this has been very jarring. So that is painful for me. But myself, my main issue is not having a schedule and feeling a little discombobulated. And I'm so in the news cycle in my mind that I miss being able to like do the show and respond to the things and get in it, because it's a fight we're in as a society, as a culture. Our democracy is on fire, and I have a little bit of like, I want to get in this. So I've been channeling that into my Substack, channeling that into social media, so that I can
don't give too much away, because I want to talk about it at the end.
Yeah.
All right. Well, not at the end, after we do the news of the day. But I understand, and I'm going to tell you, I felt a lot of the things that you're feeling, so I can help you out a lot. We talk offline, but I'm going to talk online now. So don't give away what's going on, what's next for you. We have a big announcement for Joy. We're going to talk about everything. We're going to talk about what happened at the MSNBC, what's going on in media, what's going on in everything, because you're such a smart journalist and analyst. I want to talk to you about what's happening in the breaking news, okay?
Yes.
On the news of the day. So let's start with this from Donald Trump.
I believe we'll get it done. Today we take a very historic action that was 45 years in the making. In a few moments, I will sign an executive order to begin eliminating the Federal Department of Education once and for all.
Okay, that's enough. Well, he was saying it. Oh, you know what? Let me hear it. Let me hear that, Andy, because he talks about Democrats. I forgot. Let's hear it.
Department of Education, we're going to eliminate it, and everybody knows it's right. And the Democrats know it's right, and I hope they're going to be voting for it, because ultimately it may come before them, but everybody knows it's right.
Yeah. And then Joy, real quickly, this is him actually signing it, and then we'll talk.
Should I do this?
Yes.
It was very lucky. I sent another document that turned out to be very good for the country, and I said, let's use that same pen. I don't know, is anybody superstitious? Ron, are you superstitious?
All right, that's good. Well, listen, TikTok, Donna Laurie, you're right. Ooh, he signed it with kids around him. Joy, you have the floor.
You know, first of all, Donald Trump, you know, he's living his best life now, right? He's living his sort of best dictator life. In his mind, he's Vladimir Putin. He can eliminate federal agencies with his big baby magic marker and stuff. And the reality is, he can't do that. You can't get rid of a federal agency that was created by Congress with an executive order. You might as well sign an executive order saying that he's not really balding. He'd still be balding. Like, you might as well sign an executive order saying everyone must say Donald Trump is handsome. He'd still look the same. He'd still be, you know, the portly, long tie gentleman that he is now.
Gentlemen,
You can sign an executive order saying he weighs 180 pounds. He still weigh like 300. Yeah. You can't get rid of a federal agency like that. But you know what, Donald? Use your magic marker in good health. Enjoy yourself.
You know,
feel good about it.
Look, Joy, when someone in the chat, because I was thinking the same thing when we played it before when I was getting ready, and I said he signed it with kids around. He did the same thing with the trans athlete bill. Like, and then he did the same thing at the fake State of the Union. Why does he continue to use people as props?
Because I don't think that Donald Trump, and I'm taking this now not from my own. I did write a Trump book called The Man Who Sold America. It was a New York Times bestseller 4 weeks. And I did a lot of research into Trump. And also I've read Mary Trump's book about Donald Trump. And when you combine reading biographies about him and talking to a lot of people who knew Trump, some friends, some not so good friends, but who knew him, I don't think Donald Trump really sees other people as other than characters in the reality show in which he is the star. Right. I'm not sure he's capable of really seeing other people, if you know what I'm saying. Like everyone else are just a props in his story. And they're either sworn enemies who hate Trump and he must destroy them because they prosecuted him and they must be destroyed, or they love Trump and therefore they are great, right? And they're a prop. And the reality, though, is Donald Trump really exists in some ways to fulfill his own dreams of becoming the most important, most powerful person in America, the most famous person in the world. But he also exists functionally to fulfill some of the longest running goals of the far right and the Republican Party. Just understand that the far right, particularly the Christian right, has opposed the creation of a federal Department of Education really since the 1920s and 1930s when this idea first came up. And in the 1920s, the far right Christians opposed it because they feared that it would change education from being a Bible-based enterprise in which local women would simply teach the Bible, out in little schools like Laura Ingalls Wilder type little schools, to something more formalized where you'd have a national education. This idea of nationalizing education frightens a lot of people on the right because they're afraid it will take out their ability to infuse conservative Christianity into education.
Yeah.
And also the far right, to be honest, has opposed the parts of the Department of Education that ban discrimination, both racial discrimination and now gender identity discrimination, something they really want to engage in when they want to, right? So the idea is that the Department of Education does not fund most public schools. Most public school funding comes from local property taxes. That's why rich people have better schools than poor people, because their property tax base is bigger. The Department of Education maybe provides 10% of public school funding. But what the Department of Education does is it enforces anti-discrimination rules that mean you can't discriminate against a trans kid. You can't discriminate by race. You can't discriminate against girls versus boys in school. That's what the Department of Education does. And that's what offends the right. That's why they've wanted to get rid of it since Jimmy Carter signed the law after Congress passed the creation of the department, which is why he said, well, it may come before the Democrats. No, it will, dude, because Congress has to vote to eliminate this department. You can gut it. You can fire everyone. You can ruin it. You can have that lady from WWE she and her husband apparently were looking the other way when people were being abused sexually. You can let that lady, allegedly, you can let that lady gut and destroy it. But all you're going to do is hurt disabled kids who have federally funded programs to help them, kids with who need speech therapy, kids who need other sort of accommodation because of disabilities, and you're going to allow more discrimination. That's all that you're going to accomplish with your pen, dude.
Joy, why are we here right now? When you think about it, and you talked about the origins, right, of opposing, or the beginnings of opposing a Department of Education. And a lot of it is based on religion and racism. And that's kind of the place that we're in, right? You were talking about the 1920s and 30s. We're still here. We're still there.
We are. And it's interesting that many of our problems, many of the things that we're going through right now in the country are because of race and religion. You know that. You and I both know that it's complicated to be able to talk about that on cable news. It's not always welcome, but it's just true.
Oh my gosh. It's kind of crazy how we have so much to talk about. Hold that thought, because I want to get through the news today, and we're really going to have a talk. So you guys make sure you stick around. And let me just say this, Joy, because you're going to have to say this as well. We are joined today on the Don Lemon Show by the great Joy Reid, an exclusive, and she's going to talk about everything, the news of the day, and her departure from MSNBC and what she is doing. But make sure you hit the thumbs up and the like, because it affects the algorithm and more people get to become aware of our little, I shouldn't say little, our mighty, right, Lemonation, and become a member. It's important that you become a member, because that keeps us streaming in these independent streets. We don't have the big corporate sponsors, and we want to remain independent. And so we depend on the kindness of strangers, on the kindness of family. I shouldn't say strangers like you. So like, subscribe, and become a member. The membership link is at the top of the chat. Okay, so let's talk about Donald Trump. Went on Laura Ingraham, I believe it was night before last, as we say. And she talked to him about Canada. And I don't understand why he hates Canada. He's in love with Putin. But I was shocked. Yesterday I played like 10 seconds of an interview with her. And I ended up doing like 20 minutes of a fact check that she couldn't do. And just from 10 seconds of her interview, right? And then she started keying it up at the end for like 4 or 5 minutes just about Canada being the 51st state. Watch this.
Tougher with Canada than you are with some of our biggest adversaries.
Only because it's meant to be our 51st state. And
okay,
but listen to this for a second.
We need their territory. They have territorial advantage. We're not going to let them get close to China.
Look, right? I deal with every country, indirectly or directly. One of the nastiest countries to deal with is Canada. The people that, now this was Trudeau, the people that good old Justin, I call him Governor Trudeau, his people were nasty, and they weren't telling the truth. They never told the truth. You know that, they'd say, well, we don't charge. Well, they do. They charge tremendous. And if you look at dairy products, what they've done to our farmers, I'd go up to Iowa, I'd go up to different places, Nebraska, and they would always complain about Canada, how they get ripped off. Do you know that Canada has a 250% tariff? 250, nobody knows that. They charge us numbers that are crazy. We have a very big deficit with Canada, and there's no reason, much more. We have much more. Just so you understand, we subsidize Canada, and I like Canada. I love Canada. I love Wayne Gretzky.
The Liberal guy,
I love his wife.
The Liberal Party is going to win now in the next election, most likely. And they were down and out. Isn't that going to make them more hostile to us and possibly
I'd rather deal with a liberal than a
for China closer to Canada, and that would really put us in a bind.
A conservative that's running.
So there was someone who said if they make Canada the 51st state, then the Republicans would never win again because they're so liberal up there, our neighbors to the north. But I mean, why would you, if you were sitting down doing an interview with Donald Trump, would you be normalizing it like that? Or I don't know.
I mean, it's absurd. First of all, Donald, Grampy Trump, let's talk. First of all, you can't make Canada the 51st state without going to war with them. And let me explain how that happened, how that worked out the last time we tried to go to war with Canada. They burned the White House to the ground in 1814 and won the war. Canada beat us in the War of 1812. They probably like their chances against us. We're not going to beat them in a war because we have never been able to do that. You'd have to occupy a country that is equivalent of the size of the United States, in which the top 2/3 of it is uninhabited, frozen forest land that touches the Arctic. You know how that worked out when the Nazis tried that with Russia, which is the equivalent of Canada on that part of the world? We gonna lose. We don't have enough troops to occupy. They are a country of 39 million people who have about as many guns per capita as we do. They just don't have as many shootings.
That's going to say, why don't they have as many shootings?
Because it's a country where people hunt. People have a gun culture there as well. They're just not as gun crazy. They don't take their guns to Walmart, but they got a lot of guns. And they've beat us in a war before. So that's issue number one. You cannot absorb a country against their will. And this talk of making them the 51st state is absurd for the reason you said. If you did, it would be a country of roughly the population of California. Which party controls California? These are people who have universal health care, fewer, almost no school shootings. They are a country that's to our left. And also, in addition to the 2 senators they'd get, who'd both be Democrats, they would get like 50 members of Congress based on their population. You would essentially ensure Democrats never, ever won another election federally again. And then
Democrats or Republicans?
That Republicans never won again, because they would be a bunch of Democrats. You have a few Republicans, but but first of all, in order to even get there, don't entertain even that idea, because that's never going to happen without a war. They're also in NATO. And since we're backing out of NATO, doesn't that mean that Europe would come to the defense of Canada and we'd now be fighting NATO? Do we really want to be in a war? I thought he was the no more wars guy. You'd have to fight a war against a country that beat us in 1812.
They were supposed to be the candidates of peace. Remember that?
Yeah.
So Joy, I got to ask you, and I'm going to ask all the members, by the way, welcome to all the new members. Thank you so much for becoming new members. Welcome to the Lemon Nation, all of you. We appreciate it. So here's the thing, Joy. I'm afraid to look at my retirement. I don't know if you're afraid to look at yours. Remember, eggs were supposed to come way down. He was going to make us really, really rich within 24 hours in the wars in 24 hours. And it was going to be like manna from heaven, all of it. But something odd happened on the way to the store. Maybe a recession. Here it is. Watch.
Will we see a recession in 2025? Are you ruling it out?
We're going to have the strongest economic country in the history of the world, of the planet. We are taking.
Okay. Joy, it's like, this is the best view. You can see all of America in this view. And then on the other side of the town, they don't have this. And check out this balcony. What about this box? Who can put a box of lemon heads on you know what I mean? It's just like he's selling.
He said, but also, can we walk back just for a moment to him saying they have 200% tariffs? Can we just stop it? You know how Donald Trump should know that isn't true? Because the first time he ran for president in 2016, he ran on ending NAFTA and going to end NAFTA. NAFTA was such a ripoff. We got ripped off. He renegotiated NAFTA. It was called the USMCA. He claimed it was the greatest negotiation in the history of the world. Dude, you renegotiated. You renegotiated NAFTA, which is an updated NAFTA. USMCA, you know what the tariffs are between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada currently? And we're still living under Donald Trump's tariff regime for the USMCA. The tariffs are zero. It's a free trade zone. It's a free trade zone, man.
But
we don't have tariffs with Canada and Mexico. That's why we have a free trade zone between our 3 countries. That's the whole point of it. We don't have, we get to trade between our 3. There are 2 biggest trading partners, Mexico and Canada. Why is my dog grumbling? Go away, Nala.
Oh, no, we like the dog.
The dog is here and she's being a pain. But we don't, I'll just give you cars. Cars pass back and forth between Canada and Mexico 3 and 4 times before they're sold because the parts will be made in Ottawa, and then there's a piece of the engine that's made in Mexico. We did that in order to create a free trade zone between our 3 countries. That's the reason we are a triad. It's Trump that's taking the tariffs from 0 to 25%, and he's destroying our economy. Just the threat, and then he puts the tariffs on and then takes them off. He puts them on, he takes them off. That's what's causing inflation. That's part of what's causing inflation to go up. Canada is retaliating by taking our liquor and our products off their shelves. They're retaliating and pushing the prices of energy up. And then when energy prices go up, the trucks that drive your stuff to Walmart and to the store, those prices go up. Trump is wrecking the economy. Things are getting more expensive. Housing is up. Food is up. Not just eggs, all food. Vegetables are up. We get most of our vegetables from Mexico and a lot of them from Canada. They're our 2 biggest trading partners. And then the next one is China, who he's also tariffing. So your video games are going to go up. Your TVs are going to go up. Everything electronic is made in Asia, basically. A lot of our clothes are made in Asia. What are you doing, man? You're wrecking the economy for no reason other than that in your mind, you think you're William McKinley or James K. Polk, who were both expansionist presidents who conquered territory and did tariffs. If you want to be McKinley, know that he is one of the worst presidents we ever had in U.S. history. No one ranks McKinley in the top 10, the top 20, or even the top 30. He's a bottom 10 president, Trump, and you're trying to make yourself an even worse president than McKinley, who is not considered a successful president. Someone got in his head and said, you need to be William McKinley. That's the Gilded Age president. That's the president who went out trying to take territory and did tariffs, and they were a failure. 5 recessions during McKinley's, 5, that led into eventually the Great Depression.
Joy. I miss you so much. We miss you so much. We need more of that. Like, that's just off of the top of your head. I didn't even really discuss topics with you. I said we're going to do the news of the day, but I'm just saying, Joy, what God, what a hole there is in So we miss you. And so thank you for coming on. Let me just thank you, friend, for coming on. Our viewership is really great right now. So I'll say like and subscribe. Thank you. We're going to talk about where Joy is going. We're going to promote her. But Joy, you're so great. I just miss it. I would tune in just to hear you be as smart as you are, just to be a badass bitch. I'm sorry.
I love you.
Okay. Let's see. What else do I want to talk? We don't want to Fox News in the bad market conditions. Let's see where we want to go. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do Lutnick. Because Joy, the illegality of it all. The illegality of it all. Imagine if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or did this, one of his people did this on national television, what would happen? Watch.
I think if you want to learn something on this show tonight, buy Tesla. It's unbelievable that this guy's stock is this cheap. It'll never be this cheap again. When people understand the things he's building, the robots he's building, the technology he's building, people are going to be dreaming of today and Jesse Waters and thinking, gosh, I should have bought Elon Musk's stock. I mean, who wouldn't invest in Elon Musk? You got to be kidding.
Joy, he's the Commerce Secretary.
This is insane.
That is not legal.
No,
you can't do that.
Hatch Act. The thing that's so crazy, Trump bought the Tesla in front of the White House, used the White House as a set for basically a Tesla commercial. It
was a car lot, basically. It was a Tesla car lot. Yes. Come on down to the White House and get 50% off. We can offer you on your trade-in.
No credit, no problem. We got you.
No, we know how bad the market is right now because we did it. We take
no credit, no job, no problem. What is happening? They have to pay their daddy, right? I mean, Trump has 2 daddies, and I thought he was again that, but he got 2. He got Vladimir Putin and he got Elon Musk. And he has to pay him. He has to pay him. This guy invested $250 million to buy the White House. And now he's eating up all the contracts he's done. Said, well, Verizon, I know you had that whole contract with the FAA, but we're going to move you aside and that's going to be mine. I mean, Doge is essentially in a position to just write him federal contracts, but apparently that's not enough. He's upset, and you've seen all these sort of sad, sort of freaked out interviews he's been doing about how Tesla is struggling. People are turning their Teslas in. I believe their sales are down 49% in Europe. Their stock is dropping, and this was the main source of Musk's wealth. By the way, his stock has dropped. The stock has dropped so much, and sales are down so much. Starlink is now the main source of his wealth, not Tesla.
Really?
And Tesla's long been the main source. Yeah, it's now Starlink has passed Tesla because it's dropping. But the reality is it's his own actions. You know, it's weird that people, it turns out, don't like it when you send your 20-something and 19-something super fanboys in to rip the government apart and take away U.S. aid money that was actually helping American farmers. It turns out Americans don't like it when you mass fire tens of thousands of federal workers who've done nothing wrong other than not hail Trump. People just don't like it when you do weird arm gestures. In Europe, they actually kind of think that's illegal and that you're referencing an era that they really don't want to remember and go back to. They get really upset, and Germans go, we don't want your cars. And so the reality is his own actions and his own boosting of this sort of global apartheid movement, this far right-wing movement, it's pissing people off. And consumers, I thought Republicans and conservatives believed, I thought consumers had the right to make these choices. This is called capitalism. Mm-hmm. And when you mess your brand up and people don't want to buy your shit, that ain't on the consumer. That's on you.
Yeah. So, Joy, you remember I did the interview with Elon Musk a year ago, and I put it up. That was the very first. That's how we kicked off the show. And I put we did it in segments and in chunks so people can consume it in a way that is palatable, because everybody's a short attention span now, right? Sure. And so we did 10 segments. We did like DEI, we did the future of Tesla, all kinds of things we talked about. And so one of the things I said, I responded to someone saying, like controversy in politics are really, you have to be careful, because especially if you have a company, right?
Yes.
Because it can really affect your stock prices, yes, and the health of your company or your corporation. And right now, that's what he's dealing with. People don't like what he's doing politically. Right. A lot of people don't like, and it's obvious in what's happening. And I talked about the Tesla stock. But I do have to say, that interview really looked around the corner. It was prescient. If you look at all the things that we talked about in that interview are things that have come to fruition, yes, now, his meeting. But anyway, you can talk about that and about the company, because let me just show people why Howard Lutnick is on there touting, a Tesla. This is what's happening around the country in regards to Teslas and such. Here it is.
If there's someone in one of these cars, they blow up. That can happen. That becomes murder, or worse, terrorism plus. And I know that on January 20th, the president signed into law, through an executive order, restoring the death penalty. Do you think this sort of thing, and I hate to think it, people leave their children and pets in cars. I mean, you don't know. This is deadly, dangerous stuff these liberal protesters are playing with.
Yes, it is, Harris. And what I can tell you is that President Trump condemns this violence, and he is determined to restore law and order in our country, and he will ensure that the harshest penalties are pursued for those who are engaging in this vicious violence that we have seen targeted at this American company, Tesla dealerships.
Okay, let me just say this. No one is condoning violence and that, but I mean, for me, you see that, and then January 6th, because, that was...
Yeah. That's where I was just going to go. So Donald Trump pardoned 1,500 insurrectionists, some of whom beat, tased, and nearly killed police officers. So he's saying that as long as you're doing it for Trump, you can brutalize police officers. And I thought the right, loved the police and backed the blue, but you can brutalize cops as long as you're doing it for Trump. But pieces of property So, and I know, and you had this whole debate, which you won with Vivek Ramaswamy about it. This country was steeped in a love of property over humanity in terms of Black people being chattel slaves, meaning chattel like cattle, the equivalent of a cow. And that Black people were treated as things and objects, and the mania for property and the attempt to hold on to that human property is what drove the South to secede from the Union, out of fear that Lincoln would take their property, their human property away. America has always been a country that put property over people, property over humanity. The idea now that they're talking about a death penalty for burning a car. First of all, if you burn a car you bought, it's kind of like when the right were like burning like their Barbie dolls because they didn't like the Black Barbie in the movie.
Their coffee maker and stuff, and they were shooting beer cans. And
it's like, if you already paid for the Barbie and you burn it, I mean, you kind of just burned your own stuff. But if that's the way you want to protest, have at it. Is that going to be a death penalty crime now to burn a vehicle? That is taking a devotion to Elon Musk to a level that is actually insane. I mean, of course, if you burned a car with a person in it, that would be murder, but that wouldn't be murder against the car company. It wouldn't be a crime against Tesla. It would be a crime against the people in the car.
Yeah.
And no one's condoning that. But the idea now that they're essentially trying to, I guess, make it illegal to be against Tesla, to say that, they've already gone a pretty far way in saying they're going to make it illegal to protest for Palestine. They're going to call you a terrorist and they're going to deport you. They've got a gentleman who is literally disappeared. He just wrote a letter from, where he's locked up in Louisiana, where because he led protests for Palestine. So apparently that's illegal. But now I guess it's also illegal to be against Tesla, and the government is going to now essentially use the mighty power of the U.S. federal government to try to boost car sales for one company. This is not what America is supposed to be, right? It was founded as sort of an oligarchy, but is this where we are now, that we're going to now have the federal government forcibly protect one company above all other companies? At what point do they then step in and say only Grok AI is legal? Open AI, you can't use that. We're going to say that you must use his AI. He's already trying to bully advertisers to advertise on X Twitter, which they don't want to because they're Nazis on there. But they're using this sort of leverage power to force Tesla to continue to be profitable. And that, to me, feels like a complete distortion of what the U.S. is supposed to be.
So here's the thing, and you heard it. I don't know if people heard it clear enough. No one is condoning that. And if someone is caught burning a car, then whatever it is, under the law that they're should face, then I think they should face it. Not like January 6th, where you go in and you right. you tear up the Capitol, and then you get pardoned. Here's the thing, though. If this was a company that he deemed to be liberal, he would say, well, that's what happens to the liberals, or that's what happens to the liberals and they deserve it. Just like he, called the NBA players sons of bitches, saying that he didn't like what they were doing. What about Target? What about DEI and Target? Like, he's not, they made all of those companies get rid of that. He didn't say that when they boycotted Bud Light.
Right. And the right does boycotts all the time. They boycotted the Barbie movie.
You go woke, you go broke.
Go woke, you go broke. So what we're now saying is that there's a protected class of Americans who can boycott things, who can raid the Capitol, ransack the Capitol. And by the way, it's not even just pardoning the January 6th insurrectionists. It's Donald Trump threatening to prosecute the people who prosecuted those people, holding over their heads and prosecute them. Maybe Jack Smith needs to be prosecuted for daring to investigate Trump's role in it. Like, literally saying it's illegal to do anything that displeases Donald Trump, and it's illegal to do anything that hurts the bottom line income of Elon Musk. So these two men are super citizens, and it is illegal to displease them. That is the most un-American thing I've ever heard. And if that's where we're going, then we are not a democracy anymore.
Here is Elon Musk on Fox News.
It's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or the Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring.
I thought that the left was supposed to be the party of empathy and caring.
Wait, I
Let
want
me
to know
ask you all.
the entire thing. Don't we have a longer thing? That's Brian. I love Brian Tyler Cohen.
Yeah, we do.
Don't we have the longer one version of that? Yeah.
Yeah, here's another clip.
Yeah, thank you.
Blaze in one of your dealerships in Vegas. I've seen this happen all over the country. Bullets are being fired, charging stations are put ablaze, Teslas are being put ablaze. You have experienced assassination, threats of assassination for you and your family. What have you done that warrants this? Because I see nothing that you have done except help our country.
Yeah, I mean, it's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships, they're just, smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. So I think we just have a deranged, there's some kind of mental illness thing going on here, because this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, again, that should not happen. People should not be burning cars or setting fires to whatever. But there is a coordinated effort going on between a company, right? Someone who has contracts with the U.S. government and the White House. It just, to me, it is weird. Perhaps they should have maybe Marco Rubio or somebody, or Pam Bondi. I don't know, somebody going out, or different police commissioners in states if they want to do it. But it's like coming right from the White House, going straight to state-run media at Fox News and being pumped out to the masses.
To protect the president's largest donor, whom he has unleashed to tear up the federal government with no congressional oversight. And by the way, Elon Musk saying Tesla is a peaceful company that's never done anything wrong. Sir, Tesla was sued by multiple employees for racial discrimination, with allegations such as blacks were segregated inside of their facilities and subjected to racist hatred, including being called the N-word at work, to the point where multiple people sued and went to the EEOC. And there was actually a federal investigation of Tesla, which of course has gone away now that Trump is here, along with the investigations into safety issues at Tesla. And the bottom line being here, that when I saw the other day, and I'm sure you saw this, Don, that Donald Trump signed another order that rescinded the rules that say that federal contractors cannot engage in segregation.
Yeah.
We've had an anti-segregation executive order on the books since the Lyndon Johnson era.
Yeah.
Donald Trump rescinded that. Why in the year of our Lord 2025 would you rescind an executive order banning segregation? The only company that I have heard about that is a federal contractor that's been accused, and I'm not saying convicted, but accused of practicing racial segregation at its workplace is Tesla. And so it felt, when I saw it, people have been sending it to me all day saying, oh my God, they're reinstituting segregation. It's in federal contracting. They no longer bar a federal contractor from engaging in segregation. And that would mean racial, gender, or gender identity segregation. Why would you do that? To me, it makes me think maybe it's a way to get around what were federal investigations of Tesla. I don't have evidence of that. I'm not saying that as a fact. I'm just saying that that's the only company I've heard of in my adult lifetime, past the civil rights movement, past when Woolworths used to do it, that's been even accused of practicing segregation. And I'm not saying that everyone at Tesla was doing that. I'm sure there are lovely people who work there. They just work there. It's not their fault that that the owner of their company has decided to become hyper political and far right. But people react when you're seeing your government destroyed by one individual. And he very famously purchased, he didn't invent Teslas. He's not the super genius who made Teslas. It's two Americans, not a South African. Two American-born engineers created Tesla. He bought it. But the fact that that's the most prominent thing he owns is why people are reacting against the cars. And again, if you burn a car you paid $80,000 for, that probably wouldn't be my choice because my children need that money. But if that's what your protest is and you own that vehicle and you want to set that sucker on fire, I can't say you can't do that if that's your form of protest. As long as no one gets hurt or killed in the process, that's your protest.
Yeah. But don't do it on the showroom or at the dealership.
Don't hurt anybody. I mean, I think protest. And look, I believe that King had the model, right? The model was peaceful protest. The model is don't hurt anybody, and that's why you and I are against January 6th insurrection. If they wanted to march around the Capitol and say they thought the election was stolen with no evidence they had, but whatever, if they wanted to believe that, they had a right to do that. They could have marched to the Capitol and yelled and screamed and made all sorts of noise. But busting in the doors and threatening to hang Mike Pence and threatening to hunt down Nancy Pelosi, that ain't a protest anymore.
Yeah. And by the way, if you want to, I talked about the discrimination at Tesla plants as well in the interview a year ago. And here we go.
And he went all over the place. That's the other thing that I felt was so important about your interview. And I, just to give you a little praise right now, my friend. That interview, as you said, it was the first hint because I personally had never heard Elon Musk talk. I had never paid much attention to him. I was not a super fan. Like a lot of people are like big time fans of Elon Musk. I never was that impressed. But that was the first time I'd heard him speak in an extended way. And I was kind of shocked at how incoherent he was in that interview, how little sense he was making. He was not answering your questions, and he was all over the place and seemed really offended that you were asking him what were really smart and probably he should have been able to anticipate journalistic questions. And he didn't seem to want to deal with any of it, especially the race stuff. He didn't want to deal with it at all.
Yeah. Well, I will say in that interview, what I will say about it is that I didn't ask him much. Maybe one or two things that he hadn't spoken about in public himself.
Right.
Before. Especially the ketamine stuff he had already spoken about. That's why I asked him, how would I even know?
How would you even know?
Unless he talked about it. So yeah. And and most of the things were public, and he talked about TI and planes and Duke University. And after that, a couple of those things, Duke University came out and others saying, we have not lowered our medical standards in medical school. We haven't, none of this is true. Okay, moving on though. I was going to ask you about Steve Bannon, but I want to talk to you now. So what's up, Joy? Here we go, y'all. Y'all ready? Joy, I had like 2.5 hours sleep last night. I was in here working on. I'm trying to fancy up my little home studio, and I was up working all night trying to get this camera to work. And then Tim comes downstairs at 4 o'clock. He goes, Don, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing? And I'm like, nothing. I'm working. Leave me alone.
Well, I went to bed an hour before you, so tell Tim it's not just you. It's me. Because Jason and Tim could have a group chat. Like they might need a group chat. I think our hubbies need a group chat.
I can barely complete. When I'm so tired. I used to have to go on TV like this, and now I'm here. I can't even put two sentences together. But Joy, what the hell happened? What happened?
Should I turn the light on? It's like the light. Why is it sunny where you are and dark where I am? Isn't that weird?
Oh, it's just I was working on my lighting last night. I got diffusers and all kinds of stuff.
I'll turn my light on.
All right.
It's so dark. Okay.
See, now the light's coming on. We're fixing to we fit to find out what happened.
Turn the lights on.
So Joy, what happened? Because I thought you were going to be there. There was reporting. I understand you can't go into specific on certain things because we have contractual obligations.
That's right.
People. And sometimes people are like, well, why haven't you found a job yet? We have like non-competes and shit. Like you guys have no idea what's happening. So we have to make our own way in this world in a way where we can still collect our coins and have other coins on top of that. So Joy, what happened at the MSNBC?
Because weirdly enough, the car note people still want their money.
I know. And the mortgage
people are like, we still gonna need that money.
Yeah.
We still need to pay. Right. And I think it is funny because I think people assume that if you're on TV, you're like independently wealthy and you don't have to pay bills. No, we still have to pay bills, y'all. It's a job. It's a normal job. So, it was a surprise. I will say that. I think I can, without violating any terms of my contract, I think I can say that I was surprised because a week before any of this happened, the last communications I was having with the PR folks at work were that we had won the NAACP Image Award for the readout for the show. and that I'd won for the book for Medgar and Murley as well. But that, you know, we just won an NAACP Image Award literally for the readout. And it was we were really super proud of it because it was the Brittany Griner interview was what we submitted to NAACP Image Award. And I felt like that interview and being blessed to have her choose us to do her first interview when she came out of that Russian gulag where she had been locked up for this nightmare. And I know you and I both read that book, and it was just a terrifying ordeal. Mm-hmm. And so we were really proud. And I was very proud of what the things we were doing on the readout that stepped out of the basic. You know, we tried to really go deep on history, go deep on things that aren't comfortable to talk about, like Christian nationalism, white Christian nationalism, which really is plaguing our country. And when I would do that, I didn't do it from a point of view of, hey, this is the Black lady talking about white Christians. I would have on Robbie Jones, who is my friend from Public Religion Research Institute, the foremost scholar on white Christian nationalism, and himself a white Christian. Like, we really tried to be smart about doing deep dives on things that you see in the news and you're like, why is that happening? And try to make connections for people. So I really genuinely didn't see it coming. None of my team did. And this leak happens the night of the sort of, I think it was the Friday night, this leak just dropped. Dylan Byers, former CNN guy former CNN guy who now does a Substack, I think, drops this leak. And we were just like, and I'm thinking that doesn't even seem right because I really just re-signed my contract. So, you know, I just signed again this year. So I couldn't really tell you, I can't explain what happened because I can't get in the heads of my bosses. But then I got the confirmation that Saturday, and that was that.
Yeah. So look, I'd never said this, but I'd just gotten the White House Correspondents' Dinner invitation from, you know, from management to go. And I was like, okay, this is cool, whatever. And then let's see, Tim was out of town at a conference, and I was sitting in a restaurant by myself, and the monitors were on, and they made an announcement about Charles and Gail. And I'm like, well, that came fast out of nowhere. That was really rushed. Right. And then I went back to work after that weekend, and that's when I went to work on a Monday, and then they called me after I was like, had already gone to work.
Wow. And
someone called me from the team, one of the crew guys, and said, you know, I wanted to tell you on Monday, I was wondering why they had taken your name off the wall of the studio. With all of and I didn't even know it. So other people knew before I did.
Wow.
Which was, yeah.
I think the only reason other people, quote unquote, kind of knew before I did is because that leak, and I, you know, I'm very anti-leak. I don't leak. I try to be very careful about it. We're journalists, so we know not to talk to journalists. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very careful about that.
Yeah, you were I was like, Joy, what's going on? I'm hearing things.
I wouldn't leak to Don, and Don is my friend in real life.
You will not leak. She wouldn't say. I was like, Joy, what's going on? Talk to me. She goes, oh, I'm good. I'm like, okay.
I promise you all, Don, like I said, we are friends. And I was like, I wouldn't even leak to Don. Like, I don't leak. I just don't do it. So when that leak came out, members of my team who read Puck or who were subscribed to it saw it and started panicking because, you know, it was so out of left field and out of the blue. And again, because we had just won the award and everything seemed so fine that, you know, there was nothing that had happened, nothing that had presaged it. So it definitely was out of the blue. And like you said, what happens is it starts to become a rumor, and you're not sure whether the rumor is real until you get the actual phone call saying it's real. And so you don't know really how to respond to it in advance of that. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I think that, you know, it's not the way I would have done things, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, you can't respond, like, contractually, you can't respond.
I cannot.
We're not supposed to talk to the media, right? And so,
right. And I don't.
Which actually, I believe, puts corporations or companies in a position. I think, well, it puts the employee in an unfair position because we can't defend ourselves. And then if you do defend yourself, they'll say, oh, you're leaking or you shouldn't be talking and you violated your contract. And it's like, and you know, a lot of the things that you read, most of what you read has been planted by people. And it is not necessarily true, but the people who write the first draft gets to write the narrative because everybody else, the reporters are lazy. They just go and they write the same story over and over. They don't even call for a comment. And it's like, and even if they do, you're like, I can't talk about it. So they end up believing what other people have planted and leaked about you, whether it's other people or whether it's a company or whether it's a PR, whoever it is. I'm just saying, I'm not
We
saying,
don't know. Yeah. Because no one knows where they come from. I mean, only the
I know where they
journalists
come
know.
from.
I
know
don't.
where they come from.
I don't know.
In order to get, let me be real. You want to get rid of a black woman at a company. I'm just saying any company. You want to get rid of a gay black man at any company. You have got to come up with a narrative and a predicate to do it. And you have to try to destroy them in order, because then you don't want people going, well, they're going to sue us for racism. And they're right. No, you have to try to destroy their personality and their credibility. And that's all I have to say. And I'm going to tell it like it is. Okay. And so I don't like that. I don't like it when that happens to people. I just think it's unfair. So I'm telling you, I'm not bitter. I don't think you're bitter, but just don't believe everything you read. And I wish the best for my colleagues at CNN. I love them. I miss them terribly. But the truth is the truth, and the truth will make you free. That's all I have to say. You didn't say it, I did.
I have no comment further about it. All I can really say is that one of the things that I do, that I have to say, and I think it is important to say, is one of the great things about MSNBC that I will say something really positive is that the way that we all moved as friends, Rachel, Nicole, Alex, Steph Rule, Lawrence, the beloved Lawrence. We actually dig each other. Like, we actually really like each other. You know what I mean? And it's like, you can't fake that, and I think it's so important that people understand that the on-air chemistry that you saw, Chris Hayes, all of us, when we're sitting around that set, and all chilling, that was real. Like, we actually didn't fake that. You know what I mean? Like, we really are cool. We're actually still cool. We're friends. It's a thing that is like a magic that can happen when executives are picking random people, right? And they're people who come from all different walks of life. We're different political parties, different political ideologies. It is actually a science and an art to put those people together and have them actually have chemistry, right? Like, you and I have chemistry because we know each other and we're cool and friendly. You can't invent that. Like, you couldn't make us pretend to be friends. You see what I'm saying?
Right,
So
right.
I have to give the company it was, and at least in my era, it was Phil Griffin who was in charge at that time. But whatever. It just, I feel like there was a magic that definitely happened at MSNBC